It all comes down to this. We have seen 5 world-renowned racetracks, 42 hours of intense racing, and we are now down to the last circuit and its very own 10-hour event. Good afternoon and welcome to the finale of Season 6 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. Welcome to a circuit that's always marred by unpredictable weather. Welcome to Fuji Speedway. My name is Taylor Mills. Alongside me, as always, is the ever-suffering British F4 esports driver, Olivia Hayward. And we will be live from Lights to Flag here on ABN. On the foothills of Mount Fuji is in the stunning Shizuoka prefecture in Japan is draped a gorgeous 4.5-kilometer loop of racetrack known as the Fuji Speedway. Home to Super GT, the World Endurance Championship, and previously held Japanese Grand Prix, now plays host to the end of the most exciting season of PEC yet. 16 turns, 10 to the right and 6 to the left, combining hairpins and sweepers to open the lap, with the tight, twisty, mountain switchback style final sector into the very dominant start-finish straight, where we'll be seeing speeds of well over 300 kilometers an hour. To greet drivers at the end of that straight is the biggest pinch point on the circuit, where we've seen so many late dives, missed braking points, and clumsy traffic management in real life, contributing to what should be a very chaotic final round. It is still all to play for today, as this is where the championships will be decided. So, Olivia, why don't you take us through exactly what's up for grabs in today's race?
Let's start off with GTP, shall we? Our top class of prototypes, and this is really a bit of a two-horse race between XBD Racing and the DLR by Synlab Orange entry, separated currently by 3 points. The two teams have 3 of the 4 race wins between them, and with it being such a narrow margin, it's close to winner-take-all if these teams stay at the front of the field. But Old Firm Racing Orange do have a chance if both those teams fall into trouble here today. Over in GT3 Pro, the XBD Racing GT3 entry has one hand on the championship trophy already with a 23-point lead over the RPM Racing PEC crew. But they've got to make sure to keep it clean, because both them and the Pandemic Esports SimLab Gold teams will be looking to capitalize on any mistakes. And as for our GT3 AM battle, it's very much a victory lap for HWT Motorsport, clinching the title last time out at Le Mans with another fantastic win. They're looking to finish up a perfect season with a win here today.
It's just admiring the beautiful shot looking at Mount Fuji there. It's one of the prettiest PNGs I've ever seen in my entire life. But just to touch on something that we're looking at in the weather graphic right now, your eyes do not deceive you. That is a 39-kilometer-an-hour wind. It is a headwind down into turn 1. So again, a corner that's been the site of so much chaos in real life is going to be a corner where everyone's going to be able to brake so much later, because downforce, we know, is it's a product of how fast the air is going over your car. And if there's a 40 kilometer an hour boost to the wind speed over the car, that's just going to give you so much more grip under braking. And I genuinely cannot wait to see how late these guys are going to be, standing on the stop pedal into turn 1.
Yeah, but of course, that is going to then make things even trickier into a corner like Coca-Cola at turn 3, where that wind is going to be blown against them, sort of trying to pick up the rear wind of the car and the rear tyres. And with it already being quite a sketchy sort of throw-it-in corner, that could be a bit of a danger zone as the first hour of this race comes through. But I think we're going to see much more danger as the day rolls on. We do have some showers forecast. We've mentioned how the climate can be very tricky here with its proximity to Mount Fuji, and today's expected to be no exception. It's going to be about which teams have that experience in the rain, which teams can nail the strategy calls on when to be on the right tyre at the right time, that are going to end up putting themselves on the front foot here.
Well, a couple of drivers to look out for if we do see some of that weather here today. We had the EGP Pilot Series at sodden Hockenheimring earlier this week. Luke Smith dominated in LMP2 in that one. He is on board one of the Project Valorous Acuras. And Jan Kurbs actually coming off the back of a debut win in that series after switching to the Audi R8. Writer Engineering, we know, haven't had the best of luck in either championship so far this season. But maybe this is the chance for that to finally start to turn around a little bit. Of course, he had to sacrifice all of his points in that championship to change back to the four rings from the blue oval. But it seems like it was worth it. And let's see if he can put any of that to the test today. We saw he struggled a little bit in Watkins Glen with that crash down at turn 1 to try and avoid the off track at that corner. And Fuji is going to be another circuit where it's going to be very easy to pick up off tracks. It's still that 4-tire off track model that we've seen used as of late. But the amount of speed that you want to carry through these corners, it's going to take huge commitment, and there is going to be an off track to greet you there if you take it too far.
Yeah, we got 10 hours to navigate, and especially if we do get somebody late in the race, when all that rubber's being laid down, it's going to be very treacherous on the brake pedal, and that could very quickly add to instances of spins and running wide and lockups into these heavy braking zones. Not to mention having to navigate traffic in those situations where hopefully we're not going to have too much calamity down at turn 1, for example. But we are close to, well, I say close to it, but about 8 minutes away from starting our first qualifying session of the day. We're expecting a nice clean track for qualifying. No rain expected yet, and so it'll be interesting to see how the teams decide to set their stint plan for the qualifying session, and whether we're going to see those one-lap sprints, especially in the GTPs, that we've seen in previous rounds of the season.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting a little bit of teamwork to come into play here. I think we saw it a little bit at Watkins Glen with how long that flat-out section is. Of course, the straight here at Fuji is much longer than that run down to the carousel. Yeah, there you go. So it is one of the... Actually, it's one of the biggest straights on our calendar, besides any of the ones at Le Mans. But, yeah, you know, that's a unique case. That's a proper road course, that is. I'm glad to see it's the Grand Prix layout of the circuit as well. With the no chicane loop, there is this horrible bump on the outside of the kink that, you know, you use to bypass the chicane. And I think it also takes away an overtaking opportunity, because you can race through the chicane. It's tricky to go side by side, and I probably wouldn't recommend it. But if you can sweep around the outside into there, it actually sets up a bit of a switchback for the car that you've just overtaken, who can then squirt back onto the throttle and get back up your inside as we do enter that mountain switchback style final sector. And I think it's something that's a little bit underrated about this track. The final sector kind of sucks to drive on your own. It's really, really tricky. Blind apexes, blind corners, no braking references at all. You have to do it all on feel. But look at the nature of those corners. The ideal racing line is to go right to the outside and then cut back in really late. And because of how wide the track is down there, you're leaving 3, 4, maybe even 5 car widths down to the inside of the track, which another car can just slot themselves into, get to the apex before you, and before you know it, you are side by side through the final 2 corners on the lap.
I think that might be that little bit terrifying to hear, especially for our GT3 machines today. But it's such a crucial sector. I think that is really where you do make your lap time, and especially the exit out of Panasonic, that final corner, onto the gargantuan straightaway.
Look at it.
On the start finish. You have time to go make a cup of tea before you get to the braking zone of turn 1. You've got to nail the exit ultimately. If you don't, you're going to have a lot of time to think about what you should have done differently. And you're just going to be hemorrhaging time all the way down into turn 1. So making sure you get your car hooked up through the final set to make sure you've got the tires maybe not flash heated a little bit, so you can get the exit as clean as possible. That is going to be, realistically, I think, where most of the overtake will be set up. For GTPs, you have the benefit of the battery out of here as well, and then that sort of deep late lunge into turn 1. You've got room on the outside of the corner in the runoff if you need it, but that's really where you want to try and make that move happen.
Yeah, on board here with, I think, Project Valorous debutant Finn Adders, who we saw at Hockenheimring earlier this week. It was a 1-2 for Project Valorous in that race. Very late onto the brakes into turn 1. A bit more downforce, bit more braking performance, but a lot more weight in this car to the one that he was driving on Wednesday. As we see, the track is very densely packed at the moment. I'm trying to get a number on exactly how many cars we've got out here on track. It looks like we've got 38 cars that have currently set a lap time, and as we say, over 4.5 kilometers of circuit. That is not a lot of space between cars. So I expect later on in this race, once everyone's started to spread out, you are barely going to have laps where you're not going to have to do any traffic management, and it's just going to be all about maximizing where you don't have traffic and sort of hoping you don't come across it in that third and first sectors, because of course that's where a lot of the lap times made up in the prototypes because of the nature of those corners. You can sort of get away with it in the middle sector because it's basically one braking zone and then the run down to the chicane, but you're going to lose a lot of time in that first and final sector. Is back onto the huge straight we go as you wait. There's the pit building on your right. It's a really tricky pit entry down here as well, Olivia. I don't know how much experience you have with this one.
Yeah, it's one of those where there's a chicane on entry that you've got to navigate, and you've got to be, obviously you want to be brave to not lose time, but it's very easy to run into mistakes here. I think we have seen that happen before in races here. I think for an endurance race, maybe you're not going to be looking to push so much, but it is an area of scrutiny for the stewards in terms of making sure you're signaling your intent early to stay sort of, and make sure you don't trip over anyone. Just when you hit the brakes, the cars that are staying out on track will be already traveling probably over 150 mile an hour at that point on the straight. You do not want to get handled up and miscommunicated there.
I do have a horror story about that pit lane entry, actually. During the iRacing 6 Hours of Fuji, obviously not a special event, but just one of the Global Endurance Tour events, is one of the Project Valorous cars trying to get down the inside of Kevin Daniels there at the chicane and just completely blows it. Again, traffic management's going to be key here. But me and Alex Gerber, of course, driver for Technomills Racing, car number 41, not here today. Story behind that as well, which we'll get to. We're on a bit of a recovery drive. Liv, you'll know about that soundbite in the Discord server. That's the rear wing. Yeah, that's where it's from. So we're on a recovery drive from absolutely P nowhere. And we came into pit lane just behind NLMP2, who practically stopped right there on pit entry. And there was literally nothing I could do but plow into the back of him because he was just going, I'd already braked early because he was there, but because of how much slower he was going than normal, there was literally nothing I could do but run him over, which again meant more repairs, put us even more down and out of position. We did actually end up protesting that guy, and it was a pretty slam dunk. I think either a warning or a week's holiday for him.
It's always so tough though. Like we talked about making sure to practice your pit entry, especially for oval racing. It's a thing where you've got to make sure you know where to stop hitting the brakes so you don't blow past the cone that it's a penalty. But whenever you're doing the practice pit entry, you're normally on your own. And then in a race situation, sometimes you will be, but especially with how optimized everyone tries to make their strategies this season, you're gonna end up with traffic ahead or behind you quite often coming into pit lane, and you've got to make sure that you navigate that effectively. And it can be pressure for the lead car in that situation because you want to make sure you brake as late as possible so you don't get hit from behind. And I think that's probably the most likely situation where you can see a penalty for speeding. It's a car at the front of a train trying to make sure they stay out of the way and just pushing it a bit too far. But as the track goes quiet very briefly, we are going to start our qualifying session, 40 minutes, split into 2 sessions. I believe the GT3 machines will be the first ones out, and already on pit lane there is a rumble of all various different kinds of motors roaring to life and down into the outlap around the hairpin.
So now the race practice is over. We are going into the fastest session of the entire weekend as the GT3s make their way onto track for their qualifying session. We often say in endurance racing that qualifying doesn't matter, but it's bragging rights. We know how nice it is to say, oh, look at me, I've got a pole position. And it feels good as well. And it feels really good to nail a qualifying lap around here. And it's going to be really important for some of the drivers out there to get their car in the best position possible. Don't forget, we do have a fight in GT3 Pro at the top of that championship. So if RPM and Pandemonium want an opportunity to steal that crown, well, let's not steal it from XPD, but beat them to the crown on this particular occasion, they're going to have to make sure they start up there in the fields. Pandemonium really helped out by that win out in Le Mans that sort of skyrocketed them into contention for this one. But XPD have been, in two classes really, have been almost flawless all season, which is why they're in such a good stead in GT3 Pro and GTP. So keep your eyes peeled for XPD, keep your eyes peeled for RPM, keep your eyes peeled for Pandemonium Esports in this session as the cars come on to the start-finish straight to start a flying lap.
And it will be, I believe, Charlie Nilsson, one of the first cars across. Actually, our first car is the Smurf Race Team 391, who's already into turn 1 to start their first lap of the session. No, they're exiting pit lane. It is Charlie Nilsson, the first one. We're on board with Michael Costa here for virtualized by Thrustmaster. And will lead the field to through this first lap. And we talked about a little bit of teamwork. I don't know if necessarily there are any teams looking in formation right now, but with how long the straight is, you're seeing some cars trying to find a little bit of help coming down the start-finish straight. Here we are just coming through 300R this corner, and then we're about to head into that third sector. Very heavy braking zone coming up into the chicane, much heavier than it would be with the bypass. You see, gotta lunge super deep, hook the apex as late as possible to open up the next corner, and then back on the power, but not for long because of very awkward tightening radius here. Pressed over the hill, another thing, you stuck on the inside, got swing to the outside, and then again tighten it again, track falling away from you, no real reference points. Do you want to do that one more time? Well, you're gonna have to. Coming through the final corner, get on the power as early as you dare, but don't get onto those sausage curbs on the outside. The 213 keeps it straight. The car behind doesn't. It has a spin at the final corner. This will be, unless there was an off track, our first lap time of the session. Let's see what it's going to be for the 213 crew, and it will be a 140.552 to open up scoring here.
So lap times will start to pour in very, very quickly, as we're seeing a 1:40.3 from SimRace Sweden Esports Pro. I'm just seeing a 1:31.5, but I don't think that one is even slightly
No, I think that's an
legitimate. No. Still, lap times pouring in. Isaac Arvidsson's still pretty comfy at the top of the timing sheets, but Roberto Frieza for XPD Racing, there they are. They're up there already, 1:40.3 as well. RPM Racing at PEC, Charlie Nilsson also up there, 1:40.5. And then it's the first lap we saw, the 1:40.552 from Mikhail Costa for virtual drivers. Then there's the first, or the Pandemonium Esports car that is, I believe, the one that's in this fight, with the IS Corsa Porsche, rounding out your top 6 so far. But just having a quick peek at GT3 AM as well, because that's something that we're at least keeping an eye on, because there's still some racing to be had down there. Pandemonium by SimLab Red on provisional pole position there, with Squadron Veloce Bravo by Eagle RS in P2, DDK by Eagle Speed Academy in provisional P3, and Dogs on Web DS Racing up there in P4 with still laps to be set. I'm seeing, though, we're just having a peek at purple middle sector for Mikhail Costa as he comes on to the start-finish straight to finish his second lap of the session. So maybe a couple of laps to get the tyres up to temperature for the GT3s here. He's got a little bit of help, a touch of very distant slipstream to help him along as he crosses the line. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. It's a 1:40.394 as we now see 3 GT3s in the 1:40.3 window. As I say that, RPM Racing jumped to the top of the timing sheets, 2 tenths clear of the rest of the field.
SPD Racing have a lot of help from cars, a Pandemonium Esports car. They're gonna cross timing. It's actually a bit of a cooldown of 141 from them, but they're gonna have a lot of help into turn 1 here. They're just gonna make sure they don't get held up by the current GT3 AM pole sitter up ahead. What did I mention in the GT3 AM battle? HBT Motorsport, our 4-for-4 race winner so far this season, will not be taking the track in qualifying. They are focusing on the race setup and seeing what they can do from the back of the field this time. So that should be a pretty good show from Tom Bryant and co in the 324 entry, as a little bit of a traffic jam on pit exit here. Trying not to get in the way of cars on flying laps coming through turn 1, but a little bit sketchy to see. And I know it's something that we've seen a couple of penalties for so far this season. Teams looking to really not get themselves into trouble in this qualifying session right now.
Charlie Nelson in the final sector was still pushing, had a little bit of a moment, I think, down there at 10:15. Pulls off to the side to reset to the pit lane, get a fresh set of tyres, get that car filled up instantly and crack back on with another run. A little bit of a pro about sim racing is that we can get reset like that and crack on with the rest of the session. So just following your current P2 car, Isaac Arvidsson, who was relatively safe at the top of the standings until that Charlie Lund Nilsson lap. Let's just have a look at this Ferrari 296 GT3 as it threads itself through the chicane. Doesn't look like any personal bests in sector 1 or 2 so far, because Isaac Arvidsson is on his outlap. So gently bringing those tires into the window, not pushing too hard. It's as much as you want to go.
Racing goes to the pole by 7 thousandths.
And they've reset straight away. But a very quick driver of Isaac Arvidsson on the Ferrari 296 GT3. Let's stay on board, Liv. And do you want to take us on a lap around Fuji Speedway?
Yeah, sure. So again, we're powering through at such high speed coming through the start finish. We're talking maybe 270, 280, I think, for these cars, realistically. Maybe 260 kilometers an hour, but you got to go super heavy on the brakes into turn number 1. Try and make sure you get on the power as possible, but don't run too wide on that curb. Come through turn 2 here. Now into Coca-Cola turn 3, one of the most difficult corners because you got to carry so much speed but not pick up the off track on the outside. We're through there and now we're into 100R. You got to try and hood the inside as tight as possible, carry as much power as possible, but stay to the inside on the exit into the hairpin of turn number 6. You see Hucking get the power as early as possible. The track opens up a little bit on exit, so you've got the room to power through. See a little bit of draft maybe coming from the cars ahead as we come into 300R. Very long sweeper, flat out, and then down into Dunlop corner, into the chicane. A little bit on the curve on the inside there to try and carry as much speed as possible. Coming through now into turn number 30. We're talking about how the track sort of falls away from you at the apex. Very tricky to navigate, very blind. Coming through to next corner now, turn 15. Very similar issue. I think this is probably the easiest corner to spin at on the throttle, and then Panasonic enter as wide as possible. You don't want to trust yourself to try going out further wide, but you want to get on the power very quickly. I feel that was maybe a little bit too narrow from the 219, but the car ahead, the 262 Hydro Race PEC entry, might give a little bit of help to Isaac Arvidsson. We come to the stripe across the line. It would be a 140.257. It will be an improvement, but it'll still be 4th place for that crew right now. Looks like they're backing off and maybe going for a cooldown lap, or maybe ready to pull it to one side. This does not like they're at pace now. We'll focus back on the RPM Racing PEC entry, who are taking a super wide line in the final. I think this is them setting up for a lap, which is why they can afford to go so far out to the curb. But it just gives them that much more of a run down start-finish line. You want to be carrying as much speed as possible by the time you start lap. It's about 235 kilometers an hour at the moment you cross the line, and then above 250 by the time you hit the anchors into turn 1 here. sort of the 100-meter board, which
Ridiculous.
for a straight level line is very, very late indeed.
It's insane for a GT3 car to be breaking that late, but of course we are. I wouldn't say struggling, but we're certainly dealing with that 40-odd kilometer. Look at that, up to 42 kilometers an hour headwind into turn one, coming from the northeast to start finish straight. That does point to the northeast. I don't think I've ever seen gusty winds that high before on iRacing. Of course, the Tempest weather system giving us things like that, bringing in the wet weather, and really changing how the weather affects the track and what sort of weather we can actually see. But of course, with wind speeds that high, it's going to make the slipstream effect so much more effective, because not only do you get more downforce from that increased headwind, you get a slower top end speed because you've got more drag fighting you down the start finish straight as Charlie Nilsson sets a purple middle sector. Personal best in sector one as well. I don't think he had much help on the straight, but he's looking to get this lap time together with that V12 in the back of that Lamborghini. V10 even, sorry, what am I talking about? The V10 in the back of that Lamborghini screaming its way onto the start finish straight, takes a very wide exit through the final corner and commits to it before flicking back to the right to get onto the black stuff. Keeps that car as straight as possible, don't scrub off any speed. Up to the line comes Charlie Nilsson though. It is going to be back to the top of the timing sheets. A 1 minute 40.006. We are so close to getting down to the 1:39s, and I think, Lou, someone is going to get that lap time in at some point soon.
They're definitely targeting, and I think the SPD Racing GT3 car is going to be one to look for it. Very tight on that apex as well. I'm wondering whether maybe a little bit too far to the inside, but they did continue to lap on here. They are currently the second place time by about a tenth of a second, but they've been the closest challenger to this pole position all the way through the session. They have the championship lead. They're looking to start their potential title winning drive on the strongest foot possible. We're talking about qualifying. You've got 10 hours to recover from it, but there's still the importance of keeping yourself out of trouble. If you can be at the front of the field, then you're going to save yourself a lot of stress if you can just break away early and leave everyone else to fight behind. SD Racing comes to the line. They're not going to get there. It's going to be 7,000 again. This time they're going to fall on the wrong side of the timing line. And RPM Racing will hold on to provisional pole for now. But this is as tight a qualifying battle as we've seen all season.
And it was a purple final sector for Roberto Frias, as Mikhail Costa comes across the start-finish line. Just trying to double check if that is a finished lap or going on to a new one. He looks like he's committing down into turn one, hard on the brakes, then using as much of the curb on the outside as he can, just a touch wide into turn one. That's going to cost him a little bit of lap time as he gets back to the inside. Cuts that apex just a little bit. It's something you can do. The big commitment through turn three once again, as we've seen all session. This is that apex once again. I think this is going to be a bit of a scrub lap or a warm-up lap for the VDC driver as he prepares for another one, because he just doesn't look like he's quite pushing as hard as he should be on a quali run. Through the first sector he's come, and it's not going to be a personal best for him as Charlie Nilsson comes up to the start finish line once again. Are we going to see any form of improvement on this one?
I believe this is an outlap.
Does not look like it. It's the end of that lap. We're going on to the big fast one now. Get onto the white line on entry then. You making the track as wide as possible. It is less than a tenth of a second at the top of the standings so far, including the Simrace Sweden Esports Pro car, a car that we've seen have tremendous pace in qualifying, but just hasn't been able to put the season together in the races, Liv.
Yeah, I mean, they're currently sat at fourth in the championship. But I just say snake bitten too many times this season. Into unfortunate instance, they're looking to finish the season out on a strong note. Of course, top five are looking for championship payouts, so there's still a lot to fight for that team. But I think as a competitor, you're sort of looking as a springboard to head into season 7 and see what momentum you can carry forward after what's been, I think, a frustrating season for them. If not a badly performing one, just a very frustrating one. They are going to come to the stripe to, I believe, start their lap as well. SPD Racing currently on an outlap. This could be the final attempt for all of these cars. But it'll be RPM Racing currently weaving through the final sector, coming towards Panasonic, the final corner of the lap. Very wide coming through. So maybe they're actually going to set up as a double outlap for a push lap, or maybe this could be their shot at the 139. See what Charlie Nilsson has, the power of that Lamborghini Huracan coming to the start-finish line. Will it be a 39? No, that is an outlap. Okay, so they're going to put it around one more time. And I believe it is Sim Racing Esports Pro who are going to be the first one of this top group to set what could be their final lap of the session.
Yeah, track temperature starting to climb just a little bit as we've reached noon in Sim. So that track temp is just going to start to creep up a little bit more and a little bit more and make the cars just a touch trickier in the mid corner. Just trying to keep an eye on Isaac Arvidsson on board that Sim Race Sweden esports car and Charlie Nilsson on his next final lap. It looks like he's committing to this one because I've seen some outrageous corner cutting in the first sector so far. Not in an illegal way, certainly on the limit of what iRacing will let you do, but we're still just following Arvidsson as he comes through.
It doesn't
really
like
tight
having
10,
too
15.
much pace, so this could be
No, I
another
don't think so either.
prep lap here. You've seen that far wide, I
That's a
think.
setup, yeah.
Yeah, but hounded by a Lithium Motorsports Pro entry, who's going to have a hell of a draft and might want to look for a move into turn one here, rather than being held up through the first sector in that dirt. Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in when you're actually so close together, coming onto a long straightaway. This is a prep lap for 219. Was not an out lap, but was done as a second tour around to get the tyres into temperature. Now, going to be as committed as possible. But you're seeing how close Lithium Motorsports car can do. I don't think they're going to have it. I think it's Charlie Nilsson who's really the car to focus on right now. And they're going to come across the line, and it is going to be, they're going to get into the 139s here. And it's a great show for the start of the session, at the end of this qualified session. Say, SPD Racing coming through the final corner. They're going to look to try and respond here.
And they have.
I mean,
the 40.014.
That was the previous time. They're going to need better than that to get to the top of the timing board. We'll see what they're capable of. Is it going to be enough? We're running out of time. I think that might be the end of the GT2 qualified session.
Pit lane exit's closed.
Cannot improve. It's a 140.1. Such tight margins, obviously, but not able to find anything for the XPD Racing crew. Like they might start from second position here. Sim Racing Esports Pro still not able to find anything in this one. Just still struggling for pace, it seems like, to get that ultimate lap time.
Roberto Freezer held up by, I think that was Marino Mola in Sector 2. He's going to have to throw that lap away and give up on that one completely. Flashing the headlights, very, very unhappy with Mola for getting very, very in the way in turn 3. There's no other way to describe it. It was essentially blocking, so I'm sure the stewards are going to have something to say about that, because Freezer was pushing, trying to get that final lap in to have a shot at pole position from the RPM racing car. Isaac Arvidsson, I think, no, won't have a time to get another lap in. Final lap's already set in GT3 then, as everyone resets to pit lane, and we are less than a minute away from as fast as we're going to go here today at Fuji.
And you can see already the queue forming as cars on the right side of the screen finish off their final attempts, get the cars stopped, and back into pit lane. We've got all of our GTP machines looking to get off and onto track on the best foot they possibly can. It looks like it is one of the Project Valorous cars by Finn Idas 51 at the front of this queue. Or maybe actually, I think it might be the top two, Rosendahl and Adders in the 50 and 51. So maybe a little bit of teamwork looking to be shown from Project Valorous in this qualifying session. Here, I check the standings here. The 50 car is the one with the best shot in the championship right now. So maybe the 51 looking to give a helping hand if possible. But as we wait for the green light at the end of pit lane, this will bring forward our GTP qualifying session. And the break into turn one is going to be even more ridiculous, I think.
Just a couple of things to look out for in this session then. Fuji is at a little bit of altitude compared to sea level. Don't quite have the information on exactly how high up it is. But iRacing does model altitude, which means the air up here is a little bit thinner than it otherwise would be. So let's talk about the engines that we've got in this field. We've got no BMWs out there on track today, but we do have Acuras, Porsches, and Cadillacs. Now, what's the reason that we really love the Cadillacs, Liv? The one reason that we absolutely adore the Cadillac GTPs.
The noise.
Which is generated by...
naturally aspirated?
A naturally aspirated, big honking 5.5 litre V8 engine. Now, what does a naturally aspirated engine not have? Well, I'll tell you that one. It doesn't have turbochargers, which is going to compress the air and get that rammed into the engine and generate a little bit more power. And the thing is, if the hybrid was modeled correctly, it wouldn't be an issue because the hybrid could fill in that torque gap. However,
that's one for the bingo card.
There you go. Because we are running 700 horsepower and ICEs at peak, the Cadillac is going to struggle to hit that number. It will be slower on the straights, and theoretically, over the course of the lap, it'll be able to get on the power a little bit better. But all the other cars on the grid have turbos. The Acura, a twin turbo engine, which of course is why it has such terrible torque at the low end. But those guys are really going to love this altitude because it's going to give them such an advantage compared to the Cadillacs. And that's almost such a shame for the Reiter engineering squad, who've had such poor luck so far this season. And they're rocking up to the final round already at a disadvantage, as Finn Adders in the 51 Project Valorous car does cross the line to start the first flying lap for the GTP machinery.
I did just look it up while you were talking about that elevation here, around 600 meters above sea level, 2,000 or so feet. Mm-hmm. It's of course nothing compared to the 3,700 meters of the mountain in the distance, but it's, I think, one of the highest altitudes we have in iRacing.
It is short only to Interlagos,
yeah,
which is the highest altitude circuit on the track for now. We can speculate on that one at some point.
Project Valorous are our first two cars, or alongside the University Esports entry, weaving through this final sector for the first time. We'll see what their strategy ends up being, whether they go for that double outlap or whether this is immediately where they're going to be pushing. Of course, with the GTP hybrid units, you basically only have one lap of full deploy at a circuit of this length. And so
I was going to say, it does depend on the track, to be fair. Fuji's got big enough braking zones, you can get away with two push.
It has it's such a long straight though, surely. And you only use these at the start more than anything.
I'm trying to remember what I did last time I was here, but I think we're talking about 6 months ago now.
If we could go on board though, because I'd love to hear you talk us through a lap of the GTP machinery here.
Well, assuming Finn Adders is about to go for another push lap, let us do jump on board. Almost at the top of 7th gear, some of the fastest speeds we're going to see on the circuit. Hard on the brakes down into turn 1, flick it down into 1st gear. Use as much of the apex on the inside as you can. Big kick of oversteer on the exit from the Acura ARX-06. Very quickly up through the gears again, using all of the track on entry. Big corner cut once again, and that's very wide. It's going to be an off track, a lap ruined and over for Finn Adders. So let's just switch to one of the Enosis Esports cars. Down to that apex in the Porsche, a very different sound to what we've just heard. A V8 turbocharge in the back of that one through, this was 180R, right? 100R? See, I'm getting lost in my own corners. Big, hard braking zone into the chicane. Just a little bit wide, not over the curve on the inside as you need to. Cuts the second one nicely and the third one very nicely as well. Feed the car to the outside of the circuit. Bring it gently back to the inside. Pick up the throttle as early as you can. Squirt the car out the corner. And then a very tricky braking zone, especially for these Porsches, braking not in a straight line. You are turning whilst braking, which is one of the trickiest things to do in a race car. Right to the outside of the circuit once again. Nice late apex. Get on that throttle, full power. And then you've got 770 horsepower pushing you down this tremendously long straight. Up through the gears once again. Upshifting as those blue lights pop up. And across the line comes the Enosis Esports car, and I think that's going to be the first lap for them. Let's see what it's going to be. And it's invalidated. There must have been an off track at some point on that lap. But just to, I did just say Writer Engineering would be at a bit of a disadvantage. That is still going to hold up. We currently have 3 cars in the 28 twos, and one of those is the Writer Engineering Esports car of Jan Kurbs coming off the back of that win at the Hockenheim Ring. Sim Race Center LMDH, Tobias Kruken currently up there in P1, with Alberto Garcia Blasco opening XPD Racing's bank very convincingly up in 2nd place. So that's exactly where they want to be to try and get a jump on the start of this race.
And it seems like we really are seeing that one lap push strategy from a lot of these GTP machines, not looking to keep a set of tires alive. It's really those stickers are where you want to be finding the grip here.
Saying that way, but it's 2 personal bests from Jan Kurbs in Sector 1 and Sector 2 as he comes through the final corner. That is a proper quality line through there as well, just not quite all the way out to that curb. Bit of help from the Porsche in front, just dragging that Cadillac along. He needs all the assistance he can get if he wants to try and get a good lap time in here. Across the line, cuts the beam. It is an improvement. It's a 28.230, so it's put him up into 2nd place for now. And he's only 2 thousandths off provisional pole position. I don't want to say this in a mean way, but I'm actually quite surprised to see Sim Racing Center up in P1 at the moment, because it's not really where we're used to seeing them.
Yeah, they've really found some great pace here, it seems, today. Sim Race Center, one of our sort of mid-pack teams in a lot of races, currently sat 10th in our championship standings, but really great qualifying pace being shown from the 67 here, looking for a shot at that pole position.
Yeah, the Porsche is a car that really thrives here at this track. Of course, we had that bop adjustment after, I think, the first round of the season, where the Acura lost a little bit of... No, actually, it didn't lose its power. It lost its downforce. So perhaps the team's having to sacrifice a little bit, as the Acuras are currently 3, 4, and 5 with the Porsche and Caddy on top as it stands. Acura still probably the way to go, but things are just a little bit better than they used to be as Jan Kurbs coming around that final corner. Not on a push lap as far as I can tell. I do expect him to pull over and reset. It's almost like I can read this man like a book. Imagine being able to, predict what someone you've been racing against for 6 years is going to do.
Well, for you, it's very easy to predict. It's often going for the lunge on the GT3.
That's a low blow. That's a low blow. It's so mean.
We're following on board here with the Sim Race Center LMDH, looking for an improvement again. Currently on provisional pole, but the gap is so tight between themselves and Writer Engineering. They're looking for that extra pace out the final corner, but just a little bit too far on the push. That's gonna not just compromise that lap, but if they were trying to set up for another lap, they're not gonna have the right factor. They have to reset now. And as we say that, All Firm Racing Orange have found a lap time at 1:28.208 and take the provisional pole by 2/100th of a second. The top 4 within a half a tenth here, and the top 5 within 1/10. It's a really tight qualifying battle here. We're still at 10 minutes left during the session.
I mean, that's putting it politely. It seems like we are in the absolute minor margins in qualifying, as it has been all season so far. Just looking down the overlays that I've got on to try and track this session, I am seeing 5 cars with a gap of double zeros to the leader. Now, that means it's under a tenth of a second or so, but double zeros from 1st to 5th. And yeah, we've still got 10 minutes to go. So everyone's still got some time to find, but I am absolutely flabbergasted by how tight this field is right now.
I think we'd all say the track is probably get a little bit faster, more room being laid down. The temperature's not very high again. The sun might be shining, but it is late November conditions here in Fuji. We're expecting the rain to come across within the next hour or 2. So that cool breeze definitely keeping the track.
It's a 27.9.
Oh my goodness!
DLR by
Matthias
So it's XPD versus DLR by SimLab in the championship, but DLR by SimLab absolutely laying down the gauntlet in this session to put a 1/10 of a second on a top 7 that was previously covered by the same amount of time it takes a person to blink.
Yeah, I mean, Old Firm Racing Orange found an improvement, but that immediately overshadowed by the number 5, putting our first 27 on the board. Will anyone be able to follow? We had in the GT3 qualifying one car alone underneath the 140 barrier. Could it be the same thing this time, or will the rest of the field find that extra little bit to put a challenge onto DLR by SimLab for the pole position? Again, they would gain a huge advantage here coming into the opening of this race, having control of the field. Would give a chance to sort of break away in lap 1 and relieve that pressure, and in a championship fight, taking as much pressure off your shoulders as possible is what you want to do. But SBD Racing, Alberto Garcia Blasco looking to try and pile that pressure back on. They're only in P6 right now with a 128.2. But we'll see if they find an improvement here. There will be an improvement. It jumps up to 3rd with 128.1. So bringing the fight towards the number 5 crew, but with 8 minutes to go, they'll need that little bit more to try and get onto the front row with them or take that pole position away.
Well, we've got cars just finishing their build-up runs now. Jan Curbs into the, well, just coming into the second sector of Fuji. A bit of traffic to deal with as he gets on the brakes. 4 turn 6, very, very wide through 7. Looking for any sort of improvement in sector 1 as he comes to cut the beam into the second sector. I'm waiting for a purple or a green sector for him. It isn't going to happen on this occasion. He may use this lap as another build lap as he cuts through the chicane, but I'm looking at 3 or 4 cars on track in front of him that could cause him some issues as he comes onto what should be another flying lap, but not on for any sort of improvement right now. So it might be a 3rd build lap we're seeing here. That is the quality line through here though. Mark Rosendahl just in front of him on the outlap, coming onto his first flyer. So what we're going to see from Jan Curbs here, if he does continue, he will be going for another lap. If he pulls over, well, that's going to be very close to his qualifying session being over, as there's only, I want to say 4 minutes left until pit exit is closed for the GTPs. Yeah, so here we go. It is going to be another lap for Jan Curbs. As you notice, esports car jumps up to P7, and XPD Racing cut the beam to set a 127.7. They saw the lap time set by Old Firm Racing and DLR by SimLab and went, yeah, you know what, we can beat that. Boom, 0.2 of a second on the rest of the field.
This is shaped up to be a duel for the championship, though. They are the class of the field, those two right now. SimRacer and LMDH does get into the 27s, but it's only good enough for 3rd right now. What does Matthias Weitschen have in response?
Oh, that's close to the off track.
This is the start of a lap, so we did follow board to see what the number 5 crew can do. Keeping it to nice and tucked in there through Coca-Cola, and now through 100R. Again, want to try and carry the speed, but not let yourself wash out on exit here. You can get back to the right-hand side to open up this hairpin and get on the power as soon as possible. This is so tight. The track just, you want to get on the power and stay on the power, but the track falls away from you there in terms of you need to carry yourself back through, but down into Dunlop corner, hopping over that sausage curb, and this is going to be very tricky. That turtle not playing nice, and they're going to quickly reset, try and get one more run in. They know it has to be inch perfect through every corner to try and chase down the lap that SBD Racing have. And so they're going to give it one more attempt here with a fresh car, and we'll see what the cars behind you. There's number 67 crew, I believe, now on an outlap after setting their 3rd place time. But coming into the final set to try and start once again.
Just coming under a little bit of pressure from the 24 behind him to get a bit of a wriggle on both of these cars on an outlap.
Outlaps, so
yeah, we're going to see quite a few cars on outlaps at the moment, but someone who's not on an outlap is the 91 of NGC Esports. Marcos Silva on board that one, improving to P4. So we do have some cars that have jumped to the top of the field now as everyone starts to show their true pace, and it's the Acuras and the Porsches. Yeah, that's right. The turbocharged cars are working at altitude. Who could have predicted that?
I'm really curious to see what the Backmarker Racing team are able to do with this slipstream. They're currently down in P8, only half a second off, mind you, but the margins are so close. They're trying to just catch onto the coattails of the number 67 and see what they can do in the draft. The problem, of course, is that you're getting so much dirt through these corners and well off the apex of this hairpin, because they just can't quite get the grip in that car. I don't think this is going to work out for them. But I definitely understand sort of why they decided to give that a go this late in the session. Just like either car's on a particularly quick lap, I think the SPD Racing car maybe has a good shot going forward, but also the DLI Simlab crew just starting their lap as well. So this is going to be very close between these two teams. Might be their last attempt unless they can get out of pit lane quickly for one more run.
Now,
we'll see what the 67's able to do. These
will definitely be the final runs now. We're 20 seconds away from pit lane exit closing as Matthias Whiting goes very wide through turn 3. It should just be a build lap for him. But Tobias Kruken comes across the line, drags the Backmarker Racing car with him. Not going to be an improvement for either car. So here comes the big push lap from these guys.
And I think SPD is doing a double outlap here. So they maybe are planning for this to be their final attempt. Did a little bit of weaving through 300R and might set up for another one. We'll focus on with Matthias Whitgen here, who I believe might be on a push lap. We'll see what he's able to do through the final sector, but I think both of these cars will stay out and try and get one more lap in on this tank once they hit the beam. Keep one eye on SPD Racing. Their lap is not fast. It is a build lap of 129.
Here's the push.
DLR by Simlab, can they have any response coming down towards start finish line? Halfway down this straight, so you got a huge amount of time based on what you got at the final corner. Even in a qualifying scenario, that will be an invalid lap. So again, taking it as a build, SPD, DLR, one more chance for each team to improve, but it is Matthias Whitgen with all the pressure on his shoulders right now to try and get onto the pole position. Old Firm Racing Orange goes to 3rd place with a 127.950. Great lap from Randy Mateos there.
We'll just keep you updated on the pace of our top 3 protagonists in this qualifying session.
Big
no
lap from
improvement.
Sim Racing Center LMDH up to 2nd place, a 127.809. That'll be their session done, but what a way to end it.
Well, Alberto Garcia
SPD Racing are going to be the first one now to cross the line. Do they have anything left in the tank?
Alberto Garcia Blasco, no improvement in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So, oh no! Matthias Whiten for DLR by Simlab was on course for a purple lap. Personal best in Sector 1. Almost purple in Sector 2, but a huge lockup in the final sector costs him that final run. So it looks like it's going to be a pole position for Alberto Garcia Blasco, as it looks like the rest of the field is struggling to improve as Marcos Silva, big spin through turn 3. I'm trying to see if anyone else is improving. Alejandro Castañera improves in Sector 1. I'm trying to see where the Reiter car is as well. PB in Sector 1. PB in Sector 2. Jan Kurbs is improving. I think Finn Adders was on an improving lap, but couldn't bring that one to a close. Randy Martini Mateos crosses the line, finishes out his qualifying session. So realistically, the only car on a flying lap, that wasn't a flying lap, was that Jan Kurbs #1 car.
I'm not seeing anyone finding that additional pace right now. We'll wait to see the checkered flag about to fall, which will mark the end of the session. Only 5 cars circulating. I don't think any of them are trending green here.
There's the checkered. So let's have a look then. It is a personal best in Sector 1 for Kurbs. He's coming up to that Sector 2 line as well. He had a huge lockup down into here on a previous lap. Just knocks that curb, sends him a little bit wide through the first apex, but I think he is still improving. Personal best in sector 2. He's currently 3/10 off provisional pole, so he's going to need a huge final sector to really make anything happen here. We know that the Cadillac struggles with straight line speed thanks to its lack of a turbocharger. Great line through turn 15, good line through turn 16. Let's see if that naturally aspirated V8 can push him to an improvement, push him to get that provisional pole position down to the, well, take pole position. Across the start finish line he comes. It's a 28-1. It's not going to be good enough to get into that top 3. It's an improvement in time, but I don't think it's going to be an improvement in position. It's a hard-fought lap from curbs. Mark Rosendahl comes across the line, improves to 8th, but a very tight qualifying session there. The top 3 covered by a 10th of a second as Alejandro Castañeda comes into pit lane. Oh, wow, what a session that was, Liv.
Yeah, back and forth, between SBD Racing DLR and then Sim Racing Center LMGH. A fantastic qualifying session for them. Going to be starting second place on the grid. I think it's their best start of the season. But in the end, it is SBD Racing GTP taking first blood in this championship fight. They will start from pole position. It'll be the DLR best in the orange car, Matthias Weitgen, staring at the gearbox coming through the formation lap and to the race start as they start from P3 on the grid with Randy, Martin, and Mateos. The outside shot here in the championship starting alongside in the second row.
So I can't lie. I think talking championship fights, I genuinely think Matthias Weitgen is in the best position here. We've been harking on about how long that start-finish straight is since the start of the broadcast. And what's the one thing you really want on that start-finish straight? It's a toe. So as the cars line up on the grid for the start of this 10-hour race, let's have a look down the order to see where everyone's going to line up. XPD Racing in that championship fight take first blood with that pole position alongside Tobias Kruken for Sim Racing Center to take their best starting position of the entire championship so far. Matthias Weitgen in the hot seat for the start of this race down in P3 alongside another championship contender of Old Firm Racing in P4. Alejandro Castañeda takes that 5th place for Renosis Esports, and Marcos Silva manages to slot their car into P6. Jan Kurbs of Writer Engineering can only manage P7 as Mark Rosendahl for Project Valorous lines up alongside him in P8. As we cycle down then, the Batmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car takes P9, and to round out row 5 of the grid is the Carbono Esports team. Finadas for Project Valorous down there in P11, and Cesar Cabral for Race 2 Esports in P12. And Olivia, why don't you take us through the GT3 field for this one?
Of course, Charlie Nilsson in the RPM Racing PEC entry, taking pole position in a Lamborghini, then Ferrari's behind. XBD Racing, Sim Race Sweden Esports Pro, and then virtual drivers by Thrustmaster. Then we have the Audi R8 of Pandemonium SimLab Gold. Alongside them would be the Pandemonium SimLab White entry Ferrari of Star Plug. Strumentis DS Racing down in P7, and then IS Corsa, Gnosis Esports GT3, and Eagle Speed Academy Esports G rounded out our top 10 in the Chevrolet Corvette. The rest of our pro field gonna line up with Team Race Data DE Black, Lithium Motorsports Pro, Hydro Race Forces PEC, the second XPD Racing GT3 entry, Octopus Racing Team, Sim Race Sweden Esports, and then Rubis Gas by NGC.
Lithium Motorsports AM take pole position in GT3 AM alongside DDK by Eagle Speed Academy. Slippers Racing Team in that 3rd place in that class with Squadron Veloce Bravo by Eagle RS in P4. Pandemonium by SimLab take 5th with Dogs on Web rounding out row 3. Octopus Racing Team Black down there in P7, and HWT Motorsport and Smurf Racing Team choosing not to set a lap time. So we know how dominant HWT have been all season. It's going to be great to see those guys come through the field, but as the Porsche Oh, it's a cup car, isn't it? The Porsche Cup car with no wing safety car brings us through the final corner. The GTP field, get all lined up, get all your ducks in a row, because that car is about to peel off into pit lane, and we are about to see the green flag drop for 10 hours of equally intense racing as to what we've seen all season so far. Safety car pulls in. Rain is on the way. XPD Racing, Alberto Garcia Blasco on that pole, gets away very cleanly. Already has a couple of car lengths over the cars behind him, as it's going to be Tobias Kruken and Matthias Whiten almost side by side, will be side by side into turn one. Whiten has to jump this one to get into position for the championship fight, gets clear of the 67, and just like that, your two championship contenders are nose to tail.
And looking at our GT3 start, it's at RPM Racing PEC with control of the field. They're going to wait a long time, it looks like, really bunching up and now launch, try and get the jump on SB Racing behind, and it is an absolute swarm further back in the field here. RPM Racing maybe breaking away a little bit, but then they have to defend the inside, and I think this could be chaos into turn number one. They're 3 wide on the way in. It looks like the front half navigates nice and cleanly, and we're going to make it through into turn number 3 in one piece. A great show of racing from everyone here. Lap one in the, well, almost the first sector in the books for both teams. Lap one nearly in the books for the GTPs even, coming through the final sector now. And so far, everyone's still putting in the right direction for now.
This will be the first time we've come down to turn one at full racing speed, almost contact between the 5 and the 33 down there at turn 6. Managed to keep it clean, but Alberto Garcia Blasco seems to have the pace in that final sector and is 6/10 clear of the rest of the field as it stands. That headwind, though, still not working in his favor. Matthias Whiten has to hold off Tobias Kruken down into turn one. With the GT3 field, Charlo and Nilsson still leads those guys away, but cannot shake the Simrace Sweden esports car of Isaac Arvidsson, a driver that we've seen have such fantastic pace so far this season, as we've got some side-by-side action down there into turn one, as Project Valorous, I think, are trying to hold off that one of the Carbono esports cars. Yes, it is. So it's Porsche versus Acura for the last of the top 10. Finada's doing everything he can to try and hold on to that one, but here is that first run down into turn one at full racing speed for the GT3 field. It's a very long race we've got ahead of us, but does Isaac Arvidsson want to make a statement at the start of lap 2? Speed build, speed build. He's going to pull to the inside. Is he? Did I jump a little bit too early on that one? No, he chooses to stay out of it, save fuel. But behind, Roberto Freeze is going to send it down the inside. 2 Ferraris side by side through the hairpin at turn 1. And that will continue through 2 as they head down to 3. Still side by side. Who's going to back out first? Who's going to be latest on the brakes? The XPD Racing car chooses to back out with the Simrace Sweden esports car on the preferred line as they go back to line astern.
And already some very close battles coming to start lap 2, coming through that opening sector. Project Valorous still fending off the Carbono esports GTP for 10th place in the top class. Up ahead, it is still XPD Racing with the lead of the race. DLR by SimLab has cleared for 2nd place and are just 4/10 back from your race leader. Remember, these two are the battle for the championship in the bottom right corner in GTP. They're keeping each other honest already from the outset, and already about half a lap separated between the GTPs and the GT3 field. That is going to end up being sooner rather than later in our first run through traffic, and that is when things are going to get very sketchy indeed.
But this is exactly what we want to see. It is a case of whoever finishes best out of those two cars takes the championship. Every driver knows they need to keep their noses clean, but also stay within range of the car ahead, as that is exactly what is happening so far. As I think we've got a little bit of a breakaway group of, I want to say, the top 6. Yeah, the top 6 really getting away here. And guess which car is kind of the cork in the bottle for that second group? That's right, it is the Cadillac of Writer Engineering, a car that is going to be struggling all race long here. And it's already the case. The P7 car just not able to get into the slipstream of Marcos Silva and get dragged along at all, as he's already had that gap open up to about a second. Something to keep an eye on those who come down to turn one yet again. Tobias Kruken struggling off that final corner. Randy Martin and Mateus in position to try and make a move. Is in that slipstream, pulls to the inside. They're side by side on the brakes into one. Randy Martin and Mateus on that advantageous line does get to the apex first, but Kruken looking for a cutback on exit. He's tucks back into the slipstream. He might look to the inside. He does, but is he going to go for it? No. Tucks back in as they go nose to tail through three, and that is P3 for Randy Martin and Mateus and Old Firm Racing. So your top three championship contenders in GTP are 1, 2, 3 on track.
We go on board with, this is one of the Acura machines, I believe. It is the DLF. So this is, we see at the top of the, this is the battle, and you see the SBD Racing overall leader just out of the windscreen, chasing down. Gap now, we're seeing the GTPs are just on the start-finish straight right now. The GTPs are coming through the final set, so I think it'll be next lap maybe.
Yeah. Oh, there's a spinner. Hold on.
Through.
There is a GT3 spinner at the back of the field. The Octopus Racing Team car off the track at 16. Dutifully, well, I say that, almost stays out of the way of everyone, but rejoins just alongside the Project Belarus car, who is currently involved in that fight for P10. Everyone else is going to squeeze by Marino Molla. It looks like he's got front end damage on that car, but does choose to stay out. So we always question whether there's a bit of netcode damage, but maybe there is in this case. But it's a missed apex for Alberto Garcia Blasco, and it's opened the door for Mateus Whiten. Whiten chooses to back out coming through turn two and has a peek through three, but isn't going to go for anything, as these two are going to stay almost dead level for the rest of this lap. But here it is then, Liv, the most exciting phase of the race. We are coming through our first round of traffic.
And this is really where you have to be brave if you're at the front of the field. You can gain a lot of time if you can cut through. Here we have this instant for the Octopus Racing team.
Whiten's going for it. Whiten's going for it. Down into the chicane. They are side by side for the lead of this race after 5 laps. Door banging through the traffic. Mateus Whiten jumps in front of the XPD racing car of Alberto Garcia Blasco in the traffic and takes the lead. Big dive through the final sector for Whiten to put a little bit of space between him and Alberto Garcia Blasco. Touch of door banging with the traffic. And wow, what a bit of racing from those two, as Blasco gets completely checked up in the traffic and has now opened the door for the Old Firm Racing squad to get through. It is all
3 wide in GT3, a bit further up. This is going to be hell for this top two when they get SBD Racing really struggling here. Old Firm Racing now putting them under pressure. Oh, and there's contact in that GT3 battle in turn number 1. Can they navigate cleanly? It looks like the GTP leaders will get through. That is one of the Pandemonium Esports car. The 240 and the 255 falling to the back of the field. And that is going to cost them a lot of spots. Pandemonium Esports and Mob White down from a 6th place starting position to now running last in GT3 Pro. But at the front of the field, SPD Racing being put under pressure. We'll see this 3 wide moment once again. And they actually slot back in, and I think maybe just not quite navigating to the apex together quite right there. That's a turn. Both cars seem to be okay, but it's a lot of time lost. We'll see whose fault we see this as from this chopper cam.
No, that's Stewart's job.
I mean, we want to know what happened though.
It just looks like the Pandemonium cars.
Yeah, the Serenity cars washed out a little bit, but obviously that's after the apex. I think Pandemonium just not quite leaving enough room to the inside there.
Yeah, I think a bit of 2 into 1 not quite working there. Both cars not really operating with the facts that they're around another car. Both cars ending up almost in the gravel, out wide at turn 1, but back at the front of the field for just a second. The gaps have really opened up through that first phase of traffic, as it's 2.6 seconds between our 2 championship contenders. And then another 1.4 seconds back to Old Firm Racing. So as exciting as the traffic has been, it's sort of ruined our fight for the championship. For now, at least.
For now, we have 9 hours and 50 minutes left in this race. We always say traffic giveth and traffic taketh. There's plenty of time for that to come back around. I think very unfortunate for SP to get overtaken and then just get swallowed up, as this is Hydro Race Racing forces here inside of turn 14, I believe, just getting caught out on the inside line.
Oh, no.
And I think everyone gets away with that one.
I think he's lost his front bump. I know,
No,
never
he's
mind.
got
It's back. It's back. So it was gone, and then it was back. Okay, that's fine. I'm here for it.
Ultimately, I don't think we got any red cards right now. Everyone's, at least for now, gotten through this first run of traffic without too much calamity. And it does look like we are just about at the end of this first run, as the final few GTPs weave through our GT3 leaders.
Another replay coming your way.
Ooh,
I think another incident. It's Pandemonium. It's the Pandemonium Ferrari yet again, alongside the Italian. Oh,
that
car stopped on the apex of the chicane. Who could have seen that one coming? Goodness gracious me.
that's Hydro Race again.
Yeah, everyone piling in there at full speed as well, which doesn't seem like the smartest idea, but wow, okay. Just a quick update on HWT Motorsport, who of course started at the back of the GT3 Anfield. After 10 minutes, they're already up to bed.
I mean, that is impressive.
It's not bad.
I think we probably expect, given how dominant they've been this season, but to make the moves that quickly, I think even they were expecting it to take a sort of maybe much of the first third of this race to cut through and get into the lead battle. They're already hounded for second place as well. Slippers Racing Team and Drew Glover right ahead, and actually a little bit wide through 100R. And I could be doing a slot through, and I think maybe Drew Glover thinking that could be the bridge to drag me forwards back into the battle with Lithium Motorsport AM. But already after just 7 laps, HP Motorsport up 6 places. 7 places even, I think.
Quite an impressive start to this one. But Liv, you are, with your IndyCar racing, you are pretty on it when it comes to strategy. We've now got a 3 and a bit, nearly 4 second gap at the head of the field. XPD Racing, of course, starting on pole, but losing out on that first place during that first cycle through traffic. So realistically, you need to close that gap as the 33 squad. Do you try to do that on strategy, or are you just going full push and seeing if you can get it closed down?
I think in this situation, especially given the weather situation that we have, you are not trying to gamble too much on strategy. I think in this situation, you're running as fast as you're comfortable with. If you're naturally able to save a lap of fuel, then you take it, but you don't go for a large save, because within the next hour or two, this entire race will be turned on its head, and there's no point making these very grand plans when things could very easily flip the other way, and once everyone has to go onto the wet tires, that equalizes everyone's fuel tank essentially. So I think if I'm FPD Racing, I'm trying to do as much as I can to just close back in. I think the next run through traffic is where I try and target this and hope that the number 5 gets a little bit caught up and a little bit unlucky through this final sector especially. But I'm not worried at this stage. I think we are very much looking at when the rain comes in, and it looks like it could be sooner rather than later. We're starting to see a little bit of storm on our weather radar.
Yep.
So
well, I mean, I'm sure I, like a lot of people in this race right now, looking at that weather. For those who have looked at the weather radar on iRacing before, it is graded on a scale of light blue to pink, and in the middle of that, to really late on the graph, it's diagrams. Oh no, we got a little bit of a move going on down there for P2 in class. I think that's the XPD Racing GT3. Of course, with one hand on that pro trophy already, looking to close out their season with a win, move up in second place. It's now them versus SimRace Sweden Esports. But yeah, the graph goes from that blue to pink. Red is quite far down that scale, so that's some pretty heavy rain. If you do get the chance to look at it at any point, Liv, there's a lot of red on the radar. There's like a leading little bit of blue, and then a touch of green, and it's just red. It's red. Very, very intimidating weather graph. It's going to make conditions out here extraordinarily tricky very, very quickly. So making that call to jump onto wet weather tires is going to be absolutely paramount to how the rest of this race goes.
And it is about timing it to perfection. One lap wrong on either side, and especially if you stay on the slicks one lap too long, you can lose an entire pit stop. Just bringing it back down to your crew, if not more, if you push too hard on that in lap. It's very easy to throw an entire race just trying to gain a couple of seconds in changing conditions. I think that's what teams want to avoid more than anything else. But this is currently a three-way breakaway patch at the front of the GT3 field. In the bottom right corner is a spinner.
Oh, it's a spinner.
Coming
that looks
through
like the SimRace car. Yeah, that's a SimRace Center car. Tobias Kruken.
Oh, what been a great start and a great opening phase of the race.
Liv, there is a pass for the lead in
Yes, there is. SPD
GT3.
Racing have got to the inside. SimRace Sweden aren't giving this up, though. Or they have to tuck back into turn 3. But let's look at the replay of what happened to the number 67 crew.
Everything happening all at once here. Oh, has to avoid the back end of the Old Firm racing car. Stands on the brakes in panic. And the Porsche is a car where the brakes can lock up like that, and that's exactly what happened. Rear end goes round, reverses off the track to get out of everyone's way, and rejoins really safely with what should be absolutely no damage. I'm sure Tobias Kruken will be kicking himself a little bit after that one, but ultimately made the best and safest decision for both teams in that one. And it looks like they may have the pace to make something happen there as Jan Kurbs moves up into P5 from Marcos Silva. So another team that's looking for a bit of a recovery drive here after a poor qualifying session in their case. But yeah, Tobias Kruken, a mistake really early on, but with plenty of time to recover.
Oh, mistake from SimRace Sweden Esports Pro is going to let RPM Racing through as well. Just a little bit too wide on the exit of 14. Bumps over the curbs and just doesn't quite get the run they need there. As RPM Racing, Charlie Nilsson again able to look forwards at Roberto Friesen, the SPD Racing GT3 car, as our GTP entry is going to start to catch the back of this field once again.
Yay. I love it when that happens. Yeah, big lead though at the front of the field for DLR by SimLab as it stands. Open that one up to 4 seconds with XPD Racing. Have a nice comfy gap over Old Firm as well of 2.1, but the first car that's going to meet the very dense rear end of that GT3 field is the race leader. And oh, it isn't going to be comfy because here it comes, closing speed, absolutely huge, 0.4 of a second is the gap as the 3 cars in front are actually fighting for position. Stefan Le Guin dives almost to the inside of the Pandemonium Esports car. Whiten just sweeps around the outside of the Pandemonium car and gets everyone nice and easily down there into turn 3. It's going to be a little bit more difficult a job of it coming through turn 4 and 5. So just still following, well, the descent of the NGC Esports team down the field after a brilliant qualifying session from them, coming under all sorts of pressure from Mark Rosendahl.
Yeah, and this is where things are going to get very, very difficult indeed for not just the GTPs, but also the GT3s at the back of the field. It's not fun being the first one to sort of not do. Actually, speaking of, there's an incident there. Hydro Race Forces again getting tangled up with the Pandemonium SimLab Red car into that chicane. And that seems to be a problem point for them, if not the entire field right now.
I was going to say, yeah.
Really struggling to navigate.
Yeah, we're looking at this GT3 lead battle, not only picture in picture, but in big focus as well. Here comes the replay for you. Try and dissect exactly exactly what happened there. XPD Racing sweeping around the outside of all of them. Racing Force defend to the inside, and Pandemonium, big dive to the inside and just contact at the apex of the corner. The Pandemonium car gets spun to the inside, rejoins as safely as possible, and back on the way they go after another incident.
Again, very little damage, it seems like, has been picked up. A lot of teams very lucky in the early run of this race. Just Dodds on Web, DS Racing with a pit stop so far today. But you've got to say a lot of close calls, and I'm not sure how much longer they can get away with this before things start to turn sour.
I mean, it's going to get wet before it gets sour, though.
I mean, yeah.
Because that rain is coming. I've had it popped out on my screen for the last 5 minutes or so, and there is nothing more ominous than a wet weather system creeping its way towards the circuit as the Race 2 Esports car goes for a bit of a dive on the Pandemonium Ferrari. Doesn't make it work. The Pandemonium car just wasn't, trying to let that one happen. But the Project Valorous, I think that's the 50, has managed to get through Marcos Silva, as again that 963 is just dropping through the field at the moment, as they don't seem to have the same race pace as they had in quali.
Yeah, I think it's not necessarily lack of race pace, but I think they've just struggled in terms of consistency more than anything. They've had that sort of one lap that was a couple of laps that were fantastic, but again, that spin, a couple of mistakes have opened the door for the cars. They're still very much within the pack, but they've got to try and get those little mistakes cleaned up if they want to have a chance of coming back through the field here. As our GTPs are coming towards the GT3 leaders here. And you see, I think that's the DLR similar orange car coming through 100R, and they're catching up these GT3 leaders ahead. This will be them clear of the pack. And unfortunately for XPD Racing, the gap has not been closed at all through this cycle of traffic.
It's
Matthias White did a great job holding it about 4 or 5 seconds. Well, XPD has pulled away a little bit, but...
Don't speak too soon, Liv, because Matthias Whiten is getting all sorts of tangled up in that lead fight and getting massively held. It's the final sector. It's the one place you don't want it. As Garcia Blasco is going to close within about 3.5 seconds, but he's going to have traffic of his own to deal with. You're seeing it as the...
So precise for Matthias Whiten here.
He's doing his best to try and stay in front. It's a really tricky situation to be in. Again, those switchback nature of that section giving you plenty of opportunities to get up the inside of GT3s, but I promise you they don't appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely not. No, it's a frustrating section for all cars involved there. You're now seeing SBD Racing cut through here past our top 3 GP on the straight, nice and easy for them. Or I believe that might be Old Firm, potentially.
Maybe we are following Old Firm, yeah.
Yes, we're following Old Firm, who are about to catch these top 3 into this opening sector now. SBD Racing have the weight off their shoulders from behind, but they still see their championship rivals streaking away 3.5 seconds. They're closing in a little bit through that final sector there, but the gap is still much wider than you'd like to see it at this phase of the race, with less than 25 minutes in. And DLR has made a good attempt to check out so far.
Yeah, the Old Firm Racing crew, though, are going to be a little bit disappointed with how their race has gone so far. Able to get up into P3 and be right there with XPD Racing and DLR by SimLab as they got to the traffic for the first time. But coming through it have just fallen completely out of touch with your top 2. Now 6 seconds back on Alberto Garcia Blasco.
It's, again, if you can be the first one through traffic in a pack, oftentimes you can take advantage of a door being open and then have the G2 sort of slam it shut behind you and give you that breakaway. We saw the first time through traffic, it was DLR by SimLab who were able to do that, to making a brave move around SBD Racing. This time, it's that trailing pack, that peloton where SBD Racing managed to break away, and now Old Firm have a pack of 6 cars behind within 5 seconds, and are looking at 6 seconds ahead at their nearest contender up the road. So it's all to be on defense for Randy Mateos right now. As we are about halfway through this first stint for the GTP field, I'd say.
Indeed we are, yeah. 45-minute or so stints for these cars, as we've come to expect throughout the majority of this championship. The GT3 lead fight still very, very alive as it stands. Just following Jan Kurbs on the main feed now, as Mark Rosendahl and the 50 crew really starting to make some inroads on the top 5. Again, that Cadillac is a car that's going to be at a disadvantage all race long. And Mark Rosendahl is going to be taking advantage of the twin turbochargers underneath the rear engine cover of that car to try and close that gap. But fortunately for Kurbs, he does have Alejandro Castañera in front to maybe drag him along on that straight a little bit, as all of these cars are actually starting to close in on Randy Martini Mateos, and we could see the fight for 3rd place in this race really start to heat up before the wet weather gets here. So keep an eye on that one. Current pace differences. Kurbs and Co going about half a second a lap faster than the Old Firm Racing Orange Acura. So if I was to do a little battle prediction, I'd say they'll be there in 4 laps time or so.
Yeah, and you think, how important is it to be in P3 right now? Well, as we get into that 3rd run of traffic again, that could be an opportunity to break away and to leave the rest of the pad behind. But it's really the car at the front of that train who has the best opportunity for it. So if you're going to make the move, you want to try and get it done within the next 3 or 4 laps before you catch the back of the GT3 field once again. There is a spin at the back of that field for Tremendous DS Racing. Looks like they're going to get rolling once again, but even more time lost for them, as that's the 2nd instant of the race for them, I believe.
Yes, indeed. We're going to get a quick replay of that one to just see exactly what happened. Big bump over the sausage curb on the outside of turn 13 and very wide through 15, and the rear end just lets go over the crest of the hill there. Puts them into the grass on the inside of the circuit. They recover nicely. Again, no damage on that car, and they can continue. But
very hot rear tires, though.
Yeah, same brain.
Yeah.
So here's a visual representation of that gap then for that fight for P3. Again, they just keep closing in. You might be thinking, why doesn't Jan go for that move? He's been close enough in the last couple of laps, but with the sort of inroads they're making on 3rd place right now, the last thing you want to do is start scrapping with someone and putting each other on compromised racing lines, because it's just going to slow everyone down. Wait until you catch the cars in front, and then you can start to fight. Even like Castañera do some of the work for you in that Enosis car, and then see if you can take advantage of the 2 cars in front fighting. Patience is going to be key. There's a lot of time left in this race, 9.5 hours in fact. So your defending champions don't really need to rush this one. It's just a matter of get to where you need to be and then start to make the moves.
Yeah, the gap has been closed now to about 1 second between the 96 and the 74 cars. And so if you are Jan Kurbs, that's good for you. You don't need to change anything about what's happening right now unless the gap starts to open up again. You just want to be in that pack. And then, of course, the first time you hit the traffic, that could be the opportunity to get the move done, to get ahead, like we saw in the battle for the lead in that first run through traffic. There's so many ways you can get a move done here. You don't need to sort of dump your entire battery and burn off your tires going for late lunges, because that'll probably just slow you down in the grand scheme of things.
One thing I'm noticing at the moment, though, that I'm really loving the look of, we've got this group of GTPs that are in a fight, ignoring the 2 at the front that have just gone off into the distance. But the rest of the GT3 field, bar a couple of cars, are in these neat little, like, look at this line of cars, though. That's insane.
Yeah.
But all of the GT3 cars are in these nice little bunches out there on track. We've got the overall GT3 fight in a group together, and then the 241 out there on their own. But then Milo Spielman is at the head of a 4 or 5 car train, including a letdown car. And then you've got another group of 3 that are fighting, then a couple more, and 1 more car on their own, then 2 more cars fighting together, another car on their own, and then another group of 5 cars. I just love it so much. Like, that big long straight just keeps everyone right close together the entire way. You can see how close that the GT3 field is at the moment in the bottom right corner of your screen. These guys are all fighting for position by one car. So it's one of those things that could sort of explode at any point, and I promise you, we are keeping an eye on it.
It's a very close battle for second place in GT3 right now. Series Green Esports Pro, we then made that mistake to let RPM Racing through, but now starting to fall away from the XPD Racing car at the front of the field, and I think Isaac Arbiton wants to get this move done and get back onto that car sooner rather than later. Gap is currently about 0.4 of a second in this battle for second place in GT3. And this is really important for them, because I think especially in cars that are sort of this heavy and cumbersome, once you get into the rain, you're not going to want to be catching the spray from a car ahead of you. You're going to want to have clean air so that you can spot your braking points. You can take the lines you want to take rather than having to adjust for a car ahead of you. You've got to start looking forwards to the showers that we're expecting to see pretty soon, and the radar not looking particularly friendly right now. The sun's still out here, but we know how quickly things can change in this sort of climate, and it seems like it's going to be one of those things where you've got to set yourself up for a good spot for that moment, and that's when you spring your attack. You put in whoever your rain ace is, you time your pit stop the best you can, and then you try and pull the gap to get to the front of the field.
There's a couple of trains of thought on that, as the XPD Racing squad going 3 wide around the outside of the final corner, going to get very, I was going to say, going to get very checked up by the Pandemonium Esports car, but they chose probably a safer route there, pulling to the inside to just let the GTP go and not get in the way, as we do have a car coming down pit lane. Just trying to get a bead on who that is.
Lithium Motorsports.
That's the one. So from the lead, well, what was the lead of GT3M, because guess what? HWT Motorsport there already.
I mean, that's really, what can you say?
Yeah, really, really early stop for these guys. And I honestly, does it look like their car's damaged, or are they coming in for wet weather tires already?
I mean, it won't be for wet weather tires. It could be a thing where they are expecting to have to make a single stop, but it could also be no penalty being awarded. So I think maybe they're just taking an early pit stop, getting out of traffic, thinking that the rain's going to be here maybe about 45 minutes to an hour. Every team will have to take one stop for dry weather tires. Why not do yours now and try and push as much as possible on the fresh rubber while it's still dry? I don't know. It's an interesting call from them.
It's not just that. They're only going to be taking on about half a tank of fuel as well. So it's going to make that pit stop all that much shorter and basically gain them some free track time. So this might be one of the calls of the race for Lithium to put them in a really strong position. You've found out why?
I've just had a thought as to why it might be.
Go on.
It's a long time pit lane. Maybe they do have some damage that needs to get fixed on that car that we just can't see. But for a second, I was worried that they might have loaded a setup for a sprint race with a 50% fuel. It looks like it is damage repair though. The 315 now down on pit lane and stationary for over a minute here. So that'll be the second car with an extended pit stop in this field, both currently from the GT3 AM field. So this Motorsports entry outcross and Dodson Web DS Racing currently about 2-3 laps down from your GT3 race leaders.
So we're talking about how that fight for P3 and GTP had started to close up. How Alejandro Castañera is very much there on the Old Firm Racing squad and has dragged every other GTP behind him with him. The gap's less than a second between third, fourth, and fifth and sixth as it stands. So as soon as Castañera and Randy Martin Mateo start biting, actually saying that, Castañera's just gone very deep into the chicane. Young Curbs had to check up massively to avoid any form of contact, but you know what? Here it comes with SimRace Sweden Esports Audi getting massively in the way of the Old Firm Racing car. And we're now seeing that fight for P3 in class be nose to tail between two cars, as Curbs is going to try and get involved in this one, going very deep. Well, I say very deep, very shallow into the corner, trying to maximize that exit, as the fight for third is very much on.
And it's almost a 4-car fight here. So Mark Rosendale's Project Valorous car trying to hold on. We're seeing them cut through this traffic on the start finish straight. Will he be able to clear everyone? There's two GT3 side by side. Marty Mateus decides that he's taking the inside here. Actually, Alejandro Castellano was going to get the nose cut off a little bit by a GT3, and that'll give 96 a little bit more breathing room once again, but a very close moment for them, as our overall leader is actually cutting through our GT3 leaders once again. Matthias Weidgen with now a 6.5 second gap.
Wow.
Over Alberto Garcia Blasco in XPD Racing number 33 car.
Oh, very tight moments through turn 6 there as the whole field compresses. Curbs almost making contact with one of the XPD Racing GT3s there as well, just to pick his way around one of the other Porsches and make his way. No, everyone's going to get really checked up in this traffic. Look at this. Oh, actually, that's very deep for Old Firm. That's a massively compromised run from the corner, saved though by GT3 traffic being in the way of everyone else that's coming for his job. As it stands, as the gap reopens to about a second, a little wiggle on the way into that corner, as it's now Curbs who's right on the back of Castanera on the run down this huge straight yet again.
Yeah, and I think Curbs is looking to try and get around, because he knows he can be aggressive through the traffic and hold on to Randy Mateus. I think maybe he's not happy about how Castaneda's been navigating this. Pulls to the inside to go into turn number 1, maybe on the attack here. But you see top end, the Porsche started to pull away a little bit, but deep on the brakes for Jan Curbs. Gets it hooked in. Safex one and does clear, but the gap is now 1.5 once again ahead to Randy Mateus. He's got a lot of work to do going forwards.
So now we get to see where the strengths of this Cadillac lie in that clean air. Everything, no, I would say going that car's way at the moment. Curbs definitely making his way through the field up the inside of the R8 Pandemonium esports car that won at Le Mans, getting sent very wide by a big dive from the 74 Porsche behind, which I'm sure, Liv, you'd think I'd be very proud of. And Curbs is starting to make a couple of inroads on the cars in front, as I think that was Mark Rosendahl almost into the back of the 74 into the chicane there. But more traffic management for Old Firm Racing. It's somewhere that Randy Martin Mateus has really struggled so far in this race, as Curbs has managed to get that gap down to half a second. The GT3 is leaving him plenty of room down there on the apex, though, as actually the Sim Race Sweden esports car almost ends up in the back of the Cadillac. It's going to be a compromised run for every single one of these cars through here, as Curbs hunting for that slipstream on the start-finish straight. He's going to find it from that third place Old Firm Racing Acura, and Alejandro Castanera for Enosis is going to be coming with him. No move's going to be made down into turn 1 is my prediction here, but everything is nose to tail yet again.
Yeah, and again, now it's Jan Curbs as the attacker on the back of Randy Mateus. I think the move could be happening in the next few laps. Again, clear of traffic now, so not an opportunity to make it happen too late. I think is where Curbs would much prefer to make the move. But he's going to look for that gap regardless. And what this has actually done is we saw these cars cut through. SPD racer Roberto Frieza has jumped out to about a 1.5 second lead over RPM Racing PEC. They've still got to navigate the tail end of the GTP field cutting through, but it seems like we might finally have a car with a substantial lead in GT3 Pro, as maybe a little bit held up under braking there by the Carbono Esports GTP entry ahead. Roberto Frieza's got to try and push as much as possible to try and hold this as much. This is.
Yeah, very lazy spin for the Slippers Racing squad there, just taking a bit of grass on entry to turn 6. So another car being caught out by that corner, but this one more coming down to driver error more than anything.
And this is the Sim Racing Center LMDH here. Oh, just very deep and takes the alternate layout. Weaves through that alternate chicane. Gotta say, I didn't know that car would be able to navigate that quite so smoothly with the turning circle of these cars, but
I was gonna
that
say,
car gets rolling once again without too much trouble.
They don't maneuver very well. Weather update. It's going to start raining soon. I've zoomed in on the weather map, and there is blue approaching the track. It's going to come in from the northwest. So, yeah, the start-finish straight is going to be the first bit that gets drenched as Yanko is very wide through turn. I think that's turn 7 there, just on the exit. Loses ground to Randy Martin Matea, still within that slipstream range, gets all over the curb to compensate for that lost timing. Does actually help, closes that gap down again just a little bit, but that Acura very strong on corner exit there, has the engine power to actually make it work. Let's just see if curbs can stay in touch through this final sector. And Liv, I think by the time we come around to complete another lap with the GTPs, we are going to have some rain sprinkling its way on the circuit.
And this is actually going to be a very, very difficult decision, because within the next 5 or 10 minutes, the GTPs are going to have to come down pit lane to take a full tank of fuel. And the question is, how quickly is the track going to deteriorate? Is it going to be worth going out on wet tires from that pit stop, or is that going to cost you too much? Burn them off, and do you need to stay on slicks and then come down a second time for the shredded tires when necessary? It's going to be tricky, and coming through on the camera on the start-finish straight, I'm starting to see raindrops fall as the GT3 streak through.
Oh, it is here. I swear, every time it loops, it gets closer and closer to the circuit. This is everything we've been waiting for all race long. We've seen this one coming from a mile off. It's not going to surprise us this time. But ladies, gentlemen, and those who know better, the rain is here. It is decision time for the GTP field. How quickly does the track get wet? How much do you risk maybe changing onto wet tires early if you don't come in at just the right time? We're seeing raindrops on the onboard camera as well. Conditions are about to worsen for everyone, and look how it's coming down already. We are so close to torrential already, and this is just a little bit of a blue band of the rain.
And this is where teams that have done a bit of fuel save might actually find a huge advantage, because they have that extra little bit of thinking time to weigh things up and see how the track has maybe one more lap. Gives you the opportunity to pit onto the wet weather tires much more smoothly. We're on board with Jan Kurbs here, who's still looking for the move on Randy Matea. That's very late into turn number 1. It's changing conditions, very brave, and the 96 does not want any part of that dive pod. Gets nice and wide, and Jan Kurbs is up into P3. What a move there in conditions that are definitely getting worse. I'll be interested in what this lap time's going to be, because it might already fall off about a second or two from what we've seen in the drive.
I'm not quite sure about that one. It's only a really light weather system at the moment that isn't going to last very long. There's a little bit of a gap before we get to the next bout of rain. Okay. I mean, it is raining, but it's nowhere near wet enough to consider wet weather tires yet. So if everyone's pitting soon, my prediction is they're going to jump onto fresh, dry tires. But what a move from Jan Kurbs. Hopefully we get a little bit of a... we're not going to get a replay of it, but we are going to see an incident that happened.
Hydro Racing Forces again?
No, I think we're focusing on Eagle Speed Academy.
Oh.
I believe it's Kevin Daniels currently on board that car. Going for a bit of a spin through the final corner. Maybe it's a bit wet, like a little bit wetter down there.
I think that's just how the track falls away, ultimately, yeah.
Well, it could have been the rain. We can blame the rain for the fun of it. But yeah, just as quickly as that weather system rocked up, here comes the replay of the pass. Kurbs just pulls to the inside, stands hard on the brakes, and for what might be the first time in history, a Cadillac in iRacing outbrakes an Acura. Never seen that one before. Kurbs is going to hold on to that position as Reiter slot themselves into third place in this race. 8 seconds to the next car. Garcia Blasco just, again, struggling in traffic, which is what is allowing Kurbs to close up. As you said, Liv, a driver that's very aggressive through the traffic, makes up a lot of his time in the traffic, is already doing so, and they've only just reached the back of the GT3 field.
Yeah, and not just that, but of course, looking back to Wednesday, you were mentioning Jan Kerb switching to the Audi in the Pilot Series in the torrential rain at Hockenheim and taking the race win in the class. So we know he's a driver who has confidence in these sort of conditions as well. I think that's why he was able to outbrake so cleanly, but it looks like the pocket of rain has subsided now and it's dry once again. Well, not dry, but
Dry.
Showers not falling on the start finish straight. It's just that leftover moisture that's been dropped. And again, clock is ticking on the GTP pit cycle. We're at lap 31 now of the race. How much longer can these cars extend to feel out the conditions that little bit longer? Or are they going to have to make the pit stop and make a second stop, maybe in a few laps' time, for the wet weather tyres?
I mean, I can go full weather girl and crack out my prediction if you want.
Sure.
Yeah, I think after this, we're going to have about 5 or 10 minutes of absolutely no rain, and then it's going to start coming down in a very short system yet again, at which point we're going to have probably another 15 minutes before we get the really big shower that's on its way. But even then, it might not last very long, so the decision to switch to wet weather tires might be a tricky one, because when the rain comes, it's not going to last very long. So the track might not even get wet enough.
Could be a repeat of Watkins Glen then?
No, because we've still got a really big band of weather coming in that's going to absolutely hammer the
yeah, but in this first cycle, it's that sort of
it is
whether you can ride it out on the slicks.
Well, and Mosport, where we didn't even see the GT3 field pit for wets during the EGP race.
I was busy during that race.
Oh yeah, what were you doing?
I was doing some racing, you know.
Carbono Esports, by the way, moving up into what's going to be 8th position, passing Finn Adders on board that Project Valorous number 51 car. A driver that made his debut for that team at the Hockenheim ring and helped Luke Smith take home a 1-2. But the fighting is going to continue in class as the recovering sim racing center car of Tobias Kruken is right on the tail of Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle, and is probably looking to slice up a move down into turn 1. Is certainly close enough to make something happen. Both cars are going to have a compromised exit thanks to a bit of GT3 traffic, but that Simrace center car is well within slipstream of the Razzle Dazzle as they're going to come down the straight, nose to tail, the speed building. When does the Simrace center car pull out to make that move? Will he pull out to make that move? It looks like it's going to be way too late to make anything happen, as he's going to stay lying astern with that Porsche in front for now and wait for another opportunity.
Yeah, I think... I mean, the lap times have fallen off for our GTPs. We're talking 131s last time by. Maybe traffic is the main factor there, but we are talking about maybe the pace has dropped a tiny bit from the rain, but we're not expecting the tire crossover at any point soon. I think it maybe was more a matter of traffic for our top class. But it's so difficult because you have the ABS going so brave on the brakes, and it is going to be, it's the esports who have made that move happen, isn't it?
Simrace Center.
Simrace Center. They're both red cars.
Red cars. Too many red cars. Too many red prototypes. Oh, hello. That's Carbono Esports moving back past Finn Adders. No, sorry, Finn Adders already been passed, and I think maybe was looking for a move on the Carbono Porsche, but makes a little bit of a mistake as they go back into the order they were last time we saw them. Finn Adders looking to recover that place in the slipstream of the 963 in front. Both of these cars showing tremendous straight line speed so far in this race, but the gap way too big for Adders to even try something, as they're both going to have to slot up the inside of the GT3. That Acura just a little bit better on the brakes, manages to close the gap up just a touch, but look at the exit from that 963. Already rocketing to a 2-3 car length lead as they come down to turn 3. Back at the front of the feet, go on.
And we're expecting a pit cycle, so maybe this is some drivers dumping a bit of battery at the end of the stint, just trying to get themselves some clean air for that pit stop. Again, we talked about how treacherous the entry can be. having sort of a clean sights ahead of you, if you can be the first one into pit lane, then you can be confident on your own braking point. As there's a car in the wall a bit further back there. I'm not sure who that was. It looks like the Octopus Racing Team car, 224, and they're now
There it was.
back to pit lane.
Or could that be our first official retirement of the race? Let's see, all over the curb on the inside there, and actually just pulling over.
Oh, I'm wondering if...
That's weird. That's
I
very
think that
strange.
might have been a
Hardware failure?
or VR failure sometime. But the inputs were still steady, but I don't think the driver knew where they were going there. It looks like they didn't have to make a pit stop, and maybe they're going to make a driver change there while they get that issue fixed. But that's going to put them on the back foot and probably about a lap or two down, as they not only get that hardware issue fixed, but also deal whatever damage might have been dealt from that wall contact.
So here's your fun little thing. We are 50 minutes into the race and neither class have come in for their first pit stops yet. So how about that?
Surprising.
It's a very surprisingly low fuel burn track here at Fuji because you spend so much time off the throttle thanks to lots and lots of braking zones in that middle portion of the track. And that final sector, you're barely burning anything. It's only really that run between 16 and 1 where you're burning a lot of fuel. But from what I remember, I expect the GTPs only to do a couple more laps. And the rain is actually going to start coming down again during their pit cycle. This time it's going to be a lot heavier than what we just saw. So it might... someone's going to have to make a decision to see if they want to jump onto some wet weather tires or not. But it's going to be very close as to what the right call is going to be here, I think, as the rain is literally surrounding the circuit right now. And the next band of weather is about to hit.
Yeah, it's such a spotty rainstorm, it seems like, right now. We're expecting it once again to be on the start-finish straight first, but
it's final corner
5 minutes of rain, then it dries out again, and some of these clouds could just miss the track by you know, a few hundred yards almost, as Octopus Racing Team Black have big damage to their front end. I'm not sure where that was picked up. They've been driving for a while now, actually. So not a great time for that race team crew, as they have made a driver swap. So I think some sort of hardware issue, unfortunately, for Octavio Pisco. But they are back out on track and looking to compete once again. Unfortunately, have had to make that stop early and come out on slick tires once again. So if the rain does fall, that's
it's falling.
injury for them.
The rain is well and truly here in the final sector. Yet again, I think we're about to see the first drops on the windscreens of some of these cars, because that big green band is here. So that's somewhere around the middle, but it is a very, very dark green. And Liv, I think I'm seeing a touch of red that's going to come over the majority of the circuit, and that is going to be absolutely horrible. I think that might be the thing that triggers a switch to wet weather tires for some of these GTP cars and the GT3s as well, because as much as it's only going to be a short burst of rain, in theory it should completely drench the circuit.
And it's quite cold track conditions, so it's not like it'll dry out particularly quickly either.
No, not with the amount of cover
really
work.
difficult call.
I mean, that's the question. What would you do in this situation?
In this situation, I think the way I call this is I get a teammate to look at who's making the stops and then to follow on board with them. I don't think you've got time to look at lap times, but you can look at sector times almost and see how the first wet weather runners are going, and see if you're gonna gain or losing time from on your current tire. I think that's the way you have to try and tiptoe this.
Look at the spray. That is the biggest amount of spray we've seen so far.
And it is in this final sector first.
I think
but the heaviest rain is going to be down in turn one.
It's here. Like if we stay with Mark Rosendahl for Project Valorous here, I think we're going to see a lot more spray down the end of the start-finish straight. This could be the trigger that brings cars down into pit lane. I think that's I want to say that's Simray Center car, or the Enosis car.
The Project Valor 61 made their first stop, and they've gone onto the wet weather tires coming out of the pit lane here.
I love that.
I still think it's lap or two too early, but obviously if you have to make your stop now, your hands forced. They are taking that gamble right now.
Yep, Alejandro Castanera for Enosis Esports comes down the pit lane as well, expecting the same decision from them. But that spray, we are within probably wet weather tire window, but this window of rain, it's not going to last very long yet again. I'm only expecting it to be here for another 3 minutes or so. So it's going to make that decision a lot trickier as we tick towards 55 minutes gone in this race as Aritz Paz jumps on board the Enosis Esports car. They do fit wet weather tires, so it's going to be a matter of time, and we will find out whether or not that was the right condition. But keep your eye on everything right now, because we could start to see some chaos.
And there has been a spin for SPD Racing GTP down at Dunlop Corner. They're still making their way into pit lane, so that's showing how difficult it might be on these slips right now, especially for the GTP machines. We're expecting these to be the first cars to need the slips. Or just need the wet weather tires.
Yeah, there is
so much
grip.
spray.
DLR by SimLab have pitted as well, so the race leader comes down pit lane, and they very much have a decision to make right now. The other two prototypes that have come down pit lane have switched onto the wet weather tire. So is it going to be a case of Matthias Whiten and co doing the same thing?
It's not.
No! Big hit for Mark Rosendahl on the way into the pit lane. The Project Valorous car locking it up all on that wet paint, and into the barrier they go. That's going to be some substantial repairs for that crew as they try to get it moving again and rejoin the circuit to avoid the unsafe pit entry. Oh, goodness me, what a disaster for that squad.
But they've got to now bring that car all the way back around with a meatball.
In the wet weather.
On slit tires once again. I don't know what option they did have at that point, but that's a disaster for them. We're seeing GT3 cars on pit road now as well. The conditions are so treacherous that even the cars with the ABS are needing the wet weather tires.
The rain stops in the final sector. The rain stops in the final sector, and we're reaching the end of this weather system. Genuinely,
it matters. I think it's already too wet. I think the next shower is going to hit too quickly.
Well, look at the way that Alex Pilbeam has to tiptoe through.
But it's still going on.
Dunlop chicane and still loses the back end. Matthias, don't know how much I'm trusting. No, you know what? I'm trusting the overlays. Matthias Whiten has rejoined the circuit on slicks.
Oh, and it shows. It shows, because that is not looking good for the number 5 crew.
Well, for everyone watching that really likes a bit of championship drama, here it is, shades of the Russian Grand Prix of 2020.
Paced by GT3 cars, you can see it.
Oh, big! It's going to be the wall. Is he going to be able to keep it out of the barrier? Just about. Onto the grass goes Matthias Whiten. XPD Racing on the wet weather tires. The gap 1.4 seconds. As DLR by SimLab watch their championship hopes washed away with the rain. The gap collapsing to the car behind. They're gonna have to come down pit lane once again and change onto wet weather tires. This is disastrous for DLR by SimLab.
Was that just a mistake on the pit decision from the pit crew? Because I've got to imagine they were planning to go onto wet weather tires with how these conditions are. They were instantly proven wrong. And it is FD Racing into the net race lead now, as Old Firm Racing Orange have tiptoed it back around finally, as we are nearly at the 1 hour mark. 100,050 also down onto pit lane now, and it will be SD Racing taking control of the race lead as they come down the start finish straight next. They've got 5 seconds to right to engineering, but actually no, Blast goes off at the final corner as well. Keeps it pointing in the right direction. There's a spun GT3 on the apex. I mean, there's just too much to keep up with right now.
And even in all of this as well, Jan Curbs and Right Engineering, who also swapped onto the wet weather tire hang-on. DLR by SimLab are committing. They're committing to the dry tires. Okay, so this was a choice by the look of things. Don't touch the
Old Firm
straight
Racing
on
Orange are doing the same, it looks like. They are exiting the pit lane.
Oh,
On
Matthias
slick tyres as
Whiten.
well.
Matthias Whiten just keeping the car out of the barriers, stood on the brakes for one, and it just did not get stopped. This is absolutely treacherous conditions out there, but the rain has stopped. At some point, the track is going to dry up. I don't think it's going to be anytime soon. As big snap of oversteer from the 5, just about manages to keep it straight. And I think they're losing way too much time for this to be a sensible choice. Off the road they go again.
This is shades of Sydney 2010 in the Supercars Championship. I think the decision is no less foolish from this group of drivers. These split tires are very clearly costing so much time. It's just Old Firm Racing and DLR right now.
They're 23 seconds behind the leader. 23 seconds behind their championship contenders.
You're gonna lose a pit stop within the next lap or two anyway.
Easily.
It's obviously they think they've already committed to it, but
I would not be brave enough to go around the outside.
I don't think any of these cars liked that situation.
And we say how the wet weather always turns things on its head. Up from 7th place, Writer Engineering and Jan Kurbs, a driver that we said was going to thrive in these conditions, is now 3.3 seconds off the lead in 2nd place. What a bit of driving, what a strategy call from that crew. And the team to commiserate right now, though, DLR by SimLab, who are just still watching their championship hopes absolutely slide away. XPD Racing need to put in 0 effort.
Feed up.
Please. Give feed. Feed, please. Oh! Okay. Skill issue, literally.
That was 51 all on them.
Yeah, 100%. All right.
Yeah, it's sent RPM into the wall, though. I think they got the worst of it.
Count as in then.
Oh, hello.
We're back. Technical difficulties on the broadcast end, but we are back. And
the storm knocked out power.
There you go.
A little bit.
And it is still raining very heavily here at Fuji Speedway. And a couple of cars have been really struggling in these conditions. We saw Old Firm and DLR by SimLab try and commit to the dry weather tires, but the track just never dried up enough for it to work. So that both of those cars have now jumped on to the wet weather tire. But DLR by SimLab's championship hopes are now a whole lap ahead of them. XPD Racing literally just need to almost vibe to the end of this race at this point. Another team that have really struggled in these conditions as well, another 2 teams, is that lead fight in GT3. Sim Race Sweden Esports really making the most of the wet weather conditions, pulling a 40-second lead on XPD Racing GT3 down there in 2nd place. It was previously, what was it? What are their names? It's just gone from my head. RPM Racing with Tom Chetto on board that were in P2. But basically, the 51 Project Valorous car just took them out of the race after turning in for turn 9 just a little bit too early. Pretty much got away with that one scot-free for the 51, but it has put RPM Racing not only out of the championship race, but out of this race.
Yeah, really unfortunate for them, honestly. Like, late sort of. Let's pull up.
No, that was the initial spin that.
Yeah, no, let's stay on board with this though, because it wasn't long after this.
So not only did they have their moment
car behind.
Yeah, they had their moment at 4. Then coming through 9 and 10 is where it really started to take off.
Yes, this 300R here, which has these sort of apexes that.
Yeah.
You're not normally meant to target so aggressively. RPM just then can't quite get it stopped on that slick run. Remember, that those runoffs are going to be so treacherous because there's no one running out there to try and clear off any standing water. It's brutal. And you might have a situation similar to what we had in the German Grand Prix in 2019, where it's almost a drag strip. There's a lot of rubber laid down there from various maybe driving or drifting events or whatever, equivalent to the racing line, but 10 times worse. I wonder if that might have been why that car was so treacherous after it got knocked off track. Really unfortunate for the 210 crew. They were putting up a great race to that point to try and put the fight to Roberto Freezer in the XPD racing entry.
So
and it's just not to be right now.
So now that we've got past all the drama that's happened in the last 10 minutes, let's have a quick rundown of the field and see where everybody is at. XPD Racing and GTP making the correct choice to jump onto the wet weather tyres alongside the Writer Engineering esports crew, who are only 5 and a bit seconds off the lead, according to my timing screen. I noticed esports have managed to make their way back into the podium positions, with Carbono esports going from 8th before the pit stops all the way up to P4 and only 11 seconds off the podium. Project Valorous 51 have fallen off the curve just a little bit. We saw them get involved in that incident and just have an incident to themselves just now. NGC esports team by Rubis Gas are actually up a couple of positions on where they started, but still running a lot lower than their peak position in this race so far. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle will be really happy with being up there in P6 now, as they just passed the NGC esports car. And Race 2, they're having a fight by the look of things, and Race 2 esports up there in, I want to say, their best position of the championship so far. Sim Racing Centre LMDH, after being up in the top 3 for a good chunk of the start of this race, now only down in P9, with DLR by SimLab Kart and All Firm Racing team both running well off where they were at the start of this race, with the Project Valorous 50 team down in P12. And Olivia will give you a rundown of the GT3s.
Yeah,
doesn't necessarily have to be all of them.
Isaac Arvidsson Sim Race Sweden Esports Pro entry has taken the race lead and has. Am I seeing this correctly? They have a 44-second lead.
They do indeed have a 44
over XPD
lead.
Racing GT3. That is incredible. I'd have to imagine they just timed their pit stop perfectly, because obviously a much wider window for when to make the call for our GT3 machines. And I think they just timed it to perfection, making the stop very early for the wet weather tyres compared to the rest of the field. XPD and GT3 pit about 2 laps later than them, as did Lithium Motorsports Pro, who were in P3 behind. Innosis Esports, GT3 and Race to D Black round out your top 5. Then SBD, the second entry for them. Pandemonium Gold, Hydro Race, Rubis Gas and Sim Race Sweden Esports round out your top 10 in GT3 Pro. In the AM class, it is Alex Pilbeam in the HWT Motorsport car leading the way despite a couple of issues in that changing pit cycle. It is Pandemonium SimLab Red in second place, Smurf Racing Team 391 in third, DDK by Illspeed Academy in P4, and then Octopus Racing Team down in fifth in that class. I've got to say, this is probably, if you're an AM team, this has to be your worst nightmare in terms of what sort of conditions to be running this race in. So I think a lot of those drivers might just be trying to get as much as they can out of this one.
Oh my god, look at the spray on the start-finish straight. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, we have well and truly lost the racetrack. But there's no red flags coming to save the drivers. Like, they have to just navigate through this.
Were you around on Monday when we did the practice at Monza? You weren't, were you? It was the same sort of thing, where the spray was just, you could not see a thing. I think we're coming down to Ascari at some point, and I was literally looking to the side of the spray of Alex Salmon to see if I could pick my braking point, and it still had to guess. Like, the driving becomes less proactive and becomes more reactive when you're that deep in the spray. But again, that's not really how you drive in these conditions. You need to be ready for anything, and putting your car in the best spots and driving reactive doesn't really help that.
And some drivers will say they can drive a circuit with their eyes closed sometimes, but that's normally if it's like their favorite track. I could maybe drive Watkins Glen with my eyes closed. I don't know if many drivers necessarily have that level of experience at Fuji. There's of course been the 10-hour or the 8-hour official iRacing event in the past couple of months here, but if you're a GTP driver, that's not much help.
No.
And if you're a GT3, I don't know if there was that much rain that hit during that event.
I don't think there was there at all?
I'm not sure. But this is such a tricky environment to have that, especially with some of the really high-speed corners we do have here, where you're really having to lean on the limit of grip of the tyres as well, as sort of... And you might have trimmed out some downforce for that start finish straight, and so it's just not there to help you anymore. You can make those adjustments in the pit lane now,
Well,
but
yeah,
it
in the
might mess with the
GT3s.
balance of the rest of the car.
So Fuji is notoriously a very difficult track to navigate, and of course these wet weather conditions are making it even more difficult to get around as we watch the XPD racing car go very deep down there at the Dunlop chicane. Tell us, how do you get a car around the track in these conditions? Like, what's the play? What are we doing here?
So it's difficult to know it in these adaptations because the entire surface all looks impossible to hit the brake pedal on. But if you have the option to pick a line to hit the brakes on, you want to try and do it to the inside of the track by a car width or two. Try and stay off that rubbered-in line. We've run practice qualifying an hour of the race already on this track. We've laid down a lot of rubber on the racing line. If you hit the brakes on that, you're just gonna slide like you're on ice skates. So if you can hit the brakes on
Hold
the
on, Liv, sorry to
inside
interrupt. We do have a
little bit-
fight for position going on here in GTP for P2 in class. Aritz Paz has climbed his way up to the back end of Jan Curbs, and just the lack of straight line speed on that Cadillac really not helping him out. Bit of door banging on the way down to the corner as Curbs is going to try and outbrake the Porsche into one. Doesn't manage it and almost takes the front end right off the Eagle Speed Academy Corvette there. Wow, very tricky little maneuver Curbs tried to pull off there, and it's basically going to hand that position to Aritz Paz on a plate.
And it looks like it has given a little bit of damage to the front of that 377 car, so potentially losing a bit more than 5 seconds for Jan Curbs there.
It's a big... The 74 is on wet.
that's going to be a
The track is very, very wet right now. This is not dries.
So, sometimes like late in the stint, it seems like the overlays can get confused about. It just forgets what tire they changed it onto.
So it's really weird, right? This is what I'm noticing about the overlay that I use. Other overlays that are available. Even though I'm not going to name it by name, what am I on about? In dry conditions, it will pop up the dry tires as red and the wet tires as blue. Ooh, big slide for Paz into 15 there. Just about managed to hang on to it. But then as soon as the track switches to wet, like in iRacing, and it's like, oh, the track's wet, it changes to yellow and red. Like red still dries, yellow wet. I do not know why it does that, and I'd really like to find out why and see if there's a fix for it, because it's annoying.
That's not what mine shows. Mine does have a pivot symbol for wet tires, but some of them it's not showing that for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why.
You use the one that I think you use, right?
I just have the lifetime program up right now, actually.
Oh yeah, smart. Actually, yeah, good point. Hold on. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, but even then, it's saying some of them on dries.
Yeah, no, and they're not. Oh, big incident for Back Market Racing Razzle Dazzle. Down through 300R. Again, it's something we've not been considering the corner at any point in this race so far. But in these conditions, it is maybe one of the most treacherous parts of the track, because there's no experience on how to run this in sort of these conditions. See, in the wake of that GT3,
weird.
Huge snap and big hit to that right front tire into the wall. Then they have to bring it down to pit road to get that fixed. And
ooh, whilst that's happening, the gap to the leader has come down by about 4 seconds for Aritz Paz. Are we going to see a new race leader in this race?
Maybe. We'll have to see if we can see what happened.
Oh, here you go. Here's a replay of XPD racing then.
GTP.
Yeah, take it away, Liv.
I mean, through 300R, nice and clean, but I think into Dunlop corner, just a little bit too deep. Yeah. Tries to get heavier on the brakes, get stopped and lots of rear tires just a little bit.
That's not 4 seconds, though. That's 2 at most.
I think Genosis has been very confident in pace coming into this point to begin with. I mean, it was a 139 last time by for Aritz Paz. That is...
The track's coming back to us.
Incredible. The track
is coming back to us.
We're recovering the track a little bit.
We are recovering.
We're going to be on wet tyres for a long time now, but the pace is starting to come back.
I mean, for now.
The confidence is coming back, and it's coming back for Aritz Paz. and Jan Curbs first. They are the first ones to find the extra little bit of grip and trust it.
And here's the thing, if they want to take advantage of the level of confidence that they have and really close in on Alberto Garcia Blasco and XPD Racing and challenge for that lead, if they're quick in these conditions, they need to make it happen now, because we have another band of rain coming, and it's really heavy again. It's only going to be another short burst, but it's going to take the track away from us yet again. So 4.2 seconds is the gap between second and first right now. RS Paz and Enosis Esports really finding the pace, having that car set up with the ARBs, brake bias, traction control, exactly where they want it to go as fast as they can. Garcia Blasco finding a bit of time as well, actually stabilizing that gap a touch. But even with all this pace that's being found, it is about to start raining again, and I think raindrops are already starting to fall down at turn 1.
And this is... I think this is of that spotty rain that's been added sort of as a feature recently. If you look at the radar, it looks like Swiss cheese. You're
not wrong.
There's just pockets of cloud cover. You can see the sun is still shining here. It looks honestly kind of beautiful. The way the sun is kind of reflecting off the racetrack, and that's because we've got just those pockets coming through in these conditions.
Just quickly to the producer, if you can get that screenshot I just posted in the voice chat channel, it might be nice to demonstrate exactly what sort of weather we're dealing with right now.
Yeah, this is
definitely interesting, to say the least. We can describe it as well as we want, but I'm not a writer. Yes.
I will copy it over to the other one. There you go.
So just, eyes back to the front of the field. The second though, the gap has come down yet again. Enosis and RS Paz finding even more pace. So XPD have answered with a 39.5, but Enosis have pulled a 38.4 out of somewhere at this stage in the race. Traffic getting involved a little bit now as Paz has to try and sweep his way around the outside of one of the Sim Race Sweden Esports Audis and try and push the NGC Porsche through all of this traffic as the Rubis gas car gets almost dutifully out of the way and gives Paz a very clean run towards the end of the lap, but it's not going to help that gap at the front of the field come down. Xpedia Racing just about to cross the start-finish line for 39.7. Whereas Paz waiting to answer the call on that one. What's his lap time on? It's a 40.7, so he's lost about a second in all of that. So he's still got a little bit more work to do. And the rain is very much back as there goes the NGC by Rubis gas car.
Yeah, they've now just gone a lap down and are really, really struggling in these conditions. And it's... I think this is where you see just some drivers don't have the experience in these wet weather conditions. They only added this year. It's something that a lot of the time you can kind of avoid if you sort of prefer racing in the dry, but in a lead situation like this, you don't really have a choice. You've gotta find a way to make it work. And right now, Right of Engineering are doing a great job again, putting pressure on RS Paz now. I think they'll be getting a little bit caught up in the traffic here. We've got a GT3 they have to follow through in the chicane, which is one of the trickiest points because the rubbered-in line, you have to follow it. It's a one-line chicane. Herb's doing a great job holding on and staying within touching distance of the esports car ahead.
And here's maybe one of the situations where being a little bit down on power may actually help. We saw that Paz just had a massive wiggle on the way into turn 15, and Curbs' car is just almost completely stable on the road, especially on corner exits, because if you've got less power, it's a lot easier to get that power down. I'm sure part of him is missing the days of the Audi R18 and the Porsche 919, where you could get to corner exit, push a button, and bang, you're out the corner with no issues, because those cars would love these sorts of conditions. But even
especially with the power being on the front tires.
Exactly. But even then, he's still managing to get the corner exits that he needs. As Alberto Garcia Blasco just coming up against a little bit of traffic in sector 1 that he's going to have to try and get around. And almost infamously at this point, he's struggled quite heavily in traffic so far this race. It's where he's lost all of the time to every other car around him. In the clean air, he is absolutely rapid. You know, we saw him in, I think it was third place at the start of this race, and he's no slouch over the course of a lap. But when it comes to race pace, he really starts to lose out when he gets into the traffic, although he is in a really poor position for it right now, getting stuck between 2 GT3s into the chicane that Paz is going to have to deal with at some point, but going to be at a much later stage in this lap. And if it's on the straight, then that's basically free time gain.
It looks like Blasco has managed to stem the bleed in at the front of this field.
Oh, not quite. Oh, goodness me. I think that was Ivan Ubera for Pandemonium Esports just pulling the car forward almost into the side of Aritz Paz. Paz doing a great job to avoid getting into an incident on that one, but now he's got Jan Kurbs for company all over the back of him, and we know how brave Kurbs has been on the brakes down into turn 1. So are we going to see any more magic? I don't think he's close enough to even think about it this time by, but that was almost a disastrous moment of the race for Enosis.
Yeah, and you've got to think that even though Jan Kurbs might be able to make the move happen on the brakes, he's putting pressure on. He might be able to force a mistake under braking for Aritz Paz, and that would give the red carpet for Auto Engineering, essentially. But Paz did a great job withstanding this pressure right now, as they're going to catch this GT3 car coming through 100R. So even in the wet conditions, still the usual rule, you can sweep around the outside in the prototypes of these carousel-style corners. And now down into the hairpin of turn number 6 and into 300R, which I think is not quite as treacherous as it was, but the lap times have slowed up again. We're down to the 40-41 range for the leaders of this race, down from what a couple of 38s before this most recent rain shower.
You can see it in the slow speed stuff. The grip just isn't there anymore as the tail end of that caddy just gets a little bit loose on corner.
Or the edge of that curb.
Yeah. Yeah, and well, we haven't even talked about that. Like that's something that always comes up in wet weather racing. Sometimes you can use a curb, sometimes you can't. But Fuji, it seems like it's got a pretty even mix of curbs you can and curbs you can't use. Like, to be fair, the thing is, what I really want to see right now is how aggressively can you use the curb on the inside of 10, because that could just pull the car through the corner really, really comfortably, I think.
I really not sure you can use that one.
But low enough speed, it's like you can still mount the curb at turn 1 at Monza and get away with it in the wet, and you have to be really aggressive on the second curb at the, what do they call it? I'm trying to remember chicane names now. What's the name of the second chicane at Monza?
Della Roja.
Is it? Okay. For some reason I thought it was Rettifilio, but that's at Imola.
That's
I remembered. I thought that was at Imola.
Nope.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
I should probably Google it. But yeah, no, on that second chicane, you have to be really aggressive on the curbs to find any sort of time, and they're not even slippy. You just attack them, and the car just goes, okay, yeah, sound, and grips up and just drives over them. I want to see it. I need to get in touch with someone and be like, use the curb. I want to see it.
There's a couple of corners where you can. Your best option is to have to coast over a wet line.
Use the curb. I told you, it's fine. You can use it. I've been proved right.
But then it's that final curve is one you definitely can't use, and that's where we saw the rear end step out last lap. So even in the same chicane complex, there's that variance. It just depends what kind of surface they're using for the curb, for the especially like the sausage style curves. I think those are maybe the most treacherous you can get.
Well, it's because they're plonked right on top of basically green paint.
Yeah,
and for
not to
who was
mention
either...
they take the tires off the ground, and then there's no guarantee they can re-grip once hit the ground again.
Exactly. And for anyone who was watching Hockenheim or took part in Hockenheim, as I know a lot of the drivers in this race do watch the broadcast as we're going, on the outside of 1, at the Hockenheim ring, you've got those white and blue curbs that actually provide quite a lot of grip, but they give way to a green painted surface really, really quickly, at which point you touch that with any sort of steering lock on and whoop, around goes the rear end. Into the barrier on the inside you go, and that's race over. We saw that a couple of times, actually.
I think that's kind of what we've been seeing coming through 300R. Like, if you get a little bit, I mean, it necessarily in the back, it's not even the curve, it's just if you're on the rubbered line, you're sort of having that similar effect if you have too much steering lock in there. And a little bit more safe right now, fortunately. And lap times have gotten back into the 38s for our race leader, who's pulled now up to 5.8 seconds for SPD Racing. So they're starting to find pace once again.
Well, hold on, if we do have a bit of a
positions.
Fight for position for P2 in GT3 AM, a car that we don't really get the chance to talk about very often. Stefan Enriquez on board that Smurf Racing Team Audi. Mike Gaff for Pandemonium just getting a little bit loose through turn 315, and that's all the impetus that the 391 crew needed to just slide up the right-hand side and take the position into the final corner. So up into P2 for those guys, and it looks like they're already starting to pull just a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, Mike Gaff going to try and put the pressure on here into turn number 1, but the inside's well defended, and a little bit of a whittle from the Pandemonium red car on the inside curb of the corner means that Stefan can start to pull away again. We come down into Coca-Cola and through to 100R. Gotta keep it so narrow now, coming through turn 3, to make sure you don't wash out onto that green paint that normally you are using as much of as possible in the dry. The track completely changes in these sort of conditions. You've got to use so much less of it than normal.
We've got weather. There you go. You can see when we said it was like Swiss cheese. That's what I was talking about there. We're currently just at the edge of that next pocket you see to the top left corner of that black square. The weather is moving from top left to bottom right. So you can see we do have another band of weather set to come our way.
To southeast.
It's a weather graph, top left to bottom right. But we do have that last little band of wet weather that we're going to see. But we do have probably 15-20 minutes of no rain to come. It's going to be really close to trying the track out, I think.
No,
we're already down to moderately wet.
Yeah, but that's the easy. I think that's the easy part. The track sort of becomes moderately wet on its own very quickly. So it just can't sustain at that sort of level we had in the peak of this storm. But from this point onwards, I mean, they're starting to form they're starting to try out a little bit of a line on the start-finish straight.
It's not much.
But it's not much. I don't think it's going to dry out in time for that second rainstorm.
You know, sometimes though, just to talk about iRacing for a second, sometimes I look at the SSR and I'm like, oh, it does look a bit funky in places. But then, Jan Curb's almost going for a spin down there at turn 1, trying to get down the inside of Mike Gaff. But then, it looks a bit funky, but then it has this moments where the sun is reflecting off it just right. And I don't know if you've ever been in a car when the sun is really low and basically reflecting off the road into your eyes, and it is just a sea of like bright yellowy white light. I was seeing that on the start finish straight on the last lap, and I was like, yeah, okay, maybe SSR actually looks quite good.
It really does have its moments.
I think it's better when you're in the car. It sort of doesn't fall apart in replay cameras, but you get to a distance away and the level of detail on the SSR kind of drops, and the reflections become spotted, like GTA 5 rendering at a distance, where they just render spots of the building rather than the entire thing. You know what I mean?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah. This has become the Graphics Engine podcast with Olivia Hayward and Taylor Mills.
Ultimate Mason Orange actually trying to make a charge back through the field here on the Sim Racing Center LMDH. These cars within about 0.2 per second coming into the hairpin in sector 2. Randy Mateos obviously has not had the best start to the race in terms of strategy, but trying to set up this move on Tobias Kruken and might have an opportunity to turn 10. Not going to go for it, but putting a ton of pressure on here. as it looks like there's been a little bit of a spin at turn 10 for the Carbono Esports car of Pablo Riestra. Managed to get through without any damage and get rolling once again, but a few seconds lost, and now the top three are within 7-8 seconds of each other, and there's about 30 seconds back to Carbono Esports in P4 in GTP right now.
Just to do a championship watch for a second, Matthias Whiten doing a pretty all right job of recovering what they lost during that wet weather pit stop cycle. 1.3 seconds off the back of Marcos Silva for NGC Esports. So recovering, but it's still not going to be enough to get them back into championship contention as it stands. XPD Racing still very comfortable at the front of the field, a whole lap ahead of everyone who can take the championship away from them. As Old Firm Racing and Sim Race Center at LMDH just going at it, and I think that's going to be moved on for Randy Mateos, as Kruken has to slot back into the slipstream on the run down to turn 3 at another place. We've seen so many moves done so far, as Stefan Henriquez uses the curb. I told you it was possible. But that move is sealed, and Randy Mateos moves up to P9 for Old Firm Racing.
It's a little bit easier in the GT3 cars, I think. They've got a lot more weight holding them to the track, almost. And a lot less power going through the tyres.
Weight is downforce. Any force that acts downwards is downforce, and it helps. The only issue is it creates a lot of inertia, which is difficult to get moving in the direction you want to. But still, downforce is downforce.
There's been 3 moments, I think. The track's drying out, and there's been sort of 3 moments in a very quick succession here. But I think drivers maybe getting a little bit too confident on the track, trying to make more use of the run curbs at this point, and are having mistakes. It's one for Project Valor's number 50, and one with DDT by EW Academy, one for the second XPD Racing GT3 car. So the conditions might be improving. The rain has stopped for the time being, but the track is by no means dry or anywhere close to it.
No.
And the curbs are still very much causing trouble for the entire field here.
One hour and 46 minutes down, as we're just seeing the NGC esports team off in the background down at turn 5 even. XPD Racing still lead the way, now only 3.5 seconds clear of Enosis Esports. Writer Engineering 2.4 seconds back on them, with the SimRace Sweden Esports Pro team heading that GT3 field absolutely thriving in these conditions. 45 seconds clear of Lithium Motorsports Pro, who are now the team up there in second place, as that looks like it's going to be... I always forget their name. It's on my list. Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Kevin Daniels still on board that car, and just really... There's the NGC Esports team again going for a bit of a spin down at 14 and 15. It's a really tricky corner, especially for the Porsches to get that one right. Like we talked about how easy it is for them to lock up whilst braking full stop, but then whilst turning and braking as well. As I think that's going to be... It's a passive position overall in GT3, but not one that actually matters in the championship, as the Audi and the Corvette, excuse me, are going to be side by side down the start finish straight. Smurf Racing team don't have to fight this one. It's one of the Project Valorous cars squeezes through down the inside. So I would partially expect them to back out of this, but it looks like Stefan Enriquez is actually going to... No, never mind, he does back out and actually commits to it, because Kevin Daniels going wide down at turn 1 opens the door for the R8 GT3 to squeeze through, and it's going to be an overall position lost. That all happened at the same time there.
One thing I do want to mention, just thinking about a lot of these mistakes that we're seeing creep through sort of very quickly in this race, is teams are going to have to be very careful about their incident count.
True.
Coming through here. I think you often see the incident count skyrocket in wet weather conditions, but it's unyielding from the sim. It's 55 incidents for the first drive through, additional drive through at 65 and 75, and then a race DQ at 85x. If you are making a lot of mistakes in these conditions, those are going to add up very quickly indeed.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, especially with the spins, isn't it? It's
we'll have to see
these
how
conditions are so tricky.
how that navigates, as the track is drying out right now.
Oh, it won't be for long because that band of rain is very quickly. Although the fact that it's got down to lightly wet.
It's drying quicker than I expected.
Yeah, I think because there's no cloud cover right now. All the clouds are gone. So the sun is beating down on the circuit, bringing that track temperature up just a little bit. We're still down at 16.1 degrees Celsius. And there's a strong wind as well, which is going to help dry out the circuit. And we've still got 38 cars circulating to lift all that rainwater off the circuit. So you imagine that. The rainwater's been all flicked up by downforce and tires and whatever. And then there's a 30-kilometer-an-hour wind just sweeping it away. That's a recipe for a very quickly drying track.
Yeah. But I guess the question is, even if you think the track gets to the crossover point, do you make the pit stop for slick tires, or do you try and hold out for that next band of rain? It's a lot easier to drive wet tires on a dry track than it is vice versa.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right there. But the time that you gain from actually being on dry tires is absolutely huge. I'll be honest, I don't think we're going to get down to a point where dry tires are feasible. But if we do, if I was in DLR by Sinlab's position or Old Firm Racing's position, I'd at least give it a go, because you've got to do something just a little bit different. As we're just watching a little bit of it's not a battle on track, it's just some lappery as Felix Manzanero just goes down the inside of Carlos Miguel Duarte and gets that track position whilst hunting down Ivan Ibarra in that Audi R8. That more race winning Audi R8 just in front.
Yeah, it's a little 4-car battle pack for P5 right now. It's right into two little pairings here. We've got Team Race Data DE Black and the Hydro Racing Forces car for P5 and P6, and then there's actually Race Data goes wide and actually lets the 262 take P5 there, coming in through Coca-Cola turn. Just ahead of this pattern again. This is now, you can see basically all 4 cars in frame at the same time, as that is, I believe, the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car cutting through in GTP.
It is indeed.
But this is going to be a very tense battle for the next few laps between these GT cars.
Oh, there's 4 of them within a relatively tight window getting led by Onno Bastins on board that Hydro Race Racing Forces car. There's a joke in there somewhere about, Hydro Race, surely. Because it's what?
Maybe. That could potentially be a joke, yeah.
Ooh, there's a look from Ivan Ibarra just trying to get down the inside of Kevin Lazar. Puts him a little bit offline and then has a peek to the inside through 15. Is actually going to make that move work because he's put Kevin Lazar just offline enough and filled the mirror of that Ferrari with Audi R8, and just like that, up into P6 for you, Ivan, as you continue your march towards the front of the field.
Yeah, and actually very smart to open up that door for then Matthias White in the DLR by Sinlab Orange car, who's on a hard charge back through the field right now, to just have the opportunity to go for a move, which put the race gear car completely offline and made it very difficult to fight back through the next couple of corners. And now I think the real threat is going to be behind from Felix Manzanero in the SPD Racing 2 car, who's within half a second once again.
Well, the Ferrari 296 is proving very strong contenders in every single race so far this season. I remember the count from the start of the championship was something like 20 of the GT3s were Ferraris. There was something around that. I feel like it was
close to it, yeah.
It was either 18, 20 or 22. I'm just not sure which one it was. But it was insane to think that there were that many cars out there on track. Well, that many Ferraris out there on track, like half the field. And
might have even more next season.
Oh, I certainly hope so. But yeah, Ivan Ibarra doing a great job to power what, in theory, might be an underpowered car in these conditions to, well, the top 5 at this rate if he keeps this this level of movement up.
Yeah, it's a great job from them.
Oh, that's a big slide from Kevin Lazar. Back end just getting away from him on the exit of the chicane. And yet again, he's going to open the door for another car to get through as the Carbono Esports Porsche 963 is going to get through as well. And through comes, oh no, off the road goes Carbono. And through comes Mark Rosendahl on board the number 50 Project Valorous car, also having a bit of an oversteer moment. So all three cars there struggling in these conditions as Kevin Lazar for racegetter.de falls even further down the order, and Alex Pilbeam is only 2.5 seconds off the back of this fight.
Kevin Lazar got a really good exit though, might have a chance to fight back as Carbono's car weaves through the Pandemonium car and the Hydro Race car that have sort of broken away from this pack a little bit. It was a 4-car battle, but it's strung out now into these two pockets of two. And Kevin Lazar cannot make the move into turn number 1, has to be patient and try and wait for a mistake in this opening sector from Felix Manzanero. But I think the 230 crew are going to be trying to focus their eyes forward here and try and get back to the 2 cars ahead to try and make the move back into the top 5 here.
You know me, and you know that I'm a fan of like really cool names. I really like the way that Manzanedo's name just like rolls off the tongue.
Yeah,
so nicely.
It's a good name.
It's so much fun to say. Felix Manzanedo.
There's also been focused on this GT
wait, is this pit
battle.
stops?
No, that's just
No, pit
a
stops.
heavy draft break from it's Pazny, Sports GTP, who is being hounded still by Jan Kurbs in the right engineering car.
He's not getting involved in the draft games though.
I think trying to follow in a draft snake is a little bit silly in these.
Oh, hang on, there's the move. Ivan Ibarra up the inside of Felix Manzanedo into turn 13. It's a great move, a great exit from the chicane to set that one up. Manzanedo just really struggling now behind that Audi R8. So Pandemonium Esport by Sinlabs march up the field continues as that car's now up into P5.
It's a long way forward now, though. 15 seconds to the Gnosis GT3 entry of Bernat Artano. But I'm sure November looking to try and start closing that in now. These are the sort of conditions where you can make a huge gain if you've got the confidence to push the car while keeping it sort of within its limit. And it seems like with the moves being made, Ivan Ibarra has a ton of confidence right now, but he's a little bit deep in turn 1. It's going to just about have the edge cover up on Obastings there. But there's a little bit of crack starting to show. Maybe a little bit too aggressive there into turn number 1 as just fend off for now. But Jan Kurbs still absolutely piling the pressure on.
Indeed.
It's Paz, and this time he is going to follow for the draft. Wants to try and stay as close as possible, try and make the move into turn 1 potentially.
So I'm just looking at the statistics. Ivan Ibarra is on average about a second a lap faster than Artano in the car ahead right now. So give it 15 laps or so, and we could see a change of position in P4. Like when I say Ibarra's flying right now, I mean Ibarra is absolutely flying.
One of the fastest cars on track in GT3. Yeah.
I'd have to have a look at the rest of the field, but yeah, he is looking at it minute 21 off the overall GT3 race lead. But if these conditions continue, I can see him eating into that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, any gap that's been opened up in these first 2 hours, there's 8 hours left to close that down. There's nothing just decided yet. DLR could very much still come back and fight for this race win. It's just a long way to do with how well SPD Racing are fending off this pressure and holding the 2 cars behind at arm's length, because ultimately, if they got into a fight with those cars, that's a huge amount of risk, a huge amount of pressure that could send them tumbling down the order. They've done a fantastic job just holding them away so that they don't have to worry too much about that right now. As Alex Paz is wide.
That's deep.
Jan Kurbs is going to have an opportunity. He's going to go for a lunge here into Panasonic. And Alex Paz again with a wiggle. And that's going to open the door for Jan Kurbs, but Paz was on the wide line on the exit, has the run. There's going to be an opportunity to try and make the move back into turn 1.
Oh, they're pissing.
But no, they both have to be coming down pit lane.
So after that, I thought that was a really aggressive defensive move from Curbs there, but I think maybe from what it looked like, Paz did have the better exit there and probably would have got the move done into turn one. But that little vibe that I got there was that they both knew that the other was committing to the pit lane. So you could see Paz backed out of that overtake really, really early on as Jan Curbs comes to a stop in his pit box. So maybe a little bit of inter-team communication going on there, just to be like, listen, we are pitting this lap, like let's not do anything silly because both of us need to survive this.
Yeah, and especially you've got to remember the pit lane is the road less traveled. That is, the pit entry is going to be the most treacherous part of the racetrack for the entire rest of the race now, because there's not enough time for the cars to dry it out coming down sort of once an hour onto pit road.
Literally at this
you need
point.
to, and especially we're talking about in the dry, it was a difficult piece of track to navigate with that sort of chicane, and how high speed you are on entry. There's no reason to take any risk there in the conditions we have. So very sensible from them, making their pit stops. Jan Curbs is rolling and does manage to get out of pit lane just a fraction ahead, but again, gotta be careful to get the power down on pit exit as well.
Oh, there are cars coming as well.
And you gotta trust these painted lines.
Oh, the Sim Racing Center car.
Through, but 6 cars under a blanket, 3 of each class. Sim Racing Center doesn't want to back out of this, and Jan Curbs forced to take a wide line through turn 3 there.
He's got cold wet tires on as well, though.
Yeah, Tobias does not want to wait for these tires to warm up, but Jan Curbs knows in a lap or two's time the roles will be reversed, and he doesn't want to have to make the move again. It's, I think, very much an IndyCar sort of style situation where you go for the overcut, you just got ice cold tires come out of pit lane, and even if you come out of pit lane ahead, just get jumped in the first sector anyway.
Yeah, it's a very tricky situation for both of these cars here, because Jan Curbs is probably the faster out of these 2 cars right now, but because of the condition that his tires are in, he's not quite able to carry the speed into, through, and out of the corners that he needs. But Tobias Kruken looks like he's maybe giving him a little bit of breathing room now, and what that's doing is putting a bit of a blocker between Curbs and Paz behind, so Curbs can just kind of, well, I say breathe a little bit easy, gets a big oversteer moment on the exit of 15 trying to get the power down, and has to defend a little bit as this Eagle Speed Academy car spun to the inside there, but just struggling to get the power down, and may have to defend from Tobias Kruken. Kruken's going for the move. They're going to be 3 wide coming past one of the GTs, as Curbs is forcing Kruken to the inside. As the Carbono Esports car is down pit lane, they've done another driver change. Side by side, they're going to be on the brakes into one. Who's going to come out on top? Curbs
is braver on the brakes, yeah, and Kruken cannot get the move done.
Yeah, I think because Kruken didn't get completely ahead, he decided to just back out of that one and sort of leave Curbs to it, because he knows that in another half a sector or so, or another sector or so, those tires are going to be up to temperature, and yeah, he's going to be.
I mean, you've got to remember, it's still a heavy car. Tobias Kruken is about to come down into pit lane, but that means that he could be lapping about as fast as he has been all stint right now. So maybe the natural pace is just faster for that car, but there's nowhere to go after this point. It's lap 36 the stint. You didn't expect him to be making your pit stop pretty much immediately anyway, so it's better just sitting behind rather than losing time battling. But a wiggle from Jan Curbs might lead Tobias no other choice than to try and make this move happen. But
big wiggle.
It's that curb at 12. We saw Curbs have that moment about half an hour ago on that curb, and that Tobias has the same issue again there.
So you say 36 laps is what we're expecting in the stint. XPD Racing with Alberto Garcia Blasco on board. Lap 39, they're coming to the end of here in the stint.
Yeah, that's true. It's a lot easier to pull off a fuel save in these sort of conditions.
Yeah. Well, this team is the team that were doing exactly the same ridiculous stint lengths at Road America while still maintaining the pace. And they're doing exactly the same thing again, because they are not edging towards pit lane. They're coming down the start-finish straight on the racing line to complete lap 39 of their stint and go on to lap 40 at a point where no one else is able to really go past lap 36.
Jan Curbs is wide in one. really tricky conditions right now where you have to be pushing as much as you can, but the level you're trying to push is too much for the track conditions right now.
Yeah, we know how fast Tobias Kruken is. Of course, he was up there in the top 3 at the start of this race in front of Jan Kurbs. So there's a chance that Kruken is faster in this stage of the race and is basically trying not to incur a penalty by being too aggressive in passing curves. But someone who's must be getting a little bit frustrated with this has got to be, it's not the sim race. It'll be the Onotis esports driver, Aris Paz, who has another Porsche in the way of him, as they're all going to get checked up behind the GTs. Kruken has to brake very hard as Alberto Garcia Blasco goes for a spin down at the chicane as well. So it's all just sort of happened in the last 3 seconds as Onotis have got past Sim Racing Center, and Curbs now has a good chunk of breathing room. I think, though, this is going to be Alberto Garcia Blasco's in lap. It's got to be.
Yeah, but the question is, where does he cycle out of pit out here? Set a 1:37.4 last lap, so
Great
a really
pace.
quick lap, but then the spin obviously eats into that advantage significantly. The gap was about 5 seconds when the Right to Engineering
Oh my God, he's
sports
staying out
cars
again.
peel down pit lane as Blasco does make another lap here.
I'm going to jump on board with him a second to see where he's lifting for turn 1, because I've never seen anything like this before. Oh, he's lifted before the pit lane exit. Wow. Okay. Credit where it's due. That's actually quite impressive. I'm just going to check that again and see exactly where he is lifting. Yeah, just before pit lane exit, gets off the throttle and lets the car roll down towards the corner. I think helped by the fact there was a GT in front, but there you go. If you're wondering how to do the fuel save at Fuji, that's how it's done.
As I tried to pass a GT3 and 100R, but they run quite wide. It's off the racing surface and onto the grass a little bit, trying to make the move, and gets washed way out wide into the runoff. Manages to hold on to it, but again, you've got to be careful at those incident points. We've been talking about it all season, and in conditions like this, it's going to be more crucial than ever before.
Yeah, and that fight for P5 in GT3 as well. The Hydro Race Racing Forces car has got back in front of Ivan Ibarra. She's just dropped back a little bit, but something that's been threatening to happen for most of the stint so far is Alex Pilbeam getting onto the back end of the rest of this GT3 field in this fight for position. Of course, he's not racing for championship position over these guys. HWT Motorsport not only leading GT3 AM comfortably, but leading the GT3 AM championship comfortably, is going to go at the inside of Kevin Lazar. Kevin Lazar not really comfortable in these conditions, as Gonzalo Ferreira just on the outside of the circuit, coming almost to a complete stop and holding up one of the Project Valorous GTPs behind. Pilbeam, I think he's just looking to see exactly how fast and how high up the field he can go as the XBD racing car of Alberto Garcia Blasco finally comes down pit lane. 41 laps, by the way.
That is an incredible stint.
It's ridiculous. Genuinely ridiculous.
But we'll have to see if it was worth it. We'll have to see where this car cycled out compared to Jan Kurbs and Aris Paz, who are just right now coming through the middle sector. So about half a lap back, there's going to be a driver swap for the SBD racing car as well. The other two of these teams in the top 3 battle have stuck with their... No, sorry. I noticed swapped into Aris Paz after the first stint. Right to doing had Jan Kurbs carry on for a triple here, which is closer to 3 hours than it is to 2. SD Racing, after a double stint to start the race, are now making their drive. You have to see how confident Jose Manuel Trizon can be in these conditions. Where it's so difficult to hop into a car on a wet track because you're not quite sure where the grip is. It's very dynamic in these sort of changing conditions, and you've got to be on it as quickly as possible. It's you want to try and take as many tips as possible from your teammates. Say, okay, well, where can I use what curves to do, what curves are bad? SB Racing is out of pit lane and at turn 1, Jan Kurbs going to be about 3 seconds back, so closes in a little bit, but has burned 5 more laps of fuel, which could end up sort of coming back to be repaid later in the race.
There's the spin, though. It's Taylor Mill's prediction time. As I thought that in these conditions, Curbs would have the chance to pounce on Jose Manuel Cazon, who was getting used to the wet track. I wouldn't have put a driver in the car in these conditions. You keep the driver in the car who's been driving in these conditions for as long as possible.
You don't have a choice,
they fully understand the racing surface.
The rain's going to continue for hours.
No, we are coming up to the last band of rain. It is going to dry out again soon.
Yeah, but the track's going to stay in tricky conditions.
I don't know. It's a really tricky one. Like, there is a reason that a lot of these teams left the same drivers on board through that pit stop cycle. And you can see why, because Cazon gets down to turn 3, not understanding, not knowing what the track feels like, and instantly spins and puts the XPD racing team out of that first place position. And it's now Young Curbs who's 7 seconds up the road from Cazon. Honestly, it's a tactical error.
And what it has actually done is it's put them just one position ahead of DLR Bison Orange, who do have to pit stop, mind you. So they are going to fall down the order soon. But the gap is closing between those two cars now. And with more than 3/4 of the race left to go, the championship fight is still wide open in GTP.
So just as we have a little bit of drama in the GTP class, Young Curbs and Writer Engineering cycling to the lead and thriving in the second stint in the wet conditions. We are going to step aside for a short while to take a quick break, and we will be back to bring you the next 8 hours or so of this race. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship, 10 hours of Fuji. After a very dramatic pit stop cycle where XPD Racing lost the lead of this race, now 20 seconds off the back of it, Jan Kurbs, Writer Engineering, took the lead of the race. However, in the last lap, there has been a lead change overall as Anosis Esports Aritz Paz has passed Jan Kurbs for the lead of the race. Kurbs and Writer Engineering are still there, about 0.3 of a second back, but it seems that Porsche 963 is just so much better in these conditions.
Yeah, it was, I mean, a mistake from Kurbs into Dunlop corner at turn 10 opened the door for Aritz Paz to make the move again. I still think these two are quite evenly matched in these conditions. It's very difficult to make the move. You see, breaking the draft down into turn number 1, Aritz Paz is going to be able to hold on, but Kurbs trying to focus on the edge as much as possible, try and continue the move through the first sector, as they have been catching GT3 traffic here, and that could throw a real spanner in the works here.
We are just in the middle of a very small rainstorm as well. It's been really heavy, but it's still a short one. After this, we're realistically expecting the rain to pretty much disappear for the rest of the race, bar maybe catching the edge of one of the little rainstorm clouds. I think that's Thomas van der Bosch that went really wide at turn 6 there. But Kurbs is losing a little bit of time in all of this, just trying to navigate his way through the GT3 traffic. And the issue is, if he loses slipstream on Aritz Paz, he's going to be a severe deficit in terms of straight line speed. That Cadillac's still not proving impressive getting down into turn 1, just not having the speed of the rest of the GTPs, as conditions are looking so tricky out there yet again, as the track does get wetter and starts to fall away from us a little bit.
Yeah, it's...
Oh, Jan. Almost
I
into
think
the back of a GT3.
the remarkable thing about this race part is how quickly the track has deteriorated. We talked about how quickly, well, surprisingly quickly, it's been recovering since that last rainstorm, but it's still been a slow process to dry the track out, and it feels like we've undone about half an hour's work in about 5 minutes with this current rain shower. When rain falls, it falls hard here, and this is causing the teams a lot of problems, because suddenly you've not got any of the grip where you thought you might have it. And Anosis Esports seem to be thriving. Now got a 1.5 second lead here. Still setting a 139 last time by, compared to a 141.2 for Jan Kurbs. And Jose Morales is on in the SPD Racing GTP. Previous lap was a 143, now finding pace with a 140, but still 22 seconds back as that crew try and get a handle for these conditions and the driver swap that's come through in the last few laps.
Yeah, it's such a tricky situation to be in, because as a driver, you don't, especially in a race like this, you don't want to be in the car for the first 3 hours of the race, or the first 2 and a bit hours of the race, whatever it ends up being, because it's just so hard to actually do that, as Kurbs and one of the XPD racing cars when they come together in the chicane. But the last thing you want to do in changeable conditions, in wet weather conditions, is change the driver that's on board the car, because the driver that's in the car knows what the track's doing. They know where the track's at. They know where all the grip is. If you put someone else into that, they've got to do all that learning for themselves. As again, Jose Manuel Cazan going very deep into the chicane and just really struggling in these conditions. If they'd have kept Garcia Blasco on board, I reckon they'd still be in the lead of this race. It's something they do in real life as well, where in changeable conditions, in the wet, the same driver stays in the car for as long as is reasonable. I think partially due to the safety car period, but because of the sort of weather conditions we had at Le Mans this year, Lawrence Van Tor ended up doing 11.5 hours of the race. Again, mostly due to the safety car period and letting Andre Lotter and Kevin Estre get some more sleep. But they kept him in the car because he understood the track. And if anyone else got on board, they'd have to relearn everything. And that's what Kazan's really struggling with right now, is the fact that he has to learn where all the grip is. Like you said it yourself, Liv, you can only learn so much from being told where the grip is by your team. But at the end of the day, you have to get out there and feel it and get used to it. Because the only way that you get fast in these sorts of conditions is seat time, seat time, seat time. And Kazan just hasn't had that.
Yeah, but equally, you can say that in theory you want to keep that driver in the car, but in practice, endurance scheduling is as much about what's happening in the real world as it is in the virtual world. As there's been a couple of incidents, and it looks like,
oh goodness me! Just seen a replay of that on your feed there, Liv. On the live feed, we're seeing Tom Bryant on board the HWT Motorsport car, limping around with no front end. I think the rear end just gets away from him. No, not even that. That's the virtual drivers by the car. And Tom Bryant just could not avoid, slams into the side of the French Ferrari 296 and then hits the barrier on the inside of the circuit. A couple other cars getting involved in that one as well, as the VDC car just completely checked up. But that may have to be a trip down pit lane for repairs, as we're just jumping with to Paz as well, as he comes onto the start-finish straight. That's very wide, and the spin. He goes for a spin on the exit of the corner. Jan Kurbs slides through. Paz has to now recover, get back up to speed, and there is a change of lead at the front of the field yet again.
And it's just showing this secondary rain shower has thrown yet another cat amongst the pigeons. No one's quite sure how much they can push right now. We're seeing it catch up our cars. Unfortunately, it could be an end to HWT's perfect season. Insult to injury being that was their out lap, so they'd already made a pit stop. They just put Tom Bryant into that car from Alex Pilbeam, and then through no fault of his own, as he's feeling out those conditions, has to now take an extended repair, which will knock them quite a way down the order in the AM standings.
Indeed it will. Fortunately for them, they have wrapped up the team's championship for AM, so they don't really have to worry about finishing this race, but I'm sure they'll be so frustrated with ending up way down the order in this one. They've still got time to recover. Again, we've got 7.5 hours to go in this race, and if any team in the AM field can do it, it's them, because they've just had the pace out of everyone all season long. But we'll have to wait and see how long this repair is, as Team Race get a DE come down pit lane as well, because they were involved in that incident, as we wait with bated breath to see where they end up.
Yeah. And yet another small spin for XPD Racing GTP in turn 10. It's a mistake we saw from their star driver Alberto Garcia Blasco and Jose Montezon also getting caught out. Maybe something on the setup of that Acura is just not particularly happy about the braking into 10. Maybe the bias a little bit too far rearwards as you try and get it slowed all the way down to about 40 mile an hour for that turn. Here's Race to Esport as well from P8 in class into turn 1 and over-rotate just a little bit on the apex. Gets up again, no damage fortunately, as long as they don't roll it into the wall.
Oh, that was close. I think if this was real life, you'd have heard the scraping of carbon fiber on Armco there. But at the front of the field, Kurbs looking very comfy, 4.6 seconds in the lead. Sorry, Liv, I cut in there.
These conditions are very clearly just throwing everyone for a loop once again. Everyone gotten used to that sort of drying line, and now suddenly it's gone, just as quickly as it appeared.
Oh, but it's going to come back just as quickly as it disappeared as well, because the rain once again has stopped on the circuit. We've got a weather system that's just getting clear of the racetrack. So we're going to go back to...
I gotta say, you said this was the last.
I can see it as well, yeah.
Just poking in from the corner. We might get one more shower before this system clears. But there's a long time before that, and
it might
potentially with that gap, there might be time for either that band of rain to dissipate, but also the track could dry out significantly and maybe hit the crossover point before that next band approaches the track.
But then how close is that crossover point going to be to the rain getting back here? Are we going to see another bit of split strategy in the GTP field where someone could lose out massively and others could gain out of this one. I hope so, because it'll keep things really, really tight and really interesting at the top of the standings in the race. You know, anything really to bring DLR by Simlab back into it, Old Firm Racing, bring them back into it as well, just to see if we can get a little bit more spice in this championship towards the end of this race.
Yeah, of course. Remember, the gap coming into this round was 3 points between those two teams. SPD being the team with the advantage that carries through into this race as well, but it's essentially winner take all between those two crews for this championship fight. And currently it's 2 positions ahead, and a gap of close to about a minute, I think, between the 2 cars. So definitely not as dire as it has looked early on in the race, but a huge deficit to overcome for Albert Preem, who was hopped into start. And again, DLR had to make a driver change in that last stop. Matthias Whiteton had been in that car for more than 2 hours.
2 hours and 10 minutes, yeah.
Had to be relieved, and Albert Preem is the one who has to settle in, but has done a great job actually setting multiple 138 in these first 10 laps in the car. Just seems to have the pace over Jose Monodon right now in these wet weather conditions.
Yeah, as you were talking about it, Liv, Kazan did go for another spin down at turn 10.
It's just it is the trickiest low speed corner, I think, on the track. You've got the medium speed of like turn 14 is going to catch people out as well, and then the high speed, I think, is turn 3. But if your car isn't set up to handle the low speed very well, it seems like the number 33 isn't, you're seeing the mistakes creeping at turn 10, not just for Kazan, but also we saw it for Blasco as well.
Yeah, this is a fight for position on track, though. Francisco Ramos alongside Manu Casanovas on the run down to turn 1. Casanovas, we think, definitely running with a little bit of damage. There doesn't appear to be a front end on that Porsche 911 GT3, but he's having to peek to the inside to try and defend that position. But Ramos has gone wide as the cars make contact on the exit of the corner, and Casanovas is going to hold on to that place in very aggressive fashion as the NGC Esports by Rubis Gas Ferrari is going to have to try and make that move yet again. But Casanovas doesn't look like he's giving up on this one anytime soon.
Yeah, no, this is definitely still a battle that is well and truly alive here. It's such a close fight here coming through this final sector. Oh no, it's the heck in the middle sector, I should say.
Yeah, we're going to be almost going to be side
Ramos
by side
has to back out a little bit, but in turn 10, this is going to be the place to give another attack. Ramos looks to the inside. It's just to try and bully Casanovas out of the way, and there's contact between the two. They're going to go side by side through here. And Enosis holds on for now, but has to take a little bit of that curb. It'll run them out wide, and it opens up the door a little bit again into, what is this, turn 12, turn 13 for Francisco Ramos.
Well, Ramos has made the same mistake over the curb.
Little battle.
Yeah, closes up once again under braking and has to just check up a little bit more than he otherwise would have wanted, because that car is not carrying the speed through the corners in front that Ramos is expecting, which you would expect with that apparent loss of front downforce. It's going to be very draggy down the straight as well. I don't know if Francisco Ramos is going to be close enough to try and make a move work this time by. Let's see if Casanovas goes for the defense as Bastons is just dropping towards him a little bit as the gap comes down to 3.6, which is what it was. The overlays are just having a moment. But look at the speed gain for Ramos. Pulls to the inside. Has to be careful of that painted white line. Casanovas isn't going to fight it too much on corner entry, but will probably look for a cutback as they almost make contact again at the apex of turn 1. But now that's going to be that move made for Francisco J. Ramos, who just had to hang on to it, and now he's up into P6.
I don't think this one's over quite yet, though. With how fierce that battle was, and a little bit of a tail-happy moment coming through Coca-Cola there, puts him under pressure coming through 100R, and it could be a lunge into the hairpin potentially from Casanovas, but has to back off to make it through the exit of 100R, and here comes some GTP traffic to throw a bit of a spanner in the works. This is Jan Kurbs in the overall lead. I'm sure not looking to take too much of a risk here, but it is going to separate these cars out a little bit. Gap's now up to half a second.
Yeah, almost. Jan Kerb's almost making a little bit of contact at the apex of turn 6 that you saw how the car wiggled under braking as he put more brake pressure on than he perhaps would have liked at that point. I promise you the car does not like it when you do that. You get into a rhythm through those corners, you set the car up to, not like in setup, but the way you drive the car into the corner is it sets it up to go through it in a certain way. Then when you change something about how you're braking compared to your steering angle or whatever, the car can get quite unsettled, and we saw that with Kerbs going through and, you know, having to put on a bit of brake pressure after nearly going into the back of the Porsche. Enosis followed by Enosis through the final corner. I doubt Casanovas is going to make it too difficult. Dutifully moves over to the side to let the big sister car through, and it's just going to help Casanovas drop off the back of Francisco Ramos. As you said, the fight's not over, Liv, but I think by now it's just about done.
I mean, the fight wasn't over when I said it.
You're not wrong.
It's that traffic moment, I think, and that sort of check up through 100R, I think, was what really separated these two out. And I'm sure Casanova is not giving up on this quite yet, but that was also a bit of a slide through turn number 1 there. And I think they might have to focus on just getting their tyres back into a rhythm, get the confidence back into their car, and try and regroup to after this fight again, rather than continuing it right now.
Well, here's a little bit of an intra-class battle. Stefan Henriquez, who's currently leading in GT3M, just past the number 240 Pandemonium Esports Ferrari in the final sector. Again, not a 5th position, no points up for grabs between these two. Their finishing positions don't affect each other, but Smurf Racing Team just looking to have the cleanest run towards the end of this race as they can after that big pit stop for damage for HWT Motorsport, who are back out on track behind, but falling.
No, they are not.
No, they're not, are they? They dropped behind another car 10 minutes off.
And
you know what? I don't think they're going to rejoin this race.
From conversations in the driver's chat, they could be the first time of this race. Of course, nothing to really fight for in terms of points at this point. They were looking for the glory of the race win, and with that well and truly out of their hands, I think they might take an early flight home to start the championship celebrations and to start focusing on next year's title defense, or probably stepping up into pro.
I certainly expect them to be forced to if they don't choose to.
Yeah.
Because that team is way too quick to be competing in that. Like, if there's an AM car that's fighting within the top 6, 7 of GT3 Pro, they probably need pegging back a little bit.
I'm sure they'll relish a challenge next season, though.
Oh, they'd love it, yeah.
Yeah.
So fight's still going on up and down the field at the moment. There's been a change of position for P6 in class in GTP. Ander Gomez really finding some pace underneath him in that number 51 Project Valorous car to get past Julien Hammond for the Old Firm Racing Team. So those guys just dropping down the order a little bit more. But DLR by Simlab have still got the wick on that car turned right the way up, pulling away from the car behind, and doing a great job to maintain the gaps to the lead and try and create chances when they come. We are entering this little bit of a period of no rain for now, so a chance for the rainwater to lift itself off the circuit, blow itself away, create a bit of a dry line on track, and maybe create another strategic opportunity.
Yeah, and Harmon is not giving up on this fight right now, looking to try and make this happen and try and fight back at Ander Gomez. Gap's still about half a second, but they're coming up to a little pocket of traffic that could bunch up the 51 and force them into making a move. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. This is our closest battle on track right now. We've also got a battle that we'll briefly flip to for 11th and 12th in GTP. The Project Valorous 50 car defending from Backmark Racing Razzle Dazzle. Both cars 5 laps down after early incidents, but finding each other on track again as we actually hop back to this battle. We mentioned the traffic coming in. That's a Pandemonium Esports car just getting a little bit in the way of Julian Harmon and Bunch, and spreading them back out a little bit once again as Race 2 Esport has kind of had a little bit of a mistake that we will take a quick look back at in a second here. As yeah, there's a little pocket of breathing room here for and this final corner. Yeah,
it's
facing one way a couple of times, base of action, and then taking to the runoff.
Yes,
getting it spin back around.
It's one of those spots where we've seen incidents so often in these conditions because it's so slippery down there. You get down to such a speed where the car just gets so unloaded at the rear. Try to put any sort of anything through the rear axle and it just completely gives up on you. And before you know it, round in a circle, pointing the wrong direction, and having to wait for cars to come past you so that you can rejoin the race safely. So Race 2 Esport, after pretty decent qualifying position, now down, well, back up to P9 after I think, Jan Simnacher was on board the Sim Racing Centre car, goes for a spin down to turn 10 and gives up P9 to the number 70 crew.
It's late braking rear lockup once again, and those two cars trading mistakes. The number 67 waits, and eventually finds reverse gear to get out of the way nice and smoothly, but that's a solid 10 seconds lost for Jan Simnacher. As we hop back to this battle, Old Firm Racing Orange still not giving up, and it's Project Valorous number 51 here.
And rightly so. Like, Old Firm Racing have still maybe got an outside shot at this championship if something happens. So they're going to want to put themselves in the best position they can. They're 3.1 seconds off the back of the XBD Racing crew, a lap ahead, mind. But still, getting themselves back onto the lead lap relative to their championship rivals is a really good spot to be in because it gives XBD Racing so much less breathing room for if something goes wrong. They're going to have to drive everyone's going to have to drive flawlessly to the end of this race if they want to hold on to their result. But when you've got the pressure of a championship on your shoulders, it makes that so much harder because every move you make, every turn you take, every lap that you complete
will be watching you.
I was going to say, it did almost turn into that, didn't it? It wasn't intentional, but could be the difference between taking home the championship and losing it, like Old Firm Racing and DLR by SimLab have managed.
Yeah, I do want to give a quick update as we stay on board with this battle, which is really a fantastic little show. Word in the chat from Alex Pilbeam of HG Motorsport, maybe considering a move up not into GT3 Pro, but into GTP.
Oh.
As here on board with Dylan Harmon, who's going for a move up the inside, and actually might have this one done as they split the traffic 3 wide. Oh no, there's a spin.
Oh, that was almost so cool, Julien. You were doing so well, buddy, and then just lost the back end on the outside of the corner. I love doing that 3 wide move through there, and to see it happen on the broadcast as well is so cool, but just track conditions not right for it. I think we're going to get a replay of it starting down here at turn 10 with the Project Valorous car going very, very wide into 10 as they're going to go almost side by side through what I think is 13. Yes, it is. Yeah, they do go side by side through 13. Hammond forcing the issue there. Across comes the Enosis Porsche, splitting the traffic they go. There might have been a little bit of contact between the Acura and the Porsche there, but ultimately it was the touch on the curb that really sent Hammond into the spin. And the Gomez then adds a little bit of room to breathe. The gap back up to 3.5 seconds, but saying that, it's starting to come down again because Hammond, not happy with what's happened there, is starting to push.
And we'll look at this battle for Rubis Gas by NGC now, putting the pressure on Hydro Race Racing Forces for 5th place in class. You've seen the Project Valorous car cut through. Now going to turn 10, going to look to the outside, see if they can outbrake and get the lunge around. There's a lapped car, I think, holding them up a little bit, holding both cars up. That's a 317. Octopus Racing Team Black. But Rubis Gas does get the move done in that traffic, so a very tricky situation for them to navigate. But very well handled by them all, as here comes Old Firm Racing Orange looking to try and move forward again, but just in absolute logjam coming through the final set to her.
Yeah, as so often is the case with the traffic, it's a a matter of mathematics, you get to a point where you're going to have lap down GT3s around lap down GTPs around other GTPs and GT3s, and it just creates this little bit of a cluster, especially in that final sector that can get so tight on space, especially when you've got 3 different classes of cars trying to make their way around each other. I'm classing them all as different classes, it's fine. And yeah, it's the same situation that we saw down there. Like this row of 5 cars that for the most part aren't fighting each other on track, but it's just the way everyone's got so close to each other right now.
It's actually just behind this battle, we've got another battle for position. This is Tom Tichetto, who in the RPC PEC car, who had that incident with one of the Project Valorous GTPs early in the race. They've not down to 14th in class, but looking to try and climb up, racing the XBD GT3 2 car, driven by Mark Luna Heredia, and try to start making the moves back through the field. Not quite getting it done just yet, but we'll keep following this battle because Tom Tichetto looks to have absolute mountains of pace right now. They're going to be side by side. There we go.
We got that. Yes, that fight's going to continue all the way down into the apex. The RPM racing car, really good exit from the middle of turn 10. Just gets out the corner ahead of the XPD racing car. And I think this is from laps down as well. So RPM racing trying to recover and XPD just not fighting that one too hard, which is probably the sensible choice at that point.
It looks like they are going to be able to pull away a little bit. FPH GT3 just not quite having the pace. As we'll look back ahead to this battle. Ono Bastin still trying to find a way around Rubus Gaspe NGC. We'll go on board with them for a little bit. Yep, there we go.
We got that.
Still, you know, working out some qualities of this system right now.
I was going to say technical issues, but it's not quite that, is it?
It's still issues on my end, I think. As I'm now having to aim all the cameras right now.
Gee, imagine. Sorry, I'm trying to do points calculations as we're sat here, which is always fun.
I think that's more difficult, honestly.
I honestly think so too.
Let's go to...
So fun fact, 3 points between XPD Racing and DLR by SimLab. They are currently in the order that they are in the standings. So XPD are in a good spot to take the championship. DLR by SimLab still having to do a little bit of recovery. But if they just swap positions as they are now, they do actually tie on points, and it goes on countback.
Oh no.
To XPD, because they have 2 wins this season, to DLR by SimLab's 1.
Do not make us calculate countback.
I've already done it. We're okay. We're chill. We're there.
Okay.
It's okay.
Mistake actually, we'll put this as a mistake from Carbono Esports GTP coming through this middle sector, or final sector I should say, turn 14. I'm not seeing a mistake here. Oh, there we go.
There it is. You just had
a
to
bit
wait
late than I
for it.
expected. It's on the brakes into the final corner. Yeah.
Did he even jump on the brakes, or did he just find a wet patch on the road? Oh no, he's where okay, he's not where I thought he was. It was on the brakes. I thought we were looking a little bit later on in the lap. Tom Tichetto then recovering through traffic there. He is laps down on. Ono Baston's clearly thinking about that Lamborghini in 18th place that's behind him. Defends aggressively towards the inside of the circuit on a circuit that is very slowly drying up. You can see that dry line appearing. So is there going to be someone that jumps onto the slicks at some point soon? Not soon, but at some point in the future, as everyone just gets a little bit checked up down in turn 1. Basting's having a big oversteer moment at the apex, having to not go into the back of Marcel back there. Tichetto has to back out of it as well. It's a concertina effect truly coming into play there, as all of these cars are just trying to work with each other to try and get to where they need to. There are fights for position, well, a fight for position in this between Francisco Ramos and Ono Bastins, but Marcel Beck is currently playing a bit of a blocker between those two.
Yeah, because everyone has their own race at this point. Of course, not to mention the GTPs that are trying to through. That is the Innosi Esports car of Alex Paz who's 5.2 seconds back from Jan Kurbs after that mistake, and looking to try and close it down as quickly as possible. As that car streaks away with HWT. Oh, they are back out on
Back
track.
on track.
Hey! Oh, but they're immediately coming under fire.
Commentator's booth favourite, clearly.
Listen,
We don't play favourites.
it's nice to see, you know, teams trying to persevere and see out the championship, even if this round hasn't gone the way they would have liked. What this has done is it has spread out this battle a little bit. Because again, it's that 263 car just a little bit in the way.
There it is.
Never mind.
Not anymore.
But the gap is 1.3 seconds. They're out of slipstream. And it could be the RPM racing car, who we know is quick, might try and cut through and say, I want to try and move forward here.
Well, we're about to find out. The V10 in the back of that Lamborghini, not a V12, as I said it earlier, not really propelling that car down the straight as fast as Chichetto might want, as it's not creating an opportunity for him to get by into turn one. As Bastings has lost about a tenth of a second to the car in front, but it's really that middle sector where that 262 car has had the pace as they go just a little bit wide. Chichetto looking to the inside for some sort of move or to just put the car in front off, but again, doesn't really find anything. And Liv, I think I am starting to see a dry lineup here, but there's still lots of spray coming off it.
I think if the track were to stay like this for another half hour, also, maybe that's the point where you would start considering the slick tires, although it's so difficult in a multi-class context to make that call because you have to go offline so often with the traffic passing you or you getting around the traffic. You can't rely on just sitting on that very thin, dry line for the entire race as the Rubis Gas GTP tries to slot through. And I mean, this is a very tight sequence to try and make that happen, but they get through cleanly. It checks them all up a little bit, and the gap's now about 1.4 ahead to the sister car, who I'm sure will have a little bit of an easier time letting the GTP through.
They certainly hope so, but it's not to say that there's a guarantee that the sister car is going to always be nice to the other car that's in the other class. I think the TMR crew had some issues getting past the Ferrari GT3 sister car at Portimao that I've heard everything about multiple times from Alex after that one. Alex Salmon, mind, not Gerber. He's not one to complain.
It's
oh, there's the dive from Tom Chichetto. Hard on the brakes into one, as Ono Bastings doesn't have to go wide to avoid, but leaves the space on the inside, looking for the cutback on exit. And just like that, it's going to be moved done as the RPM Racing crew looking to take off into the distance a little bit now. Bastings perhaps may be grateful for that, as Chichetto may be able to drag him back up to Francisco Ramos for position.
Yeah, man, this is not a move for position. These two are separated by 4 laps, but you saw the flash of the headlights from Chichetto coming through that final sector, clearly getting impatient, and there the move got made. It's every car wants to try and maximize their pace as quickly as possible. As there has actually been an incident for the XPD Racing GT3 car that's currently second in class. We'll quickly look to see what happened for that entry. It's coming through 300R. Is it going to be instant here, or is it going to be down into turn 10 on the brakes?
Drum roll, please. It's turn 10 on the brakes. Oh, that's a very
SVD do not
spin.
like this corner.
Goodness gracious me. Oh, and there's just been a bit of contact between Andre Rosa and Ivan Ubera. Ivan Ubera and co, who've been having an excellent race for the last couple of hours, just being hit up the rear end by a GTP. I don't know if they're carrying any damage from that, and I don't know if you're going to be able to get a replay up for us, but after closing in a 1 minute 20, no, there is damage. I think they've got toe in on the right rear corner of that car. That's such a shame, because that Pandemonium Esports car was absolutely flying in these conditions. We are going to see the replay of it just here, I think. It's the...
Oh, is this just how this
just
looks?
How slow they are.
Yeah.
So spin into the final corner, and the NGC Esports by Rubis Gas car just making no effort to avoid. into the right rear corner, tire bent, and I think that's going to be race over pretty much to the 241 crew.
It's going to be close to it, yeah. That's a really brutal incident for them. There's actually been an incident for HWT as well. Down into turn 10, it looks like, and gotta think this just isn't. Ooh. It's always fortunate when you have a spin off the racing line. But I suppose still not the way they wanted this race to be progressing for them. As Panama Sunlight Gold are down on pit lane for some lengthy repairs, and we will focus our attention on the Project Valorous number 51, who is trying to make some moves forward towards the Carbon Esports GTP for P5 in class.
5 in class. I do believe they lost position to the Carbano Esports team earlier on in this race, and this is trying to recover that position. So you have a great camera angle just off the right-hand side of the car. Of course, one of the default iRacing cameras, but still a really fun one because we love those cameras that don't quite exist in real life, but still provide cool angles as we're watching Ander Gomez thread his way through the Enosis GT3 there, as he just keeps closing in on the back of Gregara on board the Carbono Esports car, a team that I've had some experience fighting in the past. I don't think we ever enjoyed racing them because we just didn't like being around them on track, but it's always great to see the familiar teams from, you know, talking 3-4 years ago when the LMP1 was the thing in iRacing for, you know, top level sports car racing. Of course, that did eventually slide to the LMP2 when it was IVRA and SCO that all switched over to the LMP2 from the LMP1, which I thought was a real shame, but I can't complain too much because after all the esports pros left LMP1, it did open up the opportunity for both of the teams that I've driven for in that period to start seeing some success, and in that time we took home 2 championships, so I can't really complain too much.
It's all to the inside.
Good old splitting the race 2 esport car. Gregara just backs out of it almost in hesitation. Ander Gomez commits to the move around the outside, takes both of those cars into turn 6, and is going to be up into P5 in an absolute instant from waiting for all of that to happen to it actually happening, and then a little bit of contact from the XPD Racing GT3 at the rear there that sends that car into a spin. And it's another moment where everything's just sort of happened at the same time.
And it still can be happening. That GT3 is right in the diffuser of the Carbono Esports car through turn 12 or turn 13 there.
Yeah, ask that Ferrari what the rear end of a Porsche tells like, and they'll be able to tell you tenfold. But Ander Gomez going for a half spin into turn 16 is going to cede a position to Gregara and the recovering Julien Harmond. So from P6 to P5 back to P7 in the course
on
of
the curb.
And there it is. Yeah, there's the replay for you. As Gomez touching that curb on the outside, goes into a half spin, recovers really well, but not without sacrificing 2 positions to the cars behind. Absolute cinema.
And then XPD Racing coming through into turn 10 on the inside of HWT, and too much.
This is really not good for the XPD Racing crew because they're only 40 seconds in front of DLR by SimLab. I mean, they shouldn't have to worry about it too much. If they can stay in 4th behind DLR by SimLab in 3rd, they still win the championship. But ideally, you want to make sure you've got that point score over them rather than having to go to count back. And you still need to keep the car clean because penalty points could still come into play here if either of these teams start to waver a little bit, start to falter and lose. I almost said lose their grip on reality. What am I talking about? Start to make those mistakes that involve other cars. But we are just tracking this fight for P5 in GTP because it has not let up since the whole swapping, changing of positions just a lap or so ago. The hard charging Julien Harmond right under the rear diffuser of Juanjo Gregara, coming through the final sector, goes wide to try and set up on the apex, Gregera misses the apex. Everyone misses the apex, but Harmond is going to get a much tighter exit, can pick up the throttle into the slipstream of Gregera. Ander Gomez just has to sit back and watch from 0.8 of a second back on Harmond. Gregera moves to the inside. The two Acuras behind follow. And Harmond is just looking to build that speed, and maybe look for a move around the outside. He's going to be on the rubbered in racing line. He's found grip out there. Gregera dives it down to the inside of the corner, trying to make sure he can defend that position, but very wide on the curb on the exit of the corner. And just like that, Harmond is going to squeeze through. And in the matter of 2 laps, has gone from P7 to P5. What a great bit of driving from the Old Firm Racing squad.
And now, immediately, Toronto Esports and her driver gotta start looking in the mirror, because Ander Gomez wants through now as well. Is going to try and attack the outside of the hairpin, bottled in by the Race 3 Sport car, but just can't quite find the grip on the outside line. This number 70 is causing absolute havoc in this battle. As Ander Gomez is going to be able to get the move done right now, but it's not completely finished, I think. Ooh, this Race 3 Sport car just a thorn in the side of all of these cars right now.
So,
but now they get some GT3 traffic as well, for good measure.
Indeed they do, and such has been the bane of existence for every single prototype on there on track. Big dive from Harmond down the inside to try and clear as many of those cars as possible. But as the GTP pit window does reopen again for the 3rd time this race, we're just going to step away for a few minutes, get some light refreshments on board, and set up for the next hour or so of this race. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Fuji. The GTP pit cycle is well underway with Writer Engineering and Enosis Esports both making their third pit stops of the race. XPD Racing, DLR by SimLab, Old Firm Racing, and I believe NGC Esports, Carbono and Sim Racing Center all owing us a stop so far on those slightly extended stints. The two previous lead cars choosing to sort of go full push in this one, whilst XPD Racing and DLR by SimLab just looking to recover a little bit and try and do something a little bit different. Another team that's been trying to pull maybe something a little bit different off this race has been Project Valorous, who've been on the back foot all race so far. We saw Ander Gomez involved in a bit of a battle with the Carbono Esports car and the Old Firm Racing Orange car. But Olivia, I think you may have a little bit of an update for us on that one.
Yeah, another incident coming in the end of this stint has left them with a long pit stop, and it seems like this is the reason why they spent about 3.5 minutes down on pit lane. And oh,
did they miss pit lane?
I think they missed pit lane.
Should they have pitted?
Okay, there's two possibilities here. So they did do a driver swap at this moment as well. This makes me think this might have been a hardware failure rather than a strategy failure.
Ooh, possibly. I think if you are stopped long enough, your team can request a tow as well.
I think that might be what happened. So that has not them down to P9 right now. Really unfortunate for them. But luckily no damage to the car, so that is going to help them out a lot. We'll jump into this battle for what is the net race lead. Writer Engineering and NFC Sports both keeping the same drives in. Jan Curves in for his 4th consecutive stint in the #1 car.
Yeah, and like I said, if your driver can handle it, this is absolutely the right thing to do in these conditions. As much as the track is starting to dry out and we are at a point where it's being called very lightly wet, so maybe 2 stages away from a dry weather tire, you have drivers on board now that know exactly what's going on with those track conditions. So you keep them on board if you have, if you have half the chance. There is Paz jumps on board when the track went wet. So he's, of course, an OCC Sports, not wet weather ringer, but probably the fastest driver in the wet in that car. So they decided to put him on board. But Curbs just knows the track and where it's at. And like I've alluded to a few times, back in the LMP1 days, we used to do ridiculously long time stints per driver in the car at Le Mans, when we could do 7 or 8 stints on the tires without actually losing any time relative to a fresh set. So Curbs is used to this sort of thing and will just kind of be cruising through all of this. Of course, in our old age, both of us have probably lost a little bit of pace over the course of a...
You're 26!
Yeah, I know. But lost a little bit of pace over the course of a long race compared to the kids. But yeah, no, I think he's still capable of it. And he's showing that he is, as that level of spray is starting to really drop as the Carbono Esports car goes for a bit of a spin in the background there.
Hop back to them. It looks like they're back rolling once again. They're now 2 laps down from this lead battle, as they just come out of pit lane. We are currently in the lead as SPD Racing once again by about 11 seconds, but they have yet to make their 3rd pit stop of the race, and so we're expecting them down very shortly. The gap between Writer and Enosis for what will become the race lead, 1.2 seconds now. So Jan Curve's doing a good job streaking away a little bit.
Enosis are catching bit by bit.
I mean, I think they were a lot closer last time by, so there's the sort of ebb and flow has gone away from them. But this battle is not over just yet. I think Jan Curves has a long time left of this pressure to withstand.
It depends how you look at it, really, and depends how much you see it as pressure. I mean, Curbs does look like he's not quite got the edge over Aritz Paz in these conditions. Like that 963, I think, is the car that we've both pointed at as probably the better car as it stands, because that Cadillac without the turbos just lacks top-end speed, and especially as we get drier and drier and drier, where getting the power down becomes less and less of a struggle, it does bring the Porsche back into it a little bit. We've got that next band of weather on its way, so Curbs is probably hoping, almost praying, that that gets to him relatively soon, so maybe he can get his edge back and start to pull away a little bit. There's not much traffic going on at the moment either, so again, another strength that Jan typically has that he can't take advantage of. 0.2 of a second is the gap coming through the final corner, opens up to 0.4 at the apex. So let's see if Aritz Paz can get up to and pass Jan Curbs into the slipstream deep within the spray as Jan finds the wet part of the track to throw as much water at Aritz Paz as possible. The speed's going to build. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough by the time they get to the end of the straight. Curbs moves back over to the racing line, and Aritz Paz basically makes no inroads on the back of that car.
Yeah, I don't think you're necessarily making your time here on the straight. It's I think really under braking is how confident you are on the brakes on this track. Just remember, these are the cars that do not have ABS. They have traction control. And I'm sure it's at a very high setting right now, but you've got to do all the work on the brakes on your own, and that is going to be where you really gain and lose time around a track like this. So that's how Paz needs to close in. Try and force a mistake from Jan Curbs on the brake pedal, maybe into turn 10 here. I've seen a lot of issues before you see the checkup, but not opening up an opportunity. But here's the Racing Forces Hydro Race car. There's a little bit of a wiggle, and yet it has to go on the outside of turn 13 there,
So
I think.
cool. Oh, I love that. I know Baston's really behaving there to keep that car tucked in to the inside of the track. Both of the GTP sweeping it around the outside. That was really good traffic management from all three cars there to get through completely cleanly. But I'm just looking at the weather radar, and I think we're about 5 minutes away from rain now. So for all the wet weather lovers who have been upset about the track drying up, it's about to get a little bit more damp out there on track as XPD Racing do pit from the lead, and Reiter and Enosis cycle back out to the front of the field. A little bit of more traffic to navigate. That's Tom Chicheto on board the RPM racing car, and Curbs is actually going to come off worse than that. Goes very deep into the corner, very wide on corner exit. Flash of the lights in the Lamborghini to indicate he's very unhappy about that. And Paz has come out on top in that one and is right on the tail of Curbs yet again, overtaking opportunity coming up into turn 6. Paz looks to the outside to try and sneak to the inside of 6, switches back to the outside, probably looking for a cutback on the exit of 6, but it's a really good mid-corner speed from Curbs there to just stay ahead. Big run down towards turn 10 now. 3 GT3s in the way for this final sector. So depending on how these cars fall for Jan Curbs, maybe we're going to see a change of position for the lead. Into turn 10 he goes. Can't go full speed through because there's 2 cars in front of him. He's going to look to the outside of turn 13 yet again. Is squeezed aggressively by the Ferrari on the inside as the Porsche and the Caddy go side by side through 13. Curbs looking for a way through on the inside, and it's almost 3 wide as Paz finds a wet patch on the outside of the circuit. Back end breaks away from him, and that opportunity is going to be gone. But Curbs going to have to check up behind another GT3 in this final corner. If Paz can get the exit, he might be able to get a run down in turn 1, but Curbs has timed that really well to just back off the entrance of the corner and make sure he can still get the exit. Gap now half a second.
What a fantastic battle that was, as SV Racing has knocked him out the pit lane. And crucially for the number 33 crew,
Wow.
Alberto Garcia Blasco back on board that car. They saw he had the pace in the rain, and so again, even though he's got to now get settled back into a new track condition, they think he's going to be the quicker driver to start and to defend that gap from DLR Racing Lab Orange, who are still yet to pit. We expect them in the next couple of laps, and then they should cycle back behind. We saw Albert Priem was
just pitted. They have pitted.
Albert Priem was looking really quick in the wet weather conditions, and Blasco decides he needs to respond and take the battle head on.
Well, stick with this fight, Olivia. I'm going to keep an eye on Albert Priem in the DLR by SimLab Orange car, pulling into pit lane, turning right towards his pit box. It should be full tank of fuel, 4 tire change. Up on the jacks he goes. To be fair, depending on tire wear, I would have been tempted to not swap them just to avoid that tire warm-up. But the fuel currently going on board that Acura ARX 06 as the fight for the overall lead swings its way through the final sector once again. Jan Curbs still in the lead, hanging on brilliantly. Paz looking to the outside to try and set up a good exit through the middle of the corner. Maybe a little bit wide of the apex of turn 16. Compromises his exit ever so slightly, but this is as close as he's been to Curbs for a little bit. The 963 we know has a bit of an advantage in its straight line speed compared to the Cadillac. Is he going to be able to take advantage of that on the run down to turn 1? Peeks to the inside, just lets Curbs know that he's there. He's going to stay line astern for now as Albert Priem for DLR by Simlab off the jacks, rolling now. And where is the XPD racing car? Well, I can tell you it has cycled through on the DLR by Simlab car, and it is 35 seconds up the road. So we'll keep an eye on that gap as this race continues. But I feel like DLR by Simlab have the pace advantage at the moment.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. It depends what Blasco can do in that car. As further down, oh, never mind. We have to look at this. It's Paz goes for a look, tries to hit 3 wide on that, I think, Ferrari behind, who's needed a little bit of repair there, I've got to say. Ends up backing out of it. But you can tell that these two are so close together here and are not wanting to give up anything right now. As a little bit further back in the order, the Project Valor 51 car, who had that technical issue a few laps ago, starting to make their climb back through, made the move pretty cleanly on the NGC Esports by Rubens gas car, and Fidad is now back up into P7 with 28 seconds up to the Carbono Esports car, who's, gotta say, been in the wars just a little bit.
Well, here comes an opportunity for Aritz Paz to get by Jan Curbs. Curbs defends to the inside really aggressively to take away that advantageous line. Just about gets it stopped. Aritz Paz a little bit wide of the apex. It's going to compromise his exit just a little bit as Curbs is going to hold on. And that's the sort of racing that we're used to seeing from Jan Curbs. Big, late, fast moves to hold on to the position. And that means that he is thinking about the car that's behind him. He is now aware, well, he's already aware that Paz is there, but he's now making moves in defense of Paz as he's very aggressively to the inside of the Pandemonium Audi R8. And Paz isn't going to be able to make his way through, but a slightly compromised exit is going to mean these two are going to be side by side on the run down to turn 10. It's a spot that's really difficult to overtake at, but it's definitely doable. Porsche versus Cadillac on the brakes. Who's going to come out on top? Jan Curbs actually gets it, stops this time after going deep earlier on in the race. Slides back in front of Aritz Paz and is going to hold on to the position. But now they've got more traffic to deal with in this final sector. Should be Curbs with the advantage through here. Picks his way past the Sim Race Sweden Audi R8. And then it's just the Eagle Speed Academy Corvette in front. We've seen him just back off to try and make sure he gets to run, but he's going to aggressively go to the inside of the Corvette. It's going to be Aritz Paz that has to check up for the GT3 in front, and the gap opens up to 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, I think Paz trying to set up for ends out the final corner, but just didn't quite time it right around that GT. He just has Jan Curbs streaking away a little bit in this. You can see how heavy the spray is. It's so tough, even with how the track has been drying out a little bit. The visibility is not improved yet as Paz goes a little bit wide here, and I think this might be the battle simmering down for the time being. And Jan Curbs just has to now put eyes forward and try and continue as in the pressure, getting to Paz just a little bit there. A couple of mistakes getting off track and onto that painted surface. Gap climbs to about a second now coming into the hairpin.
Well, things might be about to get a little bit worse or better, depending on how these drivers feel like their ability to drive in the wet weather conditions are. We're only a couple of minutes away from another rainstorm making its way towards making its way onto the circuit. It's certainly on its way here, but Jan Curbs has just ran into the back of one of the 296 GT3s. I think that's the Octopus Racing Squad that have already been involved in quite a few incidents so far this race, but the Cadillac just hits the back of a car that practically came to a halt in the chicane. Here's the replay. Wow, that was very slow from the Ferrari through there. That is going to be damage for the V Series R, and maybe this is the opportunity that Aritz Paz has been looking for, because Curbs is going to be ailing from that one for the rest of this stint.
Yeah, I mean, it was the two Octopus Racing Team cars. It seemed like, obviously, I'm not just unfortunate timing, but almost blocking the track in the Wayne's turn 10, and Jan Kurbsov's coming up with a huge head of steam. Looks like might have gotten away with it a little bit. Isn't there come down pit lane here? But the top end speed doesn't look.
The rain's here.
And here we go.
The rain is here down at turn 1. The two lead cars have just gone through the first corner of the track as we're looking at the replay of them entering turn 1. And this is where things could get turned on their heads once again. It's only going to be a short rainstorm, but it's going to be a heavy one yet again. Track currently very lightly wet, but the rainstorm now covering the entire racetrack. Conditions are about to get slippy. And in terms of this fight that we're watching on track, Curbs is going to be the first car into the newly wetted corners. So Paz is going to have that little bit more information coming his way to try and figure out exactly what the track conditions are doing. There's a little bit of door banging going on down at turn 10 yet again, as GTPs and GT3s refusing to give each other space at the apex. Curbs going around the outside of, I think that's the virtual driver's car by Thrustmaster there, having a peek at the inside of the other Enosis Porsche, as the GTP that's chasing him down is going to get boxed in by some of this traffic. A gap going to be created just on the right-hand side to squeeze through, but they're going to get checked up by their own sister car into the final corner. No opportunity to squeeze by on exit. Well, in the middle of the corner being presented this time. Gap opens back up to 1.7 seconds, but it is now an exploration run over the rest of the circuit. Curbs has 1.7 seconds to really try and feel where the track is getting to before he really needs to worry about the car behind him. But again, Paz, watching Jan go through these corners, is going to know what's slippy, going to know what's grippy, and going to know exactly how much, well, not exactly how much speed he can carry through, but he's going to have more of an idea than your lead car right now.
I mean, it's rain just falling in turn 1 right now. Obviously, we're expecting it to come up the rest of the circuit as the next few minutes progress, but really, this is pretty familiar territory down here into this hairpin. The gap has closed in a little bit. Right to Engineering, I think, getting a little bit caught up by that 269 car. And now is, no, sorry. I'm not sure if that flash of the headlights from the 74 was to the GT3, or if it was to Jan ahead to let him know that he's still very much within striking distance, looking to take advantage of any mistake.
I'm just watching the weather radar on loop at the moment. It's gone from a little light blue patch into some dark green, and there is some yellow and red on its way, and it is very threatening, to say the least. It's making me very uncomfortable. Not in a bad way, line. Just like, oh, here we go. Everything's about to kick off again. Because it really is. Because the rain is only going to get heavier in the next 3 minutes.
I mean, this is the promise of Fuji, though. It's the very unusual climate it has been in the shadows of a mountain. That means that the weather comes and goes so quickly compared to most other racetracks, and you get these fascinating strategic battles where each team is just sort of second guessing. We've seen teams make missteps already this race. It's not still plenty of time for more mistakes to counter them, of course, but
look at that rain.
Oh yeah, and here we go. Now it's really falling down.
The spray is back.
Turn 3 as well.
The spray is well and truly back. It's something we'd really missed in the last 3 laps or so. Track back up to very lightly wet rather than slightly wet. And that band gets redder and redder as it gets more and more into the middle of the radar. Even on zoomed in, it is very aggressively getting heavier and heavier, as everywhere we look now is going to have raindrops, except for down here apparently, which is very strange. But we know that's how the Tempest system works. It's like actual rain. It can pop up anywhere and disappear anywhere all at the same time. But we know it is about to get a heck of a lot heavier as the gap for the fight for the lead, the gap closes to within half a second. Tensions are high, drama is high. Curbs trying to hold on to that race lead. Alright, Paz trying to take that race lead. Simro Sweden and Esports just trying not to end up in a barrier on the inside of the circuit, doing what they can to stay alive. Paz closes within 0.3 of a second, has to compromise the entrance to the corner just a little bit because there's a Cadillac in the way that he didn't quite want there. Half a second the gap becomes as the slipstream is going to come into effect yet again. Probably too big a gap for Paz to go for anything into turn 1. But the breaking point for 1 is going to turn into a guessing game. Curbs will be side by side with a Corvette before they get on the brakes. Paz tries to slot in behind it, but look at the rain down there now. Both cars locking up on the way into the corner. Curbs misses the apex as they're going to be nose to tail on exit, as this track is so much wetter than the last time they came through a lap ago.
It just looks absolutely treacherous. It's in the spray kicking up so much heavier than we've seen at any point previously. And you just can't see anything when he's following this close. But you want to try and put the pressure on for Curbs, who does have a wiggle there, but manages to carry the speed pretty well. He's passing to try and look to the outside, and 300R again. We've seen when the rain gets really heavy, this can be such a tricky corner. Curbs is gonna defend the inside. Goes for the move around the outside. Jan Curbs has the inside line, can cover it off, and they're gonna keep battling up through this mountain section for now. But constant pressure. Paz deep on the brakes, nearly into the back of the number 1 car, and that's gonna spread the gap out a little bit, up to about half a second. But once again, there's a GT3 right in the way to bunch them straight back up again. This is not over by any means. They're going to pull onto the straight. Gap 6/10. And once again, it's a question of where do you hit the brake pedal coming down into turn number 1?
Well, we say that it isn't over. It certainly isn't over on track, but it has sort of been forced over in the steward's room whilst we were on our short break just to top up our refreshments. There was a bit of an incident between Aritz Paz as he nearly goes into the back of the RPM Racing Lamborghini down at turn 10 with Jan Curbs. It just sort of looks like he turned across the Cadillac to almost hit them intentionally. A very strange incident that Reiter got the stewards to have a look at, and the stewards agree that it's worth some form of penalty. So at some point, assuming it gets confirmed, the 74 crew, Aritz Paz, will have a 10-second stop and hold to serve. It could explain why they're being so aggressive right now, as they want to try and build a bit of a gap on Jan and Reiter before they have to come down and serve that penalty. But yeah, a little bit of poor decision making during this race has really forced their hand into, well, I say they forced their own hand into a really poor position.
I mean, and this is just continuing. They're not relieving the pressure at all. Trying to find any gap that Jan Curbs leaves open, but a great defensive drive to just not give an opportunity for another passing opportunity or maybe another incident. Fending off with Paz really well right now as they come through into the final corner to start lap number 128 of this race. After 3.5 hours, the pace definitely much slower than it would have been in the dry, but still that the pace of these GTP machines is truly remarkable, as again gaps half a second and got to deal with the braking going into turn 1 once again. This is maybe the most difficult corner on the track in these conditions, as the glare from the sun reflecting off as we're getting further and further towards sunset here. It's honestly lucky that the drivers are facing the other way, but they've got to deal with such a difficult visibility coming down the other way as well. You can see just how bright it gets as they round 100R here. And again, have to come out the hairpin through 300R. It can be so difficult to spot your braking point with these reflections coming through into the visor.
And that's ignoring the fact that Aritz Paz is sat in the spray of Jan Curbs at the moment, which is a really tricky spot.
Here?
Yeah, there's no way you can see anything, but Paz having a peek to the inside to maybe have a look down the inside of turn 10 and try and make a move, or maybe just trying to put the black, orange and white car off his line a little bit, make him think about exactly what's going on behind him, as he's just going to keep that pressure on as we get towards the end of this next rainstorm. But it's really coming down heavy now as we're back up to moderately wet, as the level of grip on the track is changing dynamically as these guys are going around it. So a little bit of cadence braking having to be put into practice by these two cars. And they're just going to have to be patient and really figure out where the grip is and where the grip isn't. Stay away from those bits. Go to the place where the grip is. Curbs just sticking to the left-hand side of the track. Might find him peeking to the right, just offline to stay off that rubbered-in racing line. Paz does peek to the inside. Is he going to go for something on the brakes? He is not. He's actually being very gentle there. Oh, Curbs has blown the corner completely. Yeah, Jan Curbs blows the corner completely. Aritz Paz slides through into the lead of the race. It's not going to be a huge issue for Curbs, who knows that they've got a 10-second stop and hold coming their way. 1.5 seconds the gap has opened up to. And if Enosis are trying to build that gap, now's the opportunity to do it. But yeah, Curbs making a rare mistake, completely blowing his braking point into turn one, and is now looking like he's struggling a little bit in these conditions.
The gap is now, it's still less than 2 seconds, so great job from Jan Curbs to recover that quickly. And again, we're expecting this car to cycle back into the race lead, pending that penalty for the number 74. But you've seen how tricky these conditions are. Trying to push, trying to get that move on the inside of that GT3 car. And finally, the mistake was found. And it's put him just a couple seconds further back.
It's great that it came just after we were talking about how the level of grip is dynamically changing, because that's like a clear descriptor or a clear reference point as to how it does change. Because maybe a lap ago, that was a decent braking point for that corner, but then when it got down to it this time by, there was just absolutely no grip being given by the track surface to help slow Curbs down. And now just being on the back foot, has to catch that Porsche all over again and remake the pass. The pressure is well and truly on, bar obviously that stop and hold for the car in front.
I'm saying that, Fred, I don't think Jan Curbs is going to give up on this just yet. Gap is still within 2 seconds. You're seeing the traffic played a factor here through this first sector, and this is where Jan Curbs is really an expert in navigating this. Paz has managed to clear this little pack coming through 100R, but Jan Curbs sweeping around the outside here, try to make a bit more efficient, and the gap down to within 1.5 seconds now. So I don't think number 1 crew is happy to let this be settled in the stewards room. I think they want to get back ahead and start to defend this position again. As I'm sure that you know, nothing's certain in terms of those decisions. There can always be appeals made and changes made. But already so close, Jan Curbs is. As Paz gets checked up through traffic there.
Yeah, one of those pinch points down at the chicane that can really slow the GTPs down has done for Aritz Paz as he becomes the car under pressure. Only 2 laps after he was putting Curbs under pressure. Gap under 0.3 seconds, the 9.63 just a little bit better on the brakes on the entry to this corner. Curbs line through there a little bit better though. On the power on exit, Curbs stays to the left, still not interested in getting involved in any sort of draft games. There's actually a notice are going to come into the pit lane. That's a very early never mind, I've just remembered they've got the penalty.
Yeah.
That'll be their 10-second stop and hold, which is probably why Curbs wasn't interested in getting involved in any sort of games there. So we're just going to follow Aritz Paz down at pit lane. Hopefully for them, they've cleared all of the pit services that you can set up there, because otherwise that 10-second stop and hold is going to become a heck of a lot longer. Just a quick look down the rest of the field then before we jump back to this battle on track. Not really much life in the GT3 field right now. The only thing going on out there on circuit right now is this little fight between Hydro Race Racing Forces and Rubis Gas by NGC. These 2 cars have been within about 1.5 seconds for quite a while now, as that battle's going to be over because Artur Loureiro has just gone for a bit of a spin into turn 3, slides off the circuit, should be able to rejoin relatively safely as long as that Sim Race Sweden esports car stays live. It's a curse though, it's a curse.
It's just, yeah, it comes with a job, you know?
I mean, I feel like my commentator's curse has never actually worked properly. Actually, no, what was it? We figured out during Champ Car that my commentator's curse only worked against anyone that wasn't a TMR driver.
And how's that gone in PEC?
Actually, all right, to be fair, I think.
know if it has.
I mean, the only really thing that's happened is that Neil's gone and broken his ankle or something, but which is of course why that car isn't here today. No driver changes this late in the season, so they couldn't pull in their reserve squad. But yeah, no fight for third in the championship for them.
Wishing him the best, of course. Hope he heals up nice and soon, and I'm sure he'll be back to racing for the start of next season.
I hope so. I was more annoyed that he didn't tell us about it. Like, not in a, oh, so we can prepare your replacement, like, so we can check that he's okay. Because the last thing I expected to hear at the start of this week was that my friend had an accident on his bike. I was just annoyed that he didn't tell us, because I worry about my friends. I know.
Rain's still falling here.
It is.
Start finish straight.
Maybe that's how he fell off his bike.
Maybe, actually, yeah.
It's because the rain is back. There is one more little storm cloud that we've got to get through, and then I do genuinely believe we are home free.
We've
on
said
the
that about
for
3
the rest
times
of the
at
race.
this point now.
Yeah, but there's no little bits on the thing. Hello. That Acura's going backwards.
Project Valor is going for reverse entry there in turn number 1. Thinking it's a sort of showcase drift event. Does a great job keeping it out of the barrier, I've got to say.
Yeah.
But a few seconds lost for Finadas there.
Well, the right track for it, just the wrong sort of race. It's PEC, not VDC.
Where do they have a drift layout here, and where is it?
They must do. But down at the chicane, right?
I think the chicane probably the best place for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like come backwards down the hill from 15 through 14.
Oh, down the hill. That'd be fantastic.
Have like an outer zone through 14, then an inner clip at the apex of 13, and then probably, could you do an outer zone at 11 and flick back into an inner at 10? Or would you have to go for another hour? It'd be tight, but doable, I think.
Oh, I have just looked it up. It seems like the drift course here is actually at the hairpin in the second sector.
Oh, it's 6?
Yeah.
Do they have like a custom loop for it, or? Because that's not long.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Its path's just looking like it's gone a little bit wide there, side by side with Project Valorous debutants Finn Adders. Maybe. Oh God, yeah! I just saw the this Pandemonium Esports Audi backwards in a corner entry. It could have been after contact with the Inosis Esports car. Oh, it absolutely is. Yeah, that's okay. That is a racing incident through and through. That's 2 cars into one. Neither car making room for the other. I don't feel like it'd be fair to penalise either car for that one. To be fair, it's just silly. It's silly with the driver.
It's just again confusion in the rain. It feels like it's very difficult
at this point.
Yeah.
Finn Adders then having to fight off Aritz Paz, having not a great time on debut for the team in PEC. Of course, brought home second place at Hockenheimring on Wednesday, but just really struggling in the wet conditions in that Acura. I think realistically it's because these GTPs are so much harder to drive in the wet weather conditions than an LMP2. But you've seen it, Liv. I've obviously seen it in the IMSA iRacing series, where if the race is fully wet, an LMP2 will win overall. They just have, it's not that they're easier to drive in the wet. They are easier to drive in the wet, but they also just have more grip in the wet weather conditions.
They're a lot lighter, I believe, to the lighter hybrid system.
They're only 150 kilograms lighter, I think. It's not that much in it.
Not nothing.
No, true. Which is about the weight of a hybrid system, to be fair. But yeah, it sort of feels like from the perspective of a driver, it just sort of feels like they have a better wet weather tyre. Of course, we do have an updated tyre model come into the LMP2s and GTPs in the next patch in a week and a bit's time. So fingers crossed that's going to change things a little bit. It will kind of explain why they haven't done anything since the last time they did it, because obviously they've been working on the new one. So we'll see how that one works out. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the new time model changes things. Interestingly, we touched on it during the broadcast at Hockenheimring. That the big iRacing season update comes mid-season for EGP. It's either going to come before the final 2 rounds or before the final round?
Yeah, I think they had to reschedule one of the rounds.
Because it was on build day, or the day after build day. So it's not, you can't really do that because it's usually patch day after that as well. So it's something we're keeping our eyes on. We spoke to Luke Smith about it as well. He doesn't think he doesn't think much is going to change in terms of who's going to be fast, but sometimes an update can, you know, sort of mess with what the hierarchy is, which part of me is always hoping for, just to keep things interesting and see where things are at. But you never know. If it's just a better version of this tire, then I think for the most part everyone's going to be really happy.
It's sort of an inverse of this season for PEC, where we had a new build immediately after the first round, and then the rest of the season is run sort of in the new conditions with not too many changes, but mostly just a new bot for the GTP class that has been, I'd say, generally seen as pretty well balanced. So it's been a nice change to have. And of course, we do have the 1, 2, 3 in the field right now, the 3 manufacturers represented in this race. No BMW again, as previously mentioned, but Cadillac, Porsche, Acura currently sitting on the 3 steps of your podium. The Writer Engineering, OC Sports, and XPD Racing GTP, who are fending off DLR by Single Orange, a gap of 33 seconds right now, as Alberto Garcia Blasco starts to solidify that lead once again in the championship fight.
Yeah, it's stayed relatively stable over the course of the stint. I think only dropping by 4 seconds or so over the course of, 15 laps. So that's not a bad rate of time loss, and that'll change up a little bit, I'm sure, once we get back to dry weather conditions, because that the XPD racing car was very quick in the wet weather conditions, as we're just watching. I think that's one of the Project Valorous cars in the back marker racing squad try to navigate some GT3s. The Enosis Esports Porsche GT3 being one of the cars involved in that one, as there is a little bit of a fight going on there with the Pandemonium Esports Ferrari just behind. Ferrari dropping back just a little bit outside of touching distance of the Porsche down into turn 1, but somehow Miguel Gallardo really keeping a hold of that car, and despite the fact the damage on the front of it, they have pitted, I think, since they picked up that damage, and obviously the pace is still there, so they've chosen not to repair it.
Yeah, I mean, I think in these conditions, the aerodynamics isn't going to matter quite as much as your reduced pace. It's more about what mechanical grip you can find in a lot of cases. And I think maybe they're just thinking that they could pick up a few more straights as these conditions go on, and cars around them sort of have these incidents and these spins. So if they're happy with how the car feels, I think you just stick with it right now and then see where you go moving forwards. But it's very strange to see the car just open like that, and I'd imagine the rain's not going to be too friendly on the components at the front of that. That's the engine block. Wait, no, it's not the engine block. That's Porsche, isn't it? The engine's...
Olivia.
Is it a Ferrari?
That is a rear-engined Porsche.
That's what I was saying. I realised halfway through, like, it's Porsche, the engine's not there. But that'll be the radiator, won't it? I guess.
Yeah.
It is
the radiator.
The rain will help thinking about it.
It's okay. There. If I could physically pat you on the head for that one, I'd pat you on the head for it. It's okay. We all make mistakes. Anyway, the fight for position here getting closer and closer. Pandemonium by SimLab White finally within some sort of touching distance of the Enosis Esports Porsche that is carrying that front end damage that we were just talking about. Pulls to the inside. The 911 GT3 struggling for straight line speed with the increased drag on the front end. They're still going to be side by side on the brakes for turn 1. The Ferrari just edging ahead and does get it done on the brakes. Makes it to the corner as well, and just like that, it's going to be relatively easily up into P6 for the Pandemonium by SimLab car.
I mean, you say easily. I don't think this battle's necessarily done quite yet.
Well, it won't be.
A little bit of a slide. They do go wide through that corner.
Yeah, Ignas Vinchevsky's just struggling with the conditions in the middle of turn 3, allowing Gallardo just to close back up a little bit through turns 4 and 5. You said, Liv, the fight might not be over, but I think as long as the Lithuanian driver can keep it on the road, it should be, because there's just so much more pace in that car right now that all he needs to do is just drive it like he's trying not to crash it, because that Porsche just loses so much time on the straights, and we'll lose time not having slipstream. Goodness gracious me, I had it before. Vinchevsky's just keeps blinking out of existence like that, and he's already pulled a good few tenths of a second gap, and the Porsche is going to be compromised by the all-firm racing car coming through. It should be a relatively non-issue for the GT3 to let the GTP through. It's going to be a second one getting involved here, but again, the Enosis Esports 963 will be held up a little bit by the 296 on exit, and I think the 296 has got the breathing room on the Porsche behind it just to stay in front. So as much as that fight was close, I think it might be a little bit over now.
Yeah, I think now it's safe. Once gap becomes about a second, it's safe to say that it has simmered down for the time being. It's still our closest battle on track, mind. Again, SBD Racing actually not too far away from taking P2 back from Enosis.
Yeah, no, they've been very slowly catching over the course of this stint. It's something I've been keeping an eye on, but it wasn't really at a stage where it was dramatic enough to start talking about. But we are getting within 7 or 8 seconds. That gap is closing down, as Aritz Paz just seems, well, I don't even think it's a case of he's struggling in these conditions. Alberto Garcia Blasco just appears to be fast in the wet. And it's going to depend on how quickly these two can get through traffic, because there is quite a lot of GT3 cars spread out across the circuit right now. You're coming up against one pretty much every sector at the moment if you're a GTP driver, and sort of just waiting mathematically for all of them to get clumped together on track again, because that's when it just becomes a little bit more, maybe a little bit easier to manage if you're a prototype. But the rain, I will say, is now well and truly gone. We do not have any more on the forecast. Of course, that can always change, even in the next 15 minutes where it says it's going to start raining again, but I don't believe that for even a second, because there's nothing on the radar. But the track, for all those who like the dry weather conditions, is going to start to dry up now. Little bit by little bit, it will get drier and drier and drier. The track temp is actually now down at 14.4 Celsius, which I don't think is anything I've ever seen before. That is cold.
Yeah, it wasn't possible before the rain update got added, because I think normally 18 is about the minimum. 17 is, I think, as low as I saw it before the Tempest.
Yeah.
But there's sort of a modifier where it subtracts a few degrees to account for the rain keeping the track cool. And I think that's what we're seeing here. So, I mean, that's not ignored. That's no 40-degree track, even if it's dry, is going to be very slick. It's going to be very difficult to get the tyres warm.
Oh, no, it's going to be grippy. It's going to be grippy. This is iRacing with this track model.
If the tyres can get up to temperature.
Oh, they definitely can. Yeah. Considering the tyre model's whole pace degradation is based on temperature, as Alberto Blasco just goes a bit deep into 10, the cars can get the tyres up to temperature. It's we were talking about it last night when you were doing your IndyCar race, about how the right rear tyre was ballooning.
Yeah, no,
it's the same sort of thing in these cars. They have exactly the same sort of, I'll say, temperature issues, but it means they can just get up to temperature in any sort of conditions with absolutely zero issue.
I'm excited to see how that might translate with the update that we were talking about to the time model for these cars. Again, it'll be the V9 model.
Not necessarily.
Julian Harmon has had.
It's not numbered.
It's not publicly numbered.
Yeah.
But the next one after that is numbered publicly as V10.
Hey, so this could be V9.5.
Maybe.
Yeah.
What I was going to say though is that could help things out. But I think one driver who's really struggling with the grip of the tyres right now is Julian Harmon, who has had a couple of spins in the last couple of laps, and I'm sure has this weird combination of overheated tires, and as there's a spin for the race car in front of Hammond, and ooh, very, very sketchy conditions right now. I think maybe the situation where drivers are trying to now start to push to find pace in these conditions when the track's just not quite there yet to take it.
We have lost the track.
Go back again.
The track has been lost, but it's coming back to us.
Yeah. But it's the dry line is forming, but it's a very thin dry line, and even sort of for the talking about like maybe 2 hours from now, I think there'll be quite a wide dry line, and it'll start to, as we I have seen this where certain corners where you expect multi-class moves to be made, there'll be wider dry lines because cars will be more readily taking those alternate lines in traffic.
Which is what I really like about Tempest. Is that it does that dynamically.
For example, down in the chicane, it's still going to be quite a narrow line, and if cars do get side by side, if they do outbrake themselves and get out away from the racing line, they're going to just keep sliding. And at that point, if you're on slick tires, it's going to be very difficult to gather it back up. As Julian Hammond nearly goes round again in turn 1 there, really struggling to keep hold of his Acura ARX06 with how the conditions are currently. And again in turn 3, I think, maybe he's just overheated the rear tires maybe, or has basically worn all of the tread off them with the few spins that they've had.
But yeah, I think really interesting with how the track's going to dry up. I don't think I've ever experienced Fuji drying before, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that. But we saw it at Suzuka, of course, another Japanese circuit, a couple of weeks back, where we had conditions where it rained just before the race session, as in because the way it generates the weather is it has weather before the session opens.
I think 4 hours
how that,
before is when it can start generating rain.
And simulates how that, affects the track, and will give you a track as if it's had those sorts of conditions, which is really cool. So a lot of the Suzuka races in IMSA this year, this season even, I should say, started wet because it rained before practice. So we had these. It was really tricky deciding what tires to go out on during qualifying, but even when the track was dry, the lowest point of the circuit down at Degna 2 was still sodden wet, and you had to drive that so differently compared to the rest of the track, which by that point was bone dry. You could feel the car just losing grip through there completely. And I think that is the same issue that we're going to find down at turn 10, 11, and 12 in the chicane. As the cars get down there, they're just not going to be able to clear the water as quickly as they will on the rest of the circuit, because rain go up or water go up, get blown away by wind, settles again, and then rolls downhill. And we're going to see it roll down into the apex of turn 10. So expect it to still be really tricky down there for a good couple of hours from now, I think.
Oh God, I've just remembered, I think, where as Hammond does go around this time, really is struggling to keep hold of that 96 car. But when you talk about rain sort of pooling at the bottom of the hill, I was actually not hill a few weeks ago. It was a drying track during practice. And
during the British F4 Esports Championship?
Yeah, that one. It eventually got to slick conditions. We had by the time we were qualifying, we were running slicks because it was the only tyre that had any pace at that point. The only tyre that had any grip for most of the track. But the opening chicane is basically a one-line corner, and right on the apex of turn 2 was a giant puddle. And you just had to deal with that and basically coast through it as gently as possible, because you can't go around it in that situation. And if you try and put any inputs in, you're just going to aquaplane immediately on the slick tires and spin. Mm-hmm. So it's always so difficult when you've got that situation where 90% of the track demands that you're on slicks, but there's those 1 or 2 spots where you really wish you weren't, and you just have to deal with that. And that can last for hours. There could be a couple of problem spots that could last till the end of the race, even if there's no more rain that falls here. Just remember, you're seeing sort of the orange from the sun here in the west. We're heading towards sunset. The set out race is going to happen in the in the night time, and that's not a condition where you can see the tractor out very much.
Well, that's it, isn't it? When it comes to how the track dries, like they say it changes when the sun goes down because of how much less heat energy has been put into the track surface, because the cars themselves going through the corners can only do so much and aren't going to warm the track up as quickly as the sun is, as I think that's one of the Project Valorous cars that's had to take the shortcut wide of the chicane there, because I think Julian Halman was having a bit of a fight with them on track.
They were on different laps. It was just they were sort of grouped together. And yeah, a snap at the apex of 10 often sort of
so
walks
who's
you
that
out
car there? I wonder what went wrong so that you had to come down pit lane.
Right. That's Jan Curbs, by the way. That is our leader.
Oh look, here comes a Cadillac V-Series.
My question is...
That's early. Is it early?
But remember, the track is drying, and so the pace is picking up.
Yeah,
the
true.
fuel burn's picking up. The question is Curbs to stay in that car?
Yes.
For the 5th stint?
That is not a driver change. That is that is already 4 hours on board that car for Jan Curbs. I don't think he likes the idea of getting out of the car when he knows what the track conditions are like. You said
Yeah, because I don't know if Curbs has a teammate that's registered to race in this car right now.
Oh, you're kidding me. He does have teammates.
There's teammates in the session, but I think they're crew members, not drivers.
Can I have a look at... They've completed
the DC says 1 of 2.
It does. Oh
no. Means that he's going to get disqualified at the end of the session. No
does it though?
What.
Do PEC say that you have to do it with teammates? Oh.
Well, the fact that DC is of 2 suggests that the answer is
Suggests
yes.
to me that someone signed up. So I'm wondering what the crack is down there at Writer Engineering. Because they wouldn't have been silly enough to sign up incorrectly. Let's see if we can get in touch with one of the drivers and see what's going on there.
Is it possible that it's not a declared driver's session and so they can pull someone in later?
I'm really not sure. I think it is declared because it says 1 or 2.
Oh no! Corbs just got turned.
Curbs round.
It might not matter, I guess.
I don't know if it's going to be much damage on the back of that car. It looks like only a minor bit of contact to the Pandemonium Esports.
It was straight to the tire
Ferrari.
there, so I'll have to keep an eye on it.
So the car looks relatively straight. I think if he had him equal, he'd pull down pit lane straight away, and the entry list isn't showing anything in terms of penalties. So thinking the Cadillac got away with that one a little bit as they do crack on down the straight, but certainly an interesting moment between those two. Maybe we can get a replay of that just to try and dissect exactly what happened, because I'll admit I wasn't looking at the monitor when that incident happened. So here it is then, Jan Curbs coming through and into turn 16. Doesn't really go for the inside of the Pandemonium car, which goes very wide, and yeah, there's nothing he can do to avoid that one. I think he gets very lucky that that wasn't more damage for him, but it has cost him, well, it'll have cost him a good chunk of race time compared to everyone else. I don't think Gnosis will be able to jump him at the next stop, but yeah, no, that was extremely close to being dangerous.
And we do have an update from John Michael Dunnigan on board. That one car is registered. Jan Curbs just isn't wanting to make a driver change.
Yeah,
in the
I got
lap.
it. 100% got
and
it.
so he's carrying on for what is going to be a 5th hour to start this race.
Well, John, if you are still in chat, tell Jan that Taylor is impressed and 100% gets exactly what he's doing, because Taylor would do exactly the same thing.
Yeah, I remember spotting for
PLM.
PLM, yeah.
Is that it? Is that all you're going to say about it? The race that we won. The race that you won helped win.
As a spotter, yeah.
Yeah, engineer. You were
Count.
doing the button clicking. You were talking about gaps and traffic that was coming up and everything.
And
You
making
won too.
sure the team didn't start arguing.
Exactly.
That's probably the most important thing.
Well, I did a pretty good job of that myself, to be fair, because I didn't argue with the team.
That's true.
And it's me. I'm the divisive one. 5 seconds then at the front of the field as it stands for Enosis Esports, who had to serve that 10-second stop and hold. But the gap between them and XPD Racing is steadily coming down, currently under 6 seconds. Alberto Garcia Blasco, another driver that really knows how to drive in these conditions and doing a great job of just slowly making his way up to the back of Aretz Paz. We've talked about it before, especially in conditions like this. It's important to walk before you can run. Just get to the back of the car and then worry about overtaking, as Aretz Paz does pull down pit lane for a scheduled pit stop. Curbs is ailing from a little bit of an incident with the Ferrari 296 GT3 of Pandemonium Esports and lost a little bit of track time. He's still going to come out in front of Aretz Paz, I should say, by a good at least 5 seconds, I'm sure, but we'll keep an eye on that as it develops, because we're not exactly 100% sure how much lap time he lost during that little incident. Aretz Paz, I think, still up on the jacks or just awaiting the rest of the fuel stop, as Curbs does make his way down the start finish straight up to and above 250, 260, 70, 80 kilometers an hour in these wet weather conditions. A little bit more mechanical and aero drag from these cars on wet tires. Aretz Paz still stationary in the pit box. Albert Cream, the only car left out there on track, waiting for his pit stop in about 10 laps or so. Curbs cycles back through into the net lead. Through turn 2 he comes. Aretz Paz still stationary on pit lane. Probably another few seconds at least of refueling to go. Expecting a minute and 21 seconds or so of pit lane time. Rolling he is, and with just under 4 hours to go of this race, as
6 hours.
6 hours, I can't count. Just under 6 hours to go in this race, we are going to step aside for a slightly extended break. When we do come back, it will be alongside Carmen Sienna in the co-commentary spot, and we will take you towards the end of the last 6 hours of this race. Hello and welcome back to ABN's coverage of the 10 hours of Fuji, with 4 hours and 20 minutes of the race gone by so far. Writer Engineering are still in the net lead of this race as XBD Racing and DLR by Simlab come down pit lane for their next stops, trying to make a fuel save strategy work to try and recover their races. Now, alongside me in the booth is winner of the 24 hours of Daytona, iRacing Daytona's 24 hours, Champ Car World Series champion, someone who has introduced me in very flattering fashion so many times, so now I get to return the favor. I'm a glorious leader here at ABN. It's Carmen Sienna.
Yeah, the Sarina gets to make an appearance in the in the booth. I've usually been just behind the scenes, pestering Liv and Taylor throughout the season. And now I get to kind of show up and watch everything take place here at Fuji, a track that I loathe with a passion.
Oh, you can't say that.
So this track is a lot of fun in some cars, but it's not cars I've ever had a chance to drive. I've only ever driven like the highest speed, like open wheel cars, and I think this track kind of doesn't fit the modern cars. So, or at least not the modern open wheel cars. And I've never driven sports cars here, so my experience here kind of limited. I did like 6 laps one time in the Super Formula Light car, and that was it. So it's been an interesting race, sort of following along, obviously with you and Liv in the booth there. Just kind of following along. The track's drying out a little bit. You can see the drying line here on the racetrack, just sort of beginning to push that water precariously towards the pit entry and exit lines. So that's still going to be a lot of fun. There's still a lot of drivers struggling because now we're in the in-between of trying. Now you have to try to find water to keep those tires cool if you're going to try to get these tires to an end of a stint, which realistically you should be able to. And just now you find drivers precariously finding themselves trying to find water and then not being able to get back online quick enough to actually take a corner. We've seen, so just during the break, there are 23 different spins.
Oh, goodness me. So
there's been a lot of off-tracking going on. This was an impromptu rally event for some drivers, especially in the GT3 side of things, which I don't personally get. I have done a lot of GT3 racing in the rain, and I've tested the Cadillac in the rain. The GT3s are way easier to drive in the downpour, so I'm not sure why there's so much struggle keeping the car on the islands, but
yeah, apparently it's way too much of a struggle for Ivan Ibarra, who goes for a little bit of a spin.
That's
down
a shame,
at turn
actually,
4.
He was fantastic.
Still recovering again. Yeah, he's had some real pace in the earlier stages of the wet weather, but just getting things a little bit wrong. I think on the exit of turn 3, catching a little bit of that painted green surface on the outside of the corner, losing traction on the right rear corner of the car, and boom, goes around into a spin. Might be carrying a little bit of damage on the front left as well, I think I saw from that last shot. Yeah, I think the front end looks a little bit bent in. So we've seen a lot of cases of people struggling in these conditions. You said 25 separate spins in the last 15, 20 minutes alone. The thing that's really interesting to me, every single GTP is still running. Like, granted, the last one running is 5 laps down on the leader, but every single GTP is still out there on track that started this race, which is unusual this late in the race, especially during wet weather period. We usually expect the GTP drivers to struggle quite a lot more and end up out of the race. Now, it might be because they struggled less this time, but still did, and managed to keep it out of the barriers compared to Watkins Glen, or maybe it's a case of last round of the season, got to see what we can do to hold on to position at this point.
Yeah, it's very, to me, it's very interesting to see where everyone's mindset is at right now, and I'm sure fatigue's a part of it. You and Liv talked in sort of in length about driver swaps and why you don't make them at this particular point of the race. Obviously, some teams have had to out of necessity. But fatigue's got, for those that have been in the car for a little bit, because again, a lot of these teams looking through the field, I think at most we've seen one driver change per car. There's a couple that have had two driver changes. But it's largely either been the driver that started the car, or they've made one driver change, and we are in hour 5 of 10, which is not ideal. Under any circumstances, it's not ideal. This is it's fatiguing enough in dry conditions when you're just sprinting for, you know, 2.5 hours. Double that. And
yeah.
You have drivers that, like, you look at Jan Korbs, he has been in the car the entire time. He qualified the car, he started the car, he is still in the car. That's well over 6 hours at this point, which is...
Especially from qualifying, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is genuinely a ton. And obviously then you look at the drivers here, you look at this battle between Vicente Lara for Carbano and Finn Adders for Project Valorous. Adders has been in that 51 car the whole race. Lara's been a driver. He's one of the driver change cars, so he's one of the pressure faces in the car.
To be fair, Ander Gomez has also been on board the 51.
Okay, so they've actually made 2 swaps then, because Adders started the car and then Gomez got in, and then Adders got back in. Okay. But still, for Adders, he's been up the entire time. He's got the lion's share of the hours in the car so far. So, and you don't really get the full recharge when it's just you handing the baton back and forth with one other driver, which is odd for Valorous. Usually they have the driver lineup pretty stacked up. So,
well, they might still do. I can't say I've sat and had a look. It does look like just a pair of drivers to this one, which the only reason that could be seen as an issue is it can become a little bit difficult when you've got to get out the car and get straight on race engineering duties, because that can be draining in and of itself. I think the one thing that really helped us during PLM, there were 4 drivers in our car, but we had Olivia who just did the race engineering bit for all of us. So it meant when any of us needed to step away, we could just do it, and it wasn't an issue. We didn't have to worry about leaving anyone on their own, because there was always someone there to sort of pick up the slack on that, which I think as a team we really appreciated. But it's not the sort of thing that me and Alex Gerber get, for example, when we're doing our 6-hour races. Like, sure, Neil's there in the chat, but he's running his own race, so he can't race engineer for us. As we see one of the well, I just saw one of the NGT esports car nearly going into the back of a GT3 about halfway down the straight, and it can make a 6-hour race a lot more difficult than it has to be, so that you can sort of appreciate more what the drivers are doing in real life, because they're doing the mental and physical aspect of it, whereas we've just got a lot of the mental and not much of the physical, but it's still there, but we don't really have the same sort of rest periods where we're just out of the car as they do.
Either way, as the race goes along, now you start dealing with the nighttime as well. The sun's pretty well fully set here. Just a little bit of dust conditions here at the foothills of Mount Fuji. As you watch this giant amalgamation of cars, again, still some battling going on, but not largely for position, just for clean air at this point. The rare commodity that is clean air. You see the GTPs going through this. The 5, that is your 4th place car. DLR by SimLab Orange Machine, and then obviously Vicente Lara, the 66 for Cabano. Different laps. 1 lap adrift, it looks like. No, multiple laps adrift. This is because Wajan's on 162 and Lara's on 160, so yeah, at least 2 laps between the two. And obviously Jan Korbs leading the way, Ryder Engineering's #1 machine. Championship out of reach for that car, so they couldn't defend it, but they're trying to end the season with the win, like they did last season as well. That's the 269. That's 20th place GT3 overall. And I'd have to gander and take a guess. That was Mauro Dragoni, the IS Corsa machine. That was
a car that struggled to stay out of trouble in most, if not all, of the rounds so far. Sort of having a similar sort of season to the Writer Engineering squad, who have had DNFs, disqualifications, literally anything bad luck that might have come their way has done. Of course, we saw what we thought might be a little bit of a turning around of the luck on Wednesday, at least for Jan, who finally brought home a win in Platinum competition with that debut win in an Audi at the Hockenheimring. Of course, not his debut in that championship, but basically classes as a new entry. So lost all his points from the Mustang and returned to the Four Rings to try and, you know, try something a little bit different. And it just seemed to have worked. And maybe that was sort of a curse they needed to break, get everything back on track if they could. And from the look of things, they're 4.5 hours in, and touch wood, there's not much that has actually gone wrong for that team so far.
Yeah, they're hoping to keep it that way too, but obviously we think about the weather that's been a factor the entire first half of this race. Now the nighttime conditions are going to overlap a little bit. If we do get any sudden showers, let's go ahead and throw everything back into the mix. And you see this, the puddling there, especially in the runoff. It does not do enough justice that this track will, for the entire rest of the race, be treacherous. You make a mistake and you go off, good luck. If you go offline and stay offline on slick tires at this point, good luck. It does seem that more and more drivers are moving back onto the slick tires, though. Looking at the data I've got here, a lot of them were on the wet tires. Looks like a decent chunk of the GTP cars, all 12 that started this race, still running. So that's not a bad omen at all for the GTP cars. Most of them, let's see, it looks like about an even 50-50 split. So 6 on dry, 6 on wet tires, and that's based on pit stop sequences at the moment.
To be fair, it's still way too wet to be on dry tires. Yeah, you're looking at around a 105% lap time before you start to consider dries, and we're still way above that, almost 10 seconds off dry weather pace at the moment. There is, again, we've been having a look at things to see what's going on, but it's like some of the overlays and stuff that we've been using just don't quite pull the information properly. But these are definitely wet weather conditions, and I could tell you with a big bet of money that all of the GTPs are still going to be on wet weather tires, especially with how tricky these cars are, not even can be, are in wet weather conditions. So we're just waiting for a lot of them to start moving over. Maybe in the next at the next pit stop, I'd definitely expect some of them to be considering dries, but the spray is still way too much, and it's still way too wet for dries yet.
One of the interesting stories, obviously GT3 AM, the story of the sweep potentially for HWT Motorsport is over. Their car in the process of being repaired, so they can just do a celebratory couple laps at the end of this race. Smurf Racing Team trying to get Audi a race win in this GT3 AM season. Right now, battling, they're 5th overall in GT3. They're battling with 4th place. This is for position overall in GT3 between Lithium Motorsports Pro and Smurf Racing Team. This is for 4th in GT3 Pro. There's a chance that an EM class driver, if things go sideways, Racing Forces is in 3rd, and they've not had a good luck so far this race either. There's a good chance that this Audi, this 391, could end up being podium overall in GT3 before this is all said and done. They're all in the same lap. 34 seconds separates the 391 from the 262. But 262 is showing a lot of pace right now, trying to find a way around the outside. This is where it gets really sketchy.
It's a DLR by SimLab car trying to find its way around this one as well. It's like a 3 wide through turn 16. A Ferrari defending for its life, and it doesn't feel like Stefan Henriquez is trying too hard to get by. But
it looks like the Lithium Motorsports car might be coming down pit lane. Yes, it is.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. Yeah, Zachary Livingood was just, as I say, putting a lot of pressure on the Audi to not get by. And Henriquez was, it looks like he was more than happy to just sit there and wait in position. Like as we always talk about, the AM cars have nothing to gain from being in front of the pro cars unless they're in a spot where they're completely getting held up. And it was almost the case between Livingood and Enriquez there. But of course, with Livingood pitting, it was completely a non-issue by the end of it. But they have the same issue in real life in IMSA as well, because the GTD Pro and GTD class are not separate cars. They are identical in every way, shape, and form. Until next year, they always, after this pace safety car period, would always line up mixed up. They are, of course, getting included in the class splitting for next year, so regulation change on that one, so that you find AM cars aren't stuck between pro cars and they can all just sort of have their own races without getting in each other's way. Because there were points where the AM race just kind of got in the way of the pro race a little bit. I don't feel like the pros and AMs are close enough on pace here in PEC for the most part where we've seen any of that. Like, I couldn't even name any part of any races. Jesus, Marcel Beck nearly taking out Stefan Jones of backmarker racing there. Where we've really seen any pro fights hampered by one of the AM cars being in the way. So it's fine here, but I think definitely in real life a class fit between those two classes is super important.
I think it's going to be, I think it's very intriguing just kind of following along and really just kind of seeing where because the AM class cars, I remember when we started broadcasting, when AV started broadcasting PEC races, the AM class cars were pretty far away from the upper echelon of the pro cars. Like, the pace difference was pretty substantial. And just the way things have changed just in the last 4 seasons has been dramatic. Now we have, obviously, HWT, which was a strong contender all season long. Smurf Racing Team, obviously changed conditions have kind of helped them out a little bit, but they're top 5 overall on GT3. I think GT3 overall has closed the gap. Whoa! That is
very... That's Jan Curbs, actually.
Yeah, that's
on board the number 1 racer engineering car. Yeah, 30 seconds ahead of XPD Racing in P2. Slightly off sync in terms of strategy, but very wide for the Cadillac. Through turns 3 and 4 there, ending up off the road, stationary, I think, after getting a bit close to the rear end of a GT3. We're going to get a replay of it here. And that is the Smurf Racing Team car.
Yeah, it was behind the Smurf Racing Team car. I saw the lights. I think he just goes a little bit wide and catches, I don't know if he catches the curb or just the
I think it was paint on the outside of the circuit. Let's have a look. Big old slow-mo through here. He's already looking like he's
running wide because he's sliding up a pass to get around the 391.
So was he forced onto...
Yeah, that's a lot of
he
space.
just goes... That's the paint. He just goes onto the paint all by himself, and by that point, the left rear tire is just going to completely give up on you. You got quite lucky to not hit anything there, but another mistake from Jan Curves. I think we've only seen a few of them so far this race, but it's cost him a good chunk of time there.
Tried a little bit more ambition over actual track grip there, and
ambition ahead of adhesion.
Yeah, he lost 7 seconds off of that. And it's now 33.6 between him and Jose Manuel Cazan for XBD, who's back up to second after his very slow and merry-go-round start of his first stint.
Yeah, credit where it's due for XBD to, recover to where they are now after falling so far down the order after Kazan got put on board in the middle of those wet conditions. I think that the position that Writer Engineering find themselves in sort of highlights the right way to approach wet weather driving, as the sun has well and truly gone down here. We're at a point where iRacing is telling us it is mostly dry out there on circuit, and I do believe it, because we're starting to see something that we haven't seen for the entire race so far. And if you just look to the outside of the racing line, you will see that marbles are starting to become visible, because the offline is starting to dry up enough that it's not sort of obscuring the view of those little bits of rubber that have been thrown off the tires of the car. It's now going to become not just treacherous going onto the wet stuff because it's slippy, but treacherous because you're going to lose a lot of grip. Full stop. I noticed Esports have actually come down pit lane. I think they may be changing on to dry tires. I will keep an eye on that one and see if there are any actual clues. Yeah, I don't know how much I trust it, because my overlay is telling me they've been on dry tires for the last 3 stints.
Mine just recently switched from wet to dry, so keep an eye on it.
Yeah, so I was going to say, keep an eye on the sector times of this car, because this may be your first prototype on dry tires Be interesting to see how tricky this car goes on
Very
pit exit.
tedious on the exit, that is for sure. Oh,
Yeah,
he's
that's on dry
100%.
tires.
I was going to say
That car is on
100%.
dry tires. I've not seen a wiggle like that in a very long time. I think this is the right call. We are at the right stage for dry weather tires right now. It's just tiptoeing on that absolute tightrope of a dry line. Of course, you can still see the spray coming off the back of the car. Don't worry about that. That's just visual. All that matters is the amount of grip in the track surface. Fortunately, some of our overlays give us the average pace of how the car's going and how fast
That's
they're
so
going to be.
sketchy
And they're
touching the
looking,
curving.
yeah, it's bad. Wait until he gets down here. Turn 10 is wet, and it's going to be wet for a very, very long time. And Paz just
Avoiding the curve
threading
there.
it through the corner.
Yeah, this is where you want to avoid
Touching
the
the
curve.
curbs as well.
Yeah, he's touching the curbs going up the hill, which I'm not really against, but you can see some of the curbs that have the pooling, where the water's really pulled up. Like, you don't really want to touch up here, the very last corner. You don't really want to touch the curb on the inside. And he
Well, that's
doesn't.
wide. That's going to be really, really slippery,
It's-
especially out there on that green paint.
Well, if you look, there's actually a dry strip from all the rubber on the curb. Like, it arcs out a little bit onto the curb. So he's trying to follow that a little bit. I don't
Jan Curbs has
dislike
pitted,
it.
actually.
Yeah.
No, Jan Curbs has come down pit lane as well. I think he's going to be switching over to a set of dry weather tires. So we are in the crossover now, where some of these GTPs may decide to come down pit lane to get onto slicks. That gap between Paz and Curbs was relatively stable,
Yeah.
but I guarantee you Curbs is... No, actually, this might be a driver change. Hold on. I don't think there's anyone in the racer engineering car right now. Wait and see what
still see
happens
Corbs listed.
there. Yeah, no, he's out.
Yep, there you go. John Michael
John
Dunnigan.
Michael Dunnigan jumps on board then, and he's going to be the first driver out
And
there
he is on wet
dry
tires.
tires. Is he on wet?
No, he is on dry.
That would be silly.
He updated late.
Yeah,
It
I was
moved
gonna
him
say.
to dry late.
I was going to say I wouldn't change driver this early on and this
leave
early
him
on in
on
a stint
wets.
and leave him on wets. Yeah. All right, Paz though went very wide through turn 3 just there, so conditions still not ideal. And now, after all that learning, and after 4 hours and 42 minutes, Jan Curbs jumps out of the Writer Engineering car. And John Michael Dunnigan gets in on dry tires on a drying track. And so he himself is going to have to do all the learning for himself, as straight away goes deep down at turn 1. Fortunately, got quite a huge lead over everyone else. And in these conditions, should be quicker than XPD Racing, the car that was starting to close them down behind. He looks relatively comfy in the first sector. He's got Randy Martini Mateos just behind him. Still, I believe, on wet weather tires. All Firm Racing aren't really going to give him much space to get up to speed here, because they benefit from that Ryder car ending up off the road, which it does very deep into turn 6. John Michael Dunnigan has to get back onto the racing line and just really take his time to feel these conditions out, because the track, whereas it is there for dry weather tires, we are not completely dry yet, and he's still going to have to show a little bit more caution than he is now. Very deep again.
So this is sort of realizing that, you know, you're everything you've been prepping yourself for, everything you've been mentally checking yourself for, is still over the limit of the car. You go through the checklist in your head of, like, okay, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. But then you find out there's extra things that you thought were just standard that also will no longer work. Obviously, we talked about, you see the dry line, you see the very distinct difference in the dry line. You know, the shiny part of the racetrack, obviously not dry. Very deceptive. The front straightaway probably the safest you're going to be, but you still see some of the spray that's getting kicked up because, again, not completely dry.
It's looking more comfortable now. That was much more reasonable into
Tires
turn
beginning
1.
to come up, the temperature too will help out massively.
Yeah, as the track's slowly getting drier and drier, John Dunnigan just needs to take his time with this and feel the track out. There's absolutely zero rush here. They had a 20-second lead on the car behind. It'll be a little bit shorter now after those little few bits of adventuring off the track, as he's going to do the same again and almost make contact with Kenzie
Racing
Newolf.
Forces.
Yeah, as he almost makes contact with Kenzie Newolf into turn 6. as he just had to get himself off the dry line to try and get by, and was way too aggressive with it, and again almost took himself and that Ferrari out of this race.
And that's very interesting. Obviously, the Racing Forces car we talked about being in that podium conversation right now, sitting right now behind the 391, which is very interesting. I think the 391 still needs to make a pit stop, so that's temporary. But right now it's the reverse team applying the pressure, everyone trying to adjust, and the Racing Forces car almost finding itself turned across the nose of another GTP in pursuit of that podium place that it's trying to return to.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep an eye on things now and see how that gap is developing. It looks like John Dunnigan is actually closing in on XBD and DLR by SimLab. Gap to the lead about 29, 30 seconds. He's still having to be a little bit cautious in the corners, but it's the straights where he's really making up that time. We don't talk about it very often, but when you get on wet weather tires, not only do they lift the car a little bit further off the ground, so you've got more aero drag, the tread blocks on the tires produce more mechanical drag as well. So you find you lose 30 or so kilometers an hour of top end speed. So it's chunks and chunks and chunks on the straight. It's why we do try to jump over to the dry tires as soon as the dries and the wets match each other on mid corner speed, because you're not actually jumping onto the dries for the advantage in the corners. You're jumping onto the dries for the advantage that they give you on the straights.
And then putting you break even on the corners to make up.
Exactly, because that's all you need to do. In fact, you don't even have to completely break even on the corners. You can lose a little bit of time mid-corner as Dunnigan around the outside of Roberto Artur at 15 and onto the wet stuff.
Well, I know
Keeps
that's the wet stuff onto
straight
the
and narrow.
curves that have spun so many cars today.
But even then, it's still a net gain on the XPD racing car. He started this like 30 seconds behind. He's going to gain more speed at the top end of the straight and still take a good chunk of time out of that car. I'm just going to have a quick look and see what he tops out at before he hits the brakes. Waiting. There's 290, 91, 291 before he jumped onto the brakes into turn one. If I just jump on board with Jose Manuel Cazan, I'll tell you what, it's actually quite similar speeds for that car. So, maybe I'm lying a little bit about the top end speed, but he definitely made a good gain on the straight last time round.
Difference between the 5 and the 1, 0.2 of a second.
There you go. I assume in Wright's favor.
Yes.
So that tells you all you need to know about where the track's at now. Mostly dry, it's ready for dry tires, and unless DLR by SimLab and XPD Racing are trying to put themselves in a position in terms of fuel strategy, it's time for them to get a shift on and get onto the dries. This is the sort of decision making that really screwed DLR by SimLab earlier on in this race. There we go, and they'll get there in the end.
Well, so
where they didn't jump onto the wets.
So the issue is that they're not worried about Ryder. Like, they're not battling Ryder for the race win's not what they're focusing on. They're focusing on the championship right now. They're focusing on each other. Yeah. They could care less what Dunnigan's on right now. It's about what is the other contender doing, because they don't want to potentially put themselves in a bad spot if they don't trust it. So
the thing is with DLR by SimLab, they are the ones on the back foot here. Yeah. If they only outscore XPD by 3 points, it goes to XPD on countback. So they need a definitive victory over XPD. So I feel like at this point, they need to try something different. And John Dunnigan and Enosis are providing both of those cars with some very good data right now, in that the dry tires are faster, and one of them needs to blink at some point. I think DLR, in the less fortunate position that they're in compared to XPD, need to be the first to make that jump to try and gain an advantage on their rival. Yes, they're closing in a little bit at this stage in the race, but back in the 6 hours of Suzuka, we had a really wet start to the race and switched over onto the dries, and we were taking 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap out of the leader. We went from 30 seconds back to within 12 over the course of 5 laps during a transition to the dry. So they need to make that call.
Last lap, looking at the lap data, all of them nearly identical in the top of 3. fastest car of the bunch in GTP was the Innocency sports car. The 1, the 5, and the 33, down to the 100th of a second.
Yeah, 34.8 for all of them.
Yeah, and then 34.3 for Aritz Paz, 135.6 for Randy Mateos for Ulfram Racing Orange. The 51 is in the 136s. There's not really anyone else that's really super close, except for
Simrace Center. 35.3.
35. Yeah, 35. There was someone that had a 33.8 and it disappeared. I think it was the 50 though.
33.7 for the 51. That's fast, actually. That's really fast.
Yeah, it is. And that is dry tire.
Well, there you go. That's it.
Well, I would double check on that because I have not seen that change.
Yeah.
No, they just came out of pit lane. So yeah.
But theoretically, that should be all the information you need, right?
Realistically, yeah.
I feel like XPD and DLR are really limiting their ultimate pace right now as John Dunnigan very wide through turns 3 and 4. Ends up on the wet stuff yet again.
That's where the pause comes into play. It's not so much do you trust your tires, it's do you trust going around traffic right now on those tires? Or
so he can do it here.
A little bit?
He can pretty much do it here. He just has to lift a little bit through 100R because it's still very slippery. Yeah, but in the corners, if there's no one in front of him, he's just faster. 29 seconds back now and gaining a little bit. It's such tight margins right now.
I'm seeing 33.
It has just extended to 30, to be fair. I'm seeing it on my overlays and on ATVO. It's just jumped up to 30 and a half, but he is gaining again in this final sector.
Yeah. Now I understand where they're coming from. The 5 just a 133.4 or 3.4 on the wets. So pace has come up for the wet tire as well.
And for the most part, they are matching each other right now.
Yes.
Which is why I think now is the best time to do it. Because then you'll be ready for when the switchover happens, like when the full transition happens onto the dry tire. You don't want to be reacting to that. You want to be proactive for that.
Yeah.
It does look like just on that straight alone, John Dunnigan did close to just under 29 seconds. Of course, the previous lap time not representing that at all, but I'm literally, I've got an overlay that tells me live interval, live gap, and I'm staring at the gap. It gives it me to
I would
2
like to know how
units,
he's
but
gaining. When Kazan set at 34.4, Dunnigan set at 34.6, basically at 34.7, and Wyjin set at 33.3.
Because it's live, it changes as the lap goes on.
Well,
it's just takes to 27. So we'll see what this lap time is for John Dunnigan. Depending on what sort of traffic he gets is what's really going to dictate this. As I think that's a 66 down pit lane as well. The 5 is just coming out of the final corner.
The 66 has been in pit lane for 6 minutes.
Yeah, the 33 is about to go down into turn 1. John Dunnigan having to go around the outside of a GT, a place where he's been a couple of times so far, and it's the spot where he's losing the most time at the moment. The 5's jumped. The 5 has jumped. Okay, good call, DLR by SimLive. Get onto those dry tires and get back out on track. They're going to have a relatively short pit stop compared to XBD, as they pretty much just changed the tires and top up the tank a little bit. Mateus Whiten currently on board. Don't know if they'll do a driver swapify with them. I'd leave Mateus Whiten on board as John Dunnigan goes through. Yeah, that's a short stint. Also, I'm seeing 19.
Yeah, 157 to 178, so it's 21.
Nice, 21. Okay, interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Slab.
I believe your information's kind of a little bit wacky right now. I'm just like, that's odd.
The good news is Mateus Whiten is getting on board, and I do believe this is a switch over to dry tires. They had just notched into within 10 seconds of XBD Racing, who are right now just coming through turn 15 and getting on the brakes for turn 16. There is a spun car down there at the final corner of the track. They do get through unharmed. And I guess we'll see if they react. There you go. So straight away, they've seen the 5 go in, and they're like, right, okay, reaction time. Yeah, which is all they need to do, cutting pit entry a little bit there, pushing it maybe a little bit too hard, Jose Manuel Kazan. But the track is coming to him slowly. It's a 33-1 for Reiter Engineering last lap, a 31.7 for Renosis. So this track is dry. I think most of that lap time loss for John Dunnigan comes from the fact that he was trying to navigate around some traffic. So here it is then now. How fast can DLR by SimLab be on those tires? Because what they really need to do is jump XBD here, or get a lot closer to XBD here, and then really start to take some chunks out of Enosis and Reiter. Because the only way that they can guarantee that they win this championship is if they have at least one car between them and XBD Racing. XBD currently sat on 3 race wins, and if 2 race wins even. And if DLR by SimLab can't win this race, there's nothing they can. There's not much they can do if it comes to countback.
Yeah. In that sort of, XBD knew they were going to be reacting to the 5 no matter what. Like,
oh, this is actually going to be really close. Hold on, the 5 is just on pit lane exit now. XBD Racing about halfway down the straight. The gap has come down to 3.7 seconds. Jose Manuel Cazan has to get those tires up to temperature. Cannot touch anything wet because those tires will just plunge in temperature. He's got cars in front of him that he needs to fight the dirty air of. Matthias Whiten, on these warm-ish slicks that are only getting warmer as the lap goes on, has already gained a full second on Kazan after being separated by a whole lap earlier on in this race. DLR by SimLab have pounded and absolutely pounded away at this race to get the fight for the championship from 1 lap apart to within 2.5 seconds in the space of 5 hours. If that is not the definition of never give up, then I do not know what is. Vincente Lara just jumping out of the way for Matthias Whiten. Jose Manuel Cazan really struggling to find any pace in those tires, get any temperature into them. The gap now under a second, as Kazan's going to have to deal with a little bit of GT3 traffic in this final corner. Matthias Whiten is going to have a very, very clean run. And if Kazan wants to hold on to this championship lead, he needs to get a wriggle on.
Well, it's not so much being or concerned about the championship lead, because he's going to have it no matter what. If he gets past, it's the concern of, oh, can Whiten also catch up to Aritz Paz, who's 3 seconds up the road?
But it's not even just that, because Whiten has just gone nearly 3 seconds faster than Aritz Paz. So yeah, Jose Manuel Cazan needs to get a wriggle on and get past Aritz Paz, or do what he can to try and fight Whiten. I don't think this is a pair that we've seen battle on track before, but both of these drivers know exactly what is at stake right now, and we're giving it their absolute all over the next 5 hours of this race to try and put their team into the position to win this one.
Very close under a blanket, and they're both now reeling in Aritz Paz. Paz now under 2 seconds away from this battle. And you see Whiten just always just kind of closing that door down just a little bit. Whoa, Kazan goes super wide.
He's gone wide. Jose Manuel Cazan locks up massively into turn 10, opens the door for Matthias Whiten. The point tally, if it ends now, is dead even, and XBD Racing win on countback. But Matthias Whiten's pace is more than enough to catch up to Aritz Paz, who again has gone for a spin. He's gone for a spin. Matthias Whiten is now in championship position. Even if Kazan gets in front of Aritz Paz, the point difference between second and third place is 5. Matthias Whiten leads the championship by 2 points.
5 makes them even because the separation's 5.
It's 3.
It's
XBD have 117, DLR by SimLab have 114, so Matthias Whiten is in position by 2 points.
I
5 hours to go.
114.
2 penalty points, 117.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, penalty points count. So there you go. 5 hours to go in this race then, and in a matter of moments, the championship has been turned on its head. What looks like an absolute shoe-in for XBD Racing has become absolute woe as Whiten drives past them as they went off at turn 10 and drives past the number 74 of the Gnosis of Aritz Paz as he goes for a spin in the final sector. And in 4 corners, Matthias Whiten, by keeping the car on the road, puts DLR by SimLab in the championship lead by 2 points. Wow. I know. Pure insanity. He's already pulled 9 seconds on Kazan as well. He's really struggling to find any pace in these conditions. We're pretty much back to dry pace, but it's just not there.
This is because this is the difference. Because Wygen he is the anchor driver for that 5 car.
100%.
Kazan's not the anchor driver for this car at all. He's not the fastest driver in this car by the slightest. So that's what I'm interested in. Now that we know we're getting into the dry conditions, and assuming it stays dry, now driver swaps, schedule those out, and where you see everyone going. Because Wygen's not going to drive the entire rest of this race. There's going to be a time where that's going to be on the inverse, and they're going to have, the 33 is going to have Garcia Blasco back behind the wheel of this car. So how do you line that up? Because Blasco had Wygen's number earlier in this race. So I want to see that battle now as it plays out. Obviously, we're going to have a while to get there because they just came out of pit lane. And once again, he just runs. It may not matter if he doesn't get the car there. Oh, no. He just clobbered the barrier, blocking the shortcut to the chicane.
I'm trying to see if there's any damage on that car. I wouldn't know where it would be, but it's way too dark.
It was on the right front.
The front right corner just looking a little bit dented compared to the front left.
I'm worried about the suspension because he jumped it.
So the good news for XPD is there isn't a meatball calling them down pit lane immediately. There is one for Sim Racing Center on the H with Tobias Kruken currently still on board. So Jose Manuel Cazan is going to have to feel that out and see what sort of pace he still thinks he can get out of this car. But I don't see XPD giving up at any point in the next 5 hours, because as we just saw, DLR by SimLab fell a lap down and have now put themselves back in championship position. So we are at a stage where literally anything can happen.
Here I was thinking I just played Football Manager while I discussed vague sports car topics. Nope. Not happening. The race is broken out for the championship.
I genuinely can't believe it's at that stage either. I think we've been really fortunate that the fight between Reiter and Enosis has kept things on the absolute edge for the last 5 hours, whilst XPD and DLR by SimLab have really been sorting themselves out. It looked like it was genuinely all over for DLR by SimLab, but just from the absolute consistency of the lap times they've been setting and the pure commitment they've had to get in this position back, just taking their time, plodding away at it, to as soon as it's gone back to dry conditions, get themselves back into that position to win the championship is just genuinely mind-blowing.
And now running on board with the 33 of Kazan, who has been caught up to by Aritz Paz. Paz back in the conversation and about to make life a little bit worse for the 33.
Both cars having a little bit of a punt offline, one to defend, one to attack. See all the spray coming off the back of the cars and they think better of it, but now they've got to squeeze past one of the GT3s slightly offline. Paz is going to be able to get it roughly back onto those tram tracks, as Kazan looking for a way around another GT3 through turn 3 and 4. We know it's been very slippery, and through goes Aritz Paz.
Yep, the 33 just a little bit too greedy. Went way offline, saved it, but now fourth. And Kazan, obviously the weak link on that 33 car, giving Alberto Garcia Blasco a lot of work to do here in the second half of this race.
I so hope we get to talk to, if everything stays as it is, I'd love to talk to DLR by SimLab at the end of this and have them talk us through exactly what that moment where they passed both of those cars on that lap must have felt like, because it's one of those things that we miss from sim racing, because in real life we can have cameras down the pit lane that can go to the teams when something positive happens on track, like we saw when Alpine got onto the podium here at Fuji a couple of months ago for the 6 hours of Fuji, how the entire garage lit up with pure joy after Mick Schumacher made that move to get that car into its debut podium. And we don't get that in sim racing. Some of the teams might be streaming and we'll be able to hear their reaction to it, but we don't get to see the pure emotion and joy that sim racing brings out of people. And I just think that's such a shame, but the only positive in that is that we get to, well, hopefully we'll get to talk to these guys after and get a proper breakdown of everything that happened in that exact moment, get them to relive it and see if we can, recapture even a little bit of that passion.
Zahn and Paz working through a bunch of GT cars here that are just all bundled together, and none of them are for position. Actually, I stand corrected. 3 of them are. Kind of.
Oh, Marcel Beck very deep into turn 10. Oh, and the 33 is involved in another incident.
Both Paz and Kazan involved in incidents there. Paz went wide. Kazan spun out
and he's gone
across
around
the
again.
nose of Rasmussen, the Lithium Motorsports AM car. And it gets bad to worse for the 33 for XPD Racing in the GTP class as the championship slips away.
From hero to zero in a matter of 6 laps. That's how long it's been since Kazan rolled out of pit lane on those dry tires, but just getting onto the wet line.
Is really struggling.
Just getting onto that wet line on the exit of the chicane, spinning up those rear wheels was all that, I say all that needed to happen, but it's all that happened to send Kazan into a bit of a spin across the front of that Ferrari, and at that point there was nothing the Ferrari could do. So now Kazan, nursing damage to the front right, damage to the front left, and side pod damage, has to get this car through another 20 odd laps of racing before he can even think about coming down pit lane.
Yeah, it's not a great time if you're a fan of XPD Racing. At this point, it just kind of, close your eyes and wait for impact. We have a slight battle here, possibly developing in GT3 Pro. We're looking at, it's a 3-car pro fight that has sort of developed because of the melee that the GTP cars kind of imposed on the back half of the GT3 Pro field. It is now Team Race Gator Black. It is Sim Race Sweden in the 217 car, 217 Audi. That is center of your screen with the 277 Eagle Speed Academy car. So all 3 of those pro cars within 2 seconds.
Olivia would say covered under a blanket.
That's
Beck,
a long
I think
blanket.
I think Beck just going very, very wide through off the trip. No, that was one of the Sim Race Sweden car.
Steven Van Kampen.
Yeah, but Marcel Beck just having a bit of a struggle at this point as Kevin Daniels closes within 4/10. Eagle Speed Academy. It is Italian Corvette versus American Ferrari. There we go. We got there in the end. 0.4 of a second is the gap, but Steven Van Kampen is there as well, putting pressure on that Eagle Speed Academy car. Marcel Beck, I think, just about hanging on with the straight line speed of that Ferrari as the Corvette does not manage to close in. Van Kampen having to drop back a little bit as Stephen Jones involves himself in this fight, and Van Kampen has to leave the space for that GTP, but Beck and Daniels are going to have a similar issue down at turn 3. Beck might have to, no, never mind. He's going to still get a nice clean run through the corner. We'll have to deal with a little bit of dirty air, and be careful not to touch that green painted area on the outside of the circuit. Story had to lift a little bit, which allowed Kevin Daniels to close back in. But it hasn't really, they haven't really lost much time to Steven Van Kampen. So all these two need to do now is keep their eyes forward, and they can get embroiled in their own little fight and not have to worry about Van Kampen for a few laps.
So this is where it gets very interesting, because because obviously G3, I'm a huge Corvette fan, so the Corvette's my main. This car in these conditions, the Corvette, the C8, feels phenomenal compared to a couple others, because I tried the Mercedes and the BMW, the M4. And I was like, okay, this Corvette's got a really good handle in the changing conditions where it's going from like wet to dry or dry to wet. Like it really kind of excels there because it is on that more neutral balance. The issue is just that it doesn't have, as you mentioned, the straight line speed of that Ferrari that spins.
Goes back.
And you don't need straight line speed when they move out of your way. Holy cow.
That is position handed to Kevin Daniels of
And Steven
Eagle
Van
Speed
Kampen.
Academy.
Both of them squeezed on through because Steven Van Kampen's just behind him.
Yeah, Marcel Beck, who's been really struggling on board that team race get a DE black car for the entire race so far. It isn't getting any better for him, unfortunately. Just having a bad race, and you can't really fault him for it because it happens to all of us. Like, not every race can be a banger, but Beck's going to be giving himself so much for that one.
So much, and just a little bit too tight going up the hill towards the last corner. Just completely undoes it.
We talked about how this track is going to be wet and stay wet for a very long time. Probably for the rest of this race, there is a chance that it doesn't dry up completely at all. It's been mostly dry for nearly 45 minutes now, and again, the track just offline is still absolutely sodden. Ander Gomez going past Kevin Daniels, you see the spray coming off the back of both of them through at 300R.
Yeah. And that's the scary part about all of it is like this. Everything we've experienced so far in the first half of the race will directly affect how the second half turns out, just because you have to somehow recover and you have to deal with the reality that this track just isn't going to be as wide as it was at the start of this race when it was still dry. You've been reduced to a motorcycle lane for your racing, so. But this is also a track, and when we talk about rain racing, I don't know if it was touched on while it was happening. Rain racing requires you to be pretty broad with the turns that you make. You don't want to make, you can't make too many sharp turns because kinetic momentum sort of just carries the back of the car around the front of the car. It's sort of how you get those merry-go-round spins we've seen so many times.
The only thing I can think of is the 01 Cadillac at Le Mans in 23 after it only rained down at the Porsche curves, and they come through and Sebastian Bourdais just goes to like 3 or 4 spins in a row.
Yes,
it's great.
But that's sort of what you see when you have these sharp corners in the rain. The back of the cars carries so much more momentum. Almost all these cars are mid-engine or rear-engine cars at this point. I can't, looking through the running order, I don't see a front engine car in sight, actually.
No, I think we're pretty spot on them in this race.
Yeah, so we don't have any Mercedes, we don't have any BMWs.
That's it. That's all we got. It's just those two.
Mustangs.
Ah, the Mustang, yeah. How did I forget the Mustang? Me, of all people.
I don't know.
Knesses.
I can't wait for next season. We're gonna get the Acura, the NSX.
I so couldn't care less about that car.
That's the only car that could ever tempt me to drive something other than a Corvette in the class.
Really?
Yes. It's the only.
Just drive the ARX 06. It's better. It's faster.
So, local reasons. The Corvette's built in Kentucky, my home state.
Right.
The Acura NSX is built in Ohio, where I currently live.
Ah, well, that makes sense.
Yes, it's the Acura NSX is built in Marysville, Ohio, right next to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course.
The GT3 or the road car?
Both.
Or both?
Both are produced in Marysville, Ohio. Which is why it has the Acura badge.
I mean, I'm biased towards the Ford because there's one up in the showroom at work at the moment. A Mustang Dark Horse.
Yeah.
In gloss grey with blue brake calipers.
Yeah, well, those are built in Canada. So.
Oh, but I think we build them over here as well. Well, not over here, but in Europe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like
they must
the
have a
road cars are
production
built
line.
in Europe. Yeah.
Oh no, the race cars. Yeah, no, they're built by Multimatic in
Canada.
But the engines are made by M Sport up in Cumbria in the Lake District. The same guys that run the rally team for Ford. because they did the engine in the Bentley Continental GT3 as well, and ran those cars.
That's a shame. That's one car I wish we had access to before it passed on. The Bentley.
It's not dead. It's just not run. It's out of homologation.
Yeah, I know. It basically may as well be dead.
Yeah. Fine.
Like the Audi. Hey.
Shizuoka, newly announced full-time driver for Alpine, by the way. Ex-Mercedes GT3 driver.
Yeah.
Was one of the guys who drove the Bentley back in the day. Just a fun fact, he's one of my favorite drivers.
What we need to do on ABN is we need to host like an actual like Bathurst 1000 and just get all the GT3s in the world. Just put them together. I don't know why I'm saying this. It'll all be Ferraris.
Possible. I don't know how possible that could be. I don't know how many different unique models you can have on track now.
50.
I'm noticing an extended pit stop for Smurf Racing Team.
Yeah, David Narbone's in pit lane for 6 minutes.
That is...
Not... Oh, he's towed.
I think so, yeah. That was the car that was in position in...
It was
for a race win.
Yeah. Well, this is what happened. This is the replay. Or no, this is Narbonne.
Everything happened.
Oh.
He had up 4 or 5 spins. There's more than that. That was the last one.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so he just towed. He spun
yeah,
and he just towed.
But still, a 5-minute tow. That's.
I think he was trying to come down to pit lane and spun it out because it was still wet.
But I've just had a quick. I had a look at his replay of his lap, 166, I want to say, and he had 3 or 4 spins on that lap. It was pretty brutal to say the least.
Now we do have flat tires that happen in the game. They don't like explode, but you do get to 0% and they do kind of begin to run flat. So I wonder if he was still on wet tires. Again, I don't know because I don't. The GT3, because they've not made pit stops to make those tire changes, they haven't completely updated yet. So I don't know where the 391 was, but they had stayed out for quite a while. So if those wet tires, and the wet tires, as the track conditions dry, wet tires get worse and worse. They wear a lot quicker. I wonder if that's a potential issue with those rear tires on that Audi, because it is a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car.
I mean, from what I saw, it just looks like Narbonne was struggling in the wet conditions, ended up in the barrier down at turn 3, then had, I think, another spin at 5, another one at 10, another one at 13 and 16 as well. So maybe something was going wrong there, or maybe it was just the damage.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with David there, but he is in trouble, and he is obviously still in 3rd at the moment. A lot of cars still running here. We've had very few retirements in this race, but the longer he's in pit lane, more likely he's going to lose that podium spot and more likely not get it back, which would be a bad way to be for a team that is routinely found itself grabbing defeat from the jaws of victory. Another car, that is a Sim Race Sweden Ferrari that was going through the chicane quite slowly. Steven Van Kampen overshot that chicane. Had to take the trip through the bollards to get back on the racing surface. Now behind one of the other Corvettes in
the Eagle
field.
Speed Academy
It's the
car,
Eagle car, I believe.
I don't know how I've got so good at recognizing that car, but it is one of the few GT3s that I look at. I'm like, I know what that is. I think it's that one and a virtual driver's by Chris Massacre. I think it's because I just recognize delivery. Because I recognize the VDC car as well, or virtual driver's car. The VDC back when I used to race against them. But I stood the front of the field for just a second. The gap between Matthias Whiten and John Michael Dunnigan has... Well, it's practically collapsed. It's about 7.7 seconds as it stands, but it was a 29.9 for the DLR by SimLab driver last lap and a 32.6 for Writer Engineering. So that Cadillac really starting to struggle as the conditions dry up, which is something we expected, but I don't know if we expected it to this sort of level. And again, more credit to the 5 crew, because they were a lap down on the lead. They are now 7.6 seconds off the race lead. They're already in championship winning position for now, you know, still 4.5 hours to go. But they've driven from a lap down to potentially they're going to take the lead of this race, this stint, which is absolutely wild to think about.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Obviously, following the 5 car right now as the gap continues to crawl a little bit. Also, remember, Dunnigan, first time in the car, and he's no young corpse. This is Matthias Weijgen, who is the anchor driver for the 5. He's not going to be in the car the entire next 5 hours, so there's going to be some reprieve, some ebb and flow to this that they've got to capitalize on when they get to it. But Weijgen definitely doing his part to make sure that this team has a chance to grab a race win on its way to its first championship in PEC competition.
Oh, don't jinx it yet. There's still a long way to go in this one.
I'm not knocking on wood. Commentator's jinxes make things entertaining.
You're not wrong about that, to be fair.
I would hope so. I think we've jinxed enough people to amass an angry mob. I know I have.
I don't think my commentator's curse works hard enough.
It comes with time and a little bit of training.
I think I've had it happen for one of the Champ Car drivers where I was talking about how they were doing their season best at Motegi, and then as I was talking about it, they understood into the wall on the outside of 2.
Yes.
And ended their race. Which was one of the moments of all time, I've got to say. Anyway, 6.5 seconds is the gap at the front of the field.
Yeah, it's about a second a lap he's closing in.
Yeah, Matthias Weijgen taking 6/10 out of that lead in the previous lap, and then another second out of it on this lap alone. He's got a lap down GTP and GT3 to deal with in this next sector. But right now, the 5 crew can see the number 1 car up the road, and John Michael Dunnigan needs to start getting a bit of a wriggle on as he goes deep into turn 10, and he's going to have to take the runoff. And in the same way that the DLR by SimLab car has been handed the previous 2 overtakes it has made, are they going to be put in another position where another car is just going to let them walk by with absolutely zero fight? Gap now down to 2 seconds after that mistake from the Writer engineering driver. Still, Luis Geronimo in front of Matthias Weijgen. Now he's clear of him. Through the final corner he goes. Gap just ticks under 2 seconds due to a bit of differing lines there. And now we're going to see how much of an advantage does that Acura have on the straight. 1.8 seconds as they come up the line. John Michael Dunnigan moving over to the middle of the track to get past a little bit of GT3 traffic onto the slightly wet stuff. I think Weijgen's going to have some GT3 traffic to deal with mid-corner down here at 1, but he will almost just appear in my camera shot as I'm observing this one. Here comes a replay of exactly what happened down here at turn 10 as we were watching Weijgen on the wet stuff on the inside. Just can't get it stopped. Bails out of the corner really early, takes the runoff, and that's why the gap pretty much halved in the space of a sector, as Weijgen now has the lead to under a second, as John Michael Dunnigan has to check up behind one of the Pandemonium Esports Ferraris. And I think relatively soon this is going to be move made for the lead of the race. Yep. DLR by SimLab, first to second to last, back to first again. You'll have to hang around to find out, as the gap now under 0.5 of a second. John Dunnigan stuck behind the Team Race Getter DE Black Ferrari 296. Weijgen is going to follow through on the inside of 13 as Kevin Lazar stays out of the way on the wet stuff. I don't think much by choice. And the disadvantage that we've been saying the Cadillac has all race long is about to come into effect. John Dunnigan then exiting the final corner. Matthias Weijgen within 0.3 of a second was 2 seconds back at this stage on the previous lap. In the slipstream then, the speed once again building and building and building. We know how good the Acura is on the brakes. We know how slippery it is offline. Does John Dunnigan defend? Weijgen moves to the inside, gets alongside on the brakes. They're going to be side by side at the corner apex. Dunnigan basically rolls over and lets it go, but looks for the cutback on exit. It's slightly slippery on that curve on the outside, and Whiten's run off the corner gets a little bit delayed. He's on the wet stuff on the inside of 3, but he has the advantageous line, has to slow up again mid-corner. Yeah, John Dunnigan having another look around the outside of 3 and 4, but the dirty air pushes him backwards into 6. Matthias Whiten goes, and he will secure the lead of this race.
He's just going to keep his head down at this point. Just keep your head down, focus, and move forward. Cannot afford to be distracted right now.
Yeah, just a great showing of patience from Matthias Whiten there, knowing that his car had the pace to just chip away at the lead, even that the Cadillac had over them, and just patiently wait for that one down the inside on the brakes into turn 1. It's John Dunnigan looking for a way back through on the number 5, but here's where it was all lost for the 1 car, because they just don't have the straight line speed to support any form of defense or overtake into turn 1. Much better for them in the wet weather conditions where they could actually take advantage of the car's lack of power. But even in the slipstream, there's just not really much they can do to try and find any sort of speed. But Whiten's going to get a little bit checked up behind one of the GT3s. I think that's one of the Eagle Speed Academy cars as well. It is. But it's the corner exit where Whiten just went a little bit wide that allowed John Michael Dunnigan to keep his nose in that fight. But it was really into here where the move was made, as Whiten just took the line, blocked off the apex, and there wasn't much that Dunnigan could do at that point, as he had to settle for second. It's just a great bit of driving from the Acura.
Anderson trying to scamper away here. 5 tenths, going to 6 tenths now, the gap, as Wygen tries to make Dunnigan just a blur in that rearview mirror. The rearview camera that all these GTP cars have equipped. Dunnigan closing in once again on that traffic. He's going to keep Wygen honest, at least while there's traffic in the way.
Certainly in this this final sector as well, where the Cadillac does seem to have some form of pace. He's always able to get back within 0.2 of a second down here. Look at that, they're almost nose to tail coming through turn 16, but then it's that punch of the Acura off the corner that the Cadillac just can't seem to keep up with as he drops back to 0.4 of a second. The slipstream really not doing much to help drag him back into it. There's a little bit of traffic to deal with here. It's just gone down pit lane. So is Dunnigan going to go for anything? He's going to close a little bit under braking, but there's just not enough pace on the straights in that Cadillac to close in.
Right now, since I think he can do is try to stay close. That Acura also has that balance advantage right now. We talked about balance of performance. Balance of performance can only do so much to neutralize a difference when you have a V8 versus a turbo V6.
At altitude.
Yeah, and altitude's one thing, but you also think about the reduced weight of the engine. That's ballast that you can put elsewhere in the car. Obviously, these cars balance the performance out because they are not even by default. You ask anyone that's driven the BMW, is it even? No.
It depends where you go, at what track it's at. I think a better example would be LMP2, which isn't a BOP class. And the Orica is just the best out of all the LMP2s that have been developed for this gen. Apparently the next generation of LMP2 will be a BOP series, but yeah, the 2017 regs of LMP2 that were still running were just never bopped. I think it was a case of Orica just rocked up with the best car in 2017. People still bought into the Ligier and the Dallara,
yes,
but very quickly figured out that Orica was the way to go, at which point the FIA went, right, Ligier, Dallara, go fix your cars. They went away, fixed the cars, made them faster, and the Orica was still better. Like, the Orica was frozen, and Dallara and Ligier had a good amount of time to fix their cars and still couldn't make it as fast as the Orica.
Wasn't there a fourth manufacturer for LMP2?
I don't think so. Have to double check. I know that there's 4 for... There were going to be 4 for the new generation LMP2 chassis. I'm not sure if Multimatic technically counted
Oh,
as
was
an
it
LMP2
Riley that was
chassis
supposed to
builder.
be?
Yeah, because Riley was bought out by Multimatic. And then Mazda tried to run the RT24P on a Multimatic chassis.
And
then, well, on a Riley chassis. Then Multimatic bought that out, paid Team Yoast to run the car, and they fixed the car as well. Then Team Yoast are like, right, okay, we're done. Multimatic ran the car, ran one car, nearly won the 24 Hours of Daytona with it before it broke. And then we had the Summer of Mazda, where they won 3 races in a row. That may have been 2020.
Yeah, they did count Multimatic as the 4th LMP2 manufacturer.
There you go.
Riley, yeah. Although I don't think they ever actually produced a racing LMP2, just a straight up LMP. I know that obviously there was a backbone for the Mazda, and I think they were also the backbone for the Nissan DPI.
That was a Ligier, I believe. Well, I'm not sure. God, the Nissan DPI was a weird thing.
I missed it. Probably because it was just Tequila Patron.
Don't. I think that was Ligier based. Yeah, it was Ligier based. So we did at one point have all 4 LMP2 chassis running around in DPI.
Yes.
Orica and Acura, Dallara and Cadillac, Riley and Mazda, and Nissan and Ligier, which was cool. I liked it. You know, DPI was a great little roll set, but LMDH is better.
Doing pull up Wikipedia, just kind of see what the competitive history looks like for all of these cars. I know other than Orica, but
Orica just purely dominant in LMP2 is still insane to think about. The funny thing to me is always that, oh, that's a spin for Matthias Whiten actually. Late on in this race, getting onto the white stuff on the outside of turn 3.
Very costly mistake.
Similar way to where we've seen so many people do it so far this race. I think just about keeps it out of the barrier without any damage. Falls back to 6 or so seconds back on John Michael Dunnigan. And him and Reiter Engineering are going to be absolutely breathing a sigh of relief, knowing that all that work that Whiten's already done, they're going to have to do all over again.
Now, thankfully for Whiten, he didn't seem to tag the wall. If he tagged the wall, it was a very light graze, which is going to help him out quite a bit, because he can then try to trim down back that gap to Dunnigan. There's no pressure from Aritz Paz or Jose Manuel Cazan. They're really far behind at this point. You're looking
They're
at...
out of this at this point.
Yeah, 100%. You're looking at 46 seconds after that spin, 46 seconds, 47 seconds between the 5 and 74. Yeah, they're not close right now.
25-second gap between XPD and Onosis. Yeah, Kazan really not getting into the rhythm of this race so far. But credit to John Dunnigan, who's doing absolutely everything he needs to do after struggling on tyre warm-up, being off the road quite a few times, is just keeping it on the grey stuff now, not pushing too hard and just setting those consistent. They're 131s and late 130s. They're not massively quick, but they are enough to keep those guys just about in the fight. And Matthias Weiss, and the thing is, he doesn't need to push right now because that squad are in position to win the championship. I'm sure they'd love to do it with the race win as well.
Yep.
But I feel like they need to just back things down a little bit because they have the pace to get back to Dunnigan. They have the pace to get back to Reiter and retake the race lead. But they just really don't need to rush this. They've got 4 hours and 25 minutes left on the clock. They're in a faster car. Their lead driver is in the car and setting ridiculously quick lap times, 129.5 last time round. So just vibe, see what happens. You don't need to worry because Reiter still have a third driver to get in that car.
Yes. The big thing out of all of this, and now we're completely in darkness, the wet spots on this racetrack are even harder to spot. And on top of it already obviously being difficult, now not being able to tell sort of where that limit is and if that limit has moved too off much, this is probably one of the best spots you can actually still see where there's still wet parts of the racetrack. Probably because it's all uphill and your light is shining on those wet areas. But like if the track's falling away from you, like the first sector of the lap, that makes light, and that's where Wygen had that spin, was turn 5.
Not even that late in the lap, it was on the exit of 3.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, John Michael Donegan coming down pit lane. That is a scheduled pit stop.
Yes.
33 laps, 34 laps it'll be for that
he was
squad.
one of the first ones that came down pit lane. Yep.
As Weisson's going to cycle back through into the lead free. But yeah, pit stop still owed by everyone else still out there on track. And Reiter have just done, as I say, everything they need to stay where they are.
There's
right
one
now.
driver off sequence in GTP, and that is, looks like the
Race 2 spot.
70, yeah, who came in on 195, so 9 laps ago.
It looks like John Donegan will stay on board that Cadillac for at least one other stint. I'm sure Jan Kurb's wanting a little bit of a rest after being on board that car for 5 straight hours. I get achy and creaky and tired after 2 hours and 40 minutes in an IMSA race on my own. So I do not know how that man did 5 hours on his own.
In fairness, I feel like where Jan Kurb's is, I feel like 6 hours would be my absolute limit, and I'd be like, okay, I'm done.
I don't think I'd even do that. That's too much.
I'm also the same person that drove cross country for like 19 hours straight.
That's different because I've done that as well to get down to Munich, and that was grim. I'd never do that again.
I would in a heartbeat.
No, it's horrible.
I love it.
It's horrible. It's just because I did it at winter or in the middle of winter. I set off at like 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning. By the time I got to the boat, it had only just got the sun had only just come up, and then
by the time you're
time
in Germany, it's already nighttime again.
not even that. By the time I got to France and off the boat, it was already nighttime again.
Yeah,
It's like there was 5 hours of sunlight that day, and because obviously I jumped to different time zone, it was technically darker earlier. It's just grim because then I was driving from about 4 o'clock in the afternoon in the absolute pitch black. Across through Belgium, down through Germany, then through the mountains in Germany, while simultaneously being absolutely exhausted and almost falling asleep at the wheel about 5 times, until I eventually got to a rest stop, gave up, had a 10-minute nap. Oh, I forgot to mention, it was raining the entire way.
Yep.
So not only was I physically fatigued, I was mentally fatigued and tired and driving through shoddy conditions and driving on shoddy roads, and then I had this nap with like 3 hours left to go on the clock, and it's like the road trip gods smiled down upon me and went, Taylor, you've done the right thing. Here is 3 hours of unrestricted autobahn with absolutely no rain. I think that may have been the first time I set my cruise control to 100 miles an hour.
See, I call that child's play over here. Because I drove 19 hours last year. Completely raining, all of it. Like I left, I had maybe an hour of sunshine, and it was 2 p.m.
Oh.
Immediately the moment I got into Kentucky, it started raining, and it stayed raining all the way until I got to Austin, Texas. And it went from being and that was like beginning of winter. So like when I left, it was like, okay, about 65 degrees, cool, awesome. When I got to Texas, it was 34.
Rain in Texas.
And cold in Texas, yeah. I was like, okay,
34 Celsius, what do you mean? That's warm.
Fahrenheit, not Celsius.
Well, you should have clarified. It's
Sorry,
not my fault
1
you use
degree
silly
Celsius.
units. It's 32% hot. Like, I remember reading that for the first time. It was the stupidest sounding thing I've ever heard. Because someone tried to describe Fahrenheit. It's like percentage hot. Ooh, that's certainly a moment. John Dunnigan around the outside of the Lithium Am entry down at turn 15, I think. I mean, Dunnigan was as far over to the right as he could be. And it seemed like the lithium car just kind of drove like there wasn't a car alongside and spun himself off the nose of the one. I'm not sure how the stewards are going to see that one as Jose Manuel Cazan closing on the back of the one, and they're going to be side by side on the way into turn one. How many times can you say the on sound in the space of 5 seconds? But it's going to force Dunnigan to the outside, and the lack of power out of the corner is going to mean he's going to drop back behind Cazan into turn 3, which is the last thing he wants, as Cazan has been one of the slowest drivers on track in the last stint. He's going to be pitting relatively soon, but you still don't want to get stuck behind the 33.
Watching as John Michael Dunnigan tries to get around some traffic here, going down into the final sector of the lap. Little battle here for second place. Difficult it's been for Cazan, who has not made a pit stop yet and has already been caught up by Dunnigan, who has made a pit stop.
It's not even that. Dunnigan was already in front. Cazan has just managed to catch him in this early phase of Dunnigan's stint, as those two nearly come together. Very similar fashion, but Dunnigan around the outside of turn 16. They're going to give each other about as much room as each other are entitled to, because I'm nearly bumping Dunnigan on the outside, but again, pulling away on the exit of the corner. Back into the slipstream goes the Cadillac, but you can see that it just kind of stays a consistent distance back as Dunnigan has to react to the GT3, but stays to the inside of Cazan. Can't quite beat him on the brakes, almost goes into the back of him, looking for a bit of a cutback on exit, but no, they're going to stay nose to tail and run down to turn 3 again. Dunnigan into the spray on the outside of the circuit there. I'm not sure that's going to be doing his tire temperatures any good. Is finding a little bit more spray on the inside of the circuit as well, because I'm doing a great job to hold on, but it's barely the most important thing that he needs to be doing right now. I guess any time that Dunnigan and the one crew don't gain over the 33 is basically free race time, as Dunnigan's forced right out onto the spray around the outside of, I think that was one of the Eagle Speed Academy Ferraris, I want to say. They run 2 Ferraris, an American one and an Italian one, is what I'm going to say to that. Kenosis pits.
Hold on. What?
Are you asking me to explain the Ferrari thing?
No, I know the Ferrari thing because you're just wrong.
An Italian Corvette and an American Ferrari.
Do not call a Ferrari or Corvette. I will throw you out of this booth so hard.
To be fair, Corvette did build a car that looks like a Ferrari.
It looks better than Ferrari.
I don't have any strong feelings on that one.
Let's see. So the 277 is a Corvette. The 377 is also a Corvette.
I swear they have a Ferrari as well. I've seen it.
I am looking.
Is it the DDK by Eagle Speed Academy car?
Yeah, it's a Corvette 377. The leading AM car.
Wait, so what did I see? Oh, goodness, I think I'm losing my mind.
I don't know. I was just saying, like, they're the only full-time Corvette team we've got right now. By the way, if you want guaranteed broadcast time for Season 7, run a Corvette.
Or run whatever car you're comfortable in that can go fast.
Yeah, either win or run a Corvette. There you go.
Oh yeah, that's the easy bit. You're just gonna win the races.
Yeah, bingo.
Here's a fun thing. John Dunnigan has been held up by his pace has dropped off a little bit and been held up by Jose Cazan so much that if you look about 9/10 behind him, yeah, right there, that's Matthias Whiten. That is your current race leader.
Yes.
Almost about to put a lap on the Reiter engineering crew. So that Acura again is flying at the moment. Almost comparable lap times between the two cars in the last lap, actually, a 30.1 compared to what was a 30.9. And now everything's all changed as a 29.5 for DLR by SimLab and a 31.2. So Reiter Engineering will have a blue flag being waved at them right now to, jump out of the way. I don't know how much of an effort they're going to make to do that as they close back within a second of Kazan in the 33. So keep your eyes on that, because we know that the stewards aren't afraid to hand out a penalty for ignoring blue flags.
Not in the slightest. Yeah. So
I can tell you that from personal experience of hearing my team complain about it. Yeah, here's Dunnigan then dutifully, I was about to say dutifully pulling to the outside of the circuit to let Whiten through, but he's actually going to fight that one really, really hard. But Whiten's going to keep his nose in it in the middle of the chicane, goes around the outside of 11. It turns into the inside for 12 and 13, but he has to check up a little bit mid-corner because he can't get to the outside of the circuit. And Dunnigan is going to repass him on the way into 15 and will be ahead coming into 16. But Whiten's going to look to the inside. They're going to be side by side yet again at the final corner. The Acura is going to make the move done, slot back in front of the Cadillac. And then this is where that twin turbo V6 really starts to pull away. And the lack of any sort of boost pressure really hurting Reiter Engineering's chances on the straights. He has a peak to the inside, to tease going down the inside, but I tell you what, credit where it's due. All of the Reiter drivers are getting that car pulled up really, really well. Like, to see a Cadillac out-braking an Acura at any stage on this lap is genuinely an absolute feat, because it's not something that happens because the Acura has the best brakes out of the GTP field.
Yes. Just browsing through, it seems like there's a little bit of a competition here. The 224 is in a little tight-knit battle here. This is Carlos Ruiz, and I believe this is the 240 just ahead of him. It is Desart Plug for Pandemonium. Half second apart. This is for 5th in GT3 Pro. So, pretty important stuff so far.
Racing then still,
talk about a lot.
Racing's still going on then for position in class. I think it's great to see some of the teams that we haven't really seen up there in class being up there in the final round of the season. The rain, of course, throwing in a little bit of chaos, often touted as the great equalizer, and we've certainly seen that in the middle phase. Oh, so middle phase of this race, the middle phase of the amount of this race that we've had so far. So Octopus Racing being out of position in a very good way. So credit where it's due to them. It's good to see them so high up. I think Hydro Race Racing Forces as well, being up in P3 and GT3 is one heck of an achievement. Simrace Sweden Esports basically running away with the pro class at the moment, 1 minute and 5 seconds clear of XPD Racing. That is an HWT Motorsport-esque drive, who were, of course, a lap clear of the rest of the field at the previous race. A lap clear at Le Mans.
At Le Mans,
so at any other track, that's 3 laps clear. You got to adjust for that. I think the fun thing that me and my old team used to do back in the day is we'd be comparing lap times at Le Mans, and some of us would be like half a second off, 0.3 of a second off. But if you adjust that for the length of the normal circuit, it's like less than a tenth, which is ridiculous.
Yes.
But unfortunately, 0.3 is still 0.3.
The rule of thumb we always had when we were doing sports car stuff, this was back on like Gran Turismo. If you were within a tenth per mile of the car in front, you were if you were within a tenth per mile, you could consider yourself close enough to even that you can battle it back.
Yeah,
so it's
that.
0.8 of a second. Like if you look at Le Mans, it's 0.8 of a second fluctuation per lap that you can either gain or lose. That's your margin of error. Here at Fuji, it's a little bit closer to 2.6, 2.7 miles?
2.5. It's really short. This track is really short.
It feels a lot longer because it's like pulling teeth.
It's that final sector is really twisty. I mean, it is a slow lap. It's 1 minute 30.
It's like going to the
dentist.
Actually,
that's quite quick for a sports car. To be fair, I used to have the same thoughts about this track, but after we did the endurance race here, after I did some sprints here, I just kind of got used to it and really started to vibe with it a little bit. Plus, I can see the apexes, so.
I can see apexes too. I just can't hit them. I can see them all day. I can see them all day long as I drive right past them.
I don't hit apexes. I hit GT3s. Is the sort of thing Liv would be saying to me at this point.
Yeah, I would be in the GT3 because I would not feel comfortable enough driving in the GTP cars.
Oh, there's only one way to get more comfortable in something.
And that is by never doing it ever.
Yes, that helps. Yeah, never drive the car. Don't do that ever.
Now, I'm going to say something controversial. I'm not a huge fan of racing the GTPs. I prefer watching them over driving them. I don't find them fun to drive. And I know part of that's because the hybrid's not right. But
they do drive weird. They don't feel as light as they should. No, hang on. They feel lighter than they should do. Like, this is something that I will always give LMU and AMS2 credit for, is the fact that the cars feel heavy. Like, when you watch the onboard footage of the cars going around Le Mans, they do not want to turn in for Porsche 1 at all. Like, there's a significant braking zone coming into it, and the drivers really have to feed the cars in. They don't just chuck them in. A really fast setup at Le Mans in iRacing, Porsche 1 will be a lift. Just a lift. Maybe a downshift into 6th. And it's just, they make the lap time in the wrong way. Like, we are in the slipstream 25 kilometers an hour short of what our top end speed should be, because we're making up the lap time in the corners and we're still too quick in the corners. But it's like that 4-to-1 I'd say theoretical, but that 4-to-1 downforce to drag ratio that is mandated by the LMDH and LMH rule set. It's just too far in the way of, there's too much downforce on the car, which means there's too much drag. So the car's just way too slow on the straights.
And for me, the issue with the GTPs that I have is that, like, I go from, I've got to be on the extremes. I'm either going to be driving something like an Indy car, which is you wrestle that car around and you just put it on limits and put it on rails and let it rip. Mm-hmm. Or put me in a GT3 and just let me, like, bang doors. The GTP sits awkwardly enough in the middle of that I don't enjoy either aspect.
Ooh.
Because if I was going to sit in the middle of the road, I would sit in LMP2, which is what we did for Daytona a couple years ago. And I was like, okay, yeah, I know where I'm at. Cool. Now it's like, okay, the GTP's basically just a little above where LMP2 was at, and it's below where LMP1 was at in its heyday. So it's like not really, to me, exhilarating, but also not quite. It's not a GT, so it doesn't drive, it doesn't behave anywhere close to the same. It's awkward to drive for me because it's either I've got the touring car mindset, I've got the open wheel mindset, and then I've got the LMP2 mindset. The GTP just, it's its own little thing, and it's the worst combination for me as a driver because you don't know what you're going to always get.
Theoretically, the new tire model should solve a lot of the problems that people have with it. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't sit here and think that the GTPs are the best thing since sliced bread. That's going to be the Ferrari 499P. But a lot of the issues...
I can't wait for that thing to come in and just immediately be what everyone runs.
So cool. But the thing is, I've got a lot of hope that all of my issues with these cars will be solved in the next update, because we're getting the new tire model, and there's something that AMS2 did for their 1.6 update that gives me a lot of hope for the hybrid model in these cars, because AMS2 or Razor completely reworked their hybrid system and got bump starts out of it. And iRacing in their dev update confirmed bump starts for the GTPs and said, and I paraphrase, "We wanted to make sure we did it the iRacing way and do it correctly, so rebuilt it from the ground up to make sure that it works mechanically and is properly simulated." I think that requires a rework of the hybrid so that the hybrid actually works like it's supposed to. It implies to me that they're going to make the hybrid work like it's supposed to. Because if AMS only got bump starts after they reworked the hybrid, I think iRacing have only made bump starts work by reworking the hybrid. And if they don't rework the hybrid, then the 499P is going to be completely busted. Completely.
Is it not a GTP?
It would be if it ran in GTP. It's not an LMDH.
Yeah, well,
The TLDR on why it'll be busted.
It's an LMH, not an LMDH, is what it is.
Yeah, the TLDR on why it'll be busted is because the way the hybrid currently works is a 70 horsepower boost.
Yes.
From 0Ks, well, from whenever you get on the throttle. And if they have the hybrid work like that on the Ferrari, even if it's from 190 Ks as it is in real life, it's going to be a 120 horsepower boost, and the LMDHs won't be able to keep up with that at all.
Unless they screw up the hybrid for the Ferrari and only give it the 70 horsepower boost.
Which
would be awful.
I'd hate that, but I feel like if that's the way...
It'd be the most fair way of handling it is like, okay, well, the Ferrari's also going to be in the same boat.
I'd probably, if they don't rework the hybrid, I'll be upset, but if they make the Ferrari only have 70 horsepower on the front axle, I'd probably be okay with that.
Yeah, because at least you know like the Ferrari's not going to become the more of the be-all, end-all car for a season.
The only thing that's going to feel really strange in that thing is going through like the Porsche curves and getting on the throttle, because the FDS is 190, and you're doing over 190 kilometers an hour in that section.
Yes.
So you're going to get on the throttle, and if you're at a little bit of a slip angle going through the corners, it's just going to straighten out right away as soon as you touch the throttle.
I can't wait.
It's going to be great. It's hold on. It is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days away. No. Hang on. 7, 8, 9. It's 10 days away. So I have to get through this week and that's it. And it's a week back at work, and those weeks usually fly. But I'm going to be counting down the days, and it's going to be horrible. I actually booked a day off work the day after build day because I had a spare day. So get to spend a full day with the new stuff. Very, very excited for it. And again, that thing is going to sound fantastic, especially if they get the hybrid noise right. If that thing doesn't squeal and squeak when the hybrid is doing things, I am going to be really, 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 really upset. Because it had better sound like the Audi. Because I remember watching the Sebring 1000 last year when that thing made its debut, and watching qualifying, as you'd expect, and it jumped on board with the Ferrari for the first time as it came into it came into sunset. And the first thing you heard was the squee of the hybrid kicking in when they got on the brakes. And I was in a Discord call with like 5 other people, and everyone just fell silent because we were all completely flabbergasted by the fact that the hybrid noises were properly back. Because don't get me wrong, they exist in the LMDHs now in iRacing, but it's so quiet that it just doesn't really do anything for me. I want R18 noises back. Julien Harmond then on exit of pit lane for Old Firm Racing after taking their most recent pit stop. He's just dropped down into P4, so not actually losing position to Enosis Esports in that pit cycle. Only 24 seconds or so away from Jose Manuel Cazan and the XPD Racing GTP, who had a little bit of an incident earlier on in the race, but they've taken their most recent pit stop as well, as have DLR by SimLab. And DLR have cycled back out into the lead by a whole 21 seconds. So that overcut really paying dividends to them, and XPD holding up Reiter Engineering really doing dividends to them as well, as it's now Reiter who are on the back foot. And if they want to take a win here, have to do a lot of the work. This is already a huge turnaround of luck for them in terms of the rest of their championship, and they can be really happy with a second place if that's what they get to walk away with today. But if I know anything about that crew, is they want to get as much out of this race as they can.
watching this 74 car. He knows this machine trying to run away from the 51. Stuff's kind of all over the place right now. A couple of battles going on. Once again, that 240 and 224 battle still perpetually at a half a second. Here comes this 51, Andrew Gomez, closing in. Per lap has been the Achilles heel for most of the GTPs.
He doesn't know where to go unless he can get alongside in turn 10. That's the only issue. But a bit of a recovery drive for the 51 Project Valorous crew, and I notice it's just starting to fall down the order again. If Project Valorous can get inside the top 5, it's going to be a really great result for those guys, and I'm sure they're going to be doing everything they can to get there. Unfortunately, they are coming up against a pretty well-matched Porsche 963 that can hang with them in terms of lap time and in terms of top-end speed, so it's going to make the overtaking a little bit more difficult, but he's getting closer in this slipstream. May have a cheeky little look on the inside to turn 1 as he's close to within a couple of car lengths, has a peak, but doesn't make anything of it there, just making sure that Roman Ortiz knows that he's there and just keeping that pressure on. Sector 2 isn't really going to be a spot where you can make a move work unless you manage to get to the outside of 5 for the inside of 6. Like a little bit of traffic's going to get in the way and really take that chance away. As the Dirty Air, whoa, is squeezing that car to the inside. Dirty Air just taking away a little bit of mid-corner speed from the Acura as they run back down towards turn 10. Oh, there's the move then. Andy Gomez sends one up the inside of 10
really
on Roman Ortiz. Yeah, that came from absolutely nowhere. Was nowhere near ready for that. A flash of the headlights from Roman Ortiz, who pretty much had to get out of the way of the Acura, but Gomez desperate to get by, manages to get by, forcing one down the inside of turn 10. Tobias Kruken there getting out of the way. I don't know if that's damage or what's going on there, but he's going very, very slowly. Maybe a little bit of a spin that he's recovering from. That's certainly what it looks like. The flash of the headlights continues as Andy Gomez comes down pit lane. It is on schedule, actually. 38 laps he will have completed in that stint, so fair play. Another Acura going really, really long.
Once again, now down within 2/10. It's the 224 Octopus Racing Team trying to chase down the Pandemonium Esports car. That pass here. 4th, excuse me, in the GT3 Pro category at the moment. Three minutes 43 between themselves and the 213, so they got plenty of time to sort this out.
Here comes the extra speed in the slipstream for Otero, who does look down the inside and goes for it on the brakes, steals away the apex from the Pandemonium by SimLab car. Easily a couple of car lengths ahead by corner exit already. We've seen a lot of cars go for really late moves down there. I think the nature of the circuit just giving plenty of chances to, make that happen as it gets wider down there as well. And there just wasn't really much the Pandemonium driver could do as Otero is now going to run off into the distance a little bit after Yellow Verstraeten. Of course, a lap down on the 224, but still, you've got to get past them if you want to start making inroads on Francisco Ramos, who's 17.5 seconds up the road and closing.
Yes. That's the thing, though, is that it's in the right direction. It's closing. Also in range as well. sorry, the 274 is in range. It's the 262 that's a lap ahead at this point. Watching as the 6th place car in GT3 Pro walks through. We are 6 hours in here to the 10 hours of Fuji. We'll go through, we'll do a quick little browse throughout the field here, get an update on where each class leader is located, because it has been a wild one for everyone in the bunch. Just kind of looking through and getting everything set up here. It is in the front of the GTP field. DLR by SimLab Orange in the lead of this race, and they lead the championship as things currently run. Live points have them ahead, and it's not by a really close margin at the moment. They've got a lap over the 33 of Jose Manuel Cazan in that XPD racing car in GTP. That was their main competition going in. They've had that pretty well handled. Anything right now would be an additional bonus. They got to keep it on the island though for 3 hours and 54 minutes. At the top of the board, what's the echo behind the wheel of the SimRace Sweden Esports Pro machine, that 219, part of the SimRace Sweden lineup, and it is leading the way right now in that Ferrari. Ferrari's 1, 2, 3, 4, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 in the top 7. The only thing in between is the Esports Porsche in 4th, breaking up that Ferrari Enterprise that had dominated the top of the GT3 Pro standings for most of this race. Canio Lopez.
I find myself rooting for an Oasis Esport in GT3 just because they're in a different car.
Yes. Canio Lopez in the XPD Racing GT3, the primary GT3 for XPD Racing, is sitting 63 seconds behind. And this is a track where the GT3s are running 1 minute 41s on average. So, not really super close, but also not in danger of immediately going a lap down is Canio Lopez there in 2nd place in the class. And then you have DDK by Eagle Speed Academy, the AM class car for Eagle Speed, leading the way in GT3 AM. 3 different race leaders so far in this race for GT3 AM. Start out with the HWT Motorsports car. Smurf Racing Team took over when the HWT car got crashed out of this race. HWT, obviously the GT3 AM champions, having locked that up with their 4th win straight in Le Mans a few weeks ago. Smurf Racing Team also wrecked out of this race. A huge issue there for them. They have since returned to the racetrack. They are on lap 191, a full 7 laps. This is lap 198 for Eagle Speed Academy's AM car. It's not a close battle at the moment. So Eagle Speed Academy can just kind of take it easy and coast a little bit. Ivan Nino for Octopus Racing Team Black, the 2nd place car in GT3 AM, is on lap 193 right now. So it is genuinely not super close in the top of the board. Actually, excuse me, no, I was ignoring the Squadra Corsa by Eagle RS car, which is on the same lap, barely. But then after the 346, there's laps and laps and laps. So there are 2 cars there, and it is Chevrolet versus Ferrari, because of course it is.
It's not quite Ford versus Ferrari though, is it? It's not the same. It doesn't have the same vibe.
Yeah, we don't live on the History Channel for that one.
Ford exists now in...
Yeah, it exists now. It's just
sports
a
cars.
shell of its shelf.
Shell of its shelf. Hey, they still built the Mustang and it's still great.
Yeah. In the same way that some people believe that knockback standing their kids is also great.
Can't compare a car to being anti-vax.
It's a Ford, yes I can.
It's just Ford phobic.
But 100%. 100%. I
He's
will drive
scared
a
of
Dodge
Fords.
Charger before I drive a Ford.
Yeah, Dodge Chargers are cool.
No.
I actually quite like the Camaro, the Charger, and the Mustang. I refuse to pick one because I don't care that much about either of them. I just like all 3 of them because they go brrr.
Apparently, one of the fans at XBD is wanting us to focus on the XBD car in third, a lap down. A reason why is because it's missing a rear
goodness
wing.
gracious me. That is not, this is not a Peugeot 9X8. Why does that car not have a rear wing? Jose Manuel Cazan, what on earth has gone on there, buddy?
I think I
we're about
found the
to
issue
find
that
out.
could be...
Down into turn 1 then.
Yep, going
for
down
Kazan.
into turn 1 for Kazan.
Tricky braking zone, as we've seen so often.
That's a
Pulls to the
Ferrari.
inside, onto the wet stuff,
that's
on the
not
paint.
even on the Ferrari. The Ferrari got clobbered.
Yeah, so we keep talking about how difficult these track conditions still are, how there's still some wet patches out there on the track.
And how hard it is to see them in the rain.
It's not even that. It's just the fact that Kazan tried to brake on a white painted line, which is still going to be absolutely sodden on the right hand side of the track there. The left hand side of the car just had a much better braking ability than the right hand side. So we've all seen what happens on a tank when you apply power to one side, it just spins in the other direction. So watch that, touch the paint, brakes, and gone. Absolutely nothing he could do about that. He was a passenger, just misjudging the space that he had to the pit lane exit line there, and goes for a spin.
Willing to bet that's probably gonna be a penalty for insult to injury.
Oh, definitely. But Jose Manuel Cazan and XBD Racing's championship hopes go from bad to worse, from comfortably in the lead over their rivals by a lap to, after this, over a lap down, and maybe not even in third place after a penalty applied.
This is the lithium car that was involved in that incident initially. I'm kind of watching here to see if there's not a rejoin issue here for the 315. No. Reason why? Because Andrew Gomez had an issue about the exact same time. So it wasn't at that particular point. What happened to Andrew Gomez in the 51 car? Oh, this is also going to not be pretty. Into another really bad zone for braking. Oof.
Goodness me.
That was almost ugly. It was one of the Porsches that almost got clobbered. Which could be any of the ones that are 9th through 12th. Actually, no, it could have been the 74 because they were battling. Could be the 74 Porsche.
Yeah, once again, I'm just highlighting how difficult things are down there at turn 10. The track is still wet. I mean, hang on, because I'm not
without a rear wing
yet. Now the question there is, does he definitely not have a rear wing?
Well, the 96 is overdriving a lot and just keeps giving it back. I'm
looking at the lap times.
We had the same conversation at Le Mans on is there not damage. Typically, if we can see it, there actually is some damage because it does. If it's netcode, it normally fixes itself.
But that car looks very stable. That car does not look like it's driving without a rear wing.
We'll find out when they come down pit lane.
The lap times are pretty okay as well. It was a 31.6 last lap. You'd expect probably a little bit of extra drag with that sort of damage, and it just.
There may not be a lot of drag at all.
I know, it's weird, isn't it? It's weird how that works, but there's a lot of negative pressure being created by that car and the lack of a rear wing. So I genuinely think
it's not only lack of rear wing, but
fine.
also lack of diffuser because the entire back end's gone.
I'm just looking at his speed, and it is genuinely comparable on the straights to the car behind.
We'll find out if it is a glitch or not, because if it is a glitch, then it won't come back.
Because his lap times are fine. 32.5 last lap, but that'll be due to a little bit of traffic that they came up against. But if the rear wing was gone, I can tell you exactly what it's like to drive an Acura with no rear wing through turn 4 and 5. It doesn't work. You can't do that. Like, he's genuinely carrying competitive speeds through turns 4 and 5.
I don't, because he clobbered the ball at the back of that car, so I can see it going either way. Because he clobbered it. And he is slow. Like, 100%, he's being hounded by this Acura coming up on him. Which is the 96
orange car.
It's the 96 again, who caught up to him after basically spinning in less than a lap.
But again, that car would it wouldn't be.
Yes, it'd be a merry-go-round. Yes, it would absolutely be a merry-go-round unless their car is genuinely that poor. that they set it up the completely wrong way, which I've seen happen before too.
Or unless Jose Manuel Quezon is the best driver in the world, they can just hold on to this car feeling like this.
He's not the he's the best driver in the world with a broken car.
Clearly, evidently.
It's opposite day for him. He had a perfectly okay car and he couldn't drive it very good. You just give him a broken car, you take the rear wing off of it, and suddenly he's like, okay, I understand this now.
I understand it now.
God. I almost got a curse out of me.
Oh, I do actually love those videos, though. They're really fun.
They're hilarious, but
He throws the grape through the rim of the water bottle. So cool.
Thanks, Red Bull. Thank you for exposing me to this nonsense. Now he's genuinely slow. Like right now, like there is genuine, considerate damage on that car. He is considerately slow. So
I'm surprised they're committing to staying out.
Don't see Meatball, don't come in. Drive it like you stole it.
I mean, someone stole the rear wing.
Yeah, the track marshal did. Turn 1.
I feel like that's why. How is that not a black and orange flag? Does that not count as a car in an unsafe condition?
I mean, he's not spinning, so no. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are for this, other than he's bobtailing it.
I mean, maybe set up the ARB so that the car just understeers.
Give me
it's one thing you can do.
Ultimate understeer, please. Yeah, Liam's got a good point there in the live chat. Looks like the Delta Wing that ran. Yeah.
It literally looks like a bad 9X8. Oh, there's a little bit of a fight going on in the background there, actually, between Rubis Gaspar and GC and Enosis Esports GT3.
Yep.
As the Enosis car is going to come back at him, takes that slightly shorter line to get down to the inside, but the NGC car right around the outside, and it's going to shuffle the Porsche down another position and make it a Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4 in GT3 overall.
Not a surprise, unfortunately.
I mean, there are 20 Ferraris that started this championship. There's going to be at least 4 left.
Can we get some more diversity in the field? I miss when we had Mercedes. We had Mercedes in the field
bring
again.
them back. It's a good car. I don't understand why people aren't running it. It was definitely the car for Bathurst, I remember. Always has been. It was really popular at Daytona as well, because it's straight line speed and braking performance.
While we're speaking on this, because a couple different things. Obviously, we talk about like the lack of, I guess, variety in the cars in the field. A couple of series that I used to do work for back in the day. Had manufacturer caps.
Love that.
Where you only had like 5 or so cars per manufacturer. I think that would be really cool, especially seeing as how we're getting the Acura NSX, which I know someone's going to be running, on top of the Ford, the Mercedes, the Audi, the Corvette, the Ferrari, the Porsche, the BMW. Am I missing any?
Did you say Ferrari?
Yes.
Did you say McLaren?
I did not say McLaren. McLaren's the newest one so far.
You did say Acura though, didn't you?
Yeah, I did say Acura. Because I'm excited for the Acura.
Porsche?
Yes.
Did you forget about Corvette?
I've never.
I think I'd just cover it, to be fair.
The NSX GT3 is the first sports car I'm going to buy day 1 when it comes out.
Well, I think we're still missing the Lexus, but
we're probably not getting it.
Yeah, it runs out of homologation at the end of this year, next year, so they'll switch over to the new replacement that they haven't come up with a name for yet, but it's probably going to be a Toyota.
Toyota LFA2.
It depends what they call it. It's still already one of the coolest looking cars I've seen in a while.
Just call it a Celica. I'm sure all the GDM people will be very happy about that.
Maybe that is what they're working on.
Because they've
confirmed that they're working on it now.
Go from a hot hatch to a giant, large nose supercar. Can't wait for that.
I mean, the Celica was never really a short bonnet car.
In the US, it was.
I can only picture the rally car in my head. With the Tom's Casual livery.
The version of the Celica that ended up making it to the US was a hot hatch.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Why would anyone do that? It just sounds mean.
Because that was the immediate replacement to the Hachiroku
Ah.
for us.
I mean, ours, the one that we had in the UK was this little sporty thing that was pretty cool. The Celica 2 was stunning. Well, it was divisive, to be fair, but I drove it all the time on Gran Turismo, so it became like a personal favorite car of mine.
I'm still peeved that the UK got the Ford Fusion or the Ford Taurus longer than the US did. Y'all call it the Mondeo.
I love the Mondeo.
That's the only
Love
Ford
that thing.
I've ever thought about buying, like as a consumer for the road. The
I'd
Taurus
love-
is great.
I'd love a Mondeo ST200 because those were cool. Granted, I have more horsepower in my little 3-pot ST than that car did, but I'd still love one.
But yeah, I would love to see manufacturer caps for next season. Give me that.
I don't think we will, and I'm okay with it.
I would just like to see some variety because like we've never seen a McLaren in the series. Ever.
There was a reason for that, to be fair.
Well, yeah, but like we've never seen the McLaren. We've still never seen the Ford.
At least it's in the pilot series.
Yeah, I mean it's in the pilot. I don't get to do the pilot series.
Fair.
But also,
Well, we
this is
might
a
see the
series that
Ford.
has 60 cars. Like, and
True.
half of the EP3 field were Ferraris. That's a bit of a
Which
problem.
is still really funny. I mean, the thing is, it's a good car, and I'm all for people just driving what they want to drive. I've said this to people for years. It's like I always used to get the proverbial poop thrown at me for driving the Acura when it was really, really fast. And I'm getting the same level of almost abuse for driving the Cadillac now that it's more relevant compared to everything else. But I'm a big fan of drive what you want to drive, whether it's OP, underpowered, or whatever. Just crack on, drive it. I'd rather see 40 teams driving what they want than everyone forced into like their second or third choice car and just struggling for the entire season and not having fun. Because it's not necessarily the overpoweredness of a car that attracts the driver to it. It could just be the way it handles and it suits their driving style. And I guess if the Mercedes and McLaren and Mustang don't suit anyone's driving style in the series, then that's absolutely fine. I don't feel like it's a good idea to force them to drive those cars because it will also drive down participation, I think.
Yeah, for me, it's like we got 5 Ferraris in the top 7. Or, sorry, we got 6 Ferraris in the top 7. And it's like,
Well, I mean, one has just lost P4. Francisco Ramos going for a little bit of a spin.
Yeah.
Down at turn 15, had to recover. Manu Casanovas goes back through, up into 4th. So there is a Porsche once again breaking that chain as he goes Ferrari, 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 Porsche, Ferrari, 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 Corvette, Ferrari, Ferrari. And after that, I can't actually see, but...
Lamborghini's up next, and it is a
There you
10th in Pro.
Well, there you go. It's, variety good. People driving what they want, more important. As we see Canio Lopez just going up the inside of Francisco Ramos there. Of course, a lap of a few between those two cars as Canio Lopez running up in P2 in GT3 Pro. Francisco Ramos does send it back up the inside into turn 3 there. You just see that going on in the background there as we've got the cameras focused on Manny Casanovas, who is just doing everything he can to run away from the sort of fight behind him. Francisco Ramos has the pace to get back onto the rear end of Manu Casanovas, but the Enosis crew just doing everything they can to try and take advantage of these two Ferraris behind fighting to build a little bit of a gap. As
They're not valuable position.
No, they're not, but they are fighting to... One of them is fighting to stay not 2 laps down on the car behind. So you got to take advantage of when the cars are when the cars are beefing again.
And they just let him go there. Oh, because it's GTP.
Probably a smart choice, to be fair.
Yeah, probably. That is the Inosis GTP portion.
That is
74.
the Sim Racing Center LMDH.
Oh.
They have like identical liveries.
Yeah,
It takes me a second to figure out which is which. Thankfully, I've got car numbers up on my track map, so I can just cross-reference. It's quite helpful.
Yeah, I wasn't glancing at my timing screen. I was like, okay.
Well, we do have a fight starting to develop between the recovering Charlie Lynn Nilsson and Nicholas Vyson on board the DDC car, which I should know by now. But hey, we're at the end of the season. It's fine. We're just having a glance at the front of the field. After the pit stop cycle, the DLR by SimLab car had 24 seconds on the Writer Engineering crew. That gap is now increased to 40. I think it's just dropped to 41 and a bit of traffic, but
yours
yeah,
is giving yours like 2 seconds less than mine for some reason.
Yeah, and the thing is, ATVO and RaceLab are both agreeing on 41 seconds. So I think if both of them are agreeing, I'm going to agree with them. To be fair.
It's funny because SDK is running off of iRacing, and it usually ends up being pretty spot on at the end.
I can't even open my black box because I have it mapped to a dial on my wheel, and my wheel's not plugged into my computer because it's all the way over there.
Womp, womp, womp.
Yeah, skill issue, I know.
You can just pull up the overlay, the UI, and you can see what the last lap gap was.
True.
Well, actually,
no, I can't because it's black box.
Well, it's.
I can't flick through the black box.
Well, no, I was talking about like the results page, but then I was like, no, it's just gonna show everyone the laps down because it's based on the leader.
Not to DLR by SimLab, I'll be able to get an accurate gap on that.
Oh, that's right.
43.4 when they cross the line.
Yeah, because I'm seeing 44.9.
It's about to get updated.
We'll figure out how accurate SDK is. Yeah,
44.9
is what it is
and
right
I'm
now.
seeing 42.7 on ATVO. That's weird. Such is life in overlays.
Yeah, I've noticed that the further away cars get from each other, the more inaccurate ATVO gets.
Yeah, RaceLab is the same because it'll have these weird jumps towards in the final sector as the gap will extend and then rapidly collapse as you get to the start-finish line.
Yeah.
It's like it overcompensates for something and then quickly corrects itself before you cross the start-finish line.
I noticed that when we were doing champ car testing stuff. It was like, oh, that's odd. Yeah, that's one thing I noticed. Kind of going through, it's like, okay, this is not normal. We have another battle here, and this is Casanova's they're trying to stay ahead of Francisco Ramos. And right now, keeping the Rubis Gas by NGC car at bay, but I think it's a matter of time here because we know exactly what happens in turn one. When you get that momentum.
Here we go, gap's already shrunk by 1/10 of a second on corner exit, so that 296 really putting in the work already. Here comes Ander Gomez, just to their driver's right, sliding on through like it's absolutely no one's business. That's why we like multi-class racing. Speed building. Casanovas is going to fake to the inside, force the Race 2 Esport car all the way to the right as they're going to be side by side. Bit of contact before the braking zone from Francisco Ramos, which is very naughty as they make more contact down towards the apex. Casanova is just trying to put Ramos off there, I think, and hold on to that position, but it's going to be fruitless as the 229 moves back up into 4th place, only a couple of laps after he lost it, as Writer Engineering come down pit lane for their next pit stop.
Yep. Yeah, I'm very curious to see who's more accurate, or if it's ATV or SDK, because...
That'll be SDK.
More than likely.
Yeah. I was going to say, we just confirmed that one because it matched the
ATV is just, it's got more customization stuff to it.
See, I like it because I can keep the bars, the iRacing bars tucked away and very, very quickly flick between bytes on track. And it gives me the big red boxes when people are close together. Speaking of, Charlie and Nelson looks like he's just passed Nicholas Bison out there on track. It was probably down into turn 1, like we've seen so many times. Wonder if we can get a quick replay of that to see exactly how it was done. I think I can predict how it was done, but I also like watching cars go side by side through corners.
Nope, it is not in turn 1. And she got helped wide by one of the DTVs.
Wow, okay. Yeah, Carbono Esports then squeezing through on the VDC car, and I think that was the Enosis Esports Porsche going around in the background. So Nilsson just taking advantage of the Ferrari being bopped a little bit wide into turn 15, sliding on through like it's no one's business, and just like that, has already recovered to P8. Pace then clearly in Nilsson's favour at this stage, already opening that gap up to over a second. Nicholas Weissert just not able to really compete with the pace of that Lamborghini, which is strange to think about considering we've been hyping up how fast the 296 GT3 is all race, and now it can't really hang against, well, admittedly, a very well-ran Lamborghini, but that team, the RPM Racing Squad, one that should be very much up there in terms of their race pace, but getting into an unfortunate incident earlier on in the race where the 51 Project Valorous car just turned in a little bit too early for turn 8 and 9 and sent that Lamborghini straight into the barrier whilst they're coming out pretty scot-free on their own. But that is one of the joys of multi-class racing. Your race can end in a moment based on something that was absolutely not your fault.
I don't think I call that one of the joys.
Intrigues?
I
Or
mean,
joys
it'd be
sarcastically?
intriguing, like me sticking my foot up someone's butt because they wrecked my race on lap 3 of 400.
Yeah, exactly. Predicted race distance down at, let's have a look, 382 laps, by the way. So we've lost what ATVO thinks is about 20 laps.
Because
thanks
of
to the rain. Yeah.
And that tracks.
The rain has been such a great thing about this race. I can't lie. Really, really enjoyed having the wet weather. 2 crossovers, torrential rain, seeing everyone battle through it. It's why we like endurance racing, because it can have all these different conditions coming into play. You can have a race where it rains twice over the 6 hours of the event, and it just doesn't get much better than that.
I enjoy doing the little GT3 sprints where it just downpours for one race and then the next swim race it's completely dry and you're like, I didn't practice for this part.
Well, surely it's just wet weather conditions with more grip.
No, it's not.
Fair enough. As I say, I don't drive GT3, so I can't give too much on them.
I'm one of the people that were like, I'll drive anything but the top class now. I've had my fun in the top class. I'm done.
That's valid. No, that's fair.
I got what I wanted. I wanted Daytona. I'm good.
Yeah. I'll just never get tired of beating GT3s off a corner or into a corner or in a corner.
You're the kind of driver I would squeeze onto the apex.
Oh yeah, and that does happen like constantly.
Yeah.
And then it forces an oversteer moment from my car, and then GT3 drivers wonder why I hit them. Not intentional, just because you put me in a shoddy position. Especially when like you draw well alongside before the braking zone and they just turn in on you anyway. Like genuinely, the most annoying ones are where you are well there before you get on the brakes, before turning, and obviously you can't just turn in really early because you're not going to make the corner. You have to turn in a little bit later than normal. But the GT3s just turn in at their absolute normal point, and you end up with a car contact 0x for absolutely no reason. Because they don't drive like there's a car alongside. Not all of them. There's some drivers out there who are genuinely really compliant and do follow the rules of facilitate the pass, but it's the guys that don't that just really ruin it for everyone. It just makes the racing so much more difficult.
Watching as Nicholas Vincent loses pace to Charlie Lynn Nilsson. Cesar Cabral coming down pit lane as Wahid dropped a position to the 50. Dr. Valor's car being driven by Brian McGough. And now everything's spaced out a little bit more again.
Yeah, some excellent pace though coming in from Matthias Whiten on board that number 5 DLR by Sinlab car. 28.841 being that car's fastest lap from earlier on in this race. Almost matched that time by Whiten with a 28.853. We usually talk about how in later on in the night, as everything gets colder, it's more difficult to get that same lap time out of the car because as much as the air gets denser and you get more downforce, at a track like this, that comes with a lot more drag, which means you're not getting up to the same top end speed as you did earlier on in the race. There has been a shift in the wind as we've got to, never mind, it's still at 90 northeast even, but drops to highs of 28 kilometers rather than 40. So I'm sure that'll be coming in handy for helping the top end speeds of these cars. So perhaps where Whiten's finding a little bit of time in that middle sector on the run down to turn 10. Well, saying that, that'd be a tailwind at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why it'd be so helpful.
If the speed dropped, it wouldn't be helpful.
No,
it's coming from the northeast, so blowing you along.
Yeah, as the storm cells move through, the wind speeds drop pretty significantly. Obviously, still windy, I should say.
It's still there at 30 k's.
Yeah, it's still, but that's normal for this area. Like, we're higher elevation, we're at the base of a mountain. That's not far from normal.
A very big mountain.
Yeah. That we currently cannot see because it's dark.
And that's okay because it's an endurance race.
You still see the water trails coming up the further up they go.
It's great, isn't it? And we are still slowly drying the track.
Yes.
And we are past mostly dry, where all the bits that need to be dry are completely dry, but out there on the outside of turns 8 and 9, still a little bit damp, but not even damp enough to cause any issues for these cars. And the off-track surfaces are all still going to be wet as well, because of course there's no sun to dry them out.
That'd be a bad idea.
I mean, someone's going to at some point.
I mean,
and they are going to have a huge crash. We're just still in the middle of that pit stop cycle for the GTPs as well, waiting for DLR by SimLab to take that trip down pit lane. Fair play to Reiter, who have taken the pit stop and are still ahead of Old Firm and XBD. So they're pretty safe for that P2 finish as it stands. And DLR by SimLab are in a position to take the championship very easily and take this race win. But again, with just over 3 hours on the clock, as it's still a case of anything can happen. As is that the XPD racing car still rolling around without a rear wing?
Jose Manuel Cazan. Can't see. Give it a second. Yes,
yeah, it is. Goodness me, I do not know how he's still doing that.
This is so he pit on lap 260. Oh, he's coming out. He's got pit stop coming up shortly though. He pit on lap 216. This is lap 30 for him. So he's going the full fuel run. I'm willing to bet that wing's actually gone. Willing to bet that it's actually gone.
I mean, we'll see it when it pops back into existence. In about 10 laps time. I'm still surprised I've left it this long, to be honest. If I didn't have a rear wing here, I'd be in the pit straight away. Well, I was in the pit straight away.
Yeah.
As I think we just had I think that's, oh, there is a spin for Stratton down at turn 16, just I think spinning under brakes, maybe helped around by another car, but it's going to promote Charlie Nelson and Nicholas Vicent up a position. We've just seen the recovering Squadra Corsa by... That's the Eagle Speed Academy car that I thought I saw. It's the same organization. That's why they got the similar livery. But it's Squadra Veloce Bravo is the team name. Oh, wow, that's a massive spin. This carries way too much speed in and I think clips the marbles on the outside of the track. And then the outside tires just completely give up.
Is that the final corner? Or...
It is the final corner, yeah.
It's hard to recognize all that from the...
When it's dark.
Yeah, when it's dark and you always see his headlights in certain areas. But I was trying to go off the outside of the final corner there. Yeah, that's front straightaway.
So. Yep. I was going to say, I've got my track map. I saw it all happen live. But yeah, it does mean this gap has closed up between the 240 and the 224 yet again. Just sneaking to around a second between Octopus and Pandemonium. So perhaps a little bit more racing to happen here. No danger for them of being overtaken by the charging Charlie Nelson, who is about 3 laps down on those guys at the moment. So a lot of work to do if he wants to try and get back in front of them. But, you know, never say never. He's only a lap behind... sorry, 1 minute and 18 seconds behind DDK by Eagle Speed Academy, who are currently still leading that GT3 AM class.
See if Pandemonium can catch up to Teru there. They are working right now on lap 219.
Wow. That's so few laps.
Yeah, compared to almost 250.
Well, we have been going for 6 hours and 41 minutes. I'd expect maybe well, we've had the wet weather as well, but yeah, it just goes to show the pace difference between these two classes of cars. It's genuinely staggering, like how many more kilometers the top class has done in that time. A whole 26 laps more than the overall GT3 race leader. So do the maths on that. That'd be 26 times by 5.4. You look at an extra 140 kilometers in the space of 6 hours and 42 minutes, which is, it's a lot. 140 kilometers is a lot. To convert that, it's 87.75 miles. So it's here to, like, Lancaster or something.
I don't know where that is.
And the northwest of England. It's what Lancashire's named after. I'm from Lancashire.
I'm sorry.
No, it's a good thing. Means I'm from the same part of the country as my friends.
Meanwhile, I just live in Ohio, so...
Skippity, Ohio.
I'm gonna make sure I mute that on the archive.
0.3 of a second then is the gap between Pandemonium by SimLab and Octopus Racing. This is a fight for position in GT3 Pro. Points are up for grabs between both of these cars, and it does look like Pandemonium by SimLab have had the upper hand in pace by a good 0.3 of a second per lap on average. And guess what the gap is between these two cars right now? That's right, it is 0.3 of a second. So that move should be pretty fairly made in the next lap or so, as long as Vinciezewski's can just stay within the slipstream range of Atero in front. It is going to be Ferrari versus Ferrari, as the Pandemonium car just loses 0.1 of a second through turn 15. It may not be enough, though, to keep Atero in front, even though he's just pulled another 0.2 of a second coming onto the back straight. It's a good 5-6 car length gap between both of those cars now. The slipstream's still going to be well in effect for the car behind, but it might not be enough to actually make a difference by the end of the straight. It would take a mighty dive bomb from the Pandemonium car to get even alongside Octopus Racing into turn 1. So it may just be a case of waiting for the next lap, because the gap comes down to 0.4 on the brakes. but no opportunity to get alongside. So keep an eye on this, because I don't think this fight is going to let up anytime soon.
Especially with Pandemonium just chipping away as it has at this gap. I mean, they've already been at it for over an hour at this point.
Still waiting on the conclusion of that pit stop cycle in GTP. DLR by Simlab still a lap ahead. Yeah, well, the DLR and XPD did a lot of fuel saving early on in the race to put themselves so out of sync with the rest of the field. I think they're close to 12 laps or so out of sync with everyone else. They continue to fuel save as well by 4 or so laps every stint. So they just really keep forcing the issue on that. But now could be the opportunity for Vinciazevski's to get by Otero down into turn 1. He's a lot closer than he was last time by, but these two cars just really well matching each other on the straight right now. Otero just pulls a little bit over to the right to not defend, but actually Vinciazevski's has gone for it into turn 1. Big dive from a few tenths of a second back. Very much a block pass down there, and Otero can do nothing on the exit of the corner as he just has to stay behind the Pandemonium car. So a brilliant move on the brakes for Vinciazevski's, and another position for Pandemonium by Simlab, who are now looking 8.5 seconds up the road at Enosis Esport, a car that's really been falling back in these later stages of the race.
Track Pablo Riestra. That is the last placed GTP, Carbono Esports GTP, that's gone for a spin. The Carbono Esports car in GTP has had a pretty decent fall from grace after being top 6 earlier in the running.
Yeah, just those wet conditions catching quite a few people out in this one. Unfortunately, Carbono were included in that. Just maybe not getting enough running in the wet weather during the build-up to this race. Personal best in Sector 2 this time by. It might be a personal best lap. It's not going to be. It's a 35.4 after going for that spin in the final sector. Down into turn 1 they go, just in front of one of the GT3s who've been following so far in this race. Otero, though, still within half a second of Vinciazevski's, and look how much he's able to close up on the brakes. About as good on those brakes as Vinciazevski's was last lap to take that place. So Otero not done and not content with losing that position. Pandemonium have only closed a couple of tenths of a second on Enosis Esports so far, actually just ticking it under an 8-second gap now, as I think the Enosis guys are just dealing with a little bit of traffic that came through in turn 6, and that's going to be holding those guys up a little bit and giving an opportunity for Pandemonium to bring that gap down a little bit. And that's it about traffic. It's all a little bit of push, all a little bit of give, and you sort of have to wait for the lucks to come your way. For a lot of the time, you make your own luck in traffic with where you place your car, how you set up corner exits, entries, whatever it is you need to do to try and maximize your lap time. But oftentimes you just kind of have to take the L and lose the time that almost the racing gods are forcing you to lose, because you can always get that time back. Traffic's always going to come back in your favor eventually, but some drivers do really thrive off driving through the traffic. We saw how Curbs was able to gain time on everyone through the traffic, whereas Blasco was falling backwards in the same traffic. Obviously, they were getting sort of different kinds of traffic as they got to different sectors of the track. But it just seemed like Curbs was able to pick the best way through it every single time.
staying right there in the slipstream of the 240 as they both gain on the 274 of the Esports Porsche. So 2 Ferraris in lockstep trying to make it a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for Ferrari.
As much as I don't know if I'd like that, I think it'd be really impressive to have that many Ferraris up there in the top 6. I think it's possible because both of these guys are starting to close in. I'm sure it'd be impressive for Ferrari. I'm sure they'd be happy about it and stick up a flag for it or something. Yeah, Otero is still going really quickly. It was a personal best in the final sector last lap, as there's a little bit of chopping and change and just going on at the top of GTP right now, trying to get a bead on what's going on there. Gap between John Dunnigan and Julian Harmond only 1.4 seconds as they switched positions last lap, or earlier this lap, and I'm not sure why. Those two were fighting. Yeah, okay. Julian Harmond had managed to get on the back of John Dunnigan, had a look to the inside of what I think is turn 6, and then went really deep into that corner. Back through goes John Dunnigan, but these two very out of sync in terms of the pit cycle. Old Firm Racing still owing us a pit stop, with Reiter having already pitted. As there is... Well, that's Jose Manuel Cazon still rolling around without a rear wing, but Otero eventually...
Driver change to the front of the field. Albert Preem. Killer Simlab
back
orange.
on board then.
So
another very quick driver getting on board that car as Otero and Vinchezevskis are still going at it. An opportunity presented for Otero into one that time by, but he didn't choose to go for it as the number 5 rejoins the race in this very, very slow pit lane. Only 60 kilometers an hour is as fast as you're allowed to go. An old, tighter pit lane. But yeah, like I said, Otero not giving this one up. Still a couple of tenths away from the back of Vinchezevskis, and I'm sure he's going to look for another chance to go by into turn 1. Both of these cars, though, still taking not chunks, but chips out of Enosis Esports. It might be worth those two just staying in line for now and letting Casanovas come back to them so that they can sort of figure out the scrapping after they've dealt with the Porsche that's in front of them.
yeah, because they've already closed in a pretty decent gap on those two.
A few seconds in the last few laps.
Yes.
Literally a second and a bit faster than the car in front last lap. So of course, we always talk about how much of a benefit the following car gets in the slipstream, but the lead car also gets a little bit of a speed boost depending on how close the car behind is, as it breaks some of that drag at the back of the car up by just sort of smoothing out that airflow with the car behind it, which I think is always really cool. I love that that's a little bit of physics that happens. Gap just dropping to 0.2 of a second now as closing for Otero. Just touching the grass on the outside, throwing up a little bit of spray there. And again, just doesn't look like he's ready to go on the Pandemonium car yet. So could be saving a little bit of fuel, could be doing what we suggested and holding on for now and waiting to go for a move after they've got into the top 5. Because working together is certainly a lot easier than fighting for position, because making sure you can both take the race in line is the best way to close a gap on a car that you're both chasing down. The second you start going side by side, you just start losing time.
I think they've largely got the memo here, trying to reel it in and make it a three-way fight for the 5th spot. Meanwhile, we're further down the order, 355 in 5th place. Closing in on the 341. This is 4th. So a couple of GT battles going on right now as the 96 pulls away from the Rider Engineering number 1 car.
Yeah, so another change of position down there. But as you say, Old Firm Racing still owing us a pit stop in the next 2 laps or so. Actually, I think Rider Engineering have just come down pit lane.
Yes, they have.
Ooh, that's early, actually. Could there be a little bit of damage on that car that they need to come and repair?
no idea.
Can't quite tell. They've got a black flag, actually. They may have been handed a penalty. They have been handed a penalty, I think, by race control. Let me just see if I can find out what that's for. But they've definitely been black flagged for a drive-through. John Dunnigan rejoins the circuit. Hop into see if I can get the reports and verdicts from that one.
And only if it's causing an accident is a stop and hold. So if it's a drive-through, it could be an incident point violation.
It looks like it was an incident between Lithium Motorsports and Reiter Engineering. So it's when the Reiter car was around the outside of the Lithium car down at turn 15, and the Lithium car just kind of didn't leave them much space on the outside and ended up bouncing off the side of the Cadillac and spinning to the inside. So I don't know about that one. I think that was more of a racing incident of 2-1 rather than Reiter doing anything overly egregious. But hey, I'm not in the stewards room. I don't get to make the decisions.
Either way, it doesn't affect the 1 too awful much. They didn't lose a spot. Alberto Garcia Blasco is in the XPD racing car that is still missing a rear wing. So your hypothesis could be very well correct that there actually is a rear wing on that car. We just can't see it. But there is damage still on that car because of the damage they received when they spun and hit the wall backwards out of turn 1. So a little bit of both going on right now with that number 33 car.
Yes. Has he come down pit lane, did you say?
Yeah, driver change. Alberto Garcia Blasco in the car now from
And he
Kazan.
still doesn't have a rear wing.
There's no rear wing still. Nope.
Okay, I'm going to say there's a rear wing on that car then.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. Like, there's a rear wing on it. It's still wounded.
Penalties flooding in now, by the way. NGC Esports, XPD Racing, Octopus Racing Team, all handed penalties. I will quickly check and find out what for if I can. Yeah, a drive-through for XPD Racing for quote-unquote punting, a drive-through for Pandemonium for the same thing, and a drive-through for Octopus Racing Team for a stop and hold for 10 seconds even. Carbono Esports picking up a penalty as well for dangerous driving. Damaged the 213's car and allegedly could have been worse. So that one's still yet to come through, but it's one on the stewards list. The NGC Esports one looks like it was earlier on in this race and looks like it is a stop and hold for 10 seconds. So we are approaching 3 hours to go in this race as we come through. I think this might be the pit stop cycle finally for XPD Racing, or is it that drive-through that they're serving? Yeah, that's going to be a drive-through. We're going to step away for a few minutes and just top up on refreshments, get ourselves in ship shape for the last 3 hours of this event. You are watching the Platinum Endurance Championship 10 Hours of Fuji live here on ABN. Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship season finale, live here from the virtual Fuji Speedway. That fight we were following before we took a step away between Pandemonium SimLab and Octopus Racing Team is still raging on a little bit. 1.7 seconds is the gap now, even with new drivers on board, which is always a little bit interesting to see how two new drivers start to fight each other. I think that Pandemonium car just having to get past a lap down, bit of traffic there, and is starting to pull the gap away just a little bit, but the Octopus team not making it too easy to do that and remaining relatively hung in there. But at this point, Plogue's got two cars between him and Pisco behind and seems to be the driver with the upper hand in terms of pace at the moment, Carmen.
Yeah, it seems like it just steady but surely going away a little bit here. It's about 3/4 tenths a lap at the moment, so it's not like a massive change. But as traffic comes in, obviously Octavio, Pisco for Octopus. Did we get clarification? Because one of the Octopus cars got a penalty. Was it the Pro car or the AM car?
Let me double check that one for you. It was the number 317, so the AM car.
Okay. I was going to say, because if it was the Pro car, then it's not served a penalty yet. So.
Yeah, don't worry. That Octopus car's fine. It's the 317 that's in trouble.
So there's not that to worry about for the Pro car.
Tom Chetto down pit lane, by the way, or on his way out of pit lane.
Yeah, driver change here from Nilsson. Yeah.
After another pit stop. Still within 26 seconds of the DDK by Eagle Speed Academy car, who are only a lap down on the Enosis GT3, a car that hasn't really had much pace in the later phases of this race, as it has slipped behind both of those Ferraris, as the Rubens Gasper NGC car, I believe, comes down pit lane as well for what looks like it might be a driver change too. But there's still chances for Tom Chetto and crew to make a recovery here, and maybe they can snag at P7 in class in the last couple of hours of this race.
A lot of work to do to try to get to that point. Yeah, Rubens Gas by NGC also in. They did driver change. Archer Lorero is in now for that car. And they are not under threat of losing a position. They'll stay fourth. And it is Ferrari 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. With Miguel Angel Gallardo for Enosis behind the wheel of that Porsche now.
Yeah, I'm just having a peek at the lap time, seeing if I can track how that's going. I know RPM Racing have just done. Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on that after they finish their first flying lap, but it's only 43s for Enosis at the moment, and the cars in front of them are in the 41s, so yeah, like I said, pace just isn't there, and if they kind of keep going with that sort of 42s, 43s sort of thing, I genuinely do think RPM Racing can close in, because they're only about 2 minutes behind. And 3 hours to go in this race is, I think, plenty of time to make that happen. I'm trying to figure out exactly where those cars are relative to each other on track.
RPM's almost 4 minutes behind.
This should only be 28 seconds in a lap from the next car, as far as I can tell. So I think they're... Where is the 270? So the 274 is 8 seconds up the road from them now. Then if they pass them on the road, that should only put them
RPM's 2 laps
down.
away.
A lap down on them. Yeah, but what they're the 2 laps is 9 seconds, and then that becomes a lap.
Yeah, but it's still over 3.5 minutes. It's not 2 minutes.
Not impossible.
Yeah, but it's a lot harder
Tricky,
than,
but not
than you're
impossible.
making it painted out to be, because it's almost double the time you're saying.
3 minutes. We'll call it 3 minutes of serendipity.
And that's still over 3:30. Still wrong.
3 minutes and 30 seconds. There you go.
Yeah,
That's right on the limit there.
Miguel Angel Gallardo is the one behind the wheel right now of that 274. Last time Brown, a little bit quicker, 242.9.
Yeah, well, here comes Tom Chateau's first fine lap after that pit stop. And he's fuel saving as well, so bear that in mind when the lap time does come through.
242.1.
242? How does he manage that? So it's 0.7 of a second faster. I do think that Lamborghini has more time in it. It's certainly been going faster over the last couple of stints. Average pace at the moment, 43.0 for the Porsche compared to 41.3 for the Lamborghini. So this lap and the last lap a little bit slower for them. But of course, this is just the start of the pit stop cycle. Still waiting for those tires to get up to temperature. And then we'll see what sort of lap times they'll be putting in. But just have a quick peek back at the front of the field. DLR by SimLab Orange are still a lap ahead of Writer Engineering. They're a little bit more, well, I'll say they're a little bit more even on stints. Right, have had to serve that penalty that screws with the pit lane or the stint length numbers just a little bit. So DLR by SimLab still a lap ahead of Writer Engineering, who are 35 seconds clear of Old Firm Racing. XPD Racing a long way off the podium at the moment, about 1 minute and 10 seconds, only 20 seconds off being lapped by Old Firm Racing. And OCC Sports another 1 minute and 3 seconds off the back of that. In GT3 Pro, Winston Eckel on board the Sim Race Sweden Esports Pro entry. Those guys are having a good time at the moment, to be fair. 28 seconds ahead of XPD Racing GT3 1, who have 1 minute and 10 on the Hydro Race Racing Forces car, which has done a really good job to keep themselves inside that top 3 and are a lap clear of Rubis Gas by NGC in P4. Pandemonium by SimLab White, the car that we were following in that fight with Octopus earlier on, that gap at about 1.5 seconds. Pandemonium still sat in 5th place and doing exactly what they need to hold on to that place for now. But in GT3 AM, DDK by Eagle Speed Academy in the Corvette are doing an excellent job in that class. 18 seconds clear of Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle RS, another, I assume, sister car of them. They are running very similar liveries. With Smurf Racing Team in P3 after an extended time down pit lane. Pandemonium by SimLab Red in P4 in class. And Dogs on Web DS back out on track in P5 in class.
Looking right now at the Pandemonium car. Dealing with a couple, so a little bit of lap traffic here. And it's allowing Octopus Racing car to get back within a second. So that Eagle Sports Academy Corvette helping Octopus Racing Team battle for that top 5 again. As GTPs make their way through, GTPs outside top 3, pretty evenly spaced, about 1 minute and change between several of the GTPs in the top 8. And again, all 12 GTPs that started this race still going. Although the Carbono Esports car is a little worse for wear.
There goes the Pandemonium Ferrari down the inside of the Eagle Speed Academy Corvette, by the way, just to get back into the clean air. They were being held up a little bit by that Corvette, and it was letting Octavio Pisco close that gap down pretty rapidly. It's still down at about 0.7 of a second. Plug getting used to the clean air once again as the Enosis GTP just squeezing its way through on the Octopus Racing Team there, making them sacrifice a little speed on corner exit and opening that gap up back to 1.1 seconds. So if anyone was hoping for an overtake on track anytime soon for position, unfortunately the likelihood of that has just dropped a little bit.
Car off track.
Ooh, that's the Enosis car, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah, it's the Enosis car that we just saw go past. Octavio Pisco is going to get in the way this time of the Eagle Speed Academy car that's going to jump out of the way of the Ferrari 296 GT3 behind that actually drags itself back within a second of the number 240. So this fight is well and truly reignited. A gap that opened up to 2.5 seconds earlier on in this race is back under a second, and I don't think Octavio Pisco is going to let it go this time.
Yeah, Ferrari Try to keep it close here. 8/10 is the gap between the 240 and the 224. Just a little too far away for a lunge. Gotta be a little bit brave on the brakes and apply the pressure now.
Staying surprisingly stable in that first sector. Typically we see a big drop back as the car behind has to deal with the dirty air. In fact, we are seeing it a little bit later on in turns 4 and 5, but a good run through turn 6 for Pisco as he stays within that 1 second window where the slipstream really starts to kick in. You do get it from a little bit further back than that, but it's never as aggressive. There's never the same effects as when you're within 1 second. Pisco just seems to have the edge on plug under braking into, especially down into turn 10 and turn 1, into those heavier braking zones. But it's going to be all about these next few corners to see if Pisco can get right tucked under the rear wing of the Pandemonium car once again. Just a little bit of patience to get the car in and really see what you can do in that final corner. See if you can set up for something into 1. If not, just get closer and close enough to maybe make something happen on the next lap. That comes down to 7/10 of a second. But I just don't think it's going to be enough here. Both of these cars have been matching each other relatively closely on top end speed all race, so I'm not really expecting that to change at any point as Cesar Cabral just rejoining the racetrack in front of this fight. It shouldn't be an issue with the Race 2 Esports car getting in the way because it is a GTP and it should just run off into the distance, but the Gregera might get in the way of Plug down here.
The Esports car right there, yeah.
The Pandemonium car is going to have to sacrifice a lot of time mid-corner into turn 1. And that gap does get closed down again.
2/3 of that gap gone in an instant. Pursuit of the ever falling away apex turn 1. It's now showtime for the 224 if they're going to try to get a pass going on here. And more GTPs. That's the 33.
Yeah, and it's going to help out Pisco yet again, who is going to have a run on Plug on the run down to turn 10. They're going to be side by side through turns 8 and 9. Big spray from, I think that's Dorian Kunar on the outside there. Looking to the outside is Pisco, hard on the brakes, trying to outbrake the Pandemonium car around the outside. It's actually going to get that one done, all in the marbles on the outside. Takes the apex of 11. I mean, this isn't going to be moved over. There's still a massive long straight after this, but what a move to get that done on the brakes around the outside. It's rare we see that sort of move
an hour ago, it wouldn't have worked.
Yeah, but the Pandemonium car is now going to be on the back foot, coming through this final sector, dealing with the dirty air. How much of a gap can Pisco pull in this final sector? 6/10 the gap goes up to, but Plug is going to have the better exit from the corner in this slipstream. Can he close that gap down on the straight?
The answer is yeah, already down below 5/10 again, down to 4/10. And you can watch as the milliseconds tick away from that gap. Down less than 4/10. Not close enough for a lunge, I don't think, unless you really wanted to try to outbrake something. And I don't think the 240 was game for that. So, Octavio Pisco is now your top 5 gatekeeper with less than 3 hours to go. As more GTPs make their way through. We've only got 12 of them in the field, but we're seeing a whole of them all the time.
To be fair, that's what happens when they get so spread out. You touched on how they are really evenly spread. We've got a lap, 29 seconds, minute 14, minute 6, 56 seconds, minute 4, 57.
Yeah, literally, like from 4th all the way down out of the top 8, it's 1 minute.
I can see them on the track map. There's
1 minute change.
There's like 2 in each sector at this point. Well, there'll be 4 in each sector at this point.
Happy little dozen of GTP cars.
And that's the one rolling down pit lane as well. That's just about in time for their pit stop if you take into account the drive-through penalty that they had to serve earlier on. John Duggan, I think, is finally going to get out of that Cadillac and hand over to their 3rd driver, who will be Nicholas Gesner. Jan Kurbs having disconnected and I think probably done for the rest of this race.
Yeah.
So Dunnigan comes to a stop. Out the car he gets. Nicholas Gesner gets on board for what will be his first laps of this stint. But we're still keeping an eye on this fight for P5 in GT3 Pro. The gap not quite close enough again for Plug to have a look down the inside. Yeah, but here come the prototypes that should clear, easily clear Pisco, as he can just brake at his normal braking point. Shouldn't get anywhere near the back of those two cars, as yep, just gets to focus on the exit. And after having this fight at a point where we thought it was over, it's so good to see it reignited again, because these two are having a really good battle.
As a non-Ferrari fan, this kills me.
Hey, it's good racing. That's all that matters.
That's good racing because it's a 296 car.
Exactly. That's why Unplay 1 was so great back in the day.
What?
Nicholas Gesner then rejoins the circuit for his first laps in the Cadillac B Series R in this race. Hopefully for him, he'll have taken the opportunity to get warmed up in these sorts of light conditions. So hard to pick your braking and turning points around here. Already looks like he's on it. Full confidence, full push through turn 3. Don't need to worry about him anymore. We can just refocus on this fight for P5 in class, as it refuses to let up.
Yeah, one of the Eagle Speed Corvettes once again in the way.
Making a habit of that, aren't they?
Oh, when you got three of your cars are in the field. And this is gonna help the Octopus Racing Team car, because now they've got slipstream down the front straightaway. And they're gonna make a move.
Yeah, it's just going to separate these two cars once again, and it's up to the Eagle Speed Academy car if they want to get out of the way. Davey Daniels on board that car at the moment, pulls over to the left, lets Plug go by, and the Pandemonium car can get back after Pisco on board the Octopus Racing Team car. It's opened up to a second and a half though in that little bit of I wouldn't say a full pull down at turn 1, but yeah, and that's the beauty of multi-class racing once again, is that anything can happen that can slow you down, and in this case it was a lap down GT3 just getting in the way at exactly the wrong point. But we've seen this gap hunted down before, and I'm sure we'll see it hunted down again. But Octavio Pisco just looking really quick right now, and Plug looking like they're on the back foot.
Two hours 34 minutes to go. This is one of the main battles we got going on the racetrack. Waiting for one of those good old stock car competition cautions. Just pull the field right back together.
No, we don't want those. This isn't stock car racing.
It'd make that battle for fourth really interesting.
It would, but
That battle for fourth would be you got a wounded car that on our end has no rear wing, having to hold a 5+.
But this is endurance racing. It's proper racing, you know? Green flag conditions, lights to flag. Sim racing is the last bastion of proper endurance racing.
Isn't proper endurance racing also still proper endurance racing?
A friend of mine argues that Nürburgring is the last actually proper endurance race, because there's no safety cars, no caution periods or anything. The Nürburgring, they just use code 60s to cover any incidents. So it is genuinely about whoever goes the fastest over the 24 hours. Whereas the WEC is a bit of who gets the safety car luck.
I feel like there have been safety cars at the Nürburgring.
Nope, it's not a thing, just for the formation lap. They red flag it if the conditions are too bad, because they have to, but they do not do safety cars because they have like 150, 160 cars on track. How could they do safety cars?
The same way they do at Le Mans, and that's safety cars in different sectors.
That is 62 cars though, at most.
Oh yeah, this is the Nürburgring. Put more cars.
160 cars is a lot more difficult to manage, to be fair. Hence why they just cover everything with the code 60, because that is safe enough. 60 Ks is slow.
Yes, it is extremely slow.
It's like, it's fine. Like, no cars are losing control at 60 kilometers an hour.
No, Adam Koge existed.
Well, it was a bit wet under safety car at Le Mans this year, and drivers are aquaplaning still. That must have been horrible to drive in. Can you imagine 3.5 hours under safety car? Because they didn't do driver swaps in that time. Because there's no point, just let everyone else rest.
3 hours and again, I broadcast stock car races. Yes, I can imagine 3 hours and 50 minutes in cautions.
Yeah, just straight.
Yeah, I can imagine.
No green flag in between that. It's horrible.
I can imagine that, yeah. Have you ever done a stock car race at Martinsville?
I've watched one. I've spotted one.
Yeah, they're not fun. They're not great. Not a great time.
I think we got Keenan a P3 in that one, which was great. On the last lap as well.
Yeah.
Off the final corner. It was lovely.
3 of the 4 worst ABN races we've ever broadcasted were all Martinsville.
Jesus.
Yeah. 25 cautions in a 200 lap race. 25 and 200 laps.
That's ridiculous. So how much time did you spend under caution? How many laps?
Give me 1 second. I can actually look at it because I got the record book.
I'm not surprised.
We're actually, so we're revamping up the website, avianstudios.tv. It's in the description of the video, or this live stream. I had not re-included, I had not made public anyway, the statistics, the analytics archive. Let me pull up that real quick. 127 laps of 200.
Out of how many? Right. That's insane.
Less than 75 green flag laps, yes.
That genuinely must have been horrible to broadcast. I'm so glad that I wasn't involved in that one.
Yeah, it's not great. Not a fun time. So yes, I 100% I know what it's like to be under caution for what feels like literally your entire day.
To be fair, this was only 3 hours of a 24-hour endurance race rather than
Over
the entire
half.
race.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way over half.
Yeah. You can fit in a full like Champions League match in between. Well, I guess not Champions League because it's in June, but you can fit in a couple MLS games.
True. Not that I've ever watched one because it's on at stupid o'clock for me. This is on at stupid o'clock for me. I'd rather be in bed.
MLS games are on earlier than us.
Are they?
MLS has 3 different time slots. Well, they won one at noon, at around 1, so like 3 hours ago. And then one at 4, which will be coming up in this time slot. And then the West Coast games run later at night.
So same time as the NFL?
Basically. Our night
That's a little bit more
games
reasonable.
start earlier than NFL games do. Because they aim to start at 4 on the West Coast.
Yeah. It's not like prime time.
Yeah. But yeah, you play a couple MLS games, and plus it's on Apple TV, so it's all on-demand stuff. So
Makes sense. Just looking at the standings, it looks like we've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars from this race, just for
yeah, all the way
keep everyone updated.
to Milo Spielman's the most recent retirement, and the Lithium Marshall Pro Kart.
I think we already know that HWT Motorsport are going to come back out on track.
They come back on track at the
end of the race.
Their celebration lap, yeah.
Because they are, of course, already the GT3 AM champions as of last weekend, going 4 for 4 in the first 4 rounds of the season. Not quite able to repeat that from the back of the grid today after getting taken out early on. Nobody's perfect indeed. That's why we've seen such chaos in GTP, where only one team has managed to win twice. That's the beauty of it. At this rate, it looks like one team is going to be able to... No, actually, DLR would... no, DLR will be winning twice. For only the second team to win twice. The reason they're in such good championship position is because they've had 3 podiums in that time as well, which is the most of anyone else in the field. Tonight's race, if it finishes as it stands right now, it will bring them level on wins with XPD, but put them 1 ahead in terms of podiums. Of course, with the points that they're scoring now and how many points XPD is scoring, they'll take the lead in the championship anyway, so it won't have to go to count back. But yeah, exactly. I do think it's a shame though that we've lost the Rolling Goat. They haven't turned up today. Down in 13th in class, lost 6 positions last time out in the championship. It's just unfortunate to have a team name that called that wasn't out on the grid today.
In fairness, a lot of teams looked at Fuji and said, nah. And I don't blame them.
I do. Fuji's a good endurance track, to be fair. Again, with the way the final sector sort of switches and cuts back, it creates a lot of really interesting opportunities in traffic, which I find quite fun. You can really push the limits through there, because there's plenty of space for 2 cars to run side by side as well. Just tightens up a little bit on exit.
This track's so low, my favorite tracks from Japan. Like, it's only above Sugo. The Sugo's awful.
Never actually driven it, you know, at least I don't remember driving it.
I've driven all 5 of the main ones.
Is Sugo the one where there's demons?
This is something new I've never heard. What?
There's they say one of the tracks in Japan is cursed by demons.
It would make a lot of sense for Sugo.
Let me double check.
Yeah.
I watched the whole video on it.
You would, but...
It's really annoying. I can't find it now. I don't even remember what the video title was.
It's definitely not. It's definitely not Sugo.
It might be, you know. It is. Yeah, it's Sugo. Yeah, it's Sugo. They say Sugo's cursed because all the races that happen there are just genuine, actual chaos.
Okay, that's not cursed. That's just the race. That's just the track being built terribly and producing horrible flow. That's not being haunted or cursed.
But it's just genuinely always chaos, apparently. And the pit lane is a nightmare as well.
But yeah, it's in a bowl. It's in a bowl. Not just in a valley. It's in a bowl. Cool.
I love the final corner. Big, long, fast right-hander.
Yes.
Love it.
Like
more corners need big, long, fast right-handers on them. I do know that this track used to have a big, long, fast right-hander. There was a reason that it doesn't anymore, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, because people died. More than once, actually.
People died, and then it's just a photo of a racetrack.
Not literally any racetrack.
Motorsport is dangerous. Respect the rules. They're there to keep you safe. APN approves this message.
I do not.
What? That motorsport's dangerous and you should respect motorsport's rules because they're there for your safety.
Hey, if you want to get curious, if you're gonna get curious and go to places you shouldn't go, there's a code. Screw around, find out. I don't have sympathy for dumb people.
It's fine. Oh, it looks like Sips Racing Team have lodged a... Oh, here's an interesting one. Smurf Racing Team.
They're not in chat.
They're not in voice chat. And it looks like the stewards are gonna do something about that, which is interesting, to say the least.
Okay, so they have the ability to join the voice chat now and avoid a penalty.
They've got time.
They've got some time, but like they need to correct the issue ASAP.
Otherwise, they are going to get some sort of penalty. Just trying to see if I can.
And that's insult to injury because they just got back to second place.
Exactly.
They just got back to second place.
All they need to do is join the voice chat. Come on, Smurf, you can do it. Get in there. Get one of you in there. That's all you need.
Get
Just one
in
driver.
there and then have the other join under pit stop.
And it doesn't even matter. Just one of them. Oh wait, no, both. Yeah. Oh goodness.
Just kind of get one in, say, hey, we're gonna get him in under next pit stop, and then
Exactly.
ta-da, done.
Putting themselves an opportunity to fail. Yeah, which is. I mean, rules are rules. You got to follow the rules, especially if it's in the championship that you're racing in. That's what we signed up for. I think there's literally a part of the doc that says, "Do you understand the rules?"
Yes.
Remember having to tick it. In this fight for still P5 in GT3 Pro, it does get a little bit more interesting actually, because the Rubis Gasway and GC car is falling back into the clutches of Octopus Racing Team and Pandemonium by Synlab, but Pandemonium are starting to close on Octopus. So when they get there, are they going to start going for that move, or are they going to see that 10-second gap that is very slowly closing its way down and, you know, just stay in line for now and figure it out from there? Or do you start going zoom?
I would leave ASAP. Yeah, I would not be wasting time trying to get around, trying to get around the 229. I would try to make that pass ASAP. If you can. I mean, the issue is just
on average, they're like 1.3 seconds a lap faster than the 229. So, and they're not that much quicker, only a couple of tenths of a second on average faster than Pisco on board the Octopus car. So there's no need to rush this. You can just stay line astern for now and wait for the 229 to come back to you, and then start thinking about making those moves.
Yeah, I don't like thinking. I just like going zoom at that point. We're speaking, we're almost 8 hours into this race. Your brain just kind of shuts off. It's like, okay, I'm just going to drive.
You got to get someone to do the thinking for you.
Yes.
I'm sure the last thing that a driver wants to hear is hold position behind the car in front. But the thing is, if that's the safest option that guarantees you'll catch the car in front, then you've got to do that. You've got to do that. You've got to be thinking strategically about that sort of thing and go from there. You can't just go bullet a gate, go full send all the time. If it means you're going to be losing time and potentially gaining 2 spots instead of just the 1. I'd always take 2 spots over the 1 spot. Always.
Yeah, the thing is, Pandemonium, right now they're not gaining. They actually just dropped. They just dropped below 1.9. They're close to 2 seconds now, so they lost a couple tenths here. So Octopus has stepped up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, they've realized what's going on here, and they're starting to turn the wick up a little bit.
And that's the way this was last time. Like, Octopus turned up the pace a little bit once they realized that, hey, the car in front is now visible. We can see it.
Yeah, it's another 1.2 seconds from Octopus on Rubis Gas that lap. And the thing is, Pandemonium are going with them. Like, they're not just hanging around 1.7 seconds back. Like, yeah, both of them on a 41.3. So matching each other. Pandemonium just doing what they need to stay in this fight. They've got a 963 Porsche that's going to just sweep around their outside here nice and easy. I'll tell you what, that is one of the most terrifying overtaking moves to do on traffic, because you never know if they're just going to understeer into the side of you or not.
Yeah, that corner, there's a lot of corners here at Fuji that they're just like off camber. And it's like, oh, the front end's gone.
I mean, to be fair, the 4 and 5 are on camber. They've got positive camberton, they're just downhill. So it feels a little bit off camber, but there's plenty of grip down there.
Plenty of grip, says the person that drives in the high class, where they've got downforce for days.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not for days. No, not like back in day. Not for days.
Compared to GT3, yes.
Yeah, but we're comparing apples to oranges.
Yeah, but like that's what you're talking about. Like if a GT3 is going to lose grip there, like it's hard to pass on the outside.
Yeah,
That's
fair.
why.
No, okay, that's fair. But it's just not as dramatically off camber as you might think it is.
In a GT3 that is so sensitive to every slight little thing, it may as well be.
That's what you get for not having massive tires, great suspension, and tons of downforce. Skill issue. 42-1 for Rubis Gas.
GT3 for a 24-hour race, and you're going to hate it.
I mean, I almost volunteered. Well, I tried to volunteer for one this weekend, but then kind of double booked myself. So here we are. 42.1 for Rubis Gas by NGC last lap. 41.1 for Octopus Racing Team. Pandemonium just dropping back 0.3 of a second on the last lap. So the gaps here are closing down, and it does, as we say, seem like Octopus have just found a little bit extra to start to close that gap down on Rubis Gas by NGC and start to work towards that 4th place finish in this race. The pace has been electric from those guys. They're only, goodness, only 0.2 of a second slower than the race leader at the moment, which is a really good spot to be in.
Yes. Actually, they were faster than the race leader last time by. Race leader last time by had a 141.4.
They matched each other, you know, actually. The Simrace Sweden esports car has just crossed the start-finish line to set a 141.461.
Oh.
Last lap time that Pandemonium pitted,
Oh, yeah.
141.461. Yeah.
Because Octopus are faster.
Well, I just spotted that on the timing tower. That's pretty funky.
Uh-oh, latency
That's a
for
blink.
the 224.
And I'll be back in 2, 1, and pop. Ooh, that's not good.
Uh-huh. Oh, dear.
That's a very long one as well. Oh, no, wait. No, it is a really long one. Wow.
That seems like upload packet loss.
Yeah, that looks like it might be that position for P5 decided, and
that's going to be heartbreaking.
a pretty abrupt
They're
decision
no
on who it
longer
is
being
that gets
scored.
Yeah, pretty grim way for that to end so close to the end of the race as well. That car should theoretically get automatically towed to the pit lane,
Yes.
depending on if they do pop back into existence or not in the next 20 seconds or so.
Well, now if you're running, you fear not having that lap scored.
Mm.
So you, at this point, you're kind of losing laps anyway.
Ah, there it is.
Yeah.
There's the upload packet loss.
That's unfortunate.
Absolutely
So now
devastating
now it's
for
on Pandemonium
Octopus.
to
Yeah.
take the lead out of the sails and get going.
Yeah, Octopus, who are running in their best position all season so far, heartbreakingly disconnected with 2 hours and 14 minutes left on the clock, as they were just running away from Pandemonium by SimLab.
Yes.
As it's now going to be Sad Plug who's going to be hunting down Artur Lorero in that Rubis Gas by NGC car to try and take P4, when really we say should have been, but it's what should have been Octopus's hunt, and now it's going to go to Pandemonium as well.
Now, in credit for Octopus, once that disconnect was made official, Carlos Ruiz immediately jumped in that car to keep going to minimize the damage. So, not all is lost for the 224, but yeah, a bit of a setback there for the 224 team with a little over 2 hours and 12 minutes left to go.
Yeah, 1.7 seconds a lap faster last time by for Pandemonium on Rubis Gas. It brings that gap down below 5 seconds. So Lorero's really going to be feeling that pressure now as the other Ferrari 296 behind them really starts to reel that gap in. This is where I say that iRating is not an indicator of pace. It's an indicator of how much you race one particular thing.
Yes.
Because the Rubis Gas driver and the Pandemonium driver separated by what I'd reckon is less than 100 iRating. I can't see them past the...
Yeah, it's 2792 versus 2869.
Yeah, there we go. So it's barely any difference between them,
Yeah.
which you'd expect would mean they're pretty close on pace, but in these conditions, absolutely not. Plug is very much the better driver of the two, as this lap, it looks like he's going to bring that gap under 4 seconds. There's just so much more pace in that team right now. Pandemonium have done an absolutely excellent job. Starting P6, fell down the order a little bit off the start, moved up to P5 just here thanks to a disconnect, but have been fighting for that one over the last couple of hours and really showing their pace, especially as it's taken a turn for them much better here as they're starting that hunt to close down on P4. As again, it's a Rubis gas car that's just having late race pace issues, although saying that, Lorero has just set a 41.8, which is only 0.2 of a second slower than Plug behind. So making a little bit of an effort to hold on to things, and it's another car that's just started to turn the wick up. Maybe an element of getting into the rhythm and then starting to push once you're confident.
Yeah, very possible here at this point, and anything you can find at this point to stop the bleeding, because we've been hemorrhaging time for now for almost 20 minutes at this point is what we've been tracking this for. Meanwhile, more trouble for the Carbano Esports GTP car. Another spin for Vicente Lara. 12th place car still going through its woes late on in this race. Not a fun time to be in that 66 car. GTP leaders are on lap 292. The 66 Carbano Esports GTP on lap 280, 12 laps behind. That's the most notable occurrence that's happened so far on track recently, is another spin for Carbano.
Yes, those guys were really struggling at night here. Maybe they didn't do any night practice and have lost all of their braking and turning references. I know that I get a little bit overwhelmed when I haven't done enough night practice.
That's a fun part about this. So you cannot race at night unless you've done one of the night practices.
That's good. But even then, they might not have done enough for themselves.
Possibly, but like it's like each driver to be able to do the night stint, like they have to have done one of the full. Like there's actually like a particular amount of laps you have to complete in that session to be allowed to race in the nighttime of the race.
That's good.
I was looking at it because I was like, I might field a GT3 team because the Corvette GT3 is existing now. I was like, okay, I might do that, and I was like, okay, that's really cool. And then I was like, I can't find drivers, and that killed that.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, ABN, not much of a sports car community.
Oh, I think it is. It just finding the right time to do it. Because we did it like on American evenings, and the sports group that we have is not American.
Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. Gap then dropping just under 3.5 well, just under 3 seconds now, as it looks like it may have just been a one-lap turn of pace for Artur Lorero, who has gone back into their regular rhythm of 42.1 as the DLR by Simlab car comes down pit lane for what should be their, I want to say, third to last stop. 2 to go after this one, I think. It's going to be my rough estimate. But yeah, 42.1 for Lorero compared to a 41.2 for said Plug, who again is really ragging that 296 right now. I'm hoping he's looking after those tires and can keep them in a good window because he can see the car that he's chasing down for P4 right in front of him. So it is go time. He needs to do everything he can to try and get that close, get back into the slipstream and make that move and get that done. Still setting decent lap times relative to the top 3 as well for that 5th place car, as our Prem rejoins the track just in front of him. Shouldn't get too much in the way or hamper any of his progress. We are going to take just a short break now as we cycle Olivia Hayward back into the broadcast booth and top of our refreshments, get ourselves ready for the last 2 hours of this race. You are watching the PEC season finale live from Fuji here on ABM. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the season finale of the Platinum Endurance Championship live from the virtual Fuji Speedway. When we stepped away, we were keeping an eye on this fight between Zed Plogue for Pandemonium by SimLab and Artur Loureiro for Rubis Gas by NGC. The Pandemonium car was closing in by about 1.5 seconds per lap. And whilst we were away, did manage to make that move and get it done, and has already pulled about 1 second and a bit on that car behind and moved up into P4. Currently sat around 1 minute and 12 seconds behind P3 in class, the Hydro Race Racing Forces car. Not really catching, setting matching lap times as it stands, so that gap should stay relatively stable for the rest of the stint, if not the rest of the race, depending on driver scheduling towards the end of this one. But that 1 minute and 12 seconds is well within the margin for error for both of these cars. So if anything happens to the Hydro Race Racing Forces car, then they're going to be well within the window to jump onto that last spot of the podium. Also, whilst you're away, we were rejoined by my favorite co-commentator of all time, Olivia Hayward, who stepped away for a couple of hours, but is now back with us in the booth.
Carmen's still sitting here, right? Don't say those things in front of her.
I literally wrote that you were my favorite commentator on your birthday card.
You did.
Yeah.
Which you gave me 2 weeks early. Don't worry about it.
Well, I'm not going to see you in 2 weeks, so.
Yeah, I've been keeping tabs.
All of this for the future.
I've been keeping tabs on the way this has been going, and what a recovery drive from the number 5 crew, DLR by Symbol Orange, on the back foot very early in that strategy tour in the rain, but have just had some incredible pace since then. And I mean, first of all, the entire GTP field, maybe a bit short in terms of number of starters, but all 12 starters are still running out on track and within 10 laps of the lead, which is the lowest attrition rate I've seen for, quite frankly, any GTP field in any of iRacing, not just in this league. That's a really impressive job as DLR Simulab clocks lap 300 right now. But especially how Albert Freeman and Matthias Weichen have managed to run this recovery drive and put themselves well and truly back into the championship fight, and right now seem to have one hand on the trophy.
Yeah, it's just
SE Racing 3 laps behind them right now. That is the head-to-head battle that we're focusing on. And they need some attrition to happen, really, to this crew in the next 2 hours for the championship to turn back in their favour.
And that was the thing for the 5th crew. All they needed to do was have some relentless, disgusting, disturbing, terrifying consistency over the course of the last 8 hours or so to get themselves back into this position. Of course, they managed it about 2 hours ago, around the halfway point of this race, actually getting into championship position. In and of itself, which was quite dramatic fashion. Just to recap that one, they managed to come out of the pit cycle, jumping back onto dry tyres, about 4 seconds or so off the back of XPD Racing down in, whilst they were down, whilst DLR by Simlab were down in P4, XPD up in P3. And even if they managed to get in front of XPD, they wouldn't have been in a position to win the championship, because they would have drawn level on points if the race ended there, and XPD would have won on countback. So what happened was, again, just to recap, XPD go deep on the brakes into 10 down at the chicane, opening the door for DLR by Simlab. That lets them through into P3, which is fine because XPD is still in position and would need DLR by Simlab to be in P2 for that to be a threat.
And what happened then?
Anyway, 3 corners later, the second place car goes off the road and through goes DLR by Simlab into championship position in a matter of about 15 seconds.
And now they've lapped the field.
And now they've lapped the entire field because they have just been so consistent, so brutally fast that no one has had an answer for them in the try. Maybe if it had stayed flat for the rest of the race, it may have been a little bit more difficult for them.
They were already closing in the back.
Yeah, they were indeed, but it would have made life a lot more difficult.
The only real blunder they've had is on the strategy, and even then, they were able to be sensible to cut their losses, to stay the course and only lose 1 lap rather than find themselves in the barrier. And 1 lap in 8 hours is clearly more than recoverable, which is what they've done now.
To be fair, they did nearly end up in a barrier, but I think...
As long as it's always nearly, then it's fine.
Yeah, Whiten did manage to just keep it out of there, but he had a lot of work to do as the Porsche just rejoins the track. Go ahead.
A quote from a Carlin race engineer in F2. Post-race, like, well, I nearly wrecked the car every lap. And the engineer says, well, as long as it's always nearly wrecking the car, then we're fine.
Exactly.
And I believe that driver did win the race, so clearly, sometimes you gotta be on that limit for things to work out that way.
Yeah, one more thing that we were keeping an eye on in all this as well. You know what? No, we're keeping an eye on it through our last break, and it was the Ferraris getting all into the top 5, which they did do because the Inosis Esports car has just been absolutely nowhere on pace in the second phase of the race. I don't know if they're still carrying around that front end damage. I don't think that Porsche has a front bumper on it, but here is your overall race leader that is, as we say, a lap in front of the entire field. And it's not just that, it's a lap and then some. They're coming down the start-finish straight, and the Writer Engineering squad are just getting on the brakes for turn 10, so they've managed to pull a good 20 seconds relative to them, as well as that 1 lap, and it's still going that way. Well, the DLR by SimLab just set in a 31.0 last time by Writer Engineering a 29.8, but still have to come across the line to complete their current lap to see what that sort of time loss is. Just keeping an eye on a little bit of something going on here as Justin Clerk threads his way through a little bit of the GT3 traffic. Back Market Racing, Razzle Dazzle, a team that we've spoken about more this race than we have in the last few. As Winston Eckel just making sure he gets his line right to not get run over by the old Firm Racing Orange driver of Randy Martin and Mateus.
Yeah, I mean, they're in the same position they started in, so you'd think it's been quite a calm pedestrian race for them, but it really hasn't been.
Mm-hmm.
It has been absolute chaos.
Chaos is a really polite way of putting it.
Kirk and Stefan Jones and Cleese Eigerman. But like I said, the entire GTP field as of right now is still running out on track, and that includes them.
And Race 2 Esport.
And Race 2 Esport.
I mean, they are about to get overtaken by Mark Rosendahl in the 50 crew, another car that hasn't really had a brilliant race, 4 laps down on the overall race leader. Sim Race Sweden Esports Pro comes down pit lane from the lead for what should be the second to last time for those guys, easily, just past the hour, or a good chunk past the hour, even 10 minutes. But just monitoring this 0.8 of a second gap between the 70 and the 50 right now as they come through Sector 2 on the run down towards turn 10. I'm hoping we might be able to get a live feed camera on them. So just watching Justin Clerk come up on the back of the XPD racing car, which appears to have a rear wing again.
Hey!
Yeah, here it is. Here's that fight then. Race 2 Esports, the Porsche 963 in front with the Project Valorous 50 Acura half a second behind. We've seen Acuras and Porsches going at it many times this race so far, but never these two. So let's sit back, relax, and see what sort of a fight Diza Cabral is going to put up against Mark Rosendahl. Through the final corner they go. Rosendahl picking up that slipstream down the start-finish straight. It is V8 turbo versus V6 twin turbo. IndyCar technology versus road car technology. Closing. Yeah, 0.2 is now the gap as it gets closer and closer and closer down the straight. Acura brakes versus Porsche brakes. We know which ones are better. Porsches like to lock up. There is a GT3 that might get a little bit in the way here. That I think is why Mark Rosendahl didn't quite go for it, as he's practically pushing Cabral through the corner. The 296 not really giving much space on the inside of turn 2 there, but Rosendahl is going to have to stay in position for now and following those tram tracks once again.
I think if I was just, I would have seen that opportunity and gone for a big lunge to just try and get Cesar Cabral out of rhythm. I think the GT may be a little bit too far ahead to really overtake into turn 1, but it was going to cause a bit of a problem for Cesar Cabral. Maybe just not like to be on the inside behind, but definitely a tricky moment. It's actually a little bit deep in turn 10 is the Race 2 Esport car, and Mark Rosendahl putting a ton of pressure now on up the hill. Another missed apex. And that's going to be moved on. Number 50 about to slot the way through and up into P7 right now.
Well, in all of this fighting as well, the 50 squad have been closing the gap to the sister car of the 51, Ana Gomez, currently on board that one. Mark Rosendahl seeming to have the pace over that number 51 car, 6th and 7th for those two as it stands. And they're both actually within a lap of Onosis Esports, so there could still be some positions to be made in the last
Within
2
about a
hours here.
set 2 of them.
Yeah, 8.4 seconds from the 51 to the 50, but then 34 seconds even between the 51 and the 74 of Onosis Esports. So again, more gaps to keep an eye on as Mark Rosendahl increases his lead over Cesar Cabral to a flat 1 second and closes the gap to his teammate just a little bit. 31.3 for the 51 last lap and a 29.9 for the 50. So this race, well and truly not over yet. And I'm just excited that we're still seeing more changes to position here.
It's how it always goes. You have this ebb and flow in these races where obviously change of conditions is an understatement for how this race has gone. But we've gone from the dry track in qualifying and in the race start to a sort of damp track to then just an absolutely drenched river. And now it's coming back to us, but also as the night falls, it's not really getting drier offline anymore. Cars, you've seen, they're willing to use the curves, but sometimes they're bitten a little bit for trying that. I've seen a lot of tail-happy moments as they've tried to use as much of the track as possible.
And to be fair, I do feel that's more of the nature of the track than it is how wet the circuit is. It's still wet on the right-hand side of the start-finish straight, as we saw Cesar Cabral throwing up a load of spray. Yeah.
Very brave pit entry considering how wet that surface still is.
Mm-hmm. And there's still a little bit of water on the track just offline on the way into turn 1. But I think realistically, apart from the run between turn 6 and turn 10, we're pretty good in terms of how dry the track is. 6.8 seconds is the gap now between the 51 and the 50. Another 31 for the 51. So Ana Gomez just dropping off in terms of absolute pace right now, as it seems like Mark Rosendahl is just finding all the tenths of a second he needs to be 1.7 seconds faster than his teammate on the last lap in traffic as well. So able to still find a 29 in traffic when the race leader is doing a 30.0. The other fastest car on track was the Old Firm Racing Orange car down at a 29.3. So there's still pace in this track and lots of cars out there trying to find it and improve their race position. Not many cars that can. Closest gaps on track at the moment is this 50-51 fight, and Old Firm Racing to Writer Engineering, who really reeled that one in. Those two, though, a little bit off sync in terms of strategy. Writer expected in the next couple of laps or so. Old Firm Racing maybe in 20 laps or so, as there is Nicholas Gesner on board the Writer Engineering esports car.
And of course, I hop back in and immediately start thinking about fuel strategy. Do we think that the Nicholas Gesner and Writer Engineering can make it on 2 more stops here? By the time they come into pit lane, probably about 1 hour 40 left in the race.
Oh, yeah, no, that'll be fine.
And we've seen that there's been quite a low burn track, all things considered.
Yeah, they'll do it. So, to fuel save like 1 lap per stint, I think.
So it will be 2 stops left in the race for basically the entire GTP field. It's just a question of it'll be a longer final stop for the number 1 crew, and maybe there'll be fuel save required as well. But this battle with 96 isn't done and dusted just because they have to pit soon. This is going to come to a head in the final half hour of this race as things stand. But of course, they are about a lap and a half behind Albert Preem right now. A fantastic drive from them. They, of course, are on a pretty standard strategy right now. They're in sync with everyone else, but even if they weren't, they should afford the extra pit stop without any stress whatsoever, as we watch the Onosis esports car, which still seems to have a little bit missing on the front end. You know how Retzi has the painted gold teeth? I think this car has a few teeth knocked out. How it's driving currently.
That's certainly what it looks like. There's your P4 position car at the moment. I think the Pandemonium squad having taken a pit stop only 4 laps or so ago or so. So a few more laps out on track for the Rubis Gas by NGC car. We are expecting those guys to come in within the next 3 laps and cycle back behind the Pandemonium Ferrari. I can't just say the Ferrari because there are 6 Ferraris inside the top 6. Octopus Racing did rejoin the race after their disconnect and have since got in front of Enosis. I think they're relatively close on pit stop strategy, so none of them owing us a pit stop yet. Just having a look at Anders Gomez, who is only 4.9 seconds in front of his teammate. If you look in the background of that shot, it almost saw the 50 coming into view. I think we did see the 50 coming into view there, actually. You just see the headlights coming around, final couple of corners there. Justin Clark cutting through a little bit of traffic on the feed as well. So we're just having a flick around on the circuit right now. That is the Enosis Esports GT3 just coming under a little bit of pressure from, I think, the Eagle Speed, one of the Eagle Speed Corvettes, 2 of them out there on track, pro and AM entry, as well as I think some sister entries as well, choosing to slot in behind the Porsche, but is nose to tail with it on the exit of turn 6. Again, it's not something that's positioned for actual position, but rather track position, just for the Corvette squad to make themselves a little bit more comfortable. Run down to turn 10 they come. We're just watching Preem go through the other Eagle Speed Academy Corvette. I think that's going to be moved on as the Eagle Speed cars are now back to nose to tail on track.
Yeah, and of course, shout out to the Academy car. First of all, actually 2 laps ahead of the pro entry right now, but more importantly, leading the class in GT3 AM. The instant pace of Team Motorsport earlier on in this race has left an opportunity for the rest of the AM field to take a race win into next season. And it seems like it's currently the Eagle Speed Academy crew in prime position to try and take that, although Project Let's Say Bravo by Eagle. I guess maybe a little bit of assist team given the sponsorships. I'd put them under a lot of pressure. The gap is only about 45 seconds, and the pit cycle is going to close that in a little bit as we get towards the end of the race. But a great work from them to really put a hold on this race ahead of the rest of the AM field.
Yeah, which is exactly what you need to do. We always say in endurance racing, it's about survival first off. The second thing that you need to do is nail the consistency. Because if you can just be consistent between all your drivers, it doesn't matter how fast you are, because you're going to have just that same relentless pace for the entire race, barely losing time in traffic, not really losing time compared to any other car out there on track. I think it's one of the strengths that we've seen from a couple of teams out there where all or some of the drivers are so close on pace that you have these bigger variances in other cars that it really feeds into that consistency, because you'll have the super fast guys on board for the other teams, and then they're really slow guys, but the fast guys haven't gained enough time on the other car to mean the slow guys aren't going to have any issues. That's for the Pandemonium Ferrari going for a big spin down into turn 15. It was the car, which one was it? I'm trying to find it on the ticker. It's not a ticker, but it might not have even been one of the Pandemonium cars. I think that's the one coming down pit lane now. See if I can pick it out on the track map.
The Sinlab Red.
341? Is it the 341?
Yes, 341.
There it is. It is a Pandemonium car.
And it didn't come up on the ticker because they did a great job saving it as sort of a half spin rather than actually going all the way around.
Oh, wow, that is... you know what? If we're doing Formula Drift, which we're not, I would give that 4 marks. That was actually kind of sick. Lost the back end really early on in the corner, got that in a clip, and managed to get the car out of the corner with absolutely no issues.
Unfortunately, it seems like the people had come down through a drive-through after that spin, picking up some instant points. And right behind them, Writer Engineering came into pit lane for a scheduled pit stop, and I think picked up a speeding penalty on the way in. A little bit too aggressive from Nicholas Deschner, and so it'll be an extended stop for them that will hand Old Firm Racing Orange control of P2 in class by quite a significant way. It'll be, of course, I think a 40-second additional hold in pit lane along with their service.
If they do take the service, yeah.
Well,
which they kind of have to do, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, 36 laps on this stint. Let's have a look. See, I'll just flick over to them, see what's going on down there. That is going to be a big, long stop for that team. I just flick to a nice side angle. We do drop down into P2. But yeah, that's going to be devastating for their race result out here today after looking so strong in the middle phase of the race, leading a really good chunk of it after Enosis just couldn't find their feet later on after putting so much pressure on them. But they just haven't really had an answer to DLR by SimLab since it got dry, because that Acura has just had the pace with those slicks on board. But again, with endurance racing, keep the car out of pit lane, keep it out of the steward's room, stay unpenalized if you can, let everyone else do all of that. But this is a second penalty for Nicholas Gesner and crew. One handed to them by the stewards for an incident with one of the GT3s earlier in the race, and this one handed to them by iRacing. They finally do get rolling again after being stationary for what looks like to be about 40 seconds, which is what we'd expect. Back out onto the circuit and a full lap down on Old Firm Racing Orange.
Yeah, stationary time including the service, 1 minute 30 seconds. That is one lap of this track. So, of course, some of that had to be taken in terms of putting the fuel back on board, but a really brutal moment for them. A team which is looking to get through this race with just 2 driver changes.
You know what? I didn't even think about that.
Jan Kerb stayed in for about the first half of the race. John Michael Durden then hopped in and ran about 100 laps in the car. And now Nicholas Gershner's in, and I believe is going to try and see this out to the end if that's any indication of how the rest of the team have run this.
It depends how, well, not even how, if Jan Kerbs decides he wants to get back on board, but I'm thinking
he's
after
out
doing...
of the server. I did see him get pretty quickly after he did his like 4 or 5 hour stint.
After doing
so
5 hours in the car,
he might be in bed.
I'd be done as well. 5 hours continuous. 5 hours total is minor. 5 hours continuous is horrible.
And I think there might be something from the teammates saying, hey, you know this is meant to be a...
team race.
Yeah, a team series.
Although, speaking of team event, we were keeping an eye on that gap between Ander Gomez and Mark Rosendahl. We are going to see a little bit of Project Valorous on Project Valorous. Don't know how much Gomez is going to roll over and let his teammate by. I'm trying to think how I'd call it in that situation. Are we in a stage in the race where it's, go for it? Or are we being sensible and making the smart choice and just letting the faster car by to try and hunt down that 40-second gap to the next car? What do you think, Liv?
I don't think you roll over for them, but if they sort of get alongside, you definitely take the opportunity to facilitate the move. The 50 car is the one that is ahead in the championship fight and is looking for that top 5 payout, but I guarantee they're not thinking about that right now. When you're in the car, that is the last thing you're thinking about. It's going to be just a matter of that car getting much bigger in the mirror lap on lap, and spending time fighting is not going to help either. It's going to put you both offline onto potentially wet surfaces, and it's just not really worth the risk. As Rosendahl is there already.
There it is. There's the blinky Ferrari. Pops back into existence.
Ooh.
Very scary stuff there. I thought Halloween was a month ago.
And a sweep around the outside of this car. Is that the C-Sports car?
Should be the move.
I think, yeah, at this point, Rosendahl is going to probably get the lunge into turn 1 and take it with open arms.
Well, let's find out. They're still 0.2 of a second apart. If they're going to... Yeah, there's the orchestrated switch. Yeah, big lift from Ander Gomez just to let Rosendahl get alongside. And then it's all done on the brakes into turn 1. Mark Rosendahl moves up into P6, 42 seconds behind the Enosis Esports Porsche 963 in front. So a lot of work to do if he wants to take that position, but is actually on pace and clean air to do that.
Yeah, of course, Gomez waited until as late as possible on the straight to do that for the sole reason of, if you're going to let someone by, you may as well save some fuel while you're doing it, actually. Then save a little bit more fuel in this draft now.
Yeah, and in theory, Gomez will be dragged along by Rosendahl. in all of this, because there's two or three relatively flat out sections on this track where you do actually get the benefit of slipstream. Run down to 3, run down to 10, and obviously the run down towards turn 1. So as long as Gomez can stay within slipstream of his teammate, he'll be able to benefit from the fuel save from the slipstream, and both of them together should be able to walk up to the back of the Enosis esports car that has come down pit lane.
Yeah, they'll walk straight past them.
Yeah, I think the Enosis car serving a penalty earlier on in the stint, and now finally taking that service 30 or so laps later.
And a driver change. Alejandro Castanero gets back into the car now after starting the race for that team. It looks like they might be the driver to finish this one out as we head into what will be the final 2 stints of this race for the 74 team. Then they drop down into P7, but expecting the 50-51 to cycle back towards them within the next half hour or so as they take their penultimate stop.
Do you know why I like coming to Grand Prix circuits like Fuji and tracks like Le Mans? It's because they have a pit building.
That's fair.
So we don't have to see all of the uncustom painted pit boxes things that the crew sit on. You know, like that sea of red and green that we normally see.
Yeah.
Because no one paints the pit box colours. Or paints the pit box sign. Like, come on, people. Match the colour of your car and put your car number on it and your team logo.
It's amazing that you noticed this 2 rounds ago. And even though it's not been relevant since then, and actually, even if teams did what you said, you wouldn't have been able to notice because there's been no sign of that. So you're just still on this high horse of they need to do this for next season.
Please. It just makes everything look so much more interesting. And I've been telling you as well, when I'm coming into the pit box in Sim now, I'm not looking for the guy with the lollipop. I'm looking for the pit board because it stands out like a sore thumb because no one else has put any effort into it. It's like, it's right there. Just slap your logo on it. It'll look really cool. Promise.
I think maybe this is coming from sort of the more oval side of things, where I think everyone does tend to pay attention to the signs. I'm very much listening for the countdown. That's really my main thing, and especially for the IndyCar, because the tires can be laid out before you get there. That's a good margin, and obviously you want to try and use that to hit your marks as cleanly as possible. Whereas in, say, a NASCAR series, you can look for the one person with the sign, but then everyone has to hop out after you're stationary. So, in terms of those sort of more oval-based series, I think there's definitely a lot more focus on that. But like I said, in sports cars, you're not making pit stops quite as regularly. And the pit stops aren't normally quite as high pressure as they would be in a sort of
tire
sprint
change
series.
certainly isn't.
But yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
It's just nice. It's nice.
It's a third race you've brought it up now.
Yeah. Second. I didn't mention it at Le Mans.
You did mention it at Le Mans.
No, I didn't. Well,
You mentioned that we had a pit building.
Yeah, just now.
No, you did it at Le Mans as well.
Yeah, because it's a cool pit building.
It is a cool pit building.
It's a really nice pit building. I've been next to it.
You've been to Le Mans? No way. You never mentioned this.
Twice. 2022 and this year, and I'm going next year. When are you coming to Le Mans?
I don't know.
Figure it out.
You'll probably try and jam me along next year. You're already dragging me along to one endurance race next year.
It's too late to get tickets this year.
Ah, okay, understandable.
Yeah, you got to get on that early, really early. I did pay for my ticket this week, finally. We got a nice campsite this year, so it was not less than £200 this year.
Right.
If you go and stay at Beau Séjour, it's less than £200. It's really cool. 4 week of track access and a campsite, and you get a shower and a proper toilet. It's great.
Well, I mean, given how Le Mans has been the last couple of years, I think you get more than a shower.
Yeah, because of the rain. Yeah.
Just like we had today.
Yes, it was torrential here and there. Alexander Gomez just getting a little bit checked up behind the recovering RPM Racing car of Charlie Lund Nilsson. We're talking about how there's a chance he might be able to get up into P7. He is now only the lap down on the Enosis GT3. I'm trying to spot where the 274 is on track at the moment. So let's have a look.
Going through the final sector, it looks like.
I think so.
So that one lap might be closer to
there. It
laps.
is. It's a lap and a half. Again, it's not impossible with the pace difference between these two, but it's tricky.
The time's definitely running out. We're sort of down to our final
90 minutes.
Yeah, maybe 60 laps for, maybe less than 60 laps even for our GT3s.
So they need more than a second a lap, which they are currently doing.
But impossible then.
I'm being hopium for it because I think it might be really cool to watch someone hunt that gap down. Anyway, with 90 minutes left on the clock, let's have a quick gander at how everything is stacking up. We have gone through a pit cycle for the GTPs, and Albert Preem has come out on top in this race for DLR by SimLab in these last 90 minutes or so. Old Firm Racing Orange find themselves up there in P2. Might have to do some championship maths to see if they actually beat XPD Racing to second in the chip. Writer Engineering still on that last podium spot after losing out to Old Firm Racing due to a penalty a little bit earlier on at the start of the stint, with XPD Racing trying to recover as best as they can, but have just had a torrid time since the track dried up. Project Valorous lineup now 5th and 6th. They are trying to gain total race time on Alejandro Castañera, who we are just following in the Enosis Esports Porsche right now. Having a gander then at GT3 Pro, we got Simrace Sweden Esports, Isaac Arvidsson, who drove that car in qualifying, currently leading the way there. With XPD Racing's Roberto Frieza, that second hand on the trophy for that team, really starting to get a little bit close to the stem of it, and they can start lifting that one into the air relatively soon if everything stays as it is. Third place then in GT3 Pro is currently Hydro Race Racing Forces PEC, who are doing a great job to hang on to that position. I think we just got a little bit of a GTP lap going on there. With Pandemonium by SimLab currently in 4th, with Rubus Gas by NGC owing us a pit stop. Sorry, no, they've had the pit stop they owed us, but recently losing out on P4 to Pandemonium by SimLab. In GT3 DDK by Eagle Speed Academy lead the way from another Eagle Speed car of the Squadra Veloce Bravo by Eagle RS in 2nd place. Smurf Racing Team currently down there in P3 after leading a good chunk of this race, with the Pandemonium SimLab Red Team in P4. And to round out the top 5 in GT3 is Dogs on Web DS Racing. Nuno Barbosa currently on board that car. There you go, there's your probably final positional, second to last positional roundup for this 10-hour event, as I genuinely can't believe we're within the last 90 minutes already. It feels like this race has flown by.
I mean, there's just been action the entire way through, ultimately. That rain shower in hour 2 really turned the entire race on its head. And it sort of put everyone a little bit out of position, almost. Which means that recovering from that into the second half of the race, everyone's fighting back through based on where their pace is compared to the cars around them. And it's just given us things to keep watching out for the entire way to actually, again, the charge that DLR by SimLab Orange have made the prime example of that. But I'd say through the entire field, we've had that chopping and changing as cars like RPM Racing have started to try and move forward and catch up to the cars. We had those battles between the Project Valorous cars, as the number 50 is now up into P5, but they do have a pit stop coming in the next 10 or so laps, and then we'll see where they cycle out in respect to Enosis Esports and Alejandro Castañera.
Yeah, just look at the last 2 lap times set by these guys. They are about a second and a bit clear of Enosis at the moment. I don't know how that stacks up for the rest of the stint. Average pace for Rosendahl at the moment, a 29.4. Enosis at 30.7, so roughly 1.3 seconds per lap as it stands. And considering that was a 40-second gap, and they've been out on track for 14 laps so far, it's not quite there yet, but it's certainly getting closer to being at risk of being overtaken by not just the 50, but the 51 as well, because they're not going as fast, but I think they're still going faster than the Enosis car. It's not by much, but if the 50 starts scrapping the 74, that's when we could see some significant time loss of both cars, and they fall back into the clutches of the 51 crew.
Especially given that the 51 is much earlier than their stint, they're going to have a shorter final stop, and that could leapfrog them back in contention. It's going to be the same for the Valorous 50 compared to Enosis Esports, but Project Valorous 51 even more so in that position. So I think this could be a three-way fight that all, comes to a head in that final half hour after everyone's made their stops, and it is just an all-out brawl to the finish.
I can't tell you how much I really hope that's the case. I love racing.
Yeah. No, I mean, it would be really fun to watch that, and it'd be interesting to see how the Valorous duo handle that situation with the numbers advantage against Enosis Esports. Because that's always going to be a little bit of strategy. You know which car to fight harder and which car to be a little bit more kind to in that situation. But you can definitely then take that a step further and actually use that second car as a bit of a pick to help pit both of you through. Especially if one car's making the overtake initially. You want to try and set it up in a way where the second car can immediately follow you through and just punch that gap open. So it's going to be exciting to see how that plays out, but as we follow Nicholas Geschner past the RPM Racing PEC car, again, one stop for them. They're now a lap down compared to Old Firm Racing Orange, who do still owe us a pit stop, but that speeding penalty really taking number one crew out of contention for this race win, or second place even. But still about 45 seconds plus an incoming pit stop separate them from XPD Racing GTP down in P4. So Right Engineering should still have a pretty good grasp on the podium here to finish out the season.
So I can actually give you a little bit of an update on a championship fight that we're seeing on track at the moment with the Project Valorous number 51 car. With 12 entries in this race, as it stands, a 6th place finish nets them 21 points. They are currently sat P9 in the overall standings after Le Mans, with the TMR number 41 crew currently not here, but in P5, that last money payout position. The points that you get for finishing P6 in this race, as I say, is 21, and the gap between the 51 and the 41 is 16 points. So if Project Valorous finish here, the 51 crew finish as they stand, they will get P5 in the championship, and it will be a double payout for Project Valorous. The 50 and the 51 will both earn that team a little bit of cash money at the end of this championship.
I do have to ask, how many points would they have that by?
A few.
Right, because they do have a 2-point deduction coming from early in this race.
Oh, more than that, they're comfy. As I say, they gain 21 points. They are 16 behind the 41 squad.
Yeah, okay. So
even if they gain 19, they still get it by 3.
Yeah, there's also Focus Racing not here, Fury Simsport not here, Old Firm Racing Yellow not here. They are the next contender for that position, with Simracing Center LMDH behind, but having a really rough time after a strong qualifying performance and sort of opening a few laps to this race. They're all the way now down in P11, 9 laps from the race lead. the Valorous 51 could have a good shot here at getting into the top 5 and actually over maybe more important for them to be in the lead than it is for the Project Valorous 50, who are running in P4 in the championship, but have basically 3 of the top 4 ahead of them. So they're not going to close in there. Again, are they looking at this? Of course they're not, but we have something to talk about here for a few minutes at least.
And even if they're not thinking about it, one of them is going to be watching the broadcast, and now they're going to be aware of it. So to take off the commentator's hat for a second, please don't. Please don't.
To keep the commentator's hat on, please do. It'll be a great fight.
What a great fight with a team that's not even here.
I mean, there's other cars on the track they've got to fight around
true.
as well. I noticed Esports GTP could be your best friend right now, Taylor.
Go Inosis. Okay, commentator's hat back on.
It might not matter, actually, thinking about it.
How so?
Because even finishing down in P8, they would gain 17 points.
Which is still enough, yeah.
Actually, no, it wouldn't
Oh,
be.
no, it wouldn't be by a point.
Penalty.
Because the penalty points. Ooh.
Does Valorous 51 have a podium this season? No, they do need P6, actually.
Yeah.
Which they could get if the Valorous 50 let them have the position, to be fair, even if Gnosis got through. But again,
Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up then.
Are they thinking about that? Probably not.
I guess we'll find out at the end of this race. And I may have just sacrificed my boys out a little bit of cash money.
And
Darn.
Is all of this hassle worth it for what is €10 for 5th place in the championship fight?
Yeah, true. Yeah, but even then, you can say that you've earned money from sim racing,
That is true.
Stick that on the CV.
I think the bragging rights for your teammates might be worth more than that. Honestly.
Yeah, fair. But that bit aside, money aside, jumping from P9 to P5 in the standings in the final race is impressive.
Yeah,
so there you go. There would be something to celebrate.
And if they're not keeping an eye on the standings, I think if you're in P9, you wouldn't be. You'll suddenly look at the end of the season and go, how did that happen?
Exactly. I mean, I'm hoping they all look at the standings because, why not? That's what league racing's all about, right?
Yeah. But if you're in P9, it's about the individual races and it's about trying to get a podium in a race win.
Pretty long shot for the 51 squad, who are about 10 seconds behind their own teammates down in P5. Both of them owing us a stop. As it stands, Inosis still floating around that 30.3 sort of lap time. Both of the Project Valorous cars in the mid to high 29, so finding that pace that they need to jump the 74 car, which of course will have a longer stop at the end of the race than both of these cars. It's going to be relatively a splash and dash. Actually, no, it will be a splash for the 50, but the 51, I think they're going to go to the end on one more stop. Yeah, 25 laps into a stint. 44 minutes on the clock for the hour. When they get past 50, once they get past the hour, that is guaranteed they're chilled to the end. Minute and a half lap time. Yeah, minute and a half lap time. They can get past the 35 lap stint, which is pretty easy.
They need a 40 lap stint to make it an hour, sure.
Ooh, good point.
I think they're going to be just short.
They might just be short. Or they could fuel save now and really push it.
No, think about it. If they've got... No, they're going to be short. I think they're about 5 minutes short. But that tells you how short this final stop will be for them.
It will literally be a splash and dash.
Compared to a Gnosis, who are going to have at least half a tank to take.
I mean, with the pace that the 51 has been doing, has that been on raw pace, or are they fuel saving? Because the 50 squad, I know, are fuel saving because they did 38 laps last stint.
If they can make it to 38, then that might open the door for it.
Yeah. Still a little bit of strategy intrigue at the end of this race. Of course, not as exciting as it was at Le Mans last time out. That was insane.
You're setting a high bar.
Yeah, I know. That Le Mans finish was, I think, the best race finish I've ever commentated on. But There isn't a but. It just is.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic. We are, just 75 minutes left in Season 6 of the Platinum Endurance Championship. We've seen, over 50 hours of racing now at this point?
It is, yeah. 50 hours and 45 minutes.
And it is still all to play for, ultimately, in the GTP title. DLR by Sunlab Orange do have 3 laps ahead of the 33 team XPD Racing GTP entry. But they've got to make sure to not make a mistake, to not let this slip from their grasp. Albert Primus' Whitegen have been very consistent over the past sort of 7 hours, really, after that mistake on pit lane. But we've seen it so many times in this championship. There is nothing that is ever certain.
No.
In terms of a race result.
I mean, that's not even in this championship. That's just in racing in general. You can never...
This championship has shown it to us time and again.
Yeah. I mean, we thought that Reiter were a shoe-in for Watkins Glen. We thought they were a shoe-in today, but they had that crash at the Glen and then just not having the pace to keep up with DLR by Simlab today. We talk about how the BOP is a little bit more balanced than it was before the start of the season, but it really looks like the Acura still have the upper hand, especially in terms of fuel mileage. Like the Reiter squad, for the most part, have only been going 34, 35 laps a stint, but all the Acura teams go in 38 laps on a tank of fuel and still keeping up a faster pace than the Cadillacs. Well, I mean, we know the Cadillacs are a little bit disadvantaged because of the altitude, but even then, it's still pretty dire.
Yeah, the fact that everyone has so much experience in the Acura means they know how to set it up, no matter what track you go to. There'll be a setup ready for, or something very close that you can modify and get fine-tuned for the track. There'll be wet adjustments you know to make because you've raced the car dozens of times in all sorts of conditions in the last few months. That wealth of experience is gonna play a huge factor as well. I think it's really showing, especially in a race like this, knowing the car inside out, knowing what adjustments to make is playing a huge factor right now.
Yeah, we know what those adjustments are for the wet weather, and they make absolutely no sense.
Yeah, you were talking about this a little bit.
I don't think we talked about it on the broadcast.
Not on the broadcast, but that's why I'm leaning in
with you.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like with these cars, of course, they've got the braking system that you can adjust. You can mess about with the brake migration and how that moves the brake bias as the braking zone progresses. You got the brake bias that you can just move flat out. You got the arbs and traction control that you can adjust. So you can play around with all those settings to make the car a lot more stable in the corners. And it's, for the most part, it's just about messing around and finding out exactly what works in all the conditions. And you may look at something and go, yeah, okay, I understand how that works. I'm going to do this, the car's going to do this. And then maybe you'll be surprised when it doesn't quite do that. Don't be afraid to try the opposite, because even though it makes no sense, sometimes it might work.
I mean, if I can hop in and make another IndyCar analogy, that's, again, I know we've already marked it off the bingo card, but maybe for the drinking game. I hope no one tries that, because I think it will be lethal, considering how cliche we are sometimes.
We do have things that we go back to for safety.
Yeah. But it's a similar thing with the car adjustments for that car. You've got, I mean, the weight jacker on ovals raises the right rear corner of the car, loosens it up a little bit if you need it, but sometimes if you get outside of a certain range, it can stall the aerodynamics in a weird way, and then the adjustment does the opposite of what you expect. If you change the roll bars too much to try and loosen up the car, it could tighten it up because it just doesn't then have the grip to just turn in the corner. You've got to always work within the range of what the adjustments will allow, because and it all depends on how the rest of the car is set up. It's all a modifier to your base car setup. But if your base setup is on the limit of, not necessarily the limit of grip, on the limit of the aerodynamic platform or on the tire grip,
the window, then
performance
window,
you can pull yourself right out of that window by by making the incorrect adjustment. And so having that practice to know exactly where the limits are can be very helpful to stuff like this. And it looks like Albert Preem in the DLR Simulator Orange car will bring it down pit lane with 69 minutes left in this race. Nice and cautious. Thank you. And they are into the cone for their penultimate pit stop of the race.
60 km/h pit lane down here, one of the slowest on the calendar, and is 100% why so many cars have gone for that fuel save strategy out here today. You just lose so much time on pit lane here, so you can afford to do a little bit more fuel saving than you might otherwise think you can. Again, it's why we've seen these 4 or 5 lap extensions over standard. Like, we know it's not a high fuel burn track here. There's plenty of opportunities to save fuel. Big lift zones into 1, into 3, down into 10, and you can practically roll through that final sector. You are going to have to use some throttle, but it's still more opportunities to just save fuel. Also, we had a question about, well, I had a question about whether or not Old Firm Racing would be able to jump XVD as it stands. No, XVD would have to retire from the race for Old Firm Racing to take second in the standings. The gap between those two is just way too big. So XVD currently in position to only finish second, and I'm sure they'll be disappointed with that result since they were pretty safely in the lead at one point in this race.
Yeah, but like we said, it's a 10-hour race. It's not a 1-hour race. You can't look at that and say that's how the rest of it will play out. And ultimately, DLR by some Orange have just brought such incredible pace throughout the course of this race that even with some missteps, they have been completely in control. SPD Racing had an advantage, but it was taken away from the moment they were handed it, ultimately. And it was a matter of time before DLR by Orange pulled back into prime position for the race, as Matthias Weitgen on board that car now to see out the final 2 stints of this race. The driver who I believe started the car as well is going to close out this season for the number 5 team.
Yeah, the driver that was really putting the laps in for that squad in that middle stint to help get them into the position they were in. It almost feels poetic that that's the driver that should finish this race. Mark Rosendahl peels down what is still a very, very, very wet pit lane entry, just about gets it stopped for the pit lane speed limit line. There we go. Got that one out there. We're fine. Andy Gomez will cycle through up into P5. And the question's going to be, where does the 50 come out relative to Enosis Esports? Alejandro Castanera still on board that car, just in the middle of the final sector now, through the left-hander of 14 on the brakes. The 15 a little bit checked up behind Stephen Jones as it stands. The pace has picked up for that 963 as they're back in the 29.6s. Still looking at another 40 seconds stationary for the 50 crew, actually, as Alejandro Castanera is just coming by now. Driver change for Project Valorous. Brian McGurf gets back on board that car. Still looking at 30 seconds stationary for that car as Castanera cycles through. So it should be about a 30-35 second gap between the 50 and the 74. It could be surmountable with the pace, but another car we really need to keep an eye on in this one is the 51. How far are they going on fuel? They are on lap 32 right now and could be going as far as 38. They're on lap 33 of their stint and could be going as far as 38 in this stint. So keep an eye on that one, because that will mean they will only have 1 stint or so left to get to the end of this race. It's all a little bit up in the air at the moment as we've still got some question marks.
57 minutes.
No, that's doable.
But 90 seconds per lap times by 38 laps, 57 minutes, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. See, easy.
If they can make it 38, that is their magic number to make this the final stop of the race. Can they make it 5 more laps on this tank, get to 335 before the pit stop? Only Ander Gomez knows that right now, but we're going to find out in a few minutes' time, as Old Firm Racing Orange, also down on pit lane here, will give DLR by SimLab Orange a 1-lap lead once again, as the Right Engineering car closes into the back of them, but is still a minute behind as the Ultimate Choice finishes its tyre change and just finishes topping up that tank before coming back out on track.
Well, here's something interesting. The Ryder engineering crew are only going to have one more stop before the end of this race. Old Firm Racing are going to have to stop again as well. So how is this sort of dynamic going to work out towards the end of this one? Again, another thing to keep an eye on, as Old Firm Racing have actually exited pit lane, and that'll actually be game over in that fight. So there you go.
Yeah, no, it's going to be really tough for Ryder to close that gap down.
No, and impossible, because they both need to stop again.
Without a mistake, yeah.
Yeah.
One car I do want to put a quick focus on is the number 324. Tom Bryan has pulled that car back out of the garage after I don't know how long away. They are going to hop back in for the final hour of this race, finish up the championship celebrations after what has been a dominant season for them, ending on a rough patch in Fuji, but potentially the last time we're going to see Tom Bryan and the HP Motorsport crew in this Ferrari 296, maybe next season hopping into a Ferrari 499, if that's the way the championship ends up falling for them.
Oh, I hope so.
With them, that will be fantastic. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to drive that car.
I know.
I can't wait to hear that car.
It better sound right.
The
I will
onboard
take issue with it if it doesn't sound right.
That's fair.
Because I've been, you know me, I've been waiting for that sound to come back for years. I just want it back. I just want it back. That's all I want. Just the re of the hybrid system. That's it. It will make me happy. My life will be complete if I get to race a car that makes those sounds again. Just over an hour to go in this race then. DLR by SimLab still lead the way, waiting for that final pit stop that we think will be the final pit stop for the Project Valorous number 51 crew. If they can make that happen, they will take P5 in the standings and earn themselves a little bit of prize money. We are going to take our final break of this broadcast. Oh, let's get a little bit of a snack to get us set up and ready for the last 60 minutes of this race. You are watching the season finale of the Platinum Endurance Championship live from Fuji here on ABN Esports. As so often is the case in these broadcasts, when we step away for a little bit of a break, something dramatic happens. We have had a lead change in GT3 Pro twice in the same lap, starting for a bit of a spin for Isaac Arvidsson, who was relatively comfortably out in the lead. Now the gap for that lead down at 0.3 of a second. Let's have a quick look at what happened and try and cut back to the live feed, because we may be seeing a little bit of something down at turn 1. Goes for a half spin into turn 16, which allows XPD Racing to get right behind him. And then there's a big bit of contact from one of the Audis as well. It looks relatively well that he survived that. That was your previous GT3 AM race leader, by the way, of Smurf Racing Team that got involved in that one. So maybe a protest coming their way. But yeah, your gap at the front of the GT3 Pro field now down at 2.5 of a second, Liv.
Yeah, then so XPD Racing got through from this. But then a little bit of a what is this the move that SPD made, or they already ahead? This is live. Okay, copy. I was treated to how Carson was back ahead. So then a move in turn 10 where Freezer went a little bit deep, opened the door back up for Isaac Arvidsson, and was able to retake the position. But these cars are aligned on strategy. They're about 2 laps separated in terms of stint length. They both have 1 stop left in this race. This is an all-out fight between these two for this position. And like I said, the gap is 0.4 of a second. Updating on the Project Valorous 50 car, they have actually cycled through to, I believe, their 40th lap of this stint.
Yeah, they have.
For the 51. So they are definitely going to be good to the end after the pit stop that I would assume they make this lap.
Unless they can suddenly go 41 laps on a tank of fuel, then...
it wouldn't be worth it at that point, quite frankly.
I think we did it during the 6 hours before the fuel changes, which is crazy to think about. But here we go.
Doing it in the rain, for sure, but obviously that's a much different story.
But here we go then. Isaac Arvidsson leading Roberto Freezer down towards turn 1, an invisible Roberto Freezer down to turn 1. So Roberto isn't going to have an opportunity to make his way by at the front of the field. Of course, XPD Racing don't need to get by. They seal the championship with a 2nd place finish, but it is for the glory. They've actually slowed down massively. Big liftoff for Roberto Freezer in the first sector. Could that car be having some issues? I don't think they cut the apex at turn 1. Isaac Arvidsson now 7
just
seconds
coasting.
clear. I think they've got an issue.
I think there's a hardware issue for that team.
That car is rolling to a stop, so maybe no pedal input at all. So even more drama then in the GT3 Pro field. Project Valorous do finally come down pit lane at the end of what we said was, goodness me, lap 40? Yeah, in the pits they are. Ander Gomez, tires, fuel, and Roberto Freezer looks like he's going to come to a stop on the outside of turn 4. Oh, no, he's going again.
A flash, and it looks like that's reconnected something. They hit control delete on that car and lost about 30 seconds.
That's so many.
To Isaac Arvidsson, but ultimately the car's still in one piece. They are still rolling. I suspect they may take this opportunity to take a pit stop and to bring another driver in. Just in case that issue pops up again. Again, they are in the pit window, so there's no risk to doing that in terms of strategy. But a heart-stopping moment for the XPD Racing GT3 team, just coming through the middle sector there, that thankfully hasn't resulted in any huge drama, any huge lasting drama at least.
Well, they're still going to hold on to P2, a lap clear of P3 in... Well, no, not even. Hang on. Yep, a lap clear of P3 in class. I'm sure they'll be grateful for that. They do decide to stay out there on track and not pit this time by and take Roberto Freezer out of the car. They clearly trust that that issue has been fixed and are happy to crack on until the end of the stint. But what could have been a really dramatic end to this race. Well, we never know what can happen. It could still be. But a gap that was down under 0.3 of a second now opens back up to 33 seconds. Project Valorous 51 have rejoined the race in P7. So it looks like they're out of position for now, but we know they've got one less stop to do than both Enosis and the sister Project Valorous car. I'm sure the 50 is pushing as hard as they can to get onto the tail of the Enosis Porsche. That car actually coming up to the end of its second to last stint of the race on lap 27 of the stint already. Andy Gomez just getting all in the marbles on the outside of turn 16. So again, still some question marks above this race. A 2 seconds longer stop through the pit lane relative to the rest of the GTP field, which I find very interesting. But we are still waiting for Writer Engineering to take their last stop, and of course a good chunk of the rest of the GTP field.
I think ultimately for Project Valorous, it might just be that that car was coasting into its pit stall with no fuel left in them, and they just filled the entire tank from 0 to 100, which takes a little bit longer than if you've been a little bit less precise on your fuel save. It was an incredible stint from them. They're currently about 50 seconds behind the Enosis Esports GTP, currently in P5. We're expecting down into pit lane in the next maybe 10 minutes or so, and that will let us know whether the 51's fuel save is going to be enough to give them that position on track. But again, a long stop from them, but they're getting back up to speed as Berto Freezer. A little bit of a scary moment there with the GTP, but we're focusing and just making sure that car has full control, and it looks like for the time being we're okay. I did notice that Roberto was able to steer that car pretty effectively, keep it out of harm's way, and it was just a seemingly a pedal problem to diagnose and to fix. As the SPD GTP machine behind went for a little bit of a slide at the apex of turns, sits getting onto the curbing, keeps a hold of it, and will come past into turn number 10 now, with a chance for maybe a nice photo opportunity in the final hour of this race. But you just hear that tire sound and the squeal of rubber.
It's awful, isn't it?
From behind, and happen there.
I really hope they change that one day to make it a little bit more realistic, because that is not what a car sounds like when it's spinning out.
That is fair. Squadron Veloci Bravo by Eagle RS down in pit lane, hands the AM lead back to DDK by Idle Speed Academy in the Chevrolet Corvette. Brett Bearings in that car, and expected to see out the rest of the race in this stint, and I think we'll have close to a minute lead once service is finished for the 346 crew. So a great race from there. Again, the first time this season we'll see a Chevrolet at the top of the AM podium.
For now,
as things stand.
I believe the kids call that commentator's curse.
I'm just making the point that HWT are not going to get a win today.
Go on.
One thing I'm curious about, I wonder if Tom Bryant needs to make another pit stop, because the goal was specifically to do the final hour and then do some donuts. We came out the pit lane with over an hour to go. I'm not sure there's enough spare fuel in that car to do that right now. It's about coming for a top up before the race ends.
That would be really funny, to be fair, but just to keep an eye on championship standings a little bit. DLR by SimLab currently in position to take the GTP the GTP championship. Old Firm Racing will remain in third place. Writer Engineering very much out of the picture on that one. XPD will stay second in all of this. And the number 51 crew are still on course to take the last prize paying position of P5, because their teammates in P6 are currently only 24 seconds up the road and still need to take another pit stop, whereas the 51 crew shouldn't have to at all. So no pit lane traversal time for them, no stopping in the box, no taking on any more fuel. They should just be able to drive that car straight to the end of the race, and their pace is enough to be within the window of the 50 crew. And I'd say even if they fall out of that window, if the 50 crew don't get past Enosis, I can imagine maybe they'll think about letting their teammates by to at least jump those 4 positions to get up into the top 5 of the championship.
I don't think they'll need to. I think the Valorous 51 team have done a great job on this fuel time. I don't think the job's quite done yet. They are not quite at the same pace as the cars ahead of them. So I think there's a little bit lift and coast still happening for Ander Gomez. But to cut out that pit stop, it's put them in a really good position compared to the number 50 team and, of course, Gnosis Esports GTP ahead of them, who are expecting now in the next few laps to take their final stop. Gap between those two cars, 52 seconds now. So it's not gonna be a massive gap once Gnosis Esports makes their final stop. I'm expecting it to maybe be 15 seconds, which is definitely possible to chase down if you know the car ahead is fuel saving and you are going to hell for leather at the end of this race. As let's have a bit of an almost slide there for XBD GT3. This final sequence is always so difficult to navigate, even in the best of conditions. And with the rain that's fallen, with the lack of visibility, with the marbles that are scattered all over this track as well. I mean, offline must be the worst place to be that you can ever have in iRacing.
I mean, you'd think by now the track
covered
is
in marbles.
But you'd think it's, no, you're right. Yeah, the marbles are going to feel absolutely disgusting. And we know it's still wet on the right-hand side of the pit lane straight. We haven't seen any cars venturing down to that pit wall at all this race. But hopefully at the end of the race, we'll see some folks go down there, bring us some spray to celebrate finishing the final race of the season. But the conditions have certainly been interesting out there on track today as we approach 45 minutes to go in this race. And I think it's definitely been the most interesting race of the season in terms of the conditions that we've had to fight through. Like that quick short shower about an hour in that everyone stayed on the dries for, and then the big torrential downpour that split the strategy for Old Firm Racing and DLR by SimLab, both of them looking out of the fight at that stage in the race, but both now 1-2 at the top of the GTP field. So perhaps it wasn't a bad call to go on to stay on those dry tires.
Let's make that clear. It was definitely a bad call, but those two teams just had such pace they could afford to take that risk and recover from it.
Just need to make sure they learn the right lessons from that one. But Roberto Frieza with that little, what's the word? Disconnect of the pedals as Simrace Sweden Esports come down pit lane for what should be the final time, costing themselves 33 seconds just from trying to get those controls reconnected, are trying to do their best to recover. But Simrace Sweden and XPD Racing have actually been really similar on pace towards the end of the stint. So not holding out much hope for XPD that they'll actually be able to catch for the win in this race. It's probably more important for them that they just take their time and bring it home, because the championship is way, way more important. Because we know HWT have already wrapped up the championship in GT3 AM. So again, the championships now are pretty much all wrapped up, and we are just waiting to get to the end of this race.
You call me out for commentators' curses, and then you say something like that. In theory, you're correct, but when has theory ever gotten us anywhere in racing?
Exactly. The commentator's curse is fun. Like Carmen said this earlier, it keeps things more interesting. You know?
Everyone on their toes.
Yeah. You lay out the groundwork, set the scene, make this beautiful, craft this beautiful story using what's actually happening out there on track, and then the commentator's curse just completely ruins it.
Yeah. I noticed Esports GTP are in pit lane now.
That's the final stop.
So we're gonna find out where this cycles through. The Project Valorous 51 coming into the final corner right now to come down the 1.4 kilometer start finish straight. Notice Esports stationary in their box for about 25 seconds so far. We're not expecting a full tank needed in that car.
It's going to be a pass though.
It's going to be a pass, but what is the margin going to be, and how much does Valorous have to save to complete this strategy gamble? As a huge lunge down the inside from Race to Esport there, just clearing the traffic of the Pandemonium SimLab white car. I notice Esports is rolling and is into turn one, a 40.0 second stationary time. So taking on about 70 litres of fuel to finish out this race, and the gap is 12 seconds. That is very much not decided just yet.
I'd say that's going to be tricky to gain considering the pace of both of these cars. They've been matching each other lap for lap throughout this entire stint so far. I noticed a little bit on the back foot in terms of outright pace. So if you've got to choose one between the two, it's going to be that Project Valorous number 51 crew who have put themselves in position with still another car yet to pit. 26 seconds, 27 seconds now to their own team in P5. So they might still be able to take 5th on the road in this race as well, which would be one heck of a recovery for that team. Up 6 places, that would make them.
Yeah, starting on the back row for the GTP field. But of course, we talked about qualifying. It's useful to be out of drama early in the race, but ultimately, you make everything happen in the 10 hours that follow. Right Engineer made their final stop of cycle out into P3 once again, though we are expecting stops to need to come through for the orange duo at the top of the standings in GTP. Close them in a little bit to Nicholas Deschner. The gap is in to about 14 seconds actually for Gnosis as they get heat into those tires on that outlap. A little bit tricky into turn number 1. And yeah, Project Valorous have been setting some really quick lap times, so I'm wondering if they went so long in the previous stint for the sake of saving themselves fuel save now, and whether they can just go all out to the end of the race now.
Honestly, given the choice, I'd do that as well. You always feel a lot more comfortable if you're chasing someone down, if you're able to push in the final stint. That fuel save, if you have to pull it off on the last stint, knowing that you're going to be slower than everyone else around you, it just sucks and it feels horrible because you're doing literally everything you can to stay in front, knowing that you're losing time, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about that, because if you actually go full pelt, you're going to be burning way too much fuel to make it to the end of the race. And I feel like a fuel save strategy can back you into a corner sometimes if you don't know for a fact that it's going to work. So doing a little bit extra, losing some more time earlier on in the race when you know you can recover it, is always the way to go.
I think I have the opposite opinion. If you have to do some save, I like to spread it out over as many stints as possible so that I can, rather than be at 80% one stint and 100% the next, I'd rather be at 90% for both of them. Just, it feels, obviously you push yourself a little bit less on that fuel save, and sometimes backing it off just that couple of percent can make you more consistent. Sometimes actually improve your lap time.
Saves the time
if you're pushing every braking zone.
Yeah. Hey, you're not wrong on that one. It's the one strange thing that I find about the difference in driving style between me and the rest of the team. I'm a lot more traditional in it, I want to say. Big hard braking, trail it off, blah, blah, blah. Whereas Neil and Alex are more lift and coasters, early brake, that sort of thing, and sometimes manage to find a bit more lap time than me, which is... and I try to do that as well, but I just can't seem to find the lap time that I do when I'm going full push, and it's very strange. I'm still consistent with it though, I think.
You sound so confident until those last 2 words.
Yeah. I haven't looked at my lap times in a race for a while. I just know if I'm gaining or losing time to the cars in front and around me.
That's all that matters. It can be very easy, especially if you're in multiple races in a week, to focus on what lap times you're going compared to your last race, but if the conditions are different, and we're not talking about rain, we're just talking if the track is a little bit hotter, a little bit colder, if there's fog in the air, if there's traffic as well for multi-class racing, that can really hurt your lap time, but ultimately you're still having the same relative performance to the cars around you. Those numbers aren't really too important, especially in the rain. That's turned up to 11. We saw the ebb and flow of what teams were able to do as the rain got heavier and lighter in the first half of this race.
Yeah, but rain's just about surviving, realistically.
Yeah, no, you put yourself in a position to then push for lap time on the other side of the storm.
Yeah.
It's tricky. It's really tricky if it's at the end of the race, because at that point you are swinging for the fences. But it can be so easy to obviously strike out in that situation.
But even if you are fast in the rain, you still have to be able to survive the rain, because there's no point being quick if you can't keep it between the white lines. Because what are you going to do with that pace then when you're in a barrier taking on board an 8-minute repair?
And in trade to the field, they did a great job, of course. A lot of mistakes, a lot of spins, very easy to do, but they knew where they could afford to push without putting their car at risk. And ultimately, facing the wrong direction cost you a couple of incident points. It costs you a little bit of pride in a few seconds, but it keeps you in the fight. And so if that's what you need to do a couple of times to have the confidence to push for lap time in those conditions, in those corners, there's no harm, no foul, really. And the real danger point was when the torrential rain was hitting here. The incidents through 300R, but that was a situation where no one really had that on their radar as a danger point. A little bit akin to what we saw at Le Mans last year coming through into, I believe, Mulsanne Corner, where suddenly the rain shower fell. No one was really prepared for it. And there was cars doing pirouettes all the way down.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. It was down at the Porsche curves.
Oh, Porsche
Sebastian
curve.
Bourdais went for like a massive pirouette. It's great. Also, we're keeping an eye on this fight for P6 in GTP. We know the Enosis squad have to hunt down the Project Valorous 51 crew who are on that. A little bit of a fuel save strategy right now, but interestingly, they have Matthias Whiten between them and the 51 team. And all three of them are setting the exact same lap times right now. They're all around the mid 29 sevens. So if Castagnera gets stuck behind the 5, there's going to be absolutely nothing he can do about passing the 51. Because if they can't catch Whiten, and Whiten can't catch the 51, then they're not going to have a chance at being able to get back into position in what should be a top 5 finish at this rate.
I think Matthias Whiten's not really a concern right now. There's a big clump of GT3 traffic coming through the final couple of corners that's really checked them up. It's a 1:30.8 last lap, and the gap has ballooned to 14 seconds once again. So Matthias Whiten is going to have to pit before the end of this race. Currently 22 laps into their stint. So there's time for Enosis Esports to close the gap and Matthias Whiten to get out of the way if need be. But I just don't think the pace is quite there in the 74 car right now. They're getting tripped up a little bit in traffic ultimately, which is going to happen. There's going to be that ebb and flow of good and bad luck sometimes, but you can also make your own luck a little bit as in that final sector, aggression can bite you, but can also gain you a lot to get out of the train of GT3 traffic.
Well, yeah, you talk about how the final sector can bite if you're aggressive in traffic. We saw that earlier on in the race with the Writer Engineering Cadillac, as one of those guys tried to go around the outside of the Lithium Motorsport AM at Ferrari down into turn 15. But the Cadillac pushed right to the outside of the circuit by the GT3. There was a little bit of contact between the two of them, and the GT3 ended up spun off on the side of the road. And Writer, of course, ended up getting a penalty for that, for incident responsibility. I mean, if you would have asked me, it would have been a bit more of a racing incident than that. But yeah, you can't be aggressive and trust everyone's going to yield to it, because I think you've talked about it before, Liv. At some point, the GT3s are just going to get sick and tired of being passed aggressively into corners where it's a little bit marginal, and are just going to stop giving the space that really you need them to give. Like we see it down here where the GTPs go flying down the inside into 15, and Brian McGough almost took 2 cars into that apex and had to check up to avoid going into the side of the Enosis Porsche 911 GT3 there, who was polite enough to leave space on the outside of 16 there. But it's really not always the case if you've annoyed the GT3s enough.
It's not just frustration, but also fatigue at this phase of a race. And these teams have been fighting for 9.5 hours and are really looking towards the finish line of this season. And especially in the dark conditions as well, it can be difficult to keep on top of which headlights are which class and who you've got to leave room for in the next couple of corners. The GTP closers can be very quick and they can sneak up on you. And if you are that GTP, sometimes you might expect the car to notice you, and they just don't. So you've got to be ready to sort of bail out of a move in that situation to keep your car in one piece and to keep yourself out of the steward's room as well. Because at this phase of the race, you can't really make any assumptions about what the other class is going to do. It's just about everyone doing their best to bring the car through the checkered flag now.
And I think that's one of the really tricky bits as well, is to avoid a crash in the GTP, you might have to put a little bit more brake pressure on. And we know how sensitive these cars are under braking. We've seen enough of them go for a spin, having to avoid incidents, applying a little bit more brake pressure, rears lock up and boom, around you go, and there's nothing you can do about it. And arguably that's probably the same as getting into a minor incident. Maybe it'll lose you the same time over the course of a stint, or maybe you're both going to go for a spin anyway. So it's really hard to make that judgment call and get that judgment exactly right in the situation, because we're not out there on real racetracks doing this, but we're still making those same split-second decisions that real-life racing drivers have to do. And you talk about the fatigue, and it still brings the same level of fatigue. And at some point, your ability to process those decisions is going to drop a little bit as you get more and more tired. And it's why we see more incidents creep in towards this latter stage of the race. And the last hour, half hour can be quite chaotic, because you've got the tired drivers on track and you've got everyone trying to push to get themselves in position for the end of the race and make up for any lost time earlier on in the stint. Like, we know that Enosis Esports Porsche is full send right now, but Alejandro Castañeda has done a lot of laps in this race and he's got to be feeling it by now.
Maybe actually Reach Pass has done a lot of work for Enosis to keep the other drivers fresh. Castañeda only at 77 laps completed right now and hasn't touched the car since the opening stint, which honestly maybe could be a disadvantage, although at this point the second stint in the car is going to be feeling warm again. And so maybe is the driver who is most awake right now. The problem is, if you can't make that assumption about everyone else behind, and we're talking about how easy it is to spin on the brakes in these GTP machines. The biggest factor I think for that is you want to have the brake bias as far back as possible to help you get rotation through that corner entry and through that mid-corner phase of the apex. But that's a very fine balance, because if you use a tiny bit too much brake pressure at the wrong time and the rear tire locks as opposed to the front tire, that's an instant spin in these conditions. As spin just ahead of Enosis Esports for the Pandemonium SimLab Red car, P3 and GT3 AM, gets it back there and then does not catch out Enosis Esports, but very fortunate for them to stay out of trouble in that incident. But yeah, you really want to try and optimize your brake bias for ultimate lap time, but that doesn't leave you much margin for avoiding incidents. It's a huge thing on oval, especially, where you see an incident ahead, you hit the brake pedal to try and get a stop for it, and you just end up sliding backwards into it instead.
That sounds like an IndyCar thing, to be fair.
I've done it in Gen 4, that's what my most prominent memory of that incident is.
I haven't driven that car for about a year.
A lead race in Winsdale, actually, where I think Michigan, and a lot of us were trying to push the brake bias as far back as possible.
Because you need the rotation,
to get the rotation performance. And there was a big spin in turn one, a contact to turn one car goes around, and 3 cars, including myself, enter the scene sideways because we've hit the anchors to try and avoid the incident, and the rear decided to overtake the front with the lockup.
Yeah, you just reminded me how much fun the Gen 4 cars are at the Indy Oval, because
we're expecting an update to those cars.
We are
maybe in the March build now.
But yeah, no, those cars race like a road course at Indy Oval. Genuinely felt like driving a regular circuit car. I loved it. It was probably the best race I had at the ABN Gen 4 Championship before I just sort of parked it for the rest of the season because I stopped having fun.
They were a difficult car. They were very difficult. Really there was a car stopped in turn 1 there.
Who was it is the question.
Race to Esport, it looks like. Just went straight on at turn 1.
Could we be seeing another hardware failure this late in the race?
I think... Let me check how long that previous stint was. I think that might have been... No, they'd only been out on track for about 15 laps to that point. So I think maybe a hardware issue, yeah. And Shizuoka Pirelli's going to hop out of that car and actually disconnects from the race.
Oh.
I'm not sure if they got a driver into a leave right now. No one catches the server, so going to have to do a quick reboot and is going to lose, I don't know how many positions.
Unless it's a rage quit.
For missing turn 1 once, I doubt it.
I don't know. I mean, you never know. Maybe there's something else to it as well.
I think there's just some sort of hardware issue, and unfortunately, maybe it's giving the signal to the teammate of, I've got this to the end, you can go to bed. I know it's quite late, maybe where you are. And ultimately, yeah, because Mark Florencio in Iberia, Shizuoka Pirelli in Brazil. So the
it's
driver
nice and early over in Brazil then. Only 7:20 to 8 in the evening.
Well, this the thing. Shizuoka Pirelli was finishing out the race. I'm thinking Mark might have been sent off to sleep at this point, and now with a hardware issue, there's no one to relieve Cesar, and so going to be a sort of a rush to see, hopefully, an SSD in that computer to try and get into the session quickly again.
A 100 gigabyte shader cache.
As that has saved my bacon more times than I can count, honestly.
So true.
But then a fall from about P8, I think, potentially down to about P11. Even if this is a quick reboot, or potentially this might be end of race for number 70 crew. We've had a chaotic adventure.
All season, never mind this race.
Yeah, but it's not the way you want to see a season come to an end, ultimately.
No, not for anyone, no. Tom Chetta then in P8 on track, just coming through Sector 1, has been on that recovery drive with RPM Racing the entire way. Unfortunately for my fantasy, not able to make that P7 up on Miguel Gallardo, currently on board that Enosis Porsche, but only 2.2 seconds back on track. So in theory, should be able to finish on the same lap if he can get there. And then that sort of puts them within the margin for error for the 274 crew and puts a Lamborghini inside the top 7. Speaking of the top chunk of the field, I'm going to give you a rundown of the manufacturers in GT3 Pro. Are you ready?
I think we might have a loop pedal ready for you.
Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, American Ferrari, American Ferrari, Porsche. Ferrari. Yeah. 20 of them to start this championship, and 6 of them had ended up in the top 6 in GT3 Pro. 7 inside the top 9, which is actually kind of ridiculous. Just goes to show how strong that car is, even if we take it outside the context
and it's,
of
again, the familiarity.
Yeah, it's a great car. But again, helped in design by Orica in France, the car built by Orica. And as we've mentioned so many times, it literally comes apart like a prototype. It's very impressive. Like that entire rear shell all comes off with the rear wing and everything if you need it to. The front is exactly the same, so any damage, off comes one, on goes the other. About as easy a change as it was when the rear wing fell off the back of the Ferrari 499P at Qatar at the start of the season in WEC. Do you remember that one?
Vaguely.
Just a little bit of contact on one of the GT3s, and then the clip's broken. Bam! It just drops off the back of the car, and then everyone made the 9x8 jokes, as we so often do, because they're all funny and we're all original.
How many of those got made about the XPD Racing GTP in this one?
I think I said it once.
Okay. I'm proud of you for calling yourself to just one.
Yeah, I'm impressed too. I thought I would have gone for more.
Sim Racing Centre LMDH are going to move up into the top 10 here, unfortunately, as Race 2 Esports still not able to fix that hardware issue they're still out of the session right now, and potentially that could be their championship ending a little bit ahead of schedule. But further up the field, we are still keeping an eye on this Gnosis Esport battle, which is actually holding steady at about 13 seconds. And the is doing a great job keeping that car at arm's length and really not giving Alejandro a chance of anything to really target. You know, you don't want to let the car behind see a sign of weakness, because they're going to try and channel that and really start charging forward. But Ana Gomez has been very consistent in this stint now. Pulled off the incredible fuel save, and now just 29s, 30s without fail for the past 15 laps or so. And then navigating through traffic for those as well. So really, really strong drive to finish out this race for the Project Valorous 51. And as we expect Brian Mago in the Valorous 50 car down into pit lane, that should promote the 51 team into the top 5 for this race and for the championship ultimately.
Yeah, it'd be an amazing result for the 51 crew, who have absolutely nailed the strategy after those wet weather conditions to jump onto the fuel save and then do that mega fuel save in the last stint to get them 40 laps done on the stint to make sure that they can pretty much go full push to the end of the race. It's like what we saw in Le Mans, where I think it was the XPD racing car that did that fuel save just to, in the second to last stint, to make sure they were in the window for the last one of the race. And obviously it of course worked out for them after the leading Cadillac didn't do the fuel save and had to really, really aggressively do it. And in the end, it did cost them the final step on the podium, never mind the win. And I think it's what put XPD Racing in such a strong position coming into this race. And of course, they had a great start to this race to be a lap ahead of their nearest championship rivals after the first couple of hours. But as soon as the weather dried up, Kazan just wasn't able to hold on to the position. And as a team, they just slowly trickled down the order, losing out to Old Firm Racing Orange and Reiter Engineering, who led a good chunk of the race after having that fight with Gnosis Esports for such a long period of time. But in the end, it's the two cars that made the poor decision when the wet weather came that managed to have that relentless pace in the last 5, 6, 7 hours or so to get themselves back into position and back to the front of the field. Because remember, TLR by Simlab and Old Firm Racing both chose to stay out on dry tires when the track got to torrential downpour conditions, and it cost them a full lap of race time. And they've just done everything they needed to hammer in lap after lap after lap on pure pace alone to get them back to the front of the field. And it's the sort of thing that we really love to see. A good recovery drive where everyone on the team is on the same page and is just committed to going as fast as possible until the end of the race.
Yeah, and to be clear, this isn't a story of the cars at the front of the field, the SPD Racing, the Reiter Engineering, giving up a lead with mistakes. That's just the incredible pace that those two cars have had to close back in and to right the run that they made earlier in the race. Those other teams have been pretty consistent ultimately. Obviously, small mistakes as you expect in a race of this length and in these conditions. But Matthias Weitgen in the DLS in the orange car, of course, alongside Albert Preem. And then in the Old Firm Racing car, Randy Martin Mateus and Julian Harmond. All four of those drivers have just been so consistent, so fast to take control of this race. Actually, Andre Rosa in the NGC Esports team by Rubis Gas car sets the fastest lap of the race, a 128.642.
That's overboost, that's quali mode. Someone's going lap time hunting at the end of the race.
Oh, because no one in this booth would ever do that in an endurance race, would they? Not in a 10-hour endurance.
No, because that would be really silly. Yeah, that's really dangerous, especially if they had a lead of laps. You know, enough laps that if they got suspension damage, they'd probably lose the lead. Who'd do that? Don't know what you're talking about. What are you accusing me of, Olivia?
Great lap from Andre Rosa.
Genuinely, yeah, to get a 28.6 in race conditions with cars around him on track, and what I assume by now is relatively old rubber. Yeah, 16 laps on.
Reminder that the
Those tyres.
pole time was barely into the 27s, and that is
Goodness.
perfect conditions. We've actually still about half tank of fuel in that car.
Yeah, and
ultimately.
we're also, the track conditions are a lot colder, and again, more downforce, more grip in the tires, and you can use the quali mode to make up for the extra.
Well, attack
little
mode
bit
is
of
not
drag.
quite as aggressive as qualifying boost.
Oh no, it is. It still goes down to, it still targets 0% on the lap.
Okay.
There you go, fun little facts of the day. But yeah, using the attack mode to sort of overcome the extra drag that you've had at every other point in the race as the temps have come down. Really helpful for getting a really quick lap time in. But a 28.6 with half a tank of fuel, tyres that have gone burr a little bit, is genuinely quite impressive. But I'd expect nothing different from a Porsche because they are really quick around here.
And it does just speak to the strength of this GTP field. Unfortunately, we have lost Race Resport now. But again, up until that point, we had all 12 cars still in, all 12 cars still within about a dozen laps of the race lead. And any one of them capable of setting blisteringly quick lap times over the course of this race when they found that rhythm. It's just been about who has had that consistency and who's been able to find that next level. Of course, it has been DLR Orange and Old Firm Racing Orange that have shown that in the back half of this race, but any one of these drivers can find that lap time. We've seen it all season, and it's been a very topsy-turvy championship in the GTPs because of that.
Is it something about orange? Because they're both orange.
I mean, it very well could be a coincidence.
Also, I know I was
But
hyping
given
up
that we're on ABN Esports, I'm going to say that no, the orange is a good look charm.
Orange is a good look charm, there you go. I know I was hyping up how good the Porsches have been in this race, but I should probably point out that the top 6 is Acura, Caddy, Acura, and the bottom 6 is Porsche. But as you said, it is more about who's been more consistent over the course of the race rather than who's had the outright pace. Because some of those Porsches are still with fastest laps down there in the 28s. Most cars actually having lap times down there in the 28s. I think the only car that doesn't, from what I can see, is the Notice Esports car and the Project Valorous 51 car. But those guys have just been going for consistent lap times rather than outright pace, because you do not win an endurance race based on how fast you can go over the course of a lap.
It's all about, and especially for the 51, who we've seen on the aggressive fuel strategies in the final couple hours of this race, that'll be a contributing factor to why they're not quite showing the same lap time, because they're making their speed in a very different way. They're making their speed by staying
That's a spin.
off pit lane. As that is the
Rubis gas car.
Yeah, the Rubis GT3, who actually was putting pressure on Pandemonium Sinlap White for fourth place
class, yeah.
in GT3 Pro, but he's gonna fall further away, down to 13 seconds back now.
Just cracking under the Chichetto pressure. It's another
like
Ferrari, though, going for a spin in the final corner. We've seen that quite a few times so far this race, especially in this final sector where apparently the Ferraris just aren't as stable through those kinds of corners, and the rear end just goes whoop, and off the track you go.
I will say, less than 15 minutes left in this race now, but we're expecting a flurry of splash and dashes for the Acuras at the front of the field. We know the Project Valorous 51 has done their fuel save to make it to the end of this race, but DLR by Sinlap Orange, Old Firm Racing Orange, XBD Racing GTP, and the Project Valorous number 50 car all expected to make one more right turn onto pit lane before we see the checkered flag here. And this is really, I think, the last opportunity for that wet weather to really bite these drivers. We know how treacherous it is still on that pit entry with the cold temperatures not drying the track out, the lack of traffic not drying the track out. I think this has to be the most cautious pit entry you've made all season if you are one of these four cars making a last-minute pit stop. But again, let's not forget as well, if you have an incident, you end up on pit lane and you're not able to bring the car back out for the finish of the race, you don't just lose however many laps between now and the end, there's sort of 8 laps or so. You don't get classified. You get 0 points from this one. if you don't cross the finish line under your own power.
Yeah, and you say that though, but none of those cars have any reason to push the pit lane entry even slightly. The interval at the front of the field, this is just the gaps between cars. From first to second is a lap. From second to third is a lap. From third to fourth is 1 minute and 11 seconds, which if you add 20 seconds is a lap, yeah. So genuinely no reason for any of these guys to be pushing the limits on pit entry. It doesn't gain you anything. You don't learn anything. You're not going to save your race by doing it.
You still need to have that. You still need to have that calm voice in your ear though, saying, "Let's not do anything silly here."
Yeah.
And also just to remind you, again, it's late in the race. You might be starting to be thinking about other things, thinking about maybe you're gonna order food, maybe
what I'm going to do when I get into bed.
What you're going to drink for celebration, ultimately, for some of these drivers. You need someone to be, hey, remember, it did rain 5 hours ago. Be careful on pit entry. It's not what you'd be used to for this track normally.
Which is kind of wild to think about, that rainwater is still hanging around somewhere.
Yeah.
It makes sense when you think about the fact that it's really, really cold out there. I mean, track temperature has climbed back up to a more sensible 18.9 degrees Celsius. So I'm thinking, for the most part, the track itself is dry, but the pit lane is shaded and the road less traveled. So yeah, there's still a lot of standing, not standing water, but water to be lifted up off the track surface down there. And I said that there'd be spray on the inside of the track at the pit wall, but someone went down there earlier and there's just nothing down there, and I was really sad to see it.
I mean, I'm from the north of the UK. I know that if rain falls in the winter, it can stick around for maybe more than a day, honestly.
Yeah.
Before it finally dries out, so just gotta be careful on that pit entry. DLR by Sinlab Orange, crucially, how nice to navigate that cleanly as we were talking. They've made a 12-second splash and dash back out on track, still a lap ahead. And that was the last real pressure point, I think, for Matthias Weitgen in that championship fight. And honestly, what a way to finish that out. If you can finish off the championship with a win on track as well.
I didn't even need it, considering the position they're in.
Sure.
But
to put a bow on it is always nice.
It's the best way to do it. Yeah.
SBD GT3 maybe denied of that opportunity with that hardware issue we saw about an hour ago, but I'm sure given the circumstances, they're not gonna be feeling too hard done by on that one. I think I'll be feeling a bit fortunate.
They've actually closed to within 15 seconds, by the way.
They have, yeah. They've closed in that gap. They're certainly trying, but they are just going to run out of time, it feels like. I don't think they're going to be too sad about that one. And then, of course, HWT, we know, had that incident early in the race. We know they're frustrated to not be able to finish out their perfect season. But Tom Bryan is back out here again, wants to complete the championship celebrations, even if this will not be a classified finish for the 324. And with that, giving that race lead to DK Speed Academy, a Chevrolet Corvette, looking to take a race win in GT3 AM with 9 minutes left to go in this race. They should be good without another pit stop, and they have a 1 minute and 6 second lead to the Ferrari behind.
Speaking of pit stops, the 50 and 33 head down pit lane for the final time. A pit lane that actually looks remarkably dry by this stage in the race. It will be the final pit stops for both of these cars. We are expecting the 51 Project Belarus car to cycle through into 5th place in this race after that epic fuel save in the second to last stint. And a reminder, what that's going to do is not only propel them to 5th in class, but propel them to 5th in the standings, which means that squad are entitled to a little bit of prize money after this race and move from P9 to P5 in the standings in the final race. They just passed the 50 and are now up there in P5. Alberto Blasco, Garcia Blasco even. It's still a lap clear of that car, so not worried about them at all as Brian McGough slides down into P7 in class and
this is going to be close
back
though.
Up into P6. And yeah, there's actually what is that gap? Is it 1.2 seconds?
Less than 2 seconds right now.
So we do have a little bit of a fight on our hands into the final 8 minutes of this race, as you've got Brian McGough on what probably isn't a fresh set of tires.
No, that's a splash and dash, 12 seconds.
Yeah. And Alejandro Casanera doing everything he can to put some distance between him and the 50. Big send down the inside of Alberto Garcia Blasco into turn 6 to get a car between the two of them. I don't think Blasco is going to be pushing at this stage of the race. He has absolutely nothing to gain. And I don't know if he wants to get in the way of this fight, because that 50 car is going to be coming very, very quick. They're going to want to end out the season with a really good result if they can, and a fifth and a sixth will be a really good result for them. But currently stood in their way is the best finishing Porsche at the moment. So it's not only for for a decent finish. If the 50 crew can get in front of the 74, they will push all of the Porsche 963s into the bottom half of the championship, which, Liv, I'm sure you will absolutely love.
I'm not the biggest fan of the Porsches. I'm not.
Exactly.
To be fair, completely unjustified for the GTP. I've not driven them. I don't know necessarily it's a bad car to drive, but my experience with Porsche GT3s tells me that I'm not a fan of how they feel. It's just not for me, ultimately. I think the truth is, though, I don't think that Alberto Blasco is necessarily going to be paid any attention to this fight around them, because on his relative, it'll just show us 2 blue flag cars. And at that point, it's not really your concern about their battle.
I mean, you're not wrong, but if I was in his situation, I'm pretty sure someone would tell me that the 2 cars around me are fighting for position.
Yeah, but that relies on, I think, that someone outside the car paying attention to that. I'm sure Mark Rosendahl might be sending that message through, but at the same time, Ryan Meadow is not actually, it is that close now, actually. And maybe this is going to be, maybe it's turn 1, actually, is where, if the 50 car goes for a look, SPD Racing will let them have it and continue on, as Old Firm Racing Orange, which is 5.5 minutes left in this race, are now down on pit lane as well to take their final stop of the race.
And the what's it called? The bookmark ribbon splashiest dash award goes to Old Firm Racing Orange, pitting with less than just over 5 minutes to go in this race. Yes, I did just pick a random object on my desk to sponsor
actually,
the splashiest dash award.
That's not true. They took an 11.3 second stationary time. SPD Racing were only down for 9.7.
Yeah, but, you know, proximity to the end of the race.
That's fair. Odd Racing Team Black in AM had a 6.3 second stop and just came out of pit lane as well.
That's the dashiest splash. That's different.
Oh my god.
That one's sponsored by chocolate icing off the top of a profiterole.
We've lost our minds here, haven't we?
It's the end of the season. Oh, Brian McGough looking for a move down the inside of Blasco into 6.
It has that feeling of the last day of school.
It does, but I think XPD Race, no, you know what? They haven't got the message at this point. McGough is going to go for a move down into turn 10. All that water on the inside of the circuit now cleared itself up, and Blasco will choose not to fight it that hard, as Randy Martina Mateos is going to be just behind this one as well. Now, with 4 minutes left on the clock, Brian McGough has 2.6 seconds of gap to close on Alejandro Casanera, and I'm sure he's going to be absolutely fuming about the fact that Alberto Blasco didn't get out of the way much sooner and may have taken the opportunity to finish 6th, well, 5th and 6th for this team away from him, as now he's even got Andre Rosa for company. And I think if that car has a look down into turn 1, he's going to be even more annoyed about that.
Yeah, I mean, we know the pace that Rosa's had in this stint. Here's a peak. No,
it's just a peak. It's just a peak.
That's frustrating, I think, as well for Brian, just to have to be looking in your mirrors rather than chasing down the car ahead. As I don't want to mention, fast lap has been taken from that 91 car now, and who else but Matthias Weitgen, the driver set to take home the checkered flag here just a couple of laps time, set to take home the championship trophy, the PEC season 6, set a 128.598 on that short tank, and a little bit of bragging rights, I'm sure, very welcome for Weitgen at the end of this one as well.
I think the bragging rights themselves, oh goodness, Andre Rosa does go for the sand into turn 10. and Mago cuts the nose off one of the Ionosis esports cars.
I don't think that car has a nose to cut off.
True. I don't think at this point then Brian Mago has the pace to catch Castagnera. Castagnera is doing everything he needs to stay in front, but Rosa going for a half spin, a full spin even, into turn 15. Off the road he goes and opens up the track once again to Brian Mago, and again another point of frustration. As goodness gracious me, why did you even go for that one?
I spent potentially a one-finger salute there out of the window towards Andre Rosa.
We've all done it. We've all done it. We can't even deny that one, but I think we are coming up to 2 laps to go in this race. Brian Mago is going to have 3. It'll be 2 laps to go next time they come across the start-finish line, but I'm just tracking Matthias Whiten now, who's coming through turn 16 with 58 minutes gone. Not total, 9 hours and 58 minutes. It doesn't tick over to 58.30 before the end of this lap. It will be 2 more after this one. I'm checking for a white flag on the side of the circuit. I don't see it. I don't know if anyone else saw it.
I don't see it either.
Looking for it.
Much less drama than this same conversation 3 weeks ago.
Goodness, I forgot about that, yeah.
But we are no 2 to go for Matthias Whiten right now.
And just to switch back my own focus to that fight, the gap comes down. Is that under a second? Just over a second even.
Yeah.
Because of the traffic that's getting in the way. Tom Cicchetto, the recovering Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. There we go, got there in the end.
V10.
Has a V10, not V12, has actually got in the way of Alejandro Castagnera in the final sector. Mago looking for a nice, clean way around the outside. Does get it done. It's going to be great on the brakes into the final corner. Gap comes down to 1.6 seconds as they cross the line. The 2 laps to go. Distance slipstream going to be picked up by that Project Valorous Acura. And a car that's been really strong on straight line speed should have the advantage on the straight to close in and gain even more time. On average, it's been a little bit slower than Castagnera in front, but it does take into account the last 5 laps, one of which was the out lap of this car. So 1.4 seconds is the gap. He's in the slipstream, he's in the dirty air. What can this Acura ARX06 do in the final 2 laps of this race?
Remember, they're going to be slamming that car into attack mode now. The DLR by Sinlab orange car, 10 seconds left on the clock, does finally take the white flag here at Fuji. We'll keep our focus on this Project Valorous battle. Gap is 1.4 seconds as the clock hits 0. And a little bit of traffic in the final sectors coming up for Alejandro. Again, has to go up the inside into turn number 10. Gets actually that moved done nice and cleanly. But there's another cluster of cars coming through through turns 13 through 16. As Brian Mago has to navigate this, I believe that is the Lithium Motorsports AM entry. Ooh, a little bit tricky for them, but it could be even worse for Castagnera here through the final corner. Goes to the inside of 1, has to slot between the 2 of them to come out the final corner. And the gap is going to be 1.3 seconds now and closing as they do take that white flag, but I think it might just be a little bit too late as Alejandro Castagnera is going to clear this remaining GT3 car into turn 1. There's maybe 2 more cars ahead that could play a factor in this battle, but we will come back to that in just a second. As coming through the final corner now, Matthias Whiten, the DLR by Sinlab orange number 5 car, alongside Albert Preem on start finish straight, and there's a little bit of spray being kicked up now. They're flashing the headlights. They know what this race win means. That is a championship drive for Matthias Whiten and Albert Preem. DLR by Sinlab Orange out-duel XBD Racing and take the championship victory.
From a lap down after a disastrous pit lane call to stay on those dry weather tyres when it was a torrential downpour. Relentless pace from Whiten and Preem to just outpace the entire rest of the GTP field. They knew what finishing in front of just XBD Racing by a couple of positions would do, and they went above and beyond. They have been purely dominant since the dry weather came, and it comes to show from 1 lap down to 1 lap in the lead. Your race winners in Fuji and your GTP PEC champions. Isaac Hardvinson also brought that Simrace Sweden car home in first place as well. Finally, a brilliant result for that team. And I think just coming through the final sector now, in 10th place in GT3 overall, is the 377 DDK by Eagle Speed Academy Corvette, right on the tail of Miguel Gallardo. Through the final sector, it's going to be one more corner to go for a different car to finally win in GT3M. HWT Motorsport will take home the crown in that class, but for right now, the honors in the AM category go to DDK by Eagle Speed Academy, who win the GT3 AM class for the 10 Hours of Fuji.
And as they bring home the checkered flag, I think the last car to cross the line to finish out this race, of course, one more team to shout out. Roberto Frieza and Gerard Cessny says Don Ricardo Lopez in the XBD Racing GT3 entry were contending for the race lead until that hardware issue in the final couple of hours, but they won't mind that whatsoever, because that second place finish more than secures them the GT3 Pro Championship title. A great result from them to bring home a championship for the team after XBD Racing GTP just not quite able to keep up in the prototype battle. A great drive from XBD all season, ultimately. They take home one championship, one second place, and that's a great showing for them and their strategy team especially from this event. And, oh, gotta put the TC off there.
Donuts are hard, we all know this.
Flick through, flick through.
You can do it. Come on, Roberto. Come on, Roberto, turn the TC off. Find the buttons.
Are they out of fuel?
I think they might be. I'm starting to think they might be.
I think they might be out of fuel. Has anyone got a tow truck?
Still running. You got to press and hold escape to get that one. So then, shall we have a peek at the final standings of this particular event?
Yeah.
To round out what has been a brilliant season of the Platinum Endurance Championship. And what a race to round it out. We had literally everything: rain, dry, changeable conditions. You gotta love it. So DLR by SimLab come out on top on today's event by a full lap over the rest of the field and take home the GTP crown for season 6. Old Firm Racing, also from a lap down, managed to recover to a brilliant P2 and don't manage to move up any positions in the standings, but do secure 3rd place. It is finally a decent result for your defending champions of Writer Engineering Esports. A terrible season for those guys finally amounts to a turn in results as they take home their first podium position of the season. XPD Racing couldn't do enough in the final half of the race and only managed P4, but still secure 2nd place in the championship. P5 in GTP goes to the Project Valorous 51 crew, who with that result managed to jump all the way up to P5 in the standings and entitle themselves to a little bit of prize money. I noticed Esports fought valiantly at the front of the field, but a couple of mistakes in the second half of the race meant they weren't able to capitalize and only finish P6. A late stop for the 50 crew meant they could only manage a P7, whereas backmarker racing Razzle Dazzle managed a personal best P8. NGC Esports team by Rubis Gas bring their car home in P9, and Sim Racing Center, after a very strong start to the race, fighting in the top 3, could only manage P10 and 9 laps down. Carbono Esports and Race 2 Esports are going to be your, well, Race 2 Esports will be your retirement of the race. Carbono Esports limping that car around for the final 6 or so hours of that one. And then to move... Go ahead, take it.
Onto our GT3 Pro standards, then Simrace Sweden Esports Pro, a team that's had pace all season but's been snake bitten throughout, finally gets their race win with XBD Racing GT3, a championship celebration for them after a P2 finish here in Fuji. Hydro Race Racing Forces, a team that got into all sorts of trouble in the rain but kept the car in one piece and brings home a podium finish in the 262 car. with Pandemonium Esports by SimLab White and Rubus Gas by NGC round out your top 5 in the pro class. Octopus Racing Team 224 and the Notice Esports PEC GT3 finishing this race without a front nose cone to finish in P7 there, with RPM Racing PEC a very strong start for them before an unfortunate incident with one of the Project Valorous prototypes. They will finish this race in P8 in class. Virtualized by Thrustmaster will finish 5 laps down in P9, with Eagle Speed Academy Esports G, the pro entry in the Chevrolet Corvette, rounding out the top 10. The rest of your field, IS Corsa in P11, Team Race Data DE Black in P12, and then a long list of retirements in our GT3 Pro standings. You've got Lithium Motorsports Pro, SimRace Sweden Esports, Pandemonium by SimLab Gold, Strumenti DS Racing, XBD Racing GT3 2, and I believe Fury Sim Sport GT3, a non-starter in this race.
GT3 AM then. Finally, a different winner at the top of the AM standings as the DDK by Eagle Speed Academy Corvette brings it home in P1. Squad of Volace by Eagle RS finish second in class, a whole lap down on the race leader. Pandemonium Esports by SimLab Red bring their car home on the last step of the AM podium. And Dogs on Web DS Racing record their best result in the final round of the season. Smurf Racing Team, after leading early in the race, had a very messy period through the middle and couldn't manage anything better than a P5, with Octopus Racing having a great fight in the middle of the race, but only able to manage 6th. Lithium Motorsport AM got tangled up in a lot of incidents throughout this race and could only finish as high as P7. And Slippers Racing Team and HWT Motorsport will be non-classified. Technically, one of them did finish.
And they sure made it known with all the tyre smoke on the start-finish straight into turn 1.
Yeah, the championship win for HWT Motorsport as well, who were pure dominant throughout the entire championship. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch them as the season's gone on.
I can't wait to pretend to see them in a prototype from 2027 of the championship.
Well, we were hoping that we'd be able to talk to at least a couple of the champions at the end of this broadcast, but it doesn't like anyone wants to talk to us. We'll give them a ping and give them a little bit of time to get in here and have a chat if they want it. But Liv, why don't you just try and round up that race for us?
I think the main thing there was adaptability. If you had to manage all the different conditions, all different challenges that were thrown at today, again, the first real wet race we've seen this season and in the Platinum Endurance Championship as a whole, in the top level series at least, it was a real a test of what some of these drivers in the Pilot Series have learned, but also just experience from outside of the series finally coming through, and we saw which drivers were really able to take advantage of that. Jan Kurbs with some great wet weather running, as well as, of course, great pace from Alberto Garcia Blasco in that sort of middle phase of the race as well. But once track started right again, it was just that dominance in GTP from DLRS Summer Orange and Old Firm Racing Orange. And down in the GT3 field, of course, Isaac Arvidsson, who I think, if I just check real quickly, did a fairly reasonable number of laps in this race. It's one that's known for a huge, basically doing Jan Kurbs, as he did in this race, but in the GT3 class all season. Does actually just share the car a little bit with the teammates as they bring home a race win this season. And yeah, in GT3 AM, a vacancy opening up, and in the end it was DDK that were the ones to take the race win to round out this championship. And let's not forget, that could be important for their prize money. They came into this race in P6, but I think with that result could jump themselves up and get a nice little payout to finish out this season as well.
Well, in all of that time, Phil, someone has decided to join us in the broadcast booth and be the recipient of actually one of the first end of race interviews for this entire championship. And of course, it's going to be your race winning, championship winning, one of the lead drivers of the number 5 crew, Albert Preem. Albert, congratulations. That was one heck of a run.
Yeah, thank you very much, man. It was a roller coaster of emotions, this race. We knew it was tight with XPD for the championship. And with the start, we had a good start and we took the lead. And then the rain came. And for some reason, Matti was driving and we went to the pits for rain tires. But I knew for 100% certain I checked the rain tires. And for some reason, we got up, ending up with slicks again. So that was really awful. So we drove 2 laps in the wet on slicks, and we went from P1 to the last. And then with the right tires, we took the gloves on and we start driving together. And yeah, it was magic tonight. Everything went from that point very good. And at the end, we won. So it was really from the down to the high, this 10 hours on Fuji.
Yeah, to say the least, it surprised us in the booth when we saw you guys come back out onto the track on slick tires. Like, I think we thought maybe it was a strategy call because we knew that wet weather wouldn't last very long. But to go a lap down and then fight all the way through the GTP field and then get back onto the dry tires after the weather had cleared up and you were still a little bit out of position, just a few seconds back on XPD Racing. And just in that moment, coming down into turn 10, they lock up, open the door for you. At that point, you guys still aren't in position to win the championship because it still goes to them on countback if you guys finish 3rd and they finish 4th. Yeah. But in that same moment, the Enosis Esports car goes wide at turn 15, lets you guys through into P2, and just like in a matter of moments, you're through into championship winning conditions. Just take me through the emotions that you were feeling at that time, because that must have been amazing.
Yeah, really, it was not expected, and the driver of the other team had some problems, but they went very slow in the rain. And the first 2 stints in the rain I did were really good. I was constantly the number 1 on the timesheets for the fastest laps. And then Matti took over, and I get for dinner. So I saw on my laptop with the streaming I did, I saw what you're saying in turn 10, they overshoot, and Matti took the lead. So I was yelling in my house from, yeah, well, let's go. and Matti was pumped. We both were pumped. And and then we go to Reiter, and we were so much faster than them also. So at the end, we took also P1 at the moment. Yeah, and from that point, we were flying, and Matti set one fastest lap after the other. And our lead grows to such high numbers. So at the end, I thought we have a lap on everybody. So yeah, it was, what I say, a roller coaster from really down from what we do and we fucked up. Oh, sorry, we screwed up and everything to overtaking XBD for the lead at that point with Reiter. And then we were full of adrenaline and pumped, and it was the longest 2 hours. The last 2 hours were a little bit dull, but that was a long sit at the end. Yeah, it was really awesome.
I think for us, the entire field kept that one really interesting for us end to end. It was so much fun to watch. But you walk away with the Season 6 championship. We saw how tricky it was for Reiter Engineering to defend their championship coming into this season. So where do you guys go from here? Do you plan on coming back from Season 7? Are we going to see a full-on 2-car assault from DLR by SimLab to try and really defend that crown in Season 7?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we already talked about it. So for next season, we still will be participating with maybe 1, 2, 3 cars. We don't know yet, but for sure, I want to be back with the title, of course, of this season, and hope to try to get it in season 7 again. It would be a hard fight, what you also say, because it depends on so much things. Not only fast laps, you have to be a little bit luck with the traffic and. You have a bit of luck with the right strategy, etc. So we're really thrilled to be back at season 7 and try to defend the championship. Yes.
Good. I'm expecting full gold liveries in round 1 next season, just to put that one out there. But as at the end of these interviews, we usually give you guys a little bit of space to shout out, send some love out to anyone you might want to, give your thanks, and do whatever you might need to do. So that space is yours. Go ahead and say whatever you want. Whatever.
Of course. I want to thank, of course, Platinum Endurance Championship, because they're hosting this and they're doing a hell of a job to this championship do the right way. So that is the first thing I want to say. So thank you for guys for the broadcast. For everything behind the scenes. It's really awesome to participate in such a high-level league as this is. Of course, I want to thank DLR, Dutch League Racing, the participation within our own teams, with our own people. Of course, I want to thank Matti, my fellow driver, also Wessel, who drive also 2 or 3 races this league. Without them, it wasn't possible. And for everybody who watched my stream, and I'm just happy. I'm just happy.
Well, congratulations once again, Albert, and please pass my congratulations on to the rest of the team. That was a very hard-fought win and a hard-fought championship. You go and enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Taylor, and I see you guys next season. Thank you.
Yeah, you
bye-bye.
Ta-ra of it. So that was Albert Preem then of DLR by SimLab Orange, your GTP race winners and season 6 champions. When I say it was a hard-fought victory, it really was. You don't see many cars come from a lap down in the first 2 hours to a lap ahead of the rest of the field. And I think it just goes to show how much time and effort to prepare that these teams go into to make sure that they are at the absolute top of their game to come into these races. Fuji isn't a track that comes up too often on the iRacing official schedule. So these folks won't have had a lot of practice in race conditions. Like, we've done the circuit, but it doesn't come up perhaps as often as it probably should. It's a great track for multi-class racing, as was demonstrated out here tonight. And I certainly hope at some point it makes a return to the calendar, just not like next season. Let's see a little bit more variety. But that is going to bring an end to the Platinum Endurance Championship Season 6. And from my side, it's been an absolute pleasure to get to sit in my little office chair with all my little monitor setups and virtually sit next to one of my best friends on the planet and shout about race cars for 8 or 12 hours every other-ish Saturday or so. So thank you to PEC for giving us this opportunity. Thank you to Carmen for putting this broadcasting team together. And Liv, I don't know if you've got anything to add, but I'll hand over to you.
I think it's just been an incredible show. Of course, I think most of all, I'll thank every single driver, every single team who's committed this time and 52 hours of racing over the course of the last few months, not to mention all of the practice time, all of the setup work, all of the sort of communication and scheduling work behind the scenes. It's a huge commitment to put a league like this on and to have this sort of high level multi-class racing. I think the entire field has done a fantastic job putting on a show for every viewer, every single round. So to everyone who has made a race start, and especially to these teams that are sort of putting these heavyweight fights in race after race, thank you. And we look forward to seeing you back again in Season 7. It's going to be one hell of a time.
So thank you very much for watching ABN's coverage of the 10 hours of Fuji. Thank you very much for watching ABN's coverage of the entirety of Platinum Endurance Championship Season 6. It has been a pleasure to bring you these broadcasts for every single race, except for Algarve, but that was done by the other two, and they did an excellent job as well. We will be back in Season 7. Fingers crossed with the same broadcast crew. I'm sure we'll sort that one out closer to the time. I have been Taylor Mills. Alongside me in the booth has been iRacing Watkins Glen 6-hour winner.
Oh my
Patty Lamore,
God.
race-winning engineer,
Good.
top VCO IndyCar Challenge top 16 finisher, and British F4
Put the mics,
esports
Carmen.
driver, Olivia Hayward. Carmen Sienna behind the board, pressing all the buttons all season for us. Thank you so much for joining us for this one. Thank you to all of the drivers for putting on a fantastic show. Congratulations to DLR by SimLab, to XPD Racing GT3, and to HWT Motorsport on a fantastic season and a very hard-fought championship. There'll be no race to see you next time on anytime soon, but we'll see you on the EGP Pilot Series broadcast in the next couple of weeks. But from me and from us here at ABN, it will be take care and farewell.